Qianyue accidentally crossed over to the real world of Naruto with his max-level Hokage game account. As a member of the Uchiha clan with pure blood, he found many common-sense aspects of this world astonishing. Sharingan, Mangekyō. To him, these were just standard features for players, naturally awakening at a certain age. Why the need for strong emotional stimulation? The Eternal Mangekyō actually required transplanting a relative's eyes? To him, that seemed outdated by several versions. True strong individuals should awaken on their own. As for the Nine Tails, he viewed it more as a cute pet that everyone had. He even took out a more powerful white Nine Tails, which could not only fight alongside him but also contend against the Ten Tails. Looking at Kurama sealed within Naruto, Qianyue couldn't help but ask, Kurama, you can't even beat the first Hokage? Isn't that a bit weak? Why don't you just leave the group? His arrival was destined to reshape the entire ninja world's understanding. Chapter 1. Transfer student Kushina beating up Brat's classmates. Today we have a new student in our class. Let's give her a warm welcome. Uemura Ichiki brought in a little girl with red hair and started clapping. Come on, child, introduce yourself to your classmates. Hello everyone, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. Nice to meet you all. Please take care of me from now on. Unfortunately, Kushina's courageous self-introduction did not earn her a warm welcome from her classmates. Instead, strange voices echoed in the classroom. She has red hair. How weird. Yeah, we don't have anyone with red hair in Konoha. Could she be the red-haired devil? Bah, it's clearly the color of chili, little chili pepper. Hearing her classmates' comments, Kushina, already nervous and lacking a sense of security, suddenly turned pale. These little brats, I'm still standing here. Upon hearing these remarks, Uemura Ichiki's face twitched with anger. His expression turned dark, and he slammed the desk, roaring, Enough, you little brats. You can't discuss a classmate like that. It's rude. Seeing the teacher getting angry, the students below quickly shut their mouths. Kushina, you can find an empty seat and sit down. Don't mind their words. They didn't mean it. Uemura Ichiki immediately performed a dramatic change of expression. His dark face vanished, replaced with a gentle, approachable smile. Yes. After bowing to thank Uemura Ichiki, Kushina glanced around the somewhat crowded classroom. After a quick scan, she found her target. Only the last row had seats available, so she walked over with her head down. The window seat on the right in the last row was already occupied, so Kushina had to sit in a slightly more central spot to get along well with her classmates and make new friends. She needed to integrate into Konoha faster. Recalling what Uzumaki Mido had said to her, Kushina couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. Her grandmother, who had treated her the best in Konoha, was gone now. Now, she was all alone. Hello, I'm Kushina. Kushina silently cheered herself on, deciding to start by getting to know her deskmate to integrate into Konoha faster. What Kushina didn't expect was that her deskmate, who had been staring out the window, merely turned back to glance at her out of reflex. His gaze was flat, as if looking at an ordinary stranger. After hesitating for several seconds, he spoke. Yagami Qianyue. What's going on? With so many seats available, why did you have to come sit here? Minato, your wife has become my deskmate. Hurry and take her away. Nice to meet you. Kushina, undeterred, continued. Qianyue didn't understand what Kushina was trying to do. After a slight nod, he continued to look out the window. She was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It's best not to get too close to avoid being watched by the Umbu and Root ninjas. The third Hokage and Danzo were not good people. Moreover, given his identity, it wasn't appropriate to get close to the Jinchuriki. The teacher began the lesson, and Kushina listened attentively, but soon began to doze off. Since arriving in Konoha, she hadn't slept well even once. Red-haired devil, blood-red little chili pepper. She's just a monster. After class, as soon as the teacher left, many brats turned to look at the back of the classroom. Various unpleasant nicknames came raining down on Kushina. These people are so excessive. Kushina, who had been half asleep, suddenly woke up, her little face turning as red as her hair. TSK, you little chili peppers dare to provoke me. You really are tired of living. Qianyue admired the boldness of these brats, daring to provoke Kushina. Don't be fooled by how weak she looks right now. Once you touch her bottom line, she would show you what a blood-red little chili pepper really is. Having been called various names by her classmates, Kushina, who had just experienced the pain of losing her family, felt understandably upset. She clenched her little fists, enduring it. Haha, she's angry. Look, her face is all red. So scary. She really is the red-haired devil. No, the red-haired witch. My mom said the red-haired witch likes to eat children. Ah, the brat, who was excitedly talking, screamed as Kushina knocked him to the ground with a punch. Kushina was furious. Her red hair floated in the air without wind, and terrifying chakra erupted in the classroom. What happened? The Umbu ninja, who was always monitoring Kushina, was startled. This Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's chakra is too impressive. You all, go die. Unable to endure any longer, Kushina grabbed the brats who had been scared silly and knocked them all to the ground one by one. Watching Kushina make such a scene, Qianyue sighed inwardly. Why is there such a big gap between the Nine-Tails? In the consciousness space within Qianyue, a little fox that looked exactly like the Nine-Tails was lying on the ground yawning. However, this Nine-Tails was white and had softer lines. The chakra that Kushina unleashed contained some of the Nine-Tails chakra, which made Qianyue envious. Fortunately, although his Nine-Tails was still very weak and growing slowly, at least it wouldn't be discovered by others. Unless he actively exposed it, no one would know he was also a Jinchuriki. Moreover, his Nine-Tails was exclusive, bound to him, and would never leave his body. The safety factor was simply off the charts. Before crossing over, Qianyue was lying at home, leisurely eating watermelon, enjoying the air conditioning, and playing a Naruto mobile game. Due to his love for the Sharingan, he chose the Uchiha faction, leveling up, gathering materials, and spending a lot of money to get the Mangekyō, Eternal Mangekyō, and even the Rinnegan. Just when Qianyue thought he was about to graduate, the game updated the Jinchuriki feature. Players could spend money to buy tickets, draw their favorite tailed beasts, and become Jinchuriki, greatly increasing their combat power. Just for that white Nine-Tails, Qianyue spent a lot of money. But he never dreamed that after finally getting the white Nine-Tails, he would cross over after a nap. Woo woo woo, she's so scary. Those who mocked Kushina and gave her nicknames were all beaten up, each with black eyes and swollen faces, turning the whole classroom into chaos, akin to a large-scale brawl. Scene, this clearly shows how fierce Kushina's combat power is. Ahaha, this girl is a bit scary. Sitting in the third row, Minato displayed a burdened smile. In the morning, he thought Kushina was cute, especially with her long red hair that immediately caught his eye. Who would have thought that this red-haired girl was really a little firecracker? If you annoy her, she can really make you regret it. After beating up those who mocked her, made fun of her, and gave her nicknames, Kushina's anger finally subsided somewhat. Who knew Minato would laugh at that moment? What's so funny? If you keep laughing, I'll hit you too. Kushina's anger, which had just calmed down, surged back up at Minato's smile. She slammed the table, nearly scaring Minato out of his chair. Thud! Looking at the palm print left on the table, Minato felt a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead, but he couldn't imagine how many bones might break if that slap landed on him. Aside from the students who were moaning on the floor, the rest of the class dared not laugh at Kushina anymore. After scanning the room, Kushina angrily walked back to her seat. It was at that moment that Kushina noticed her deskmate was a strange person. When others mocked and bullied her, Chiyuki showed no reaction. Even when she exploded in anger, Chiyuki remained calmly seated, without even changing his gaze. Even when she returned to her seat, he simply glanced at her and then turned back to look out the window. Can someone tell me what happened? Hearing the commotion, Kamimura Ikki rushed into the classroom, and upon seeing the scene comparable to a large brawl, his brain went blank. This is bad. The parents of those beaten kids will surely come to school to cause trouble. Teacher, Kushina hit us. A few kids who were beaten up badly hurriedly started to report. Chapter 2. Call the parents to school? Who to call? Tsunade? Kushina? Kamimura Ikki suddenly felt overwhelmed. The third Hokage had personally told him that Kushina's identity was special and to take good care of her. Yet here she was hitting people, and not just one. Almost a third of the class had been beaten by her. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly you mocking me and giving me ugly nicknames. Kushina transformed from the weak and helpless girl she was when she first entered the classroom into a fiery little red pepper. She was all prickly, and anyone who touched her would get hurt. Shut up. Kamimura Ikki glared at those who were reporting. He knew very well which students were the most rowdy. Even if Kushina was at fault, they couldn't escape either. Chiyuki, Minato, you come to the office too. Why am I being dragged into this? Chiyuki felt speechless, getting up and following Minato. trailing behind Kushina and those beaten students towards the teacher's office. Chiyuki, that girl named Kushina is really fierce. You're a deskmate, so be careful. On the way, Minato whispered. What? Chiyuki, lost in thought, didn't notice and turned to look at him. Was my voice too quiet? Minato paused and raised his voice. I said that girl named Kushina is fierce. You're her deskmate, so be careful not to get hit. Is that so? Chiyuki stifled a laugh, patted his shoulder, and said sympathetically, I think you should take care of yourself first because I have a feeling you will get hit. Huh? Me getting hit? Who would hit me? Before Minato could process it, he felt someone staring at him. He instinctively looked up and felt a shiver down his spine. He saw that Kushina, who had been walking ahead, had stopped at some point, clenched her fists, and was staring at him with fierce eyes, her long red hair starting to float. This was the prelude to Kushina's explosion. Take care. Chiyuki decisively slipped away. Hey, you're not being loyal. Minato was on the verge of tears, feeling betrayed by Chiyuki. Why can't I control my mouth? This is bad. Someone should stop her after school. Kushina turned around angrily, gesturing at Minato. In the teacher's office, Chiyuki quickly summarized what had happened. These kids mocked Kushina and gave her nicknames, so she hit them. That's basically the situation. Yes, that's right, Minato echoed, having already offended Kushina and not daring to speak carelessly anymore. He was afraid that Kushina would really wait for him after school and beat him up. Kamimura Ikki rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and lectured. Chiyuki, you can't say that about your classmates. Useless and still causing trouble. What else can you call them but useless? Chiyuki casually glanced at those called into the office. Anyone who met Chiyuki's gaze lowered their heads in fear, not daring to make eye contact with him. They didn't even dare to refute Chiyuki, calling them useless. Chiyuki, you. Kamimura Ikki felt helpless. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but Chiyuki indeed had the right to say that. Moreover, his relationship with these classmates wasn't very friendly. As for the reason, like Kushina, he had also been given a nickname, the silver-haired monster of the Uchiha clan. Then Chiyuki began to wait for them after school, catching one after another. After a while, these kids saw him and reacted like mice seeing a cat. You and Minato can go back to the classroom. Waving his hand to dismiss them, Kamimura Ikki turned to Kushina and said, Kushina, today's incident has caused quite a stir that I hope you can go home and have your parents come and handle it. What do you think? Poof. As Chiyuki left the classroom office with Minato, he burst into laughter upon hearing this. Minato blinked in confusion. What was wrong with calling parents after a fight? Call parents? Who? Tsunade. It would definitely be interesting when Tsunade was called to the school. Chiyuki, can I come to your house for dinner tonight? I'll go buy groceries after school. Minato discussed dinner arrangements with Chiyuki. Sure, you can handle that. I'll take care of the rest. No problem. The two were neighbors as well as classmates. Thus, their relationship was closer than with others. After an accidental invitation from Chiyuki, Minato often thought about going to Chiyuki's house for a meal. So, you were mocked by your classmates at school, then you hit them, and now you want to call your parents? Tsunade irritably scratched her messy golden hair. She was still in bed, but then Kushina woke her up. Finally waking up, she realized it was because Kushina was going to have her parents called. Who told you to call parents? Upon hearing this, Tsunade exploded. I've been fighting since I was a kid. No one ever dared to make me call my parents. Wait for me a few minutes. I'll go find someone to settle this. Before leaving, Uzumaki Mido reminded Tsunade to take care of Kushina. If Kushina was bullied, Tsunade would definitely not stand by and do nothing. As for Kushina's act of hitting people, Tsunade didn't think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, she felt it was right. Those people deserved to be hit. This reminded Tsunade of a certain annoying and lecherous guy who was always so infuriating. After quickly washing up, even the smell of alcohol on her couldn't be masked. Tsunade stormed into the ninja school with Kushina and kicked open the office door. Inside the office, Kamimura Ikki was dealing with the students who had been beaten up, feeling a headache. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and he was immediately furious. Who the hell? After seeing the visitor's face clearly, Kamimura Ikki was so frightened that he shrank his head and jumped up from his chair, giving his seat to Tsunade. So it's Princess Tsunade who's come. Tsunade was not one to fall for such tricks. She coldly glanced at the equally bewildered parents and walked in front of Kamimura Ikki, sneering. Was it you who asked Kushina to call her parents? Yes, it was me. Did I step out without checking the calendar? I'm here, so just say what you want. Don't waste my sleeping time, and yours too. Tsunade sat down in the chair, crossing her legs and pointing at the parents who had come to cause trouble. I haven't settled the score with you for your child bullying my sister, who just started school today. If this isn't handled well, I'll have my sister block your door every day after school. Although she had not yet become one of the legendary three, Tsunade's temper was notorious in Konoha. With her status, she could easily walk all over Konoha. She was also the only one among the future legendary three who dared to scold Danzo and the two elders to their faces. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru, no matter how angry they were, wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. I think I just saw Princess Tsunade. Tsunade was a celebrity in Konoha. After all, being the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju and the Konoha princess officially appointed by the daimyo, it was hard not to be famous. Minato looked excited. Chiyuki yawned and weakly said while leaning on the desk, "What's there to be excited about? Shouldn't you be thinking about your own safety? Princess Tsunade is Kushina's parent. You just offended Kushina. Do you think she won't beat you up?" That Minato's excitement dissipated in an instant, and the smile on his face gradually froze. "You can't see me. You can't see me." When Kushina returned, Minato kept praying in his heart, hoping that Kushina wouldn't notice him, treating him like air. Fortunately, even though Kushina was angry and had a bad temper, she didn't have a habit of hitting people for no reason. Despite being mad that Minato said she had a bad temper, she had no intention of actually blocking the door. After school, Minato pulled Chiyuki and ran away. He was afraid of being caught by Kushina blocking the door. That's your future wife. Can you afford to be any more embarrassed? After the fighting incident, Kushina blended into the class, and though she had beaten, almost walked around her. Even Minato was among them. "Chiyuki-kun, can I invite you to have lunch together?" At noon after school, Kushina hesitated for a while before taking out the giant bento box she had prepared and invited Chiyuki to eat lunch together. Just as Minato, who was about to walk over to Chiyuki, noticed this, he abruptly stopped and decisively left the classroom, afraid that Kushina would notice him. Clearly, the impression of Kushina's violent temper had deeply embedded itself in Minato's memory. Not only did she hit people, but her strength also completely crushed others in her grade. Probably, aside from Chiyuki, anyone who ran into Kushina would be unlucky. Minato was indeed a genius, but at this time he was just an ordinary civilian child, not yet the fastest man in the ninja world in the future. At this point, Minato could only take a detour when encountering Kushina. "Sorry, I don't really like rice balls and sashimi." Glancing at the bento box, Chiyuki politely declined and took out his own bento, chasing after Minato. Chapter 3. Yagami Qianyue, also known as Uchiha Qianyue, was rejected, and Kushina sadly leaned over the table. She had no desire to eat the bento she had worked hard to prepare. She just wanted to thank Qianyue for testifying for her in the office, with no other intentions. Unfortunately, Qianyue had declined. "Aren't you with Kushina?" Minato looked surprised at Qianyue sitting next to him. Qianyue opened the bento box and shrugged. "I don't like rice balls and sashimi, you know that, so I refused." Qianyue indeed disliked these foods. The main reason was that he didn't want the Umbu watching him. If the Umbu really focused on him, it would be uncomfortable. After all, he had many secrets that shouldn't see the light of day. Haha, he's definitely a good brother. However, Minato thought otherwise, mistakenly believing that Qianyue had declined Kushina's offer to keep him company. "Hey, can you take your chopsticks out of my bento box when you say that?" After finishing a day of classes, Qianyue quickly returned home. He entered the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. His originally blue eyes had turned red, with two tomo in them. The single tomo had evolved into a double tomo without any warning. Was it influenced by the game character? Closing his Sharingan, Qianyue lay tiredly on the bed. His full name was Yagami Qianyue, with half Uchiha blood. His mother was from the Uchiha clan, and after his father's death in battle, she wanted to take him back to the Uchiha. However, due to his silver hair and Qianyue's own resistance, this plan fell through. Additionally, many people in the Uchiha clan opposed his return. When he first crossed over, Qianyue found that he had already awakened his eyes, possessing a single tomo Sharingan. He also had the white Ninetales from a game inside him. Unfortunately, this exclusive Ninetales was still small, and only after more than a year of growth did it reach its current size. Fortunately, the Ninetales was exclusive. Unless he wanted to, No one would be able to tell that he had a growing nine tails inside him. When he awakened his eyes, Qianyue wasn't significantly stimulated. Even the evolution of his Sharingan at this moment was the same. If all my game configurations appeared on me, then a complete form with Sage Mode Nine Tails, and the peak Rinnegan. With this setup, what is there to fear from Danzo? I could crush him anytime. For now, just lay low. Being a genius is fine, but being a freak attracts unwanted attention. Geniuses are worth nurturing, but freaks are easily targeted. Meanwhile, Kushina returned to the Senju ancestral home. Because she was young, Uzumaki Mido and the third Hokage had an agreement. Until Kushina graduated from the Ninja Academy, she would live in the Senju ancestral home. So Tsunade could provide her with some help within her capabilities. Wow, there's bento to eat. Shoji returned home and saw the bento on the table, devouring it while asking Tsunade if she wanted some. This was the bento that Kushina had painstakingly made last night. Tsunade looked at the bento box, picked up a rice ball, and started eating. She said she wanted to thank her classmate for testifying for her, so she made it specially. Looks like she was rejected. Rejected? Shoji's eyes widened. Who had the guts to refuse Kushina's goodwill? Yes, I was rejected. At this moment, a downcast Kushina walked out of her bedroom and sat down next to Tsunade, irritably tugging at her hair. Chiwagin said he doesn't like rice balls and sashimi. How annoying. I prepared for so long. I didn't expect you, little girl, to have a day of troubles. Tsunade almost burst out laughing, kicking Shoju lightly, making him wince in pain. Do you know who this Yagami Qianyue is? What kind of person is he? Yagami Qianyue? Shoju rubbed the spot that had been kicked, recalling vaguely. He seems to be a little kid from the lower grades, supposedly very handsome. Many girls in our grade like him. That's bad. Tsunade chuckled and nudged Kushina with her shoulder, teasingly saying, Kushina, you must be under a lot of pressure. Handsome boys are always so popular, unlike some people. No way. Kushina's face immediately turned red. Although she admitted that Qianyue was handsome, her intention to thank him was not because of that. Sister, why do you have to drag me into this? Shoju felt a deep malice. I'm not as bad as you say, and I'm your brother, your real brother. What sister would say her brother is ugly? Glancing at Shoju, Tsunade offered Kushina some advice. How about this? Invite him over for dinner someday, as a thank you, and I'll help you with it. What? Kushina jumped up, covering her head, and shouted. It's really not like that. I just want to thank him. Tsunade, you're too much. After saying that, Kushina covered her face and ran towards her room. TSK, little girls are just easily shy. Tsunade laughed wickedly. You speak as if you're so big, Shoju complained inwardly. Sister, don't even think about dinner. Eating out is one thing, but not at home. Why? Tsunade looked at him in confusion, then suddenly clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Is this annoying little kid refusing to give me face? Who am I? Tsunadeheim. No. Seeing Tsunade getting worked up, Shoju couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Because Yagami Qianyue has another name. What name? How can a person have so many names? Uchiha Qianyue. Shoju spread his palms helplessly. This is what some female classmates said. Yagami Qianyue is his real name. Before his mother passed away, she hoped he could return to the Uchiha, as he has Uchiha blood. Unfortunately, that matter fell through. A kid from the Uchiha clan? No wonder Shoju reacted so strongly. In that case, it was indeed a bit troublesome. Kushina was still the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Forget it. Let us just pretend this never happened. It's good that he refused. Even if he didn't return to the Uchiha, having Uchiha blood made it inappropriate to get close to a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade wouldn't discriminate against Uchiha people, even if many of them weren't very bright. But the third Hokage, Danzo, and the Elder Council wouldn't allow this to happen. Qianyue and Kushina were just classmates. A normal friendship was fine, but if it went any further, the higher-ups would definitely use all sorts of methods to keep him away from Kushina. Today we will talk about the topic of ninja tool throwing. Please turn to your textbooks. Qianyue remained the same, gazing out the window as if something outside was attracting him. Kushina secretly glanced at him, then looked again after a while, ultimately unable to resist, and passed him a small note. A note? Qianyue almost forgot how long it had been since he saw something like this. It seemed that no one passed notes after middle school in his previous life. Who would have thought that after crossing over, someone would still pass him this? Why aren't you listening to the class? You've been looking out the window. After reading the words on the note, Qianyue pushed it back. I'm looking out the window because I have nothing to do. If you already understand what the teacher is teaching, you could do the same. Oh, Kushina didn't he expect that when she passed a note, Qianyue would answer her question directly instead of passing a note back. Yagami Qianyue, Uzumaki Kushina. On the podium, a furious Uemura Ichiki slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Even if you already know what the teacher is teaching, don't disturb other students in class. If you want to pass notes, don't do it in front of me." Oh no, they got found out. Kushina's face turned bright red, and she quickly leaned over the desk. Qianyue, however, acted as if nothing happened, completely ignoring Uemura Ichiki's words and the strange looks from the surrounding classmates. Everything happening in the classroom was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas, including what Kushina wrote on the note. Are you saying that Kushina wrote a note to that child, Yagami Qianyue? Listening to the report from the Umbu ninja, the third Hokage flipped through Chiyue's profile. I didn't expect this child to have such a connection with the Uchiha. Has this child considered joining the Uchiha? Yes, Hokage-sama. After Yagami Chiyue's mother passed away, he has not returned to the Uchiha clan's land. It seems the Uchiha are not welcoming him back either. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales has a good impression of classmates with Uchiha blood, which is not a good thing. Fortunately, Qianyue has not returned to the Uchiha. After thinking for a moment, the third Hokage said to the Umbu ninja, "Continue to observe, and if Yagami Qianyue shows any inclination to connect with the Jinchuriki, stop him immediately. The Jinchuriki must not get too close to the Uchiha. Even if he is just a child with Uchiha blood, but not considered an Uchiha, is no exception. Such matters must be eradicated." Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu members left the Hokage's office and continued to follow Kushina, observing her every move with Qianyue. "Master, there are some malicious intentions towards you outside." A soft voice echoed in Chiyue's mind. This was the voice of the Ninetales. Chiyue's white Ninetales was female, the exact opposite of the large Ninetales within Kushina. Although it's unnecessary to distinguish tailed beasts by gender, Qianyue felt that their voices could be used to tell the difference. Chapter 4. Is being handsome enough to do as you please? Qianyue had long known that Umbu members were observing him. These individuals were keeping an eye on him because of Kushina. As long as he didn't make any extreme moves, the Umbu's attention would soon shift away. Ninetales, when will you grow strong like that big fox next door? Master, I'm still small, and my chakra refining speed is too slow. The Ninetales complained unhappily, as the one next door was split off from the Ten Tails. It had grown from nothing, slowly developing, relying solely on its own efforts. Qianyue-kun, can I invite you to have lunch together? At noon after school, a female classmate invited Qianyue to eat lunch together, and Kushina's big eyes widened in curiosity. She wanted to know if Qianyue would agree or refuse, just like he had refused her. Sorry, I don't really like eating with people who are too ugly. Qianyue decisively refused, and it was a slap in the face. This was also why, despite being handsome, not many girls dared to approach him. Not only was he rejected, but he also dealt a blow. Not many kids could handle that. Qianyue was already tired of playing dating games and sharing lunch with these little girls. So it was better to refuse outright. He left no room for the other party to have any lingering thoughts. Whoa, Qianyue-kun is so mean. The girl covered her face and ran away crying. Kushina was left in shock. She had been brooding over Qianyue's rejection of her, but now it seemed not too bad. At least Qianyue didn't call her ugly. Strangely, Kushina felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness, I'm not an ugly person. Wait, what am I feeling relieved about? I'm one of those who got rejected too. Thinking of her own rejection experience, Kushina instantly couldn't feel happy anymore. That night, when she returned home, Kushina asked Nagashi, "Nagashi and I, how do boys usually reject girls' invitations? If it's someone they don't like, they politely refuse. What's wrong?" Nagashi looked at Kushina oddly. "Did you get rejected again?" Nagashi jumped up high, holding his foot. Tsunade, huffing, pulled back her foot. "If you can't speak, then shut up." She pulled Kushina over and pointed at Nagashi. "Don't listen to him. He has never been invited by a girl. How could he teach you? You should listen to your sister." Nagashi suddenly felt that his foot, which was being stepped on, didn't hurt anymore. It was heartache. He wanted to ask, "Are you really my sister? Did that Yagami Qianyue reject you again? Do you want me to help you beat him up tomorrow for rejecting our lovely Kushina?" "No, Kushina's face turned red with anxiety. She quickly shook her head. It was Qianyue who rejected another classmate today, and the way he rejected her was a bit special. So I was just curious. Huh, wasting my expressions. I thought you were that silly girl getting rejected again. Tsunade pulled back her hand in annoyance. How did he reject her? Tell me. Nagashi, whose foot no longer hurt, leaned in curiously. He wanted to know how a handsome boy rejected a girl's invitation. It's just, Kushina recalled and put on an expressionless face, mimicking Qianyue's tone. Sorry, I don't really like eating with people who are too ugly. What the hell? What a mischievous personality. Tsunade felt her blood pressure rising and instinctively raised her hand to cover her back of the head. Nagashi was dumbfounded. He felt he had opened his eyes. No wonder even older girls said that Yagami Qianyue was so different. He was indeed unique. Even his way of rejecting girls was quite special. Being handsome doesn't mean you can do as you please. That's too much. It seems that being handsome means you can do as you please. Oh, I'm so envious. Glancing at Tsunade's face, Nagashi felt that he and she were not born of the same parents. Why is there such a big difference in appearance between siblings? It's one thing for the brother to be less good-looking than the sister, but even in talent and other aspects. Does it mean all the good genes went to the sister? What are you looking at? So weird. Noticing that Nagashi was staring at her, Tsunade glared, scaring him to shrink his neck and quickly jump aside, fearing a beating. Worthless. Look at your courage. Prepare for tomorrow. I'll take you to find Orochimaru. I really don't know what you're thinking, wanting to be Orochimaru's disciple. Nagashi was looking forward to graduation soon, so he decided to take the back door and make connections. Now, Tsunade was preparing to take him to meet Orochimaru and settle this matter. Kushina. Finally, Tsunade hugged Kushina's shoulders and said earnestly, if you are willing to believe your sister, then don't get too close to this Yagami Qianyue. It won't do much good for you or him. Why? Qianyue and I are just classmates. Kushina didn't understand Tsunade's meaning. Forget it. Tsunade shook her head and no longer persuaded Kushina, letting it be. Besides, others are really just ordinary classmates for now. Is it appropriate for you to remind others of anything else? It's not appropriate. So Tsunade felt it was better to let nature take its course. If there really comes a day when things go that far, we can see the situation then. Who knows by that time? Kushina might already be able to make her own decisions. As the Jinchuriki of a Nine-Tails, plus Kushina's own strength, everything she does needs to be considered carefully. After all, the identity of a Jinchuriki is too sensitive, not to mention that Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails is the most powerful tail beast. If it were to run loose, the consequences would be unimaginable. School, training, going home to rest. Life at the ninja school was so dull and boring. If it weren't for the lack of a place to learn the shadow clone technique, Qianyue would have wanted to send a shadow clone to replace him at school. What a pity for me, Yagami Qianyue. With so much chakra, I can't use shadow clones to help with learning and training. Qianyue, what are you saying? Minato looked over. Qianyue casually said, nothing, I was just praising you for being handsome, smiling like a little son, so you might as well be called Little Son. That name suits you very well. Stop it. Minato won't fall for it. I think the nickname Silver-Haired Brat suits you well. Why don't you accept it? Because the person who calls me that is also a brat, of course I don't like it. Qianyue spread her palms. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Trying to fool me? No way. What's with the Little Son? Just because I smile brightly like the sun, do I have to be called Little Son? It was one thing before. Mizumon would tolerate that nickname. But ever since he met Qianyue, he has completely gone off track, especially after learning the other meaning of son. Mizumon absolutely doesn't want to hear anyone call him that. By the way, tomorrow's a day off. Are we going for a picnic? I'll take care of everything else. You just need to handle the barbecue. Qianyue's cooking always makes Mizumon unable to resist. Whenever there's a chance, he has to get Qianyue to make a meal. Sure. Since we're free anyway, we can train outside all day after the picnic. Sounds like a good plan. Can I join? A pale little hand appeared in front of Qianyue and Mizumon. Qianyue took one look and decisively passed the buck. Chapter 5. Do you think I, Qianyue, can't live without joining the Uchiha? The idea of the picnic came from Mizumon, so if you want to go, just discuss it with him. I'm only responsible for the food, nothing else. Passing the responsibility to Mizumon, Qianyue waved at the astonished Mizumon and ran off. Wait for me. Mizumon just wanted to chase after her, but found himself blocked. Mizumon-kun, I wonder if I can join your picnic? I think, as classmates, you won't refuse me, right? Kushina smiled and raised her little hand. About last time, I haven't settled the score with you. You know the consequences if you refuse. How could I refuse? Qianyue, you jerk, always passing the buck. Mizumon was about to cry. He quickly said, Kushina, that's not right. As classmates, how can I refuse your joining? Don't worry. Qianyue's barbecue is top-notch. Tomorrow, I'll handle the hunting, and you just focus on eating. Patting his chest, Mizumon promised to take care of everything. You just focus on eating. Great. Kushina jumped up excitedly. Mizumon, you're a good person. Don't worry. I won't hit you. We're classmates after all. Classmates? You just threatened me. What kind of classmate are you? Forget it. If there's one more person, just prepare some extra food. Anyway, I don't have to handle the barbecue. That's Qianyue's job. Thinking this way, Mizumon felt much better. Kushina bounced all the way home, in a good mood. I'm a Jinchuriki. I can't just run around. I need to think of a way. What the picnic spot is too remote. Kushina's gaze landed on Tsunade. I can't run around alone. So how about bringing Tsunade along? That should solve the problem, right? Tsunade, tomorrow I want to go on a picnic with my classmates. Will you come with me? No way. No way. Why would I follow you little brats around? You kids can go play by yourselves. Don't drag me into it. Tsunade decisively refused. What a joke. After finally getting a few days off, she just wants to sleep in, plus she lost money and is in a bad mood. So she is not going. Kushina was prepared. She knew Tsunade would refuse, so she wasn't in a hurry. She just shouted to SHJ, and II. Yesterday, Tsunade borrowed your money. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's expression changed, and she quickly covered Kushina's mouth. If SHJ finds out I borrowed his allowance to gamble and ended up losing, he'll definitely tear me apart. Shut up, what do you want? Tsunade gritted her teeth and asked fiercely, accompany me to the picnic, or I'll tell SHJ to come bother you. Kushina began to bargain. I really can't deal with you. Fine, just go, you're so annoying, I finally get a few days off. Kushina proudly made a victory sign and stuck out her tongue, making Tsunade grind her teeth in frustration. She felt an urge to pin her down on the sofa and give her a good spanking. You're so unfair. The next day, Mizumon rushed to Qianyue's house, accusing him of running off without him. Hey, don't be mad. You're the little son. You can't be angry. The sun is a warm presence after all. Qianyue waved his hand and said, besides, I'm the worst at refusing girls, so I had to let you go. I don't believe you. You're not good at refusing girls? How many girls in school have you turned down? Every time you've been ruthless, and now you say you're not good at it? I'd be crazy to believe you. I agreed. Mizumon crossed his arms and chose to lay back. Since I can't resist, I might as well just lay back. Puffed. Qianyue sprayed water everywhere. You agreed? My dude, that's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, wherever she goes. There is a whole group of Umbu and Root ninjas following her. And you agreed? Now we're done for. But the responsibility can't be placed on Mizumon since he didn't know Kushina's background. Moreover, Mizumon had offended Kushina, causing him to take a detour every time they met. If Kushina brings this up, Mizumon wouldn't be able to refuse. Right. Mizumon replied naturally. How could I refuse? You know how scary Kushina is when she gets mad. She is even younger than us. It's terrifying. Just thinking about Kushina with her flowing red hair and fiery eyes sent chills down Mizumon's spine. Right now, if Mizumon ran into Kushina, he would definitely get beaten up. Frustrated, he pulled Qianyue up and walked outside, complaining. All right, stop being surprised. I'm not like you two with so much chakra. I really don't know what is going on with you guys. Let us go, or we'll be late. Don't you think it's rude to keep the girls waiting? After buying various seasonings, the two arrived at the school gate. From a distance, they could see red-haired Kushina and a blonde woman who looked very impatient. What the hell? Tsunade? Why is she here too? Am I seeing things? Can you pinch me? From afar, Mizumon rubbed his eyes. The one standing next to Kushina is none other than Tsunade. A sharp pain shot through his arm, causing Mizumon to yell and jump up high, blushing as he rubbed his arm and asked loudly, What are you doing? So forcefully. Qianyue rolled his eyes. Didn't you ask me to pinch you? Of course, I had to do it hard, otherwise you'd doubt if you were dreaming. But you pinched too hard. My arm is all red. Mizumon's eyes were filled with grievance. Qianyue couldn't stand that look, coughed, and turned away. Qianyue, Mizumon. Hearing Mizumon's yelp, Tsunade and Kushina looked over. Kushina waved her hand and ran over. Tsunade shrugged helplessly. She had no interest in this picnic at all. However, since Kushina was going to complain, she had no choice but to come. You three can just treat me as invisible. Tsunade crossed her arms. At this moment, she was not as imposing as she would be in the future. Qianyue glanced at her and quickly looked away to avoid being noticed. Others might not dare to say anything, but Tsunade is a force to be reckoned with. Jiraiya almost got knocked out with a single punch. This is no joke. Deliberately lagging behind a bit, Tsunade impatiently told the hidden Umbu ninjas, "I'm going with Kushina today. You all go back and tell the old man not to bother me today." "Yes, Lady Tsunade." The Umbu ninjas didn't dare to act tough in front of Tsunade. Since Tsunade guaranteed it, they had nothing to do and just needed to report back to the third Hokage, arriving at the usual picnic spot by the river. Mizumon dove into the forest. "You all rest for a while. I'll go hunting." Qianyue had no expectations of Tsunade and Kushina doing any work. So he took out a kunai and went to chop some firewood. "You have the Uchiha clan's bloodline?" Tsunade directly asked, not intending to hide her question from Kushina. Qianyue, who was starting the fire, looked up and replied, "Yes, my mother has always hoped that I would return to the Uchiha clan, and it would be best if I changed my surname, but I have no intention of returning to the Uchiha." "Why not?" Kushina, not being from Konoha herself, naturally had no particular views on the Uchiha. "With your talent, if you join the big family, you should be able to receive special training." In the same grade, Qianyue's grades were outstanding, slightly surpassing Minato. In the eyes of the teachers, he was a true genius. It was precisely because his grades were good enough that the teachers turned a blind eye to Qianyue's occasional absences. It can only be said that good students inevitably receive some privileges from their teachers. "I don't really like the atmosphere of the Uchiha, and maybe I'm just too strong-willed," Qianyue said with a self-deprecating smile. "Besides, others already reject me, so why should I kneel to join the Uchiha? You have spirit, but you gave up the opportunity for special training." Just based on that, Tsunade couldn't help but think more highly of Qianyue. "Reject me? I'm not eager to join anyway. If I don't get the big family's training, I can grow slowly on my own. Do I need to join the Uchiha to survive as Yagami Qianyue? Then it might be difficult to learn some ninjutsu," Tsunade pointed out. Qianyue, in his current state, was a civilian ninja student. Only after graduating could he drop the title of student and become a civilian ninja. Civilian ninjas had to exchange contributions accumulated from completing missions to learn ninjutsu, unless he found a reliable teacher willing to teach him. "It'll be fine. Everything will get better," Qianyue firmly believed. "If I can't do well even with a cheat, then what about others? Uchiha? Who cares about joining you, Uchiha?" He scoffed. "You're almost being pushed into a corner by the higher-ups, yet you're still so proud. Danzo and the third Hokage are coming at you with knives. Don't rush. That day will come sooner or later. I'm back." After a while, Minato returned carrying 2 wild rabbits and a small wild boar, throwing the prey on the ground and sitting down to rest. The next tasks were no longer his concern. Qianyue picked up the kunai and started processing the game, and soon the smell of roasted meat wafted by the riverbank. Kushina's eyes sparkled, looking at Qianyue as if he were a treasure boy. Even Tsunade had put away her words from yesterday. Now, she was somewhat looking forward to today's outing. And, of course, she was also a bit interested in Qianyue. Chapter 6. Kushina seeks help. Tsunade raises the price. Is it Tsunade's intention? At the Hokage office building, the Umbu brought back Tsunade's words. The third Hokage waved his hand and said, "Since it's Tsunade's intention, then let's do it this way. With her watching, there won't be any issues. You all can go back and rest." Yes, it was rare to have a day off, and the Umbu ninjas were quite happy. Following the Jinchuriki every day, they couldn't hold up after a long time. People need to rest. Even ninjas are no exception. Just after the Umbu ninjas left for a while, the office door was pushed open. Such behavior of entering without knocking made the third Hokage somewhat displeased. However, the visitor was someone he couldn't afford to be upset with. "Danzo, what do you want?" The third Hokage continued to look at the documents on his desk. As Hokage, he was the most powerful person in Konoha, but also the busiest. Don't think that being Hokage is easy. Various matters every day can consume almost all your personal time. Sarutobi, why did you pull back the people around the Jinchuriki? With Tsunade, with Kushina, aren't you still worried? As soon as Danzo opened his mouth, the third Hokage knew what he was going to say. He raised his head to look at his old classmate and partner. Danzo, we promised Lord Hiruzen to take good care of Kushina. I hope you haven't forgotten what you said. So what? As long as it benefits the village. What's it to me if I break a mere oath? Danzo didn't think there was anything wrong with breaking his promise, because he believed everything he did was for the good of Konoha. The existence of a Jinchuriki should be under the control of Root, not allowed to run around, go to school, and fight with other classmates. Even going out to have a picnic and eat barbecue. What kind of nonsense is that? I knew it would be like this. The third Hokage shook his head, ignoring Danzo, and continued to handle his own affairs. In short, he could not accept Danzo's suggestion. As the root of Konoha, Danzo could be shameless, but he could not. As Hokage, he still had to do some face work. If he controlled Kushina and the news got out, what kind of person would he become? Moreover, the third Hokage did not trust the people of Root. If they took Kushina away for control and couldn't manage her and let the Nine Tails out, then Konoha would be finished. The third Hokage did not respond to him, and Danzo knew that his proposal had failed once again. The third Hokage would not allow him to touch the Jinchuriki. Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave. So fragrant. At that moment, Kushina was still unaware that Danzo had been fixated on her. She was busy eating barbecue, praising it as she ate. Even Tsunade, who claimed to be uninterested, was eating enthusiastically and more voraciously than anyone else. Minato watched the two, who seemed to have big appetites, smiling with some burden. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This food seems a bit scarce. Is there enough seasoning? What do you think? They eat more fiercely than anyone else. Hurry up and act. If you don't, there won't be any left. Qianyue's eyes widened, and he quickly joined the fray. Minato also refused to back down and started grabbing food. A small wild boar and 2 wild rabbits quickly disappeared into the stomachs of the 4. Tsunade patted her belly in satisfaction. Your cooking skills are pretty good. No wonder Kushina has been thinking about it and insisted on dragging me along. Burp, she said, letting out a satisfied burp. Hee. Qianyue slightly nodded, acknowledging the compliment. As for anything else, he didn't say it. He was afraid more people would come to mooch food. Cooking is quite troublesome, and the more people there are, the harder it gets. Kushina, Tsunade-senpai, Minato, and I are going to train. If you find it boring, you can go back first. After eating and resting for a while, it was time to train. Qianyue and Minato exchanged glances and headed into the woods. Neither of them had any intention of bringing Kushina along. Kushina felt a bit disappointed. She actually wanted to join. However, since Qianyue and Minato hadn't invited her, she didn't want to force herself to tag along. After all, ninjas generally dislike having someone watch them train. It could lead to their information being leaked, unless it was someone very close to them. Clearly, Qianyue and Minato had not yet considered her a close friend. You'll end up dead in his hands sooner or later. Kushina's lonely expression made Tsunade feel both pained and helpless. What? Dead? In whose hands? Kushina didn't catch on. Tsunade's mouth twitched as she lazily leaned against the tree trunk. It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered some past events. I'm going to take a nap for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary. Control your chakra well. Don't let that thing affect you. With the Nine Tails inside her, Kushina was constantly being affected as the Nine Tails tried to corrode the seal to escape, which interfered with her training. Like Naruto, Kushina is currently in a stage where releasing ninjutsu can easily go wrong, especially with the simplest technique, the shadow clone technique. Kushina showed a serious expression and nodded earnestly. I won't be defeated by the big fox. I will overcome it. Tsunade, can I exchange some ninjutsu with you? Ninjutsu? Don't you have enough of the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu to learn? Those sealing technique scrolls make my scalp tingle just looking at them. And you want ninjutsu too? Wait a minute. Tsunade is not some Navi little girl. She quickly realized. You don't mean you want to help that guy Yagami Qianyue exchange for a ninjutsu scroll, do you? Because I want to thank him. Kushina shook Tsunade's arm and acted cute. Please? Tsunade, I just want a shadow clone technique scroll. At school, Qianyue once complained to Minato that if he could use shadow clones, He could improve quickly in his studies and training, and Kushina remembered this. So she wanted to help Qianyue exchange for a shadow clone technique scroll. I refuse. It's only been a short time, and you're already thinking about getting involved with him. What will happen in the future? No, I oppose this marriage. Ugh, I oppose you doing this. 200,000. Acting cute won't work. Kushina puffed her cheeks and raised two tender little fingers. If you still disagree, I'll go find Hokage uncle. He promised me that I could ask him for any ninjutsu I wanted to learn. Wait. Tsunade suddenly grabbed Kushina and said sternly, "How can you go to that old man for this? He's so busy. Kushina, you really don't understand. Let me work a bit harder. How about this? You give me 400,000, and I'll help you teach him. Otherwise, if there's no one to guide him, even if he gets the ninjutsu scroll, he might not learn it, right?" Tsunade nudged Kushina with her elbow and started bargaining. Besides, that kid has a strong sense of pride. If you just give him the scroll, he definitely won't accept it. I'll go find him and say I'll teach him. That way, it counts as repayment for today's barbecue, which is reasonable, right? Just 400,000, you won't be at a loss. The reasoning makes sense, but Kushina always felt something was off. Even if I have a lot of money, you can't just trick me out of it. I'm still young, that's my dowry. And I'm young, not stupid. Tsunade wasn't too clear on how much money Kushina had. She only knew that Konoha had taken over the Uzumaki clan's inheritance. And then on the commercial street, they allocated a whole street to Kushina. A whole street along with the shops and land all belonged to Kushina. Chapter 7. Are you underestimating the pride of the Uchiha? Tsunade can responsibly say, in Konoha, there are hardly any people richer than the little rich girl Kushina. Don't be like that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you don't agree, then go find the old man. You see how he would think if he found out. After all, your identity is too sensitive. But Kushina completely fell into Tsunade's trap, and after thinking carefully for a while, she didn't feel anything was wrong. Just a bit strange. Then you have to be responsible for teaching him, okay? If you teach him, I'll give you 400,000. Otherwise, this money won't fall into your hands. Don't worry, it's on me. Tsunade patted her not-so-large chest, assuring that she would definitely teach him. That kid Yagami Qianyue has such good grades. It shouldn't be hard to teach him, right? Just don't be like that foolish kid SH Ma, getting yourself all worked up. As long as there's money, Tsunade loves to help. She just hopes that such good things will come more often, so she won't lack gambling funds. Whoosh! Several shurikens flew through the air, followed closely by Minato, aiming at Qianyue, who was standing on a tree branch. Clang, clang, clang. With lightning speed, Qianyue knocked down the shurikens flying at him and kicked at Minato. Bow! With a soft sound, Minato's body exploded into a branch. Ha! You fell for it. Minato's real body came around from the other side, thinking his clone plan had succeeded. Who would have thought Qianyue punched him, causing Minato to grunt and fly out, crashing heavily into a big tree. His body slid down the tree, trunk slowly. Hiss! Minato gasped in pain, constantly rubbing his chest, and exclaimed, Qianyue, we're just training. Do you have to hit so hard? Also, how did you figure out I used the clone technique? Such a pathetic clone technique. It can be seen at a glance. Qianyue jumped down from the tree and pulled Minato up, looking at him with a teasing gaze. Trying to confuse me with the clone technique? You're still too young. Kid, work harder. Not doing it anymore. I get hit every time. That annoying smile. I want to hit him, but unfortunately, I can't win. It's so hopeless. Minato started to give up. Not want to spar with Qianyue anymore. He always felt Qianyue had him completely under control. He used all sorts of attacks and strategies. Yet every time, Qianyue easily took him down. What kind of training is this? A typical punching bag, okay. Qianyue nodded and didn't T-push it. After all, it was always Minato who suggested sparring, even though he was the one who got beaten every time. Unfortunately, after getting beaten for a while, he would forget the pain, and Minato would come looking for him again. The two continued their training. Looking at Qianyue practicing sword techniques, Minato felt a pang of envy. Qianyue, you're practicing Uchiha sword techniques. The Uchiha 1T cause you trouble, right? Trouble me? Why? Qianyue looked at him in confusion. The sword techniques were passed down to me by my mother, and some ninjutsu scrolls were also left by my parents. It's not like I stole them from the Uchiha shrine. Why would they cause me trouble? Are you underestimating the pride of the Uchiha clan? Forget I said anything. The Uchiha are indeed a family with pride to the bone. Want to learn? I can teach you. Forget it. Minato really wanted to learn Uchiha sword techniques, but unfortunately, he wasn't an Uchiha. He was envious, but didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. Qianyue's techniques were passed down from his parents, and he also had Uchiha blood. But what does Minato have? Nothing at all. It's better not to seek trouble. Before becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato's life was indeed difficult. Even with strong talent, he lacked ninjutsu and resources. Like other common ninjas, he could only practice the basics hard and keep practicing the few basic ninjutsu taught in school. Almost done. Let us head back. There are still people around, and it's not good to leave them hanging for too long. If it weren't for Kushina and Tsunade, Qianyue and Minato would definitely stay until dark. All right. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead, packed away the undamaged ninja tools, and as for the damaged ones, he could only discard them with tears. The high prices of ninja tools made Minato, who could only rely on his pension to live, need to save, and save again. Upon returning to the village, they each went their separate ways home. Qianyue had just reached his doorstep when he saw someone standing at the entrance. Someone he had just parted with not long ago. Did you need something, senpai? Not bad. Glancing at the vegetables Qianyue was holding, Tsunade teased. What? Senpai comes to find you. And you want tea, even let me in your house. Qianyue was speechless and stepped forward to open the door. Tsunade was also unceremonious. Following Qianyue into his home, Tsunade curiously surveyed the not-so-large, even somewhat shabby house. Tsunade didn't seem to know what she was thinking, nodding from time to time, leaving Qianyue a bit bewildered. After making a cup of tea and placing it on the table, Qianyue tentatively asked, Senpai, would you like to stay for dinner? Then I won tea be polite. Tsunade casually sat on the straw mat, leisurely sipping hot tea. She didn't seem like a guest, but rather like a lord visiting. Qianyue even wondered what Tsunade came to his house for. Was it to keep him away from Kushina? That shouldn't be the case. Qianyue did not actively approach Kushina, and Tsunade had no need to make such a big fuss to come over. Forget it. No need to think about it. If there's something to say, then say it. If not, then let it go. Shaking his head, Qianyue walked into the kitchen to start cooking. Although it was still a bit early for dinner, Qianyue just wanted to quickly feed the Tsunade outside and then send her away. The food was not good. Once the meal was ready, Tsunade dug in, her eating style completely unrelated to her reputation as Tsunade the princess. Watching this scene, Qianyue's eyelids twitched a few times. He ate a few bites just to get by, then put down his chopsticks and watched Tsunade feast. I'm usually too busy, and Ju's cooking isn't good. As for Kushina, let's not mention her. While eating, Tsunade complained about Ju's cooking being terrible. If Ju heard this, he would definitely go hide in the bathroom and cry. As an older sister, shouldn't you have the awareness to cook for yourself? You can't blame me for your laziness. Seeing that Tsunade was almost done eating, Qianyue finally asked, Did you come specifically to find me for something, senior? Guess what I came to find you for? If you guess correctly, there's a reward. Tsunade said, putting down her bowl with satisfaction and burping. She felt that this was the most satisfying meal she had in a while. However, she felt a bit stuffed. Damn it. If I keep eating like this, I won't gain weight, right? Looking down at her not-so-large chest, she breathed a sigh of relief. Gaining weight isn't too bad. At least Jiraiya won't keep teasing me about being an airport. That bastard Jiraiya. Next time, I'll smash your dog head. Not knowing that Tsunade had a lot on her mind, Qianyue decisively shook his head. You guess I want to guess? I must be crazy to play guessing games with you. Not guessing. Say what you want. Seeing that Qianyue stopped pressing for answers, Tsunade felt a bit frustrated as she began to clean up the dishes and headed towards the kitchen. Are kids nowadays really that hard to fool? Hey, don't you fear that I'm here to warn you to stay away from Kushina? Putting the dishes into the basin and turning on the hot water, Qianyue replied without looking back. I don't think so. After all, my relationship with Kushina is just that of ordinary classmates. It's not worth you making such a fuss to come all this way. This kid is really hard to trick. Propping her chin up with one hand, Tsunade felt speechless and shouted into the kitchen, Yagami Qianyue, I ate 2 meals today, so I'm giving you a reward. Do you want it? Reward? Are you sure you're not joking? Qianyue turned back to look at Tsunade, paused, and replied, No thanks. If I have to get a reward, just for 2 meals. I'd rather not have it. Pies don't fall from the sky. Even if they did, that pie might turn into a trap right away. To avoid falling into a pit, the best way is to steer clear of those pies falling from the sky, so you don't end up getting crushed. Can we still have a proper conversation? Tsunade, angry, started grinding her teeth, wanting to hit someone. SHJU is so much better. For some reason, Tsunade started to miss her silly little brother SHJU. No way. You must take this reward. If you don't want a reward, who am I supposed to get my 400,000 from? Chapter 8, Tsunade Senpai. You must have taken money, right? Kushina is not easy to fool. If she finds out she was tricked and reports it to the 3rd Hokage, she will definitely get scolded by him. Tsunade hates it when people nag her. It must be because of Kushina, right? If it were just a guess earlier. Then when Tsunade took out a ninjutsu scroll, Qianyue could be sure this was Kushina's intention. Getting a reward for 2 meals is something that would never happen to Tsunade. The only explanation is that Kushina hopes Tsunade will do this and smoothly deliver the ninjutsu scroll to her. There might even be some monetary transaction involved. How did you guess that? Are you a worm in my stomach? Or something? Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that Qianyue guessed it so easily. After all, she hadn't mentioned Kushina at all. Are kids nowadays this smart? Why are my brothers so dull? After washing the dishes and drying his hands, Qianyue walked out of the kitchen, glanced at the scroll on the table, and calmly looked at Tsunade. Rubbing his chin, Qianyue suddenly asked, "How much did Kushina give you for you to deliberately use the meal as an excuse to deliver the ninjutsu scroll?" What? Tsunade was shocked, jumping up in surprise, and somewhat defensively retorted, "Nonsense, that's not the case at all. If that's the case, then please go back. I won't take this scroll," Qianyue said, stuffing the scroll back into Tsunade's hands and pushing her towards the exit. "You definitely took money. If you didn't take money, would you be so kind? There's no such thing as a free lunch, and there's no such thing as unfounded love or hate." His relationship with Tsunade is only slightly better than that of strangers. The only reason Tsunade cares so much is for money. This kid has such great strength. Seeing herself almost pushed out, Tsunade had no choice but to compromise. "All right, stop pushing. It was Kushina's idea. She said you really wanted the shadow clone technique. So she asked me to deliver the scroll, and she gave me 40,000. Are you satisfied now?" Kushina. Qianyue really didn't know what to say. Even sending a ninjutsu scroll has come to this. Our relationship hasn't progressed to that level yet. He wanted the shadow clone technique, but not in this way. Please go back and let Kushina know that we are just classmates, and we haven't reached the point where we can gift ninjutsu scrolls. Kid, are you really that heartless? Tsunade was puzzled. You don't want the benefits that come to you for free? It's free. No one wants your money. Senior, I don't want to get myself into trouble. At this point, Qianyue was too lazy to hide anything anymore. Maybe my identity is a bit problematic. Or maybe it's Kushina. Every time she looks for me, I notice someone watching me. I hope this is just my illusion. Can you understand me, senior? What is beyond expectation? This is it. Tsunade opened her mouth, realizing she had underestimated Qianyue. He could even detect the movements of Umbu ninjas. This kid is indeed not simple. I understand. I will convey your words to Kushina. There won't be such things happening in the future, as for certain people. Reaching the door, Tsunade paused and said, "As long as you don't do anything that harms the village's interests, no one will trouble you." That would be strange. The 3rd Hokage is an old schemer. He loves to act like a kind old man and brainwash the young, while secretly doing dirty deeds. Don't get me started on Danzo. As long as he is around, the dark side of Konoha can never be washed clean. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was pushed open forcefully. "Old man, I think we need to have a good talk." "Oh, it's Tsunade. Did Kushina get sent back?" The 3rd Hokage put down the documents in his hands. Tsunade pouted, "Old man, stop playing games with me. Don't you know if Kushina has been sent back?" From a moment she returned to the village, Umbu has been following her. It will be hard for me not to notice. Yet here you are, playing dumb with me. Is that interesting? Cough, cough. The 3rd Hokage's expression was somewhat awkward. All right, what do you want to talk to me about? Nothing much. Just wanted to tell you that although Kushina is the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she is still a child and still in school. She needs normal social interactions, friends, and the bonds of classmates. You're watching her too closely. Tsunade, I'm doing this for the good of the village. The third Hokage knew what Tsunade was referring to. Anyone who got close to Kushina had been investigated. This was something he had arranged himself. Tsunade's expression was serious as she said, "Old man, I know you're doing this for the village's good, and I understand that the Jinchuriki is important for the village. But you can't let this affect the lives of other children. By the way, that kid named Yagami Qianyue and Namikaze Minato are not bad, worth cultivating." Tsunade placed the scroll for the shadow clone technique on the table, intending to have the third Hokage send it to Qianyue along with Minato. This way, Yagami Qianyue won't have any objections, right? This is a reward given by the village because they value you and see you as a talent worth cultivating. Yagami Qianyue, Namikaze Minato, he knew these two children were close to Kushina and were also among the top students in school, making them key subjects for observation. Minato was fine, coming from a commoner background with good talent, and he was a focus of the village's training. But Qianyue had some issues. He had Uchiha blood in him. I will consider it. After thinking for a moment, the third Hokage expressed that he would think it over. Tsunade didn't say more and waved her hand as she walked outside, saying, "Then I'll be leaving. Finish work early and go back to rest." After Tsunade left, the third Hokage said, "Go investigate the relationship between Yagami Qianyue and the Uchiha." "Yes, Hokage-sama." An Umbu ninja appeared in the Hokage's office and then disappeared. Back at home, Tsunade hugged Kushina tightly, ruffling her red hair and complaining, "That damn kid, as clever as a fox, actually guessed my purpose for seeking him out." Huh. Kushina was confused. Ignoring her messy hair, she nervously asked, "What should we do now?" Did Qianyue accept the ninjutsu scroll? It seems Tsunade hadn't brought the scroll back. Accept what? Tsunade fell weakly onto the sofa, kicking her legs a few times. He refused. He knew you were deliberately trying to give him the ninjutsu scroll. For what he said, if you keep doing this, he'll cut off contact with you because he noticed someone from the Umbu watching him. This kid, although he's not big, his abilities are considerable. Sitting up, Tsunade muttered to herself, "So troublesome. Why does he have to have Uchiha blood?" Kushina nervously twisted the corner of her clothes, worried that Qianyue wouldn't pay attention to her, and wondered what she should do. Silly girl. Hugging Kushina tightly, Tsunade gently reassured her, "I've already sent the scroll to the old man. He should find a chance to deliver it to him and Minato. That way, he won't have a reason to refuse. Your goal is also achieved, right?" "I hope so." Kushina forced a smile, which looked quite strained. "It's over, you little girl, it's over." Tsunade was speechless. She could only hope that the relationship between Kushina and Qianyue wouldn't progress further. Otherwise, with Kushina's personality, she might end up being completely consumed by Qianyue. Here, after sending Tsunade off, Qianyue, who was practicing hand seals at home, heard a knock on the door, put on his shoes, and ran out to open it. "Makoto Nizan?" Seeing the person outside, Chiyue's eyes brightened. "Did you miss me?" Uchiha Makoto, holding a lunchbox in one hand, pinched Chiyue's cheek with the other. "I've been quite busy lately with graduation coming up, so I haven't had time to come by." "Qianyue, you won't blame me, right?" Although Qianyue hadn't returned to the Uchiha clan, his mother had a good relationship with Makoto. Therefore, Makoto had always taken care of Qianyue, often bringing him food. Chapter 9. I skip a grade. You stay back. We graduate together, how could I? Makoto Nizan came in and added, "Also, please don't pinch my face." "Okay, I'll make sure to be careful next time." Makoto mimicked Chiyue's tone, causing him to roll his eyes. Entering the living room, Makoto opened the lunchbox and took out some snacks she had made, placing them on the table. Qianyue picked up the snacks and started eating. Makoto sat beside him, propping her chin on her hand, watching him. While eating the snacks, Qianyue casually asked, "How's the preparation for graduation going?" "Pretty good, but I'm thinking about whether to join the police force." Makoto had been struggling with this decision. After graduation, members of the Uchiha clan would face two choices. Either accept the school's arrangement and form a team with classmates, executing various tasks under the guidance of a supervising ninja, thus growing under their mentorship, or choose to join the police force managed by the Uchiha clan. Joining the police force would provide the best training, as Uchiha ninjas are best suited to teach about the Sharingan. However, joining the police force would seem less free, as they would easily attract disdain wherever they went. Accepting the village's team assignments would grant much more freedom, but the training wouldn't be as good as that from within their own clan. I suggest Makoto Nizan first accept the village's arrangement and join a team for practical experience. At a certain point, you can join the police force later. Although the Uchiha's training was more suitable for Makoto, the police force's work was not friendly to freshly graduated ninjas. Makoto was naturally gentle, and being pushed into the police force to catch people and enforce the law through violence really didn't suit her. Rather than making herself uncomfortable and displeasing her family, it was better to join a team arranged by the village. Later, she could return to the police force and take on a clerical role. To put it bluntly, even if the Uchiha clan would train their own members, it was based on the premise that you were worth cultivating. Those who had awakened their Sharingan would receive resource allocations, and there would be senior clan members to guide them. However, those who hadn't even awakened their Sharingan should not expect the clan to continue nurturing them. You're right, I'm really not suited for the police force's work. Just thinking about having to deal with troublesome security cases all day with her clan members, catching people, and facing disdain wherever she went made Makoto's little face look somewhat unpleasant. It's a pity you're only in the 2nd grade. If Qianyue could graduate, it would be great if we were in the same team. Makoto joked with a smile. Then I'll graduate early? The graduation exams were as easy as play for Qianyue, and he could pass them effortlessly. He just didn't want to graduate too early and end up like Kakashi, constantly shifting between various teams. If he graduated early and was in a team with Makoto, that didn't sound too bad. Would the 3rd Hokage arrange it that way? I doubt it. All right. Finish eating quickly, wash up, and rest early. Makoto wanted to pinch his face again. Qianyue was speechless. I'm serious. I've learned everything the teachers can teach at school. Staying in school is just wasting time. Since Makoto Nizan doesn't have suitable teammates, I'll apply for graduation. Huh, are you serious? Makoto's little face was filled with confusion. She hadn't expected Qianyue to take her joke seriously. But even if you graduate early, the village might not arrange us in the same team. Please don't. If Qianyue graduated early and something happened, how would she explain it to her deceased aunt? Makoto panicked. She hurried to discourage him. Unfortunately, some things, once started, would take root and sprout in the heart, making them not so easy to reverse. Then we'll form our own team. There are plenty of 2-person teams in the village. That's not possible. It's too dangerous for 2 freshly graduated kids. Makoto hurriedly explained, but halfway through her words, she froze in place. This was because Qianyue, sitting across from her, had activated his Sharingan, and it was the double Tomo Sharingan. Makoto Nizan thinks I need to waste time in the ninja school? Qianyue pointed at his eyes. A pair of double Tomo Sharingan is enough for members of the Uchiha clan. As long as your foundation ISNT2 poor, you can easily beat most CH Nin. Passing the CH Nin exam is not a problem at all. You've opened your eyes? The surprise filled Uchiha Makoto's little face, and after being stunned for a while, she excitedly leaned over the table to observe Qianyue's Sharingan closely. She had awakened it last year, and now it was double Tomo. Maybe next year it would even be triple Tomo. Qianyue shrugged his shoulders. Just talking nonsense. Uchiha Makoto rolled her eyes at him, biting her lip tightly as she attempted to ask, Qianyue, how about I go back and tell the elders this news, and you can return to the clan? What if you have shocking silver hair? Qianyue still had the Uchiha bloodline in him, and he had already awakened the double Tomo Sharingan. As long as he opened his eyes, the clan wouldn't care about his hair color. They would welcome him back to the Uchiha. No, Qianyue decisively rejected her, saying, I still clearly remember how ugly those old geezers' faces were back then. I won't return to the Uchiha. If you think I can't be a qualified teammate, then I will find a suitable team myself. Crazy, I'm really going to go crazy. If Qianyue really applied for early graduation, even if he had enough strength, stepping into the cruel ninja world too early might not be a good thing. If anything happened, she would feel incredibly guilty. Qianyue, I know you've been stubborn since you were young, and it's hard to change what you've set your mind on, but I hope you can wait for another year, just 1 year, okay? Uchiha Makoto could only try to negotiate with Qianyue, hoping he could postpone his graduation for a year. Okay, I'll skip a grade, and you can repeat a grade. Then we could be in the same class and graduate together. If Makoto didn't agree, he would graduate early. With his grades and strength, applying for the CH Nin exam would be more than enough. He would just happen to jump up to the same class as Uchiha Makoto. Of course, The premise was that she had to repeat a grade first. No, the teacher won't agree. Uchiha Makoto shook her head. Although she couldn't compare to Qianyue, her grades were also excellent. Being one of the top students in her grade, the teacher would definitely not casually accept her application to repeat a grade. If he doesn't agree, I'll beat his son. Qianyue slapped the table and stood up. Puffed. Qianyue's threat made Uchiha Makoto laugh. She knew he was just joking and wouldn't really do such a thing. Are you laughing at me? Qianyue got up and walked towards the bedroom. Uchiha Makoto was taken aback and called out, Qianyue, what are you looking for? Chapter 10. So the person he likes is Uchiha Makoto? I'm looking for the pajamas you left before. If you don't agree to repeat a grade, then you could just live in my house from now on. After all, you said when I grow up, you would marry me. You can't go back on your word. Do you still remember the kids' play we did? And you want to take it seriously? If you walk out of the living room, tomorrow I'll go find you at your class's door and tell everyone that I'm looking for my wife. Uchiha Makoto, who was tiptoeing to the living room door, froze. She wanted to leave quietly, but was discovered and even threatened. If Qianyue really went to the classroom to find his wife, how would she be able to get by at school? I concede to you. Looking at Qianyue leaning against the bedroom doorframe with the pajamas and smirking at her, Uchiha Makoto's face turned red with anger. Helpless, she turned to take the pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. If I don't go, I want to go. It's not the first time staying at your house. Sigh. Her little brother is grown up, is disobedient, and has even started threatening his sister. What can she do? Uchiha Makoto felt very troubled and couldn't come up with a good solution after thinking all night. Skipping a grade. The next day at the ninja school, Qianyue reminded Uchiha Makoto. Mikotone. Just as they stepped out, they bumped into Minato, who greeted Uchiha Makoto with his signature smile. Mikotone, why do you seem so troubled today? I'm having a headache over the repeating grade issue. Qianyue smiled and looked at Uchiha Makoto's hurried figure ahead, secretly laughing. Repeating a grade? Minato's voice suddenly rose. His face filled with astonishment. He almost thought he heard wrong. Uchiha Makoto was known as a talented girl, beautiful, and excelling in all subjects. There were plenty of people pursuing her at school. If she were to repeat a grade, how many students in this cohort could graduate smoothly? Even Tsunade's brother, SH Dai, would need to be remade. SH Dai was somewhat like Uchiha Obito in the future. His practical skills were excellent, but his theoretical subjects were a mess. Why? Scratching his head, Minato really didn't understand why Uchiha Makoto wanted to repeat a grade. It can't be easy to persuade the teacher, right? The teacher might explode with anger. Because of me, Qianyue said, Minato, I plan to skip a grade so I can graduate with Mikotone and be assigned to the same team. When we get to school, I'll apply to the teacher. Minato, are you planning to abandon me? Mikotone is repeating a grade, and Qianyue is skipping a grade, so they can be in the same cohort and graduate together. What about me? Are you just going to leave me behind? No way, I want to skip a grade too. Anyway, he had already learned what he needed to learn. Skipping a grade was no big deal. Although he couldn't compare to Qianyue with Minato's grades, applying for early graduation would also pass. It was just skipping a grade, a normal operation. Qianyue didn't expect that Minato's thinking would be influenced by him. After arriving at the ninja school, he went directly to the teacher's office and informed Kamizuru Ichiki that he wanted to apply for the skip grade exam. Teacher, I also want to apply for the skip grade exam. Minato quickly raised his hand. Kamizuru Ichiki looked at the two of them in confusion, glancing at one and then the other, thinking, are you two little brats here just to amuse me? Skipping grades comes with a group? Teacher, I want to apply to repeat a grade and not participate in today's graduation assessment. After arriving at school, Uchiha Makoto hesitated for a long time, but ultimately feared that Qianyue would run to the classroom door to shout for his wife. So she went to the upper grade teacher's office to apply to repeat a grade. For a moment, the entire classroom office area of the ninja school was in chaos. The lower grade Qianyue and Minato wanted to skip a grade, while the upper grade Uchiha Makoto wanted to repeat a grade. What was going on? In the end, the three of them were taken to an empty classroom, and the teachers who hadn't started class yet all came to see the excitement. Come on, what is going on with you three? Kamizuru Ichiki and the upper grade homeroom teacher, Honoro, rubbed their aching temples. The two teachers exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise and frustration in each other's eyes. I want to skip a grade to be in the same class as Mikotone. Qianyue raised his hand and said loudly, That's it. I have an uneasy premonition. Uchiha Makoto covered her face with her hand. Qianyue continued, because there are too many people pursuing Makoto-ne. What does it have to do with you if others pursue Uchiha Makoto? You want to skip a grade for this? Oh my god, you can't be serious. Minato was also stunned. So why am I getting involved in this? Is this a game? Makoto-ne promised me that when I grow up, she would marry me. But she's too outstanding, and I'm afraid she'll run away. So I want to skip a grade to follow her. Puffed. Cough, cough. A violent coughing fit ensued. Uchiha Makoto's face turned red, and she kicked Qianyue, not daring to lift her head. Are kids today this bold with their first loves? Or are we grown old? Many of the surrounding teachers showed expressions of existential doubt. As teachers, they were still single. Meanwhile, students just a few years younger were already starting to think about finding wives. This is a total loss from the starting point. Minato, what about you? Why do you want to apply to skip a grade? Yusuji Kazuki frowned and looked at the anxious Watergate beside him. Watergate was on the verge of tears, wondering if he could just say he was here for the excitement. Teacher, I find the lower grades too boring, so I want to skip a grade and challenge myself with higher difficulty. Are you really going to skip a grade? Yusuji Kazuki felt he needed a bottle of quick-acting heart medicine. His blood pressure was skyrocketing. Two top students in the class wanted to skip a grade, and it seemed his bonus was out of reach. What about you? Are you going to stay back? The senior teacher felt much like Yusuji Kazuki, seeing that Chiyuki and Watergate were adamant about applying for the grade-skipping assessment. He could only hope that Uchiha Makoto was just being impulsive and Woon-T followed Chiyuki's lead. Teacher, I still have many shortcomings, so I want to apply to stay back. Although it was embarrassing and he wanted to punch Chiyuki, Uchiha Makoto respectfully explained her reasons. The news of the three wanting to skip a grade and the staying back quickly spread throughout the school. When Kushina learned of the situation, she was stunned. Chiyuki-kun wants to skip a grade? Watergate is also skipping a grade. Does that mean the person I like is Uchiha Makoto? Strangely, Kushina felt a bit uncomfortable. Listening to her classmates discussing it around her, she imagined the situation afterward. Once Chiyuki and Watergate skipped a grade, she would be left all alone. I don't want to be left alone. Kushina stood up and ran towards the teacher's office. My bonus. Yusuji Kazuki clutched his chest, looking pained. Teacher, I want to apply for the grade-skipping assessment, Kushina shouted as she rushed into the office. Chapter 11. The Third Hokage and Danzo Clash for Chiyuki. The grade-skipping assessment was as easy as playing a game, with no difficulty at all. Watergate managed it just as easily. The two successfully skipped a grade as they wished. Although Watergate was a bit confused about it all, the result was good. When everything was over, Watergate rubbed his head full of golden hair, wondering, what did I just do? I impulsively applied for the grade-skipping assessment. Chiyuki did it for Makoto-san, but what about me? Am I just here to be a third wheel? The impact of skipping and staying back was significant, even catching the attention of the third Hokage. Chiyuki and Watergate skipping grades made sense, as long as they could pass. The teachers couldn't stop them. Uchiha Makoto wanted to stay back, truly reluctant to graduate, and the teachers had no choice but to approve it. However, Kushina was different. Her identity was sensitive. Reluctantly, Yusuji Kazuki had to report the matter to the third Hokage. How to handle was up to the Hokage. It didn't require a small teacher like him to worry. Kushina, why do you want to skip a grade? You just transferred to the second grade less than 2 months ago, and now skipping a grade is a bit early for you. Kushina was called to the Hokage's office, and the third Hokage felt he needed to ask personally. Hokage Dano, my friends have already applied to skip a grade and pass the assessment. Starting tomorrow, they will be in a higher grade classroom, and I don't want to be left alone. Kushina looked at the third Hokage with pleading eyes. Her family was exterminated, her clansmen scattered or dead, and she was left alone in Konoha, becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She was monitored wherever she went. It was hard to find friends like Chiyuki and Watergate, only for both of them to apply for the assessment and skip to a higher grade together. She felt as if she was back in the dark times when she first arrived in Konoha, feeling alone and helpless. Every Jinchuriki was lonely, except for Uzumaki Mido. After all, no one dared to meddle with her, including the previous Hokages. Unfortunately, there was only one Uzumaki Mido. Kushina was not Uzumaki Mido. Child. The third Hokage got up from his chair, walked over, squatted down, and grabbed Kushina's shoulders. You came to Konoha, integrated into Konoha, and have friends and people you care about. That makes me very happy, Kushina. It's important to help Jinchuriki integrate into Konoha and feel a sense of belonging. That was why the third Hokage had always opposed Danzo's proposal. He believed that controlling Jinchuriki was not the best approach. Ironically, while he hoped Jinchuriki would feel a sense of belonging to Konoha, he imposed restrictions on them in various places. This was a typical double standard of the third Hokage. So, does that mean you agree to my application to skip a grade? The smile on Kushina's face froze for a moment, and the third Hokage smiled wryly. But after skipping a grade, your academic performance may not keep up. The subsequent makeup classes will make you very busy, leaving you little time to interact with your classmates. I'm not afraid. Kushina shook her head firmly. As long as she could skip a grade and be in the same class as Chiyuki and Watergate, she wouldn't mind how tired she became. Grandpa Hokage agrees. Go, study hard, and get along well with your classmates. Great. Thank you, Hokage Dano. Kushina left happily. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, waiting for his old partner to come and cause trouble. Sarutobi. As expected, within moments, Danzo's voice echoed, exactly the same as before. Whenever there was any disturbance in the village, Danzo would be the first to know and rush to the Hokage's office. I told you long ago, you can't be too lenient with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Danzo, the third Hokage, looked up at him. Jinchuriki are also human. If we want her to integrate into Konoha and treat it as her home, she needs her own bonds. You shouldn't misunderstand this principle, right? Danzo sneered at the so-called bonds. Jinchuriki should be controlled, Sarutobi. Have you grown old? Letting Jinchuriki run around with those kids? The third Hokage's expression darkened, and he said stiffly, Danzo, I am the Hokage. How to arrange Jinchuriki is my responsibility, and you don't need to worry about it. Danzo, who had just been strong in attitude, suddenly choked on his breath, completely speechless at the third Hokage's declaration of authority. I hope you don't regret your decision today. With a cold face, Danzo turned and left the Hokage's office. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, not taking it to heart. As long as Danzo didn't get the upper hand here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in private. At this time, the third Hokage was still patient and hadn't grown old. Danzo's hand wouldn't dare to stretch too far. This situation would continue until after the Third Shinobi World War. After the war, Danzo could almost be described as doing whatever he wanted, truly a madman. You're not crazy, are you? Tsunade wanted to open Kushina's head to see if something was short-circuiting in her brain. Chiyuki and Watergate applied for the grade-skipping assessment. Why did you go along for the excitement? Did you meet the grade requirements? I seriously doubt it. Shikaku crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. Uchiha Mikoto, wanting to stay back, has already exceeded everyone's expectations. This Yagami Chiyuki is too crazy. Kushina, it's better for you to keep your distance from him. Uchiha Mikoto is a girl everyone is queuing up to pursue. And what happened? Because of Yagami Chiyuki, she stayed back. This is ridiculous. Just because we promised each other to marry when we played house as kids, you're going to follow along with this nonsense? Why isn't their girl as beautiful, cute, and gentle as Mikoto, saying she wants to marry me? Jealousy is tearing me apart. So frustrating. Get lost. Tsunade glared at her brother. What does Kushina's matter have to do with you? How dare you talk about others? If it weren't for me dragging you to Orochimaru, would he take you? Sister, can we not bring that up? As the grandson of the first Hokage, Shikaku aimed to become a powerful ninja like his grandfather and become Hokage. Let him go through the back door, which is already quite embarrassing, and then Tsunade came out to educate him. I also want some face. But Ju really wants to become Orochimaru's disciple, which is why he pleaded with Tsunade, hoping she would help make the connection. With Tsunade's help, Orochimaru decisively lowered the difficulty of the assessment just a little bit, allowing Ju to pass the test smoothly and become his disciple. Go, the adults are talking. What are you children butting in for? Tsunade wasn't having any of it, waving her hand in disdain and telling Ju to scram. After sending Ju away, Tsunade seriously asked Kushina, do you like Yagami, Chiyuki? Chapter 12. Kurama senses a kindred spirit. Kushina was taken aback for a moment, then her face turned red as she complained. What are you talking about? He and Minato are my classmates, my friends. I just don't want to lose my two friends just because of skipping a grade. Kushina, someone who had lost everything and started anew, was extremely sensitive inside. She desperately wanted recognition from others and to have her own good friends. As for feelings, that's something completely unrelated. Even though Chiyuki's various teasing towards Uchiha Mikoto made her a bit uncomfortable, what did that have to do with feelings? Well, since that's how you feel, go ahead and do it. Your sister supports you. The third Hokage agreed. So what could Tsunade do? Forbid Kushina from skipping a grade? That would only make the girl very sad. Yay, that's great. Tsunade-sensei, you're the best. I'll make you something delicious you haven't eaten yet, right? Kushina jumped up happily. Tsunade coldly smiled. Forget it. Have that kid Chiyuki make me a meal to soothe my wounded soul. As for your cooking skills, let's just skip that. Tsunade couldn't forget how terrifying the food Kushina had made last time was. After trying it once, she wasn't willing to touch it again unless Kushina made rice balls. Kushina's excitement turned into tears. She was rejected once again, even though her cooking skills were indeed a bit lacking. I heard you applied to stay back today? Makoto's mom looked at her daughter. Uchiha Mikoto awkwardly explained, because I joked yesterday, hoping Chiyuki would graduate early and team up with me. But he took it seriously. I want him to stay another year in the ninja school, but he wants to be in the same grade as me, or else he'd apply for early graduation. So I agreed to stay back. Makoto's mom said with a half smile, but what I heard was not that. Little Chiyuki said at school that you promised to marry him when you grow up. Is that true? Mom. Uchiha Mikoto stomped her foot. Makoto's mom laughed. That kid, Chiyuki, isn't bad. It's just a pity he couldn't return to the clan. That has always been his mother's wish. The elders of the clan sighed. Uchiha Mikoto pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking, even if the elders asked him to come back now, he might not even want to. A genius who awakened the double Tomo Sharingan before the age of 7 will surely make those old guys regret it later. Mikoto didn't plan to tell her family about this news. She was afraid they couldn't keep their mouths shut and would bring unnecessary trouble to Chiyuki. It would be better to let Chiyuki decide when to reveal the Sharingan matter. That brat. Just thinking about how Chiyuki said in front of a group of teachers that he wanted to marry her in the future made Uchiha Mikoto grit her teeth in anger. Playing house when they were kids, and he still remembers it. He even said it in front of the teachers. How embarrassing. Now the whole school is going crazy about it. Little White, there's quite a commotion today. At night, Chiyuki couldn't sleep no matter what, as the Nine-Tails Little White was restless within him. The little guy was expanding at a visible rate, seemingly reaching a peak of chakra due to previous accumulation. After breaking through that limit, its body began to swell. In no time, it had grown from the size of a water buffalo to about the size of the room. Its chakra was rapidly increasing as well. No-tailed beast is small. Even the Nine-Tails only look slender. Originally, compared to the nine-tailed beasts in the Naruto world, his white nine-tails was just a little thing. Now it was finally growing rapidly. It seemed that after breaking through the critical point, Little White's growth speed was multiplying. Chiyuki's inquiries received no response. Little White seemed to be in a state of rapid growth. As for the name Little White, it was given to the Nine-Tails by Chiyuki. Since Kushina had a nine-tails in her body, he also had his own, and it was white. More importantly, his exclusive Nine-Tails was a female. Since that was the case, it couldn't just be called Nine-Tails or Kurama. Little White was the most suitable name, as it was just right for its color. Little White's growth also made Chiyuki's chakra unstable. Fortunately, it didn't spread out. Otherwise, it would be strange if the Umbu didn't notice. Explaining the Nine-Tails chakra on him would be a big problem. Little White's continuous growth continued until it was almost dawn, and Chiyuki had been tossed around all night, hardly getting any sleep. Coupled with the unstable chakra, he was completely exhausted, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, looking like a national treasure. Good morning, Chiyuki. The next morning, Minato, who had been waiting at the door, smiled and ran up to Chiyuki when he saw him arrive. When he saw the dark circles under Chiyuki's eyes, he couldn't help but pause for a moment, then burst into laughter. Huh, what did you do last night? Are you so excited to be classmates with Mikoto-ne? Did you not sleep all night? Minato poked Chiyuki with his hand, teasing him with a funny expression. Go, go, go. I wasn't feeling well last night and didn't sleep well. What are you thinking? Chiyuki pushed Minato away irritably. Excited? What a joke. Do you think I lived my last life in vain? I'm so tired. Dazed, he arrived at school and walked toward the upper grade classroom. Not expecting to run into Kushina at the door, Minato looked curious. Kushina, this is the upper grade classroom. What are you doing here? Because I skipped a grade too. You two can't leave me behind. Kushina raised her small fist in dissatisfaction, indicating that if they dared to leave her, they would be in trouble. Chiyuki, Minato, having a backing is indeed different. They need various explanations and assessments to skip a grade, while Kushina just came up without saying a word. Good morning. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto also arrived at the classroom door, smiling and greeting the three, walking into the classroom with Chiyuki. Inside the classroom, when Kushina saw Chiyuki and Uchiha Makoto sitting in the last row and having breakfast together, the smile on her face disappeared. Kushina, what's wrong? Did you not eat? Minato took out his bento. Thanks, I've eaten. Kushina refused Minato and walked into the classroom. Minato scratched his head, looking puzzled. What's going on? She was fine just a moment ago. Inside Kushina, the Ninetales suddenly opened its eyes, struggling uncomfortably, causing the diamond chains binding it to make a noise. Little brat from the Whirlpool clan, if you help me loosen some chains, I'll tell you a secret. Just then, when everyone was relatively close, the Ninetales caught the scent of a kindred spirit from Chiyuki, which smelled like another Ninetales. There was a faint fragrance in the chakra. This puzzled the Ninetales. When did my chakra leak out? And it even had a fragrance? Chapter 13. If you have guts, don't leave after school wait. Although the chakra aura is similar, this is not my chakra. After thinking for a moment, the Ninetales decided to test Kushina. Big Fox. Kushina was pulled into the consciousness space, staring at the Ninetales bound tightly by diamond chains before her. Kushina still hadn't realized how she got in. Kushina. I sensed a chakra presence similar to mine on that little brat Chiyuki. Are you trying to trick me again? Upon hearing this, Kushina immediately put her hands on her hips and pointed to the Ninetales. Mito Granny said that tailed beasts are all evil and can't be trusted. You're definitely trying to deceive me into releasing the seal. The Ninetales retorted, when did I ever trick you? You say tailed beasts are evil, but it's humans who are truly evil. I was just sleeping at home. Who did I provoke? Suddenly, Uchiha Madara popped up and pointed his Sharingan at me without a word. He forcibly turned me into a summoning beast and attacked Konoha. As a result, Hashirama Senju gave me a serious beating and sealed me inside Mito Uzumaki's body. From start to finish, how have I been evil? You little brat. Humans are the most evil creatures. The Ninetales was now too upset about Kushina's accusations to even think about Chiyuki. I'm going to eat you. In a fit of rage, the Ninetales began to go berserk, the chains of the sealing technique tightening as it tried to bite Kushina to death. Kushina merely scoffed, unafraid of the Ninetales. From the initial fear to now, she had grown accustomed to the Ninetales' bluster. It looked fierce, but in reality, it had no real power. At least not in its sealed state. I told you. How could Chiyuki have tailed beast chakra? You're clearly talking nonsense. You can't trick me, Ninetales. The Ninetales nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring in frustration. You little brat, I'm going to eat you. You're the evil creature. You're driving me mad. The next moment, Kushina was kicked out of the consciousness space. The little girl firmly believed that the Ninetales was trying to deceive her to get her to release the seal so it could escape. Am I that easy to trick? Not a chance. She hadn't even interacted with Chiyuki, so how could he possibly have tailed beast chakra? The Ninetales is just a big liar. Sure enough, tailed beasts are all evil. Chiyuki himself didn't expect that even a faint trace of chakra wouldn't escape the Ninetales' keen nose. One can only say that a fox is indeed a creature of the canine family. Its sense of smell is too sharp. Classmates, today we have 4 new transfer students in our class, as I'm sure you've already heard. The 4th grade teacher clapped his hands and said, now, let's have these 4 students come up and introduce themselves. Please give them a warm welcome. The oldest, Uchiha Makoto, stood up to introduce herself. Hello, everyone. I am Uchiha Makoto, and I've been held back from 5th grade. I hope to get along with everyone. A round of applause followed. The higher grade students were familiar with Uchiha Makoto, and most of the classmates gave her warm applause. Only a small number remained indifferent, even casting somewhat unfriendly looks at her. I am Hachigami Chiyuki, and I've advanced from 2nd grade. After a brief self-introduction, Chiyuki sat down directly. As for hobbies and interests, he didn't want to talk about such useless things. I am Namake's Minato, also advanced from 2nd grade. I hope to get along with everyone. Compared to Chiyuki, Minato was much more polite. Chiyuki wasn't afraid of any bullying. Those who sought trouble with him had already suffered. Besides, Chiyuki wasn't intimidated. If they wanted to cause trouble, they should be prepared to get beaten up. I'm always ready for you to come find me. I am Uzumaki Kushina, and like Chiyuki and Minato, I also advanced from 2nd grade. Let's get along well in the future. Among the 4 transfer students, one was obedient, another seemed alright, while the other 2 consisted of a sharp student with outstanding grades, and one who was requested to be looked after by the Hokage. One could only hope that no major trouble would arise in the class. Today's lesson is outdoor shuriken throwing. Everyone check your ninja tool bags. If you don't have your tools, you can borrow some from the teacher. Gather at the training ground in 10 minutes. After the teacher left, a group of people cast cold glances at Chiyuki, who was sitting next to Uchiha Makoto. Minato suddenly became nervous. Are they going to fight? Should I intervene? Uchiha Hiyaka glared at Chiyuki. You don't need to act tough in front of me. If you have the ability, come challenge me. I'm always ready. If you're a coward, then get lost, or I'll block the door after school. It was clear that they were old enemies. They couldn't bully Chiyuki, but they ended up getting bullied in return. Don't get too smug. Who's afraid of you? With their hidden past revealed, Uchiha Hiyaka lost face, stubbornly shouting. Seeing that there was a commotion, all the students in the class stopped to watch, curious. All right. Uchiha Makoto stood up, exuding the aura of a big sister, stopping the 2. Hiyaka, the past isn't the past. Let's not bring it up again, okay? If you lose, you'll only embarrass yourself. I'm giving Makoto face today and won't hold it against you. After thinking it over, Uchiha Hiyaka decided to leave first to avoid being cornered by Chiyuki after school. Who is that guy? Minato asked quietly. Chiyuki leaned back against the wall comfortably, hands behind his head, and explained. He's an annoying Uchiha who tried to bully me when I was little, and I ended up smashing a hole in his head with a rock. Huh? Minato was stunned. And Kushina was also bewildered. You still mention it. Uchiha Makoto pointed at his head with annoyance. You were only 3 years old then. How did you dare to throw rocks at someone else's head? He was 2 years older than me and brought a group of helpers, so of course, I had to strike first. Otherwise, I'd be the one getting beaten. Chiyuki wasn't the type to get beaten up. If you wanted to bully him, he'd go at you. After starting school, Chiyuki blocked the door and dealt with Uchiha Hiyaka a few more times before he settled down. Yet, just a year later, he started itching again. It seems some people are just born to be troublesome. If they aren't dealt with, they'll feel uncomfortable all over. It's decided, block the door after school. If you're brave, don't leave after school. Let's meet at the front gate. Chapter 14. The best feeling is slapping a face with a brick. Suddenly, Chiyuki unintentionally laughed. But his smile was a bit eerie, sending shivers down Minato and Kushina's spines. Even Uchiha Makoto found it hard to bear. What are you doing? Minato rubbed his arms, trying to get rid of the goosebumps. Let's go block the door. Chiyuki slapped the table and stood up. I've discovered that the Uchiha clan members are all itching for a fight. If you don't deal with them for a while, they start bouncing around. They will only behave once they've been beaten into submission. What? Am I wrong? Why are you blinking so much, Minato? Chiyuki felt puzzled. Not good, there's killing intent. Turning to see Uchiha Makoto's dark expression, Chiyuki coughed. I misspoke. It's that fool Uchiha Hiyaka, if you don't deal with him for a while. He starts itching again. Do you want to join me in blocking the door? Are we going to beat up the Uchiha clan members? Minato seemed eager to try. Kushina was also somewhat tempted. She currently had no opinion of Uchiha clan members, but that Uchiha Hiyaka was just too annoying. Since she disliked him, it would be right to beat him up. You just came to the higher grade today, and you're already thinking of causing trouble? Uchiha Makoto held her forehead in frustration. The ninja tool throwing class was, to put simply, a test of throwing skills. Uchiha Makoto, being a little genius, easily scored full marks. Chiyuki also got full marks. Minato was just a little short, scoring 9 points. Only Kushina fell slightly behind. The teacher's focus was also on observing the 4 of them. After the results came out for Qianyue, Uchiha Makoto, and Minato, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good. They had already surpassed most students in the same grade. Kushina, whom the Hokage had asked to look after, although her grades were a bit lower than the other three. At least she wasn't falling too far behind and could still be saved. After school that day, the four of them formed a small group and blocked the school gate, scaring Uchiha Qianyue, who was taking his little brother home, half to death. Don't be fooled by his morning provocation towards Qianyue in class. He was actually quite scared inside. Anyone who had a smaller person hit them on the head with a stone as a child would fear it. Uchiha Qianyue's provocation towards Qianyue was more because he couldn't stand seeing him and Mikoto huddled together. Who would have thought Qianyue would directly bring someone to block the gate? Yagami Qianyue, you bastard. Isn't this supposed to be a warning? Blocking the gate is your warning? Kushina, Mikoto, you two stay back. When it comes to fighting in school, you girls shouldn't get involved. Just watch me and Minato. It would sound good if girls fought at school. It was better for him and Minato to handle it. Qianyue decisively picked up 2 bricks from the flower bed at the school gate and handed one to Minato. Minato, looking confused, took the brick. Fighting, and you need a weapon? Minato, when you see someone, just slap them in the face with it. I'm telling you, hitting someone in the face with a brick feels the best. Don't believe me? You could try it later. Minato was indeed curious about it, since he had never experienced such a feeling before. But if that thing hit someone in the face, would it be okay? How about we just use our fists? Minato was really afraid that a brick would end up killing someone. Don't worry, trust me. Qianyue patted his chest, looking like an experienced person, and put his arm around Minato's shoulder. Hitting with this 1T kill someone. At most, it'll just break their nose and make them bleed a bit. It's no big deal. Minato replied, I feel like you're setting me up. Kushina and Mikoto were left speechless. It seemed that the sunny little boy Minato had already been led astray by Qianyue. Uchiha Qianyue, don't run. Seeing Uchiha Qianyue come out with his little brothers, Qianyue rushed up with the brick in hand. Was he really blocking the gate? Uchiha Qianyue's smile gradually froze, and after a few seconds of shock, he covered his head, where he had once been hit, and turned to run. Uchiha Qianyue's little followers also stared blankly at Qianyue and Minato, who were charging at them with bricks, and suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly following their boss to run away. On the ninja school playground, a group of slightly older boys ran ahead, with a smaller one trailing behind, chasing with a brick. 2 Umbu ninjas, secretly following Kushina, exchanged glances. Do kids nowadays like to use bricks in fights? One ninja said. Who knows? The one leading the run seems to be from the Uchiha clan. Has the Uchiha fallen to this level? The other replied. If it were us, we'd have to run too. That kid with the brick in front isn't weak. He's ruthless and has already beaten up upperclassmen in just 2 years since enrolling. In the end, Qianyue's plan to block the gate failed because the teacher showed up. Qianyue decisively dropped the brick and dragged Minato away. Blocking the gate to fight was one thing, but fighting in front of the teacher was another matter, and the punishment would be much more severe. Qianyue didn't really want to make a hole in Uchiha Qianyue's head. He just wanted to scare him half to death to prevent this fool from provoking him again, which was annoying. If he really wanted to beat him up, he could just do it in class. Why wait until after school? That little rascal. Blocking the gate on the first day in class. The teacher watched Qianyue and Minato running away quickly, scolding them with a smile, and glared at Uchiha Qianyue and the others. When you usually bully other classmates, didn't you think of today? It was really embarrassing to be chased by 2 kids 2 years younger than them with bricks. Uchiha Qianyue and the others wanted to cry, but had no tears. Of course, they didn't want to run, but the problem was they couldn't win. Qianyue had often blocked them when he first started school. One person easily knocked them down. 2 years had passed. It would only be easier now. In this situation, only a fool wouldn't run. Qianyue, do you think the teacher will scold us? On the way home, Minato was a bit worried that the teacher would scold them. After all, blocking the gate and hitting classmates with bricks was one thing. If they were found out, the teacher would definitely scold them. Qianyue, carrying the groceries he bought from the market, said nonchalantly, What are you afraid of? Did we hit anyone? Didn't we? Minato scratched his head. But we blocked the gate and chased people with a brick. What were we doing? Qianyue began to guide Minato. We were just blocking the school gate. We only chased after them with bricks, but didn't hit anyone, right? I guess that's true. Since we didn't hit anyone, how can it be considered hitting someone? The teacher can't wrong us either, so don't worry at most. They'll just complain a bit, and tell us not to bully our classmates or something. They 1T scold us. Qianyue had experience in this matter. As expected, the next day, the teacher only reminded them to get along well with their classmates, not to create conflicts, and definitely not to chase people or hit them with bricks. And then that was the end of it. Chapter 15. Isn't tailed beast the kind of pet everyone should have? Because of the gate blocking incident, Qianyue and Minato had become the image of bullies in class, causing other classmates to be afraid to approach them. Even some girls who thought Qianyue was cool and wanted to get close to her were scared and kept their distance. Master, a soft voice rang in his ear, and he felt something licking his face while lying on his chest. Waking up in a daze, Qianyue looked up and saw a small fox with 9 tails lying on his chest. He pushed it away and mumbled, "Xiaobai, stop messing around." Turning over, Qianyue continued to sleep. Xiaobai lay quietly on the blanket. A few seconds later, Qianyue suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He looked at Xiaobai, who was lying on the blanket, with a face full of surprise. "Xiaobai, you can come out now?" The exclusive tailed beast in the game could leave the body to assist the player in battle once they reach level 30 and could also serve as a pet. Because it was an exclusive tailed beast, the player wouldn't die if it left the body like a Jinchuriki. Qianyue didn't expect Xiaobai to reach level 30 so quickly, gaining the ability to leave his body. "Master," Xiaobai called out and burrowed into the blanket, curling up in his arms like a dumpling. Aren't tailed beasts supposed to be pets that everyone has? If a tailed beast can't leave the body to fight, what kind of Jinchuriki is that? Thinking of the memes players joked about in his previous life while playing games, Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. Xiaobai being able to fight outside the body was like adding another trump card for Qianyue. When it was convenient to use tailed beast chakra, he could use Xiaobai as a summoning beast. Holding Xiaobai, Qianyue turned over and continued to sleep. Since Xiaobai had also reached the level to fight outside the body, when would his first fixed skill be unlocked? Qianyue discovered that all the various skills he had before crossing over were gone. Now he could only look forward to the exclusive skills of the player. Although there were only 4 exclusive skills, as long as he could use any one of them, Qianyue's strength would see a qualitative improvement. The new 5th grade students had graduated, and Shunshu was one of them. These students would leave the ninja school and enter the ninja world to become real ninjas. However, how many of these new ninja students would survive and whether they could grow up smoothly remained uncertain. There were also quite a few who, like Uchiha Mikoto, had to repeat a year. The difference is that these individuals did not voluntarily apply for retention. They were forced to repeat a grade. Some failed exams, while others were guided back to redo their studies. A significant proportion of those who were guided back for further training fell into this category. Not long after returning to the 4th grade, Mikoto once again became a 5th grade student. Just after jumping up a grade, Chiyuki Minato and Kushina also successfully advanced to become 5th grade students. At the establishment of the ninja school, students were required to stay in school for 6 years to graduate. There were no restrictions on early graduation. With the rise of the 3rd Hokage and the outbreak of the First Ninja War, the number of ninjas in Konoha drastically decreased, leading to the 6-year graduation requirement being changed to 5 years. The enrollment age for students was also changed from 6 to 5 years old. This meant that those who originally entered school at 6 would graduate at 12 and become Genin. But due to the 3rd Hokage's changes, they now entered at 5 and graduated at 10. The age for new ninjas was effectively reduced by 2 years. It resembled capitalists harvesting crops. Unable to wait for the crops to grow naturally, they pulled them up themselves, regardless of whether they would grow crooked or wither. The capitalists didn't care. Yagami Chiyuki, Namikaze Minato, you two come to the office. After class, the teacher signaled for Chiyuki and Minato to follow him to the office. Minato looked back in confusion. Are you blocking the door again? Get lost. Chiyuki rolled his eyes. I still suspect you were caught peeping at little girls bathing by the teacher. How is that possible? I'm not that kind of person. Minato's face flushed with anger as he stood up to refute. What nonsense are you talking about? Mikoto gave Chiyuki a light tap on the head to stop him from speaking out of turn. You're not that kind of person, but your future teachers are. Wait, if I jump 2 grades with you, will Jiraiya still be my mentor? The two arrived at the office, where the teacher put down his teacup and said to them, I called you here because the Hokage highly values you both and believes you're talented individuals worthy of the village's focus training. After a period of observation, He has decided to give you some rewards. Really? The Hokage is paying attention to me? Minato became excited upon hearing this. Qianyue discreetly curled his lip. He didn't believe the teacher's words at all. The third Hokage might be paying attention to them, but it was unlikely he would give them rewards for no reason. Could be Tsunade. Besides Tsunade, Qianyue couldn't think of anyone else with such influence. This is a ninjutsu scroll rewarded by the Hokage. You two should study it together and return the scroll after learning. Understood? The teacher took out the ninjutsu scroll. These things are not easy to make, and each ninjutsu scroll was expensive. Scrolls are costly, and ninjutsu even more so, even if you have money. You can only buy some ordinary ninjutsu, while the high-level ones are nearly impossible to obtain. Even the feudal lord who controls the wealth of the Fire Country cannot collect too many ninjutsu scrolls. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Upon opening the scroll, Minato became excited. If he had only guessed before, Qianyue was now certain that it was Tsunade's doing. He could even affirm that this ninjutsu scroll was the one Tsunade wanted to give him earlier. It just changed from being given in Kushina's name to being awarded by the third Hokage. Qianyue wouldn't accept the former, but the latter was free to take. Because once the ninjutsu scroll was given, even if you didn't learn it, the village would still record the reward. And you'd have to repay it once you became a ninja. That's great. We can learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu now. Holding the ninjutsu scroll, Minato's smile became even more radiant. It would be a pity not to call him Little Sunday. Sunday, damn. I told you not to call me that name. I hate the sun. Upon hearing the word sun, Minato exploded. Who called him that name? And who was he angry with? Qianyue put his arm around Minato's shoulder, pulling him to a small grove next to the school playground, taking the ninjutsu scroll and teasingly asking, "Do you really think this ninjutsu scroll was rewarded to us by the Hokage? Isn't it?" Minato blinked his eyes. The teacher said so, right? We are geniuses, the village's key training talents, so they specially gave us rewards. No wonder you will be tightly controlled by the third Hokage in the future, becoming a puppet Hokage for over a year. Qianyue sighed, speaking seriously. Minato, do you want to believe me? Something seemed off. Minato rarely saw Qianyue so serious. Nodding, he replied, "Of course I believe you. Since you are willing to believe me, then stop saying thank you to the Hokage. If you want to thank someone, thank Tsunade-senpai. This scroll was delivered to the Hokage by Tsunade-senpai." Chapter 16. Tsunade's Visit. Qianyue's choice. It's better not to involve Kushina. Otherwise, Minato would definitely not know how to face her. He might even refuse to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Trying to harvest benefits under a false pretense? Spare me. I'd rather give Tsunade a discount than you. But why did Tsunade-senpai give you the ninjutsu scroll? When did this happen? I didn't know about it. Minato was even more confused. Qianyue raised his hand to brush his silver hair. Of course, it's because I'm handsome. Such a simple question doesn't need to be asked. Minato, I don't know if you're handsome, but your skin is definitely thick, that's for sure. Forget it. I don't want to think about that. The key is this ninjutsu. Should we learn it? Minato looked at Qianyue with a conflicted expression. Qianyue patted his shoulder firmly. Of course we should learn it. Why not learn a ninjutsu scroll handed to us? Even if we don't learn it, the reward has already been recorded, and after we graduate, we'll have to repay it when we take on missions. Are you silly? Let's skip class and go to the riverbank to learn ninjutsu. I'm sure the teacher will understand us. Taking Minato with him, Qianyue decisively chose to skip class. After thinking for a moment, Minato also climbed over the wall and ran away with Qianyue. Two little brats. When class started, the teacher entered the classroom and looked at the empty seats of Qianyue and Minato, his eyelids twitching. Good heavens, I just gave you the reward ninjutsu scroll. And you skip class immediately? The Shadow Clone Jutsu is only a basic ninjutsu, and the difficulty of mastering it isn't high. So Qianyue and Minato quickly grasped this technique. You go to class for me. I want to train. Qianyue directly sent his Shadow Clone to class while he lay at home sleeping in. In the past, he had no choice but to sit in the classroom. Now that he had the Shadow Clone Jutsu, who would still want to sit in class and daze or doze off? With plenty of chakra, he could be indulgent. If Minato knew that I sent my Shadow Clone to school while I hid to cultivate, he would definitely be furious. Qianyue sat by the river where he usually trained, holding a grilled fish speared on a branch, grinning maliciously. He felt that the longer he spent time with Minato, the more his worldview deviated. Originally, Minato admired the third Hokage, but now, under Chiyuki's influence, his admiration for the third Hokage had sharply declined. What impact this would have in the future, Chiyuki himself was unsure. So you learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu just to do this? Tsunade jumped out from the grove, landing in front of Chiyuki. How did you find out? Chiyuki flipped the fish over and asked. No kidding. Can a Shadow Clone be the same as the main body? I knew you wanted to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but your intentions weren't pure. I caught you. Tsunade sat down casually, her eyes fixed on the grilled fish in Chiyuki's hand, not bothering to hide her desire to eat it. You're big and strong. Whatever you say makes sense. Chiyuki handed over the grilled fish and then roasted another one. Tsunade was not polite, picking up the grilled fish and starting to eat heartily. Seeing her eat so boldly, Chiyuki was genuinely worried she would choke on a fishbone. Did you come to find me for something, senpai? Tsunade is not someone who wanders around. If she had that kind of free time, she'd rather sleep in or spend her time at the casino. The old man asked me and Jiraiya to find him. Hokage-sama? Is it because of me? Qianyue doesn't think she deserves the third Hokage's attention. It's because of you and that brat Minato. Tsunade didn't hide it, casually throwing away the fishbone and wooden stick, clapping her hands and saying, the old man hopes that Jiraiya and I will become guiding jonin. Is he in such a hurry? There is still some time before this batch of students graduates, and the third Hokage is assigning personnel so early? It doesn't matter to Qianyue which team he's assigned to, as long as he can be with Mikoto. As for the other team member, it would be best if it were Minato. If not, that's fine too. As long as the guiding jonin is not Orochimaru, Qianyue can accept it. He really can't accept Orochimaru's behavior, especially when that long tongue shoots out. It can make one's scalp tingle. The most ridiculous thing is that Orochimaru's tongue is forked. So, will the senior become the guiding jonin for me and Sister Mikoto? It's possible. Tsunade crossed her arms and reminded him. But only you. Uchiha Mikoto is not being considered. After all, she is Uchiha's. Just as she was speaking, Tsunade noticed something off about Chiyue's gaze, looked down, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Have you seen enough? Why not come a little closer? You can see better this way. Cough. Qianyue coughed, touched his nose, and felt embarrassed for being caught stealing glances. He didn't know if Tsunade had reached a rapid development phase, but her front was getting more and more exaggerated. And in just a month, it had grown a size. Qianyue inadvertently looked a couple more times and was caught red-handed. What about Sister Mikoto? Why isn't Sister Mikoto included? Qianyue changed the subject. Uchiha Mikoto stayed back a year for him. If they can't be assigned to the same team, what's the point? Tsunade looked at Qianyue but didn't answer the question. Qianyue could guess some of it. After all, this is a decision made by the higher-ups, specifically the third Hokage, and has nothing to do with Tsunade herself. No wonder Tsunade is like this. Since that is the case, then I and Sister Mikoto will form our own team and look for suitable teammates. Students graduating from the Ninja Academy are divided into 3 types. The first type is those who graduate early. After graduation, the village will assign teams, or you can find your own. These teams are usually unstable. The future Kakashi is like this, switching from one team to another, always having a hard time getting along with teammates. The second type is students graduating in the same year, assigned together, with the village designating a guiding jonin as the team leader. Such teams can only be chunin at best. The last type refuses to accept the village's arrangements and seeks their own path. If he can't be on the same team as Uchiha Mikoto, Qianyue would rather not accept the village's assigned team. He would rather chart his own course with Mikoto. Qianyue doesn't believe he would star without a guiding jonin. At worst, it would be a limited 2-person team, and he would quickly participate in the chunin exams. As long as he passes, everything will be resolved. Strong ninjas can take on various missions alone, let alone a 2-person team. Don't forget, Mikoto's strength is not lacking. A team formed by just Qianyue and Mikoto would be stronger than an average chunin team. If that's the case, why accept the village's arrangements and be forced to separate? If they can't be assigned to the same team, then Mikoto repeating a year and him skipping a year would become meaningless. No need to say more, senior, after graduation. I will form a 2-person group with Sister Mikoto. As for Minato, involving him in this wouldn't be fair to him. Although Qianyue believes that as long as he speaks up, Minato will definitely come running. I respect his choice. Tsunade frowned at him. Is it really going to be like this? Qianyue nodded. I don't want to be separated from Sister Mikoto, and I don't feel at ease with her being assigned to another team. If we can't be together, then I will give up and choose to form a team with Sister Mikoto. Gift urging updates filled. Qianyue updates enough. Chapter 17. The Wheel of Fate. Who can escape? I suddenly understand why Kushina clung to you. Even I have to view you in a new light, but it's a bit small. After a moment of silence, Tsunade said something nonsensical. What are you talking about? A bit small? Are you teasing me? Can this be tolerated? Qianyue raised an eyebrow, sizing Tsunade up from head to toe. It's okay. It'll grow, and I like big ones. Goldie. Tsunade's smile froze, and in the next second, she kicked out. Boom! The riverbank collapsed, rocks and soil rolling into the water. Qianyue jumped to a nearby tree, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was too brutal. If that kick hit, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Senior, go for it. I believe in you. It will get even bigger. Ha ha. Leaving the furious Tsunade behind, Qianyue dashed into the woods and disappeared. Tsunade was both angry and amused. This mouthy brat. But has it really gotten bigger? Would it become a burden? Tsunade subconsciously glanced down. On her way home after school, Uchiha Mikoto was pulled away by Qianyue. What's wrong, Qianyue? Did something happen? Why this serious expression? Qianyue tried hard to put on a serious face, but his age was a hard limitation. Even when serious, he just looked expressionless, making Mikoto want to laugh for no reason. All right, failed. This age is really not suitable for playing these games. Qianyue helplessly raised his hand. Today, Senior Tsunade came to find me. She told me there is a high chance she will become my guiding jonin. How could that be? ISNT, there's still some time until graduation. Why are the village higher-ups already assigning personnel at this time? But you and I want to be assigned to the same team, right? Now Mikoto understood why Qianyue had been trying to maintain a serious face, only to fail. Almost. He opened the fridge, took out 2 bottles of milk, handed one to Mikoto, took a couple of sips himself, and frowned. I don't know what the Hokage is thinking, starting to arrange these things at this time. Minato might be assigned to Senior Jiraiya's side. Minato is also involved. Qianyue being arranged early surprised Mikoto greatly. Who would have thought Minato was also one of those being arranged in advance? Don't underestimate Minato. He is just limited by his birth. He is actually someone who excels at creating miracles, as long as someone guides and supports him. Minato's future achievements go without saying. All he lacks is enough time to grow in a Flying Thunder God technique. As long as he accumulates enough, learns some sealing techniques, and gets the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato can take off from the spot. So, you brought me over today because, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Mikoto's little face was pinched and pulled by Qianyue's right hand, leaving several finger marks on her fair face. It's because I have to regretfully tell you, Uchiha Mikoto, that you might not be able to accept the village's team assignment. Why? Shaking off Qianyue's hand, Mikoto rubbed her little face in dissatisfaction and looked up. Because you're going to form a 2-person team with me. I rejected Senior Tsunade. If we can't be assigned to the same team, then you're repeating a year, and my skipping a year will become meaningless. Then I would rather not have such an arrangement, and just form a 2-person team with Sister Mikoto. Moreover, with your and my strength, do you think we would starve? Qianyue snapped his fingers and said lightly. You. Mikoto wanted to scold him for being foolish, but before she could say it, Qianyue interrupted her. Pull her up from the chair and push her towards the kitchen. Don't say any touching or scolding words. I've sacrificed so much. And today you're cooking, so I can take it easy. A flat road? Others would wish their backing could be a bit more stable. But Qianyue doesn't need that. Because his backing is himself. Qianyue is confident. In a few years, who knows who will become whose support? Why bother getting caught up in the vortex of the Hokage factions? Why be dragged into the open and covert struggles with the 3rd Hokage in Danzo? It's exhausting. Do we really have to form a 2-person team? While eating, Mikoto felt a bit uneasy. She still thought it would be better for Tsunade to be Qianyue's guiding jonin. ISNT, a 2-person team good? No one would disturb us, and we could do whatever we want. She shot Qianyue a knowing glance, making the other person blush. And then she shot him an annoyed look, lowering her head to eat in silence. Does Minato know about this? I didn't plan to tell Minato. I'm afraid he might do something irrational. After much consideration, Qianyue decided to keep it from Minato for now. That kid Minato, if he gets hot-headed, might give up the village's distribution and come running to join him. If that happens, then he would be in big trouble. Qianyue doesn't have a place to teach Minato the Flying Thunder God technique. If he wants to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, he still has to rely on Jiraiya. Given his sensitive identity, even if he contributes enough, the third Hokage and Danzo 1T let him choose such ninjutsu. The most likely outcome is that they just give him some rewards to send him on his way. This isn't malicious speculation. Looking back since the village was established, how many people from the Uchiha clan who made contributions could freely choose ninjutsu from the sealing book? Qianyue can say, almost none. Perhaps Uchiha Kagami is an exception. Although he isn't exactly part of the Uchiha clan, he still has Uchiha blood. The third Hokage and Danzo wouldn't mind being cautious because of that. Plus, since he refused the village's arrangements, would the third Hokage still focus on nurturing him? It's simply impossible to think that way. Tsunade also didn't inform Minato of her plans in advance. After all, she isn't very familiar with him. Minato hasn't realized he has already been assigned and is starting to look forward to who he will be teamed up with. His ideal team members would be Qianyue and Mikoto, and with him, it would just make a complete team. However, if he chooses this way, Kushina will be left out. Qianyue, do you think after we graduate, the village will put us in a team together? If we are placed together, what will happen to the extra person? Damn, you're really thinking far ahead about this. You're already thinking about team arrangements before graduation. Don't worry, Kushina 1T be selected. The most likely scenario is that Kushina will either be held back or graduate smoothly, and then live idly in Konoha. After all, as a Jinchuriki, she can't leave the village casually. Why? Can't Kushina graduate? That shouldn't be the case, although her grades in certain subjects are a bit poor. She has been working very hard lately. Graduating smoothly shouldn't be a problem. Why would she be excluded? Well, some things you don't need to know right now. We could talk about it later. Maybe Kushina will take the initiative to tell us. Patting Minato on the shoulder, Qianyue said earnestly, Minato, I know what you're thinking, but it's best if you don't provoke Kushina recently. Otherwise, you'll get beaten up. I don't know if it's fate, but Minato has gradually gone from being scared at first to now intentionally approaching Kushina. It's obvious he has developed feelings for her. Cough, cough, no, I'm not. Don't say that. His inner feelings were exposed, and Minato's face turned red as he quickly shook his head in denial. I definitely don't like Kushina. I believe you sure. Qianyue couldn't be bothered to deal with him. It was written all over his face, yet he still wanted to deny it. By the way, when did the people from a cloud village sneak into Konoha to kidnap Kushina? These bastards love to play dirty. Just as Qianyue said, recently, Kushina has been in a bad mood, especially bad. As graduation approached, when Qianyue and the others graduated smoothly, they would take a different path. But she, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, cannot leave the village easily. Chapter 18. Refusing the village's arrangements. The third Hokage is headache. Just thinking about this made Kushina very irritable. Therefore, even Minato, who had been intentionally approaching her recently, suffered. As graduation approached, some students who usually liked to skip classes and sleep began to work hard. They were afraid they wouldn't pass the assessment and would be sent back for redoing, especially those who were originally sent back to repeat a grade. If they still can't pass the assessment, they might lose their qualification to become ninjas. The village doesn't have time to wait for their endless repeating. Under the tense atmosphere, the graduation assessment still came. Qianyue was still the same. Every day he had his shadow clone help him go to school, while he sneaked off to train by the river or slept in at home. Today is what day? I believe everyone knows very well. Don't be nervous. The students whose names I call come up for the assessment. The graduation assessment for fresh graduates isn't difficult, relatively speaking. The challenging one is for those who apply for early graduation. It requires actual combat. Only by passing the actual combat can they graduate smoothly. I wonder who I will be teamed up with. I want to be with Qianyue-kun. Forget it. Uchiha Mikoto hasn't spoken yet. Do you have a chance? What's wrong? Listening to her classmates' discussions, Uchiha Mikoto was both anxious and angry. pushing Qianyue with her hand. Qianyue found it amusing. Ever since the news of their assessment application spread throughout the school, everyone assumed they were in a romantic relationship. Not to mention, Qianyue truly admires the kids in the Naruto world. Especially in terms of feelings, they can understand liking someone from the age of 4 or 5. If this were my past life, kids that age would still be playing in the mud. After the assessment, the 5th grade students would start their break. Next, they just wait for the village to assign teams, receive headbands, and get ninja identification. Then they would officially become new ninjas. The other students left. This should be a day worth celebrating, but the teacher couldn't be happy at all, because his students have brought him trouble again. Uchiha Makoto, Yagami Qianyue, are you sure you want to form a team by yourselves, rather than let the village arrange it for you? If it were Qianyue doing this, he wouldn't be too surprised, as Yagami Qianyue is someone who doesn't play by the rules. But for Uchiha Makoto to do this too, it left his head buzzing, and it took him a long time to calm down. What are you two thinking? Without a guiding teacher, do you know the kind of crisis you will face? I understand your thoughts. I will report this matter truthfully to the Hokage. But I also hope you two can think seriously and not make some wrong decisions because of early love. Others are forced to form teams, but Qianyue and Makoto are actively requesting it. This truly shocked the teacher. Without caring about anything else, he hurriedly sent Qianyue and Makoto away and rushed towards the Hokage's office. Would the Hokage agree? After leaving the ninja school, Makoto kept worrying about this question. She didn't want this matter to spread widely. Maybe it won't, but it will definitely be a shock. Thinking about how the 3rd Hokage would be shocked, Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, this kind of thing can be left to Orochimaru and Tsunade. I'm used to being lazy, and besides, I have to gather materials, so I don't have time to teach disciples. Fresh graduates have graduated. Jiraiya rushed to the Hokage's office to complain, saying he didn't want to be a guiding jonin, as it would severely affect his time for gathering material and writing books. Jiraiya also felt he wasn't cut out to be a teacher. I already have arrangements on Tsunade's side. Here are the materials for these kids. Take a look first. If there are no issues, the 3rd Hokage handed the materials to Jiraiya, not planning to give him a chance to refuse. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried knocking interrupted the 3rd Hokage's words. Jiraiya, helpless, could only take the materials. Only then did the 3rd Hokage reveal a satisfied smile and called out, "Come in. Hokage-sama, I have an important matter to report." It was Teacher Otagawa. Is the graduation assessment for the students not going smoothly? As Hokage and the principal of a ninja school, the 3rd Hokage paid high attention to the school's teachers. Teachers with important matters could come directly to report to him without prior notice. This alone shows how much the 3rd Hokage valued the ninja school. Teacher Otagawa had a mournful face. Jiraiya looked at him curiously, thinking, did this guy get bullied by his students? Hokage-sama, among this year's graduates, the student who ranked first in the assessment, Yagami Chiyuki, and the second-ranked Uchiha Makoto have come to me requesting to form their own team. They don't want to be separated. Cough, cough. The 3rd Hokage was choked by the smoke, and Jiraiya was dumbfounded. These two students have some guts. This was something he and Tsunade, Orochimaru, would never dare to do. Wait a minute, Yagami Chiyuki. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Cough, cough, cough. The 3rd Hokage, as if choked by a piece of old sauerkraut, began coughing, and his wrinkled old face turned red. He slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense! The 1st and 2nd-ranked students don't want to accept the village's arrangements and want to form their own team. If this news gets out, it will surely make countless people laugh. It's simply slapping my face. Go back for now. I will arrange to handle this matter." "Yes, Hokage-sama," the 3rd Hokage assured him. And Teacher Otagawa sighed in relief, showing a smile as if a burden had been lifted, bowed respectfully, and exited the Hokage's office. Now it was good. He successfully passed the hot potato to someone else, and he no longer needed to worry about this matter. "Jiraiya, how should I arrange for these two kids?" "Don't ask me." Jiraiya shook his head like a rattle drum. He hated this kind of trouble, and it was best if people didn't come to him with issues. "I've taken a Minato. This kid is good. As for the Uchiha clan-related matters, old man, you should handle them yourself. By the way, that name Yagami Chiyuki sounds very familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere. Tsunade has a good opinion of this kid, but he has Uchiha blood. Due to the death of Uchiha Kagami, communication between the village and the Uchiha clan has been severed. Tsunade thinks highly of Chiyuki, and the third Hokage believes that cultivating this child may lead to a second Uchiha Kagami. Plus, Chiyuki has shown decent talent, making him worthy of the village's focus on cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered handing Chiyuki over to Tsunade. Chapter 19 Uchiha is also Konoha's Uchiha. It should be known that Chiyuki becoming Tsunade's disciple means he is part of the Hokage's faction. This represents that even though he has Uchiha blood, he may not be able to step into the center of power. But at least he won't be targeted like the other Uchihas. However, a good plan got disrupted like this. One Chiyuki is enough. If another Uchiha Mikoto is shoved to Tsunade, it might lead to some unwanted thoughts among the Uchihas. This is something the third Hokage cannot accept. Even if he turns a blind eye, Danzo and Mitarashi Anko will never agree. I just remembered. Jiraiya clapped his hands. Tsunade said that this kid cooks really well. She's been thinking about it all the time. The third Hokage was speechless. So Tsunade think highly of him just because he cooks well? Seeing the third Hokage's troubled expression, Jiraiya planned to leave. Old man, take your time to consider. I'll be going first. I will go to the ninja school tomorrow. It's better to go out and scout for places to gather material than to spend time here with the old man. Recently, Tsunade has been in Konoha, and he didn't dare to go to the bathhouse, fearing he would run into her and get punched half to death. The third Hokage nodded, waving his hand to signal Jiraiya could leave. Shaking the documents in his hand, Jiraiya jumped out of the window. Not long after Jiraiya left, someone came. As the third Hokage had expected, it was Danzo from Root. Has Root's hand stretched too far? Nothing that happens in the Hokage office can escape his notice. Within 10 minutes, Danzo assuredly arrived. This made the third Hokage, as Hokage, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Root is the power I gave you. But you can't let Root's people infiltrate my inner circle. Sarutobi, I told you before, the Uchiha clan is unreliable. News cannot be hidden. Once it gets out, where will our faces be? Shaking his head, the third Hokage didn't want to discuss this with Danzo. How is the investigation into the Rain country going? In the last couple of years, with the rise of Hanzo, the so-called demigod, the actions of the Rain Ninja village have become quite aggressive. According to the intelligence collected by the Umbu, Rain Ninja village seems to show signs of launching a war. Under Hanzo's leadership, the small Rain Ninja village's military power has been expanding constantly, and the number of ninjas and their overall strength have also been increasing. Coupled with the fall of the Whirlpool country, the once peaceful ninja world is stirring with undercurrents. Aside from the isolationist water country, the frequency of small frictions between other countries is on the rise. Hanzo has not acted rashly, but we need to be on guard. If the Rain country, under Hanzo's leadership, annexes the Grass country, it will become another powerful enemy for Konoha. As the Rain Ninja village's strength continues to grow, Hanzo, who claims to be a demigod, will certainly not be content to remain in the harsh environment with a low population of the Rain country. Launching a war to seize territory and plunder population is the only way for the Rain country to grow. The priority target for the Rain Ninja village is the Grass country, an ally of the Fire country, a fence-sitter. The balance between the great nations cannot allow any country to become too powerful. This is the tacit understanding among the 5 great countries. If the Rain country launches a war, it is playing with fire. The Umbu and Root's personnel are constantly monitoring the movements of the Rain country. And as soon as there is any sign of trouble, the spies can report back immediately. Danzo is very confident. He believes his arrangements will not go wrong. And Hanzo will eventually have a day when he cannot hold back. I hope Hanzo won't be blinded by war. The third Hokage side. Danzo is a hawk, while the third Hokage is a dove favoring peace. Even as a dove, if the Rain country launches a war to annex the Grass country or invade the Fire country's territory, he will have no choice but to go to war against the Rain country. Why is the topic drifting further and further? Danzo frowned in dissatisfaction and said coldly, Sarutobi, let's not talk about the Rain country for now, but you cannot just let the Uchihas go like this. 2 kids want to refuse the village's arrangements. I knew the Uchiha people were born evil. They are better off. That's enough, Danzo. As Danzo became more excessive in his words, the third Hokage could no longer bear it and reprimanded. I will arrange the matter concerning these 2 children. If they truly wish to form a two-person team, I will approve it. We are all from Konoha. The Uchihas are also Konoha's Uchihas. You should go back and keep an eye on the movements of the Rain Ninja village and not give them any opportunity to launch a war. But Root is shorthanded. Whatever Uchiha or Rain Ninja is all nonsense. Danzo's ultimate goal is still for Root, for his own power. Although he has infiltrated the Umbu, only Root is the power he controls. Only by expanding the structure of Root can his power continue to grow. Danzo has mentioned this many times, but he hasn't agreed. The third Hokage believes that during peacetime, with the coordination between Umbu and Root, Root is far from reaching the point of expansion. Just as the Land of Rain is beginning to show its sharp fangs, a large number of Umbu ninjas have been dispatched, making the manpower seem somewhat insufficient. At this moment, when Danzo brings it up, the third Hokage cannot outright refuse. After much consideration, the third Hokage said, "I will discuss this with Koharu and Hamura. You can go back for now. I will wait for your news." Having received the answer he wanted, Danzo left satisfied. As for Qianyue and Mikoto, he had long since forgotten them. They were just two kids from the Uchiha clan, not worth his attention. "Old man, you looking for me?" Tsunade came from the hospital, still wearing her white coat. This is about the applications of Yagami Qianyue and Uchiha Mikoto. The third Hokage handed her the completed documents. "You call me over just for this?" Tsunade complained as she casually tossed the documents onto the desk. "Old man, next time there's something like this, don't be in such a hurry to call me over. I have a surgery to perform later." But Yagami Qianyue is someone you have high hopes for. The third Hokage looked at her. Tsunade laughed in anger. "Yes, I have high hopes for him, but you want him to become the second Uchiha Kagami, not me, right?" "My teacher." The third Hokage did not like hearing that. "What do you mean you want him to become the second Uchiha Kagami? Let's leave it at that. Since they want to form a two-person team, let them do as they wish. How many ninjas who graduate each year can be smoothly assigned to suitable ninja teams? Most ninjas still need to find teams on their own. This is the inaction of the higher-ups, and others dare not mention it. But Tsunade doesn't care about this. If I don't like it, I will say it." Striding towards the exit, Tsunade waved her hand without looking back, saying, "Old man, that kid Yagami Qianyue cannot become the second Uchiha Kagami, so don't waste your thoughts on him. Since he is unwilling to accept your arrangements, let him grow on his own. Also, don't assign me any students. I'm very busy now, and there's still many people waiting for surgery at the hospital." Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is renowned in Konoha and even in the entire ninja world. As long as she is in the village, many people want to ask her for help with their illnesses, even if she has spent most of the Senju clan's resources. As long as Tsunade doesn't slack off and gambles less, she can still prosper. Unfortunately, this big cash cow cannot control her hands. Since she didn't take in Qianyue, Tsunade simply gave up the idea of taking on students. Dealing with mischievous kids is the most troublesome. With that spare time, she might as well help out at the hospital and earn some more money. So annoying. She had to repay the gambling debts she owed, and as she walked, she scratched her head. Just thinking about the huge gambling debts she owed gave her a headache. Moreover, she couldn't default on the debt. Otherwise, if others came to the Hokage office, it would be embarrassing for her, Tsunade. While their classmates were still waiting for the village to assign guiding ninjas, Qianyue and Mikoto had already started taking on their first mission as ninjas. Without a guiding ninja and being a two-person team, Qianyue and Mikoto could only take on some D-rank missions to transition. Catching cats, picking up trash, cleaning toilets. Upon seeing these missions, Qianyue directly fainted. Other missions were all right, but cleaning toilets? Are they serious? Who issued this mission? The Hokage's office? Then there's no problem. Let the later teams handle it. For their first mission, Qianyue chose to help the herders drive away wild beasts. Being a D-rank ninja, this type of mission would yield much higher contributions and rewards than a typical D-rank mission. Just right, Mikoto needed to accumulate combat experience, so Qianyue decisively took the mission. Since it was only to drive away the beasts, and there was no requirement to kill the beasts attacking livestock, the mission was registered as D-rank. If it required killing to eliminate the threat, the mission would be registered as C-rank. Let's go. After taking the mission, Qianyue and Mikoto checked their ninja tool packs. Registered at the village entrance, and left Konoha for the pasture. During their first mission, Makoto seemed a bit excited and nervous. After arriving at the pasture and communicating with the pasture owner to gather information, they entered the forest next to the pasture. The mission required driving away the beasts attacking livestock. As long as they could drive them out of the pasture, the mission would be considered complete. If they could eliminate the beasts, the mission would automatically upgrade to C rank, allowing them to earn C rank rewards and contribution points. Qianyue and Makoto weren't short on money. As for contribution points, to be honest, for some people, they are treasures, but for others, they're not much different from having none. With enough contribution points, Minato, with Jiraiya's help and connections, could get the third Hokage to allow him to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. The same contribution points given to someone from the Uchiha clan might only allow them to exchange for a C-rank ninjutsu. Don't think that the village treats people differently or targets them on purpose. Be confident they are indeed targeting you. Split up, you track from that side, and I'll go from this side. Qianyue assigned Makoto a direction, creating 2 shadow clones to widen the search area. In a world of Hokage, due to the influence of chakra and natural energy, many creatures can become enormous and incredibly powerful. The 3 great summonings, frogs, snakes, and slugs, are the most typical representatives. Apart from these powerful summoned beasts, even some strong creatures can be troublesome when encountered by Jainin. Xiaobai, since if there are any creatures with strong chakra energy in the forest, Master, there are significant chakra fluctuations in the southeast direction. Guided by Xiaobai, Qianyue quickly found a tiger nearly the size of a room. The large orange cat seemed unaware of Qiyuki's arrival, lazily lying on the ground taking a nap. On the nearby ground, there were plenty of food remains. With such strong chakra fluctuations, it seemed like it could sell for a good price. Seeing this big orange cat, Qianyue knew they had hit the jackpot. Such an animal could be captured and sold as a summoning beast. Many ninjas prefer attack-type summoning beasts. Roar! Qianyue softly muttered, startling the big orange cat that was napping on the ground. The big orange cat flipped over and jumped up, roaring in the direction of Qianyue. The surrounding trees shook, and leaves fell in a flurry. With a roar, the big orange cat lunged at Qianyue. Are they treating me like a rookie? Qianyue dodged the big orange cat's powerful paw and kicked it hard on the chin. Boom! The massive body of the orange cat flew out, crashing into trees, and the ground was scraped up by the cat's body. Cautiously waiting for the opponent's sudden attack, Qianyue approached with confusion after a moment. She saw that the big orange cat, which had just been fierce, was now curled up on the ground in pain, constantly whimpering and bleeding from its mouth. It seemed that the kick had made the big orange cat bite its own tongue, causing it to lose its fighting spirit. Chapter 21 300,000 Rio. Not a single coin, less seeing the big orange cat curled up in a ball, no longer having any desire to attack. Qianyue was directly amused. Was this guy all bark and no bite? No, it should just be a lucky accident. Just right, she kicked its shin, causing it to bite its own tongue and lose the will to fight. This is no different from a man losing his fighting ability after being hit in the groin. The difference is that the big orange cat bit its own tongue, while Qianyue just kicked its shin. Qianyue, are you okay? Hearing the sounds of battle and the roar of the big orange cat, Makoto hurried over. By the time she arrived, Qianyue had already knocked the big orange cat unconscious and tied it up with a rope. Just a small problem. Standing next to the big orange cat, which was taller than her when lying down, Qianyue patted its back and said, "This guy should be the one attacking the livestock on the ranch. We can negotiate for a higher reward for our task, and we can sell this guy for quite a bit of money. Is that it?" Makoto said, amused and exasperated after hearing about the fight. She wanted to hone her combat awareness and gain some experience, but Qianyue had finished it with just a few moves. The battle was simple and brutal. A kick to the chin, and while the big orange cat was doubting its life, she knocked it out. Then she tied it up, and that was it. She didn't help at all and just laid down. Makoto, it seems like you still don't have a suitable summoning beast. How about contracting this guy? The strength of the big orange cat was decent, and Makoto still hadn't contracted a summoning beast. If she was willing, signing a summoning contract with the big orange cat would be a good option. Forget it. Looking at the big orange cat, which was about the size of a small house, Makoto shook her head slightly in refusal. I won't need it. The Uchiha clan members are more suitable for signing a summoning contract with ninja cats. It would be much more convenient to buy weapons and ninja tools from them in the future. Signing a summoning contract with the Ninja Cat clan was a tradition of the Uchiha clan. Most strong Uchiha ninjas would sign contracts with the Ninja Cat clan, and the clan would provide various ninja tools and scrolls. As long as you pay, you can buy what you want from them, and the prices are much cheaper than those in a village weapon shop. Then let's take it back to Konoha to sell. A différentes mission, even if it was upgraded for a higher reward, would only yield a few tens of thousands of Ryo at most. If they brought this big guy back to Konoha, they could sell it for at least 300,000 Ryo. The prices of summoning beasts and good chakra weapons have always been high. Dragging the big orange cat, which was tied up, back to Konoha, many people saw Qianyue and were scared enough to hide on the side of the road. This tiger is so big. These two kids are ninjas from the village, right? How impressive to catch such a big tiger. Are they going to take it back to slaughter it for food? Fool! Such a creature can be sold as a summoning beast, and it's very expensive. What else can you do besides eating? The passers-by discussed, making Makoto feel a bit embarrassed. The fight was over before she arrived, and now dragging the orange cat back to Konoha had become Qianyue's task. This made Makoto feel useless, as she hardly contributed anything. Hello, my name is Sanning Luo. Are you planning to transport this summoning beast to Konoha for sale? The popularity of summoning beasts was beyond Qianyue's imagination, even before they returned to the village. A ninja returning from a mission saw the big orange cat, and his eyes lit up as he hurriedly inquired. 300,000 Ryo, and it's yours. Although he hadn't inquired about the prices before, he knew enough that even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Therefore, in Qianyue's mind, the price of the big orange cat was 300,000 Ryo. Anything less was not worth discussing. 300,000? Sanning Luo was stunned for a moment and then smiled wryly. Can it be a bit cheaper? I just bought some ninja tools recently. I'm sorry, but that's the price. If you can't accept it, then I can only drag it to the village to sell. Good summoning beasts have no shortage of buyers. Most of the ninjas who are most fond of summoning beasts are ordinary ninjas with average talent and low upper limits of strength. For these ninjas, having a decent summoning beast can significantly enhance their combat power. At critical moments, it can even save their lives. Many ninjas like to let their summoning beasts take the risk while they escape. I'll buy it. Seeing that Qianyue was about to leave with the big orange cat and showed no sign of bargaining, Sanning Luo hurriedly called out to him. I'll buy it for 300,000 Ryo, but I need some time. I just returned from a mission and need time to gather the money. To make up for the delay, I can help transport this guy back to the village. Ninjas are a high-risk profession, but they also earn money quickly. As long as they're not lazy and save on expenses, they usually do not live too poorly. After all, an ordinary Durang mission can yield several thousand or even tens of thousands of Ryo. However, being a ninja is also a money-burning profession. This leads to many ninjas earning a lot but spending a lot, often unable to save much money. Typically, a ninja's savings balance can be linked to their own strength. The stronger the ninja, the more money they earn. Except for someone like Tsunade, who is a big cash cow. Qianyue felt that there were hardly a few ninjas in the entire ninja world who could earn more than Tsunade, but were poorer than her. That's great. With someone willing to help, Qianyue happily accepted. He had dragged the big orange cat all the way from the ranch, and it was exhausting. Little brother, you can rest first. I'll take care of the rest. Sanning Luo was not a person who would hesitate, pulling the rope and walking away. Although he wanted to directly sign a contract with the big orange cat, he hadn't paid yet, and Qianyue wouldn't allow him to do so. Otherwise, he could have saved the effort of bringing the big orange cat back to Konoha. As they got closer to Konoha, the number of people on the road increased, and many ninjas approached to inquire about the big orange cat, but they were all sent back by Sanning Luo. This summoning beast is mine, and the price has already been agreed upon. You all stay away and don't get any ideas about it. Upon returning to Konoha, they exchanged money for the goods. While other classmates were still waiting for village assignments, Qianyue and Makoto had already earned over 100,000 Ryo each. Chapter 22. Is being a ninja this profitable? Without the influence of a guiding J-nin, it felt great. They could choose to take on missions when they wanted, and if they didn't want to, they could rest and stay in the village to train. It was easy and free. Makoto needed to go home to report her safety, so they parted ways to head home. As soon as Qianyue reached his doorstep, he realized that something big had happened. Because Kushina and Minato were standing at his door, looking at him with unfriendly expressions. Kushina was okay, but Minato's gaze was practically screaming, "You tricked me. Today, I made a little profit. How about going out for barbecue?" Qianyue suggested going out to eat. Good. Looking at Qianyue, who was sincerely inviting her, Kushina became a bit dazed and subconsciously agreed. The words came out before her brain even registered. When she realized it, she felt she had betrayed her teammate Minato, and her little face turned red in an instant. Minato rolled his eyes, looking as if he expected this. It was nearly impossible to count on Kushina to punish Qianyue. Whenever she encountered Qianyue, she would always end up confusedly siding with him. You were defeated by him. Minato slumped his shoulders and gritted his teeth, saying, "Such a big deal, and you didn't tell us. If it weren't for Jiraiya-sensei telling me today, I wouldn't even know you and Mikoto formed a two-person team." It seemed that Jiraiya had already discussed it with Minato, and they had become master and apprentice. "I didn't tell you just to avoid causing unnecessary influence on you." Qianyue said seriously, "Minato, I always believe that following Jiraiya-senpai is a good choice, but don't learn some of his bad habits." "Huh? Bad habits? Does Jiraiya-sensei have bad habits?" Minato had just met Jiraiya, and the two had discussed for the whole morning. The news that Qianyue and Mei-chin formed a two-person team was also told to him by Jiraiya. Since they had just met, Minato only knew that Jiraiya was a disciple of the third Hokage and nothing else. Minato didn't know, but Kushina was well aware. She had a slightly flushed face and suddenly became alert, her eyes turning somewhat unfriendly. What else with that look? Minato was confused, wondering what he did wrong. It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong. Could it be because of Jiraiya-sensei? "Let's go, we can talk while walking." Qianyue put his arm around Minato's shoulder and lowered his voice. Jiraiya is the kind of guy who likes to use the excuse of gathering material to sneak a peek at girls taking a bath. Cough, cough. Minato widened his eyes, nearly choking, his young face turning red. After coughing for a while to recover, he stared in disbelief and asked, "Does Jiraiya-sensei really have that kind of hobby?" Can that even be called a hobby? Qianyue couldn't help but curse. Kushina kindly reminded, "Qianyue, you're cursing. That's not important." Waving her hand to indicate Kushina to ignore it, Qianyue shouted at Minato, "That's completely immoral. Okay. Just imagine your mother, your girlfriend, or even your future wife being watched while taking a bath. How would you feel?" "I would kill him." Minato instinctively tightened his fists. "Wait, but that peeping person is my teacher." After stammering for a long time, Minato could only mutter gloomily, "I will advise Jiraiya-sensei not to do such things anymore." Just Jiraiya. And the third Hokage. What Qianyue found most disgusting was their habit of peeping. He really didn't know where they learned that from. If you like watching, just spend some money. There are plenty of places for you to see. Just throw some money, and people will cooperate with you however you want. Why sneak around like a thief? Oh no, thieves are more honorable than them. I must advise Jiraiya-sensei. I can't let him do this anymore. Minato gritted his teeth, determined to help Jiraiya change this habit. Qianyue was also thinking about whether he should find something for the third Hokage to do. For example, revealing his telescope technique. Let's see how he would watch in the future. Using the excuse of observing village conditions to peep is simply disgusting. Aren't you afraid someone will watch your wife? Oh, his wife is too old. The three of them arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Minato picked up the menu and ordered a variety of dishes, determined to eat Qianyue out, otherwise he wouldn't feel satisfied. "Qianyue, what mission did you and Mei-chin execute today?" Kushina kept asking curiously. Minato was about to start training with Jiraiya, and Qianyue also formed a team with Mei-chin. As for her, being the Jinchuriki, she couldn't go anywhere and could only obediently stay in the village. Not to mention teaming up with others for missions. Even getting close to anyone would lead to that person being monitored by the Umbu. Only Kushina could understand this kind of hardship. So she was full of longing for the outside world. It was a mission to drive away wild beasts. Qianyue briefly explained today's mission. Upon learning that Qianyue easily caught a suitable big orange cat to be a summoning beast and sold it for 300,000 Ryo, both Minato and Kushina were stunned. Is being a ninja this profitable? Minato was scared of being poor, while Kushina had no concept of money. After all, she had an entire street in Konoha. Didn't need to do anything and could wait to collect dividends every year, receiving tens of millions of Ryo. So you don't have to save money for me today. Eat as much as you want. It turned out that a meal of barbecue really doesn't cost tens of thousands. Even Minato, who boasted about wanting to eat Qianyue out, ended up leaning against a wall to walk. Qianyue was really afraid that he would throw up on the way home. Let's go, I'll take you back. Minato really wanted to send Kushina home, but unfortunately, Kushina didn't give him the chance. All right, Qianyue was willing to take her home, and Kushina was very happy, bouncing along the way like a little bird, chattering nonstop. It seemed she had endless things to say. Qianyue smiled, occasionally nodding, listening to Kushina's narration and complaints. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Qianyue, Kushina's mood improved, and she happily hummed a little tune. Hey, you were all gloomy in the morning, as if the world was collapsing. How come you're so cheerful now? Did you see your crush and get too happy? Seeing Kushina like this, Tsunade couldn't help but tease her. Sister. Kushina instantly blushed, stomping her foot in dissatisfaction. What crush? It's just that Qianyue can explain to me and Minato why he hit our matter, so my mood got better. It's not like what you said. Yes, not a crush, not a crush. Tsunade was amused, starting to circle around Kushina, who was still a bit dazed and didn't react. She thought Tsunade believed her words and hopped back to her room to change clothes. Ha. After Kushina returned to her room, Tsunade laughed so hard she rolled on the sofa. This little girl is too cute. Sister, what are you laughing at? Can everyone spread the word about this book? There are many readers. It's so frustrating. I need some motivation. Chapter 23 Night Watch? Of course. It's to let the nine tails out to guard. Just back from a mission, Rope Tree tiredly threw himself onto the sofa. He felt he didn't even have the energy to take a shower and just wanted to sleep well. Sister, did you cook? I'm so hungry. Cooking? When have I ever cooked? Go take a shower. Grabbing Rope Tree, she tossed him toward the bathroom. Tsunade crossed her arms and hummed. After you shower. Hurry up and buy food. I'm hungry. In other families, the older sister takes care of the younger brother, but in my house, it's the opposite. My sister is so fierce. Rope Tree wanted to cry, but had no tears, rubbing the place he bumped into. At that moment, his fatigue had disappeared, and he didn't want to sleep anymore. He just wanted to wash up quickly and go buy food. Otherwise, with Tsunade's personality, he would continue to get beaten. What a hard life. Yet he couldn't find anyone to complain to because the only ones he could complain to couldn't afford to offend Tsunade. The distribution of new ninjas finally ended, and each small team started executing missions under the guidance of ninja instructors. There were missions to catch cats, pick up trash, and help weed and plant crops. The entire mission department was in chaos. Aren't there any suitable missions? Mei-chin noticed that Qianyue had been staring at the mission scroll for a long time without making a choice, and his frown deepened. All the good missions had been taken. Qianyue was speechless. Once the new ninjas came out, most of the suitable missions were gone. Mei-chin leaned closer to take a look, showing a reluctant expression. She didn't want to do the leftover, messy missions, especially the ones like cleaning toilets. Neither did Qianyue. So he shifted his gaze to the C-rank missions. Generally, they could take on C-rank missions. Can we take this mission? Qianyue pointed to the mission scroll. The staff in the mission department glanced at the mission and replied, your team can take it. But the employer is in a hurry and hopes to reach the daimyo's residence by noon tomorrow. Then I'll take this mission, since there were no suitable C-rank missions. Qianyue quelque chose à C-rank escort mission. Escorting a merchant to the daimyo's residence. The reward was at the bottom among C-rank missions. Qianyue didn't care about how much the reward was. He cared about the content of the mission. Escorting someone to the daimyo's residence was also a good opportunity to go to the bathroom and take care of kids. After handing over his ninja identification, Qianyue accepted the mission, and he and Mei-chin went to the village entrance to wait for the employer to arrive. As for the employer, someone would go to notify them. Not long after, the employer who received the notice hurried to the village entrance. Although Qianyue and Mei-chin looked very young, the employer did not dare question them. This was Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages and also the one with the most commission tasks. Whether there was one more S-rank task or one less, it didn't matter. But questioning the strength of Konoha's ninjas or causing trouble in Konoha could lead to the cancellation of the commission. You might even get taken to the police department for questioning to see if you were a spy. After completing the registration, the three left Konoha and headed towards the daimyo's mansion. The employer was not a talkative person, remaining silent as they hurried along, looking somewhat anxious to return to the daimyo's mansion. Be careful, there might be battles along the way, Qianyue quietly reminded Mei-chin while they were scouting together. This escort mission clearly fell off. The reward was low, they were in a hurry, and the employer's demeanor seemed strange. They were probably being targeted by someone who could either be an ordinary person or a ninja. After receiving Qianyue's reminder, Mei-chin's expression became serious. She cautiously observed her surroundings, preventing any ambush from enemies. If it were just Qianyue and Mei-chin, they could reach the daimyo's mansion in a day. But since the employer was an ordinary person, it would take much longer to arrive. You go rest, I'll keep watch at night. At night, the three rested by the roadside, and Qianyue offered to keep watch. Mei-chin, a bit worried, said, "How about I take the first half of the night?" It would definitely be tough for Qianyue to keep watch alone, especially since they had to continue their journey tomorrow. It's fine. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyue pinched Mei-chin's little face a couple of times, stretching her face into a big plate. Slap. Hiss, this girl is really ruthless. A woman's face really shouldn't be touched casually, even if it's a girl. Qianyue shook his slightly reddened hand. After his antics, Mei-chin stopped resisting and obediently jumped to a nearby tree to rest against the trunk. A handsome young man with a beautiful girl. I really envy the little brother. I didn't have such a beautiful girlfriend when I was young. The employer joked with Qianyue while warming himself by the fire, reminiscing about his youth. Not a girlfriend yet. Qianyue smiled and tossed a few logs into the fire. Uncle, you should rest early. We need to continue our journey early tomorrow. You requested to arrive at the daimyo's mansion by noon, so our time is a bit tight. All right. The employer, who initially wanted to chat with Qianyue for a while, could only smile wryly and nodded, leaning against a nearby rock and closing his eyes. After adding some firewood, Qianyue jumped to a tree a bit away from the campsite. Then he released Xiaobai. Xiaobai, I'll rely on you to keep watch tonight. If someone approaches, alert me, regardless of whether they have malicious intent. But if they do, just kill them. Qianyue certainly couldn't stay on watch all night, so he relied on Xiaobai for the night watch. After all, Xiaobai rarely wandered around, and it was a good opportunity to stretch its legs. After receiving Qianyue's instructions, Xiaobai disappeared into the woods, and only then did Qianyue close his eyes in peace. To be honest, resting in the wild was really uncomfortable. Leaning against the tree trunk, Qianyue took a long time to fall asleep. The night passed peacefully. No unexpected events occurred. During peacetime, the land of fire was relatively calm, especially towards the direction of Konoha. In the morning, the team quickly had some food and set off again. Trouble seemed to be coming. Qianyue didn't expect that after a calm night, trouble would arise shortly after they set off the next day. Chapter 24. There's a first time for everything, even killing. A group of people was lying in ambush among the trees by the roadside ahead. These people harbored deep malice towards the team, and when Xiaobai discovered their ambush, it immediately notified Qianyue. Stop. Qianyue called to Mei-chin and the employer. Little brother, why are we stopping? The employer, eager to reach the daimyo's mansion as quickly as possible, was frustrated by Qianyue's command to stop at this moment. There are enemies lying in ambush. Glancing at the employer, Qianyue said to Mei-chin, Mei-chin, I'll take the left side, you take the right side. Let us finish this quickly. Got it. The two quickly split up and rushed towards the woods on either side of the road. Facing enemies for the first time and about to engage in a fight, Mei-chin felt a bit nervous. It was evident from her tightly gripping kunai that her fingers were turning a bit pale. Not good, we've been discovered. There are only two little brats escorting that guy. Kill them. Seeing the team split up, Qianyue and Mei-chin rushed towards the trees on either side, while the employer stayed in place. Those lying in ambush realized they had been exposed. Killing was an essential growth experience for ninjas, and Qianyue and Mei-chin could not escape it. They were not dressed as robbers, but rather resembled warriors raised by certain individuals. Once the ambushers realized they were exposed, they no longer hid, jumping out one after another, drawing their swords and charging towards Qianyue. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Qianyue quickly formed hand seals, and a fireball over 1/2 meter in diameter flew towards the group of raised warriors. Not good, run. The warriors did not expect that Qianyue would disregard the rules of martial arts and throw a fireball at them as soon as they met. A violente explosion ensued, accompanied by some cries of anguish. Qianyue waved his hand in front of his face as the smell of roasted meat began to waft through the woods. Spit! Who the hell said fireball jutsu doesn't kill people? Looking at the chaotic scene and the charred corpses on the ground, Qianyue felt that he wouldn't want to eat roasted meat for a few days. As for feelings of nausea, discomfort, or even vomiting, he didn't experience any of those reactions. A few ordinary warriors were easily dealt with by Qianyue's ninjutsu, making it simple and efficient. The only imperfection was that there were still 2 people left alive, lying on the ground and moaning. Shaking his head, Qianyue threw out 2 kunai, ending their lives, and ran towards the other side. Compared to Qianyue's violent onslaught, the battle on Mei Qin's side was much more troublesome. Her strength was not as great as Qianyue's, and coupled with her nervousness, she didn't consider that even ordinary level ninjutsu posed a lethal threat to these warriors. There were many corpses on the ground, some with their throats cut by kunai, others with their hearts pierced. In the woods, Mei Qin held her ninja sword. Her head lowered. Blood was still dripping from the sword, and her clothes were splattered with blood. Mei Qin! Qianyue walked up and called out, and Mei Qin, who tightly gripped the sword hilt and remained silent with her head down, looked up. A pair of blood-red eyes met Qianyue's gaze, each eye containing a quivering tomo. It was evident that the owner of these eyes was experiencing a significant emotional upheaval. Did she awaken her Sharingan because it was her first time killing? Mei Qin was almost 11 years old, and at this age, awakening the Sharingan was considered high-level among the Uchiha clan. Most Uchiha members awaken their eyes around the age of 10, with 12 or 13 being the most common age range. Qianyue was completely an exception. After all, he did not awaken his eyes by himself, but through external means. It's okay, the enemies are already dead. Qianyue raised his hand and embraced Mei Qin, patting her back to comfort her. Under Qianyue's reassurance, Mei Qin's emotional turmoil quickly stabilized. Qianyue, my eyes. Yes, you awaken them. From today on, you are a true talent of the Uchiha clan. Qianyue joked with a smile. Mei Qin relaxed completely. Let's hurry up, I don't like seeing these corpses. After the first time killing aftermath, Mei Qin would need some time to recover. Little brother, are you all okay? Seeing the bloodstains on Uchiha Makoto, the employer was startled, thinking she was injured. It's nothing, Qianyue said with a smile, shaking her head. Just a few ordinary samurai. They can't hurt us. Uncle employer, let's continue on our way. In the forest of Konoha, various animals would dispose of the bodies in the woods. Sister Makoto, when you first opened your eyes, there might be some discomfort. After using the Sharingan for a long time, your eyes will feel sore, and your mental strength and chakra will be consumed quickly. On the way, Qianyue informed Uchiha Makoto about some symptoms after opening her eyes. After experiencing the ambush and attack from the samurai, the team successfully arrived at the daimyo's mansion before noon. Having successfully delivered the employer to the daimyo's mansion, the escort mission ended perfectly. Although the reward for this escort mission was a bit low, Uchiha Makoto opened her eyes, and Qianyue felt that this was worth more than earning more money. Once they returned to the village and adapted to the Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto's strength could grow rapidly. The single tomo, double tomo, and triple tomo, each evolution of the Sharingan could significantly enhance the strength of the Uchiha clan members. If she activated the Mangekyō Sharingan and then transplanted to obtain the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it would be a huge leap in strength. The two did not stop on the way and returned to the village as quickly as possible in the early morning hours. For a while afterward, Qianyue and Uchiha Makoto would take turns accepting missions after some time. Regarding their freedom, Minato felt envious and anxious. Ever since becoming Jiraiya's disciple, Minato found he had no time to rest. He was constantly running around with his 2 teammates, following Jiraiya. Teacher Jiraiya, why did the village send us to monitor the movements of the Rain Village? Minato expressed his confusion about this task. It's clearly a time of peace. Why would the village give our team such a task to monitor other villages' ninjas? Aren't they afraid of provoking conflict? Actually, the teacher also can't understand why the old man wants us to carry out this task. Minato and his 2 teammates were tired of the environment and harsh weather in the Land of Rain, and Jiraiya was even more frustrated. In other countries, they could occasionally go out to gather inspiration and find suitable materials. But in the land of rain, it was nothing but rain. Want to gather materials? Not a chance. Why not assign this task to that Orochimaru guy? Isn't he good at lurking? Jiraiya complained to himself, showing a smile on his face as he explained to Minato. I think it has something to do with the Rain Village continuously expanding its military strength. Why? This should be the Rain Village's own business, and it shouldn't have much to do with Konoha. Could it be that if the Rain Village expands militarily, Konoha also has to get involved? Minato was talented, perceptive, had excellent combat awareness, and most importantly, whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he would humbly seek advice, which made Jiraiya very satisfied. This disciple is the right choice. Not to mention, Minato might be the savior predicted by the Toad Sage. Therefore, Jiraiya paid special attention to Minato's training, clearly exceeding that of Minato's teammates. Chapter 25. The summons are issued. The horn of war is about to sound. Due to the continuous military expansion of the Land of Rain, it poses a threat to the surrounding countries, including Konoha. Think about it. When a country's ninja village strengthens without restraint, what will happen when the military power of that village reaches its peak? Minato understood instantly. Will there really be a war? He was startled by his own speculation. Yes, war. Jiraiya nodded seriously. When a village's military strength reaches its peak and still wants to develop, there's only one path to take: to wage war externally. To plunder resources and population through war, to annex the territories of other countries, and to grow stronger. The Rain Village was currently in such a state. Minato had never experienced the flames of war, so he naturally did not understand the cruelty of war. But Jiraiya was very clear that once war broke out, it would sweep through the entire ninja world. Jiraiya-sama, the forward team has encountered the ninja forces of the Rain Village, and the team requests support. Umbu ninjas rushed into the cave. Jiraiya sighed. His troubles had come. The signs of the Rain Village waging war externally were becoming increasingly obvious, and Konoha continuously sent ninjas into the Land of Rain to gather intelligence. As time passed, the friction between the two sides grew larger, and tensions had already escalated. The Rain Village was demonstrating its power. Hanz's purpose was to warn Konoha. According to the intelligence gathered by Umbu, Root, and spies under Hanz's leadership, the Rain Village's strength was already not weaker than that of the 5 great ninja villages. Once war breaks out, the Land of Fire will undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. Therefore, I suggest that we should eliminate the danger in advance. We absolutely cannot allow the Rain Village to grow and wage war against Konoha. Danzo slammed the table hard and shouted angrily. Han's sending people to encircle our Konoha ninjas is a warning to us. Sarutobi, at this point, do you still expect Han's to sit down and negotiate with you calmly? Konoha's intelligence gathering on the Rain Village had been incessant, and this action seemed to have angered Han's, the leader of the Rain Village. Under Han's orders, the ninjas of the Rain Village began to encircle Konoha's people. They even ignored the negotiation request submitted by Konoha. Are we really going to wage war? And Konoha is the one to initiate it. This was not the outcome that the third Hokage wanted, but the situation was forcing them. Last year, the Land of Rain only showed some aggressiveness, seemingly wanting to target the Land of Grass. As the Land of Grass was an ally of Konoha, Konoha naturally could not sit by and do nothing. When Umbu and Root ninjas entered the Land of Rain, coupled with the intelligence transmitted by spies, it undoubtedly informed the third Hokage of the fact. Han's was not interested in the Land of Grass. What he valued was the Land of Fire. If the Rain Village wants to move against the Land of Grass, Konoha will not allow it, especially since Han's wants to take action against the Land of Fire. Do you really think you are one of the 5 great nations ninja villages? This was also why Danzo was so furious. Han's was looking down on them. The request for negotiation was ignored. They were completely humiliated. Once Konoha declared war on the Rain Village, the flames of war would inevitably sweep through the entire ninja world. Have you all thought about these consequences? Danzo was a hawk. He believed that Konoha should strike first and not let the flames of war reach the territory of the Land of Fire. Tsunade and Mito Minion believed that Danzo's words made sense. Since Han's was being reckless, Konoha should teach him a lesson. Even if Konoha was willing to maintain peace through negotiation, the Rain Village was unwilling, and Hans completely ignored them. If Konoha does not declare war on the Rain Village, will the flames of war not spread to various countries? Danzo sneered and looked at the third Hokage. Sarutobi, don't forget that since the first ninja war, the strength of the ninja villages in various countries has already recovered. It's not just the Rain Village that has signs of waging war. Other ninja villages are the same. If Konoha does nothing, we will only be passively beaten. Are you going to choose to strike first or wait to be attacked before retaliating? The third Hokage frowned. He had not made up his mind yet, because once war broke out, the situation could exceed Konoha's control at any time. As the one steering Konoha, he did not want to see such a situation arise. One wanted to fight, and the other wanted to negotiate. The third Hokage and Danzo argued endlessly. Finally, Tsunade, as a member of the Elder Council, expressed her opinion. Sarutobi, even if Konoha does not actively declare war on the Rain Village, we still need to guard against the actions of the Rain Village. The flames of war absolutely cannot burn into the territory of the Land of Fire. Therefore, I suggest dispatching troops to station at the border to prevent the Rain Ninja Village from launching a surprise attack into the Fire Country. I agree. Mito Minion cast a vote for Tsunade. If we don't want to recklessly start a war, then we should send a ninja force to the border to prevent the Rain Ninja Village from suddenly attacking the Fire Country without any martial ethics. Oof. This is clearly not the result Danzo wanted. He wants to initiate war directly, not to be on the defensive. Unfortunately, the third Hokage does not agree with starting a war. Tsunade, who was originally on his side, and Mito Minion changed their stance, which made Danzo quite unhappy. After lighting a fire and taking a few deep puffs of smoke, the third Hokage, after much consideration, ultimately made his choice. In that case, he would issue a mobilization order and send troops to the border. Stationing a large ninja army at the border can also be seen as an invisible provocation and defense. It's better to provoke than to declare war directly. As the order spread from the Hokage's office, the announcement quickly circulated throughout Konoha, mobilizing ninjas to the front lines. Is this going to war? For a moment, the entire Konoha was filled with the atmosphere of war. It seems the second ninja war is about to break out. Upon seeing the announcement, Chiyuki realized that the second ninja war was approaching. The Rain Ninja Village was indeed strong at this time, especially with the ever-expanding demigod Hanzo. As long as there is any sign of movement, war between Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village is bound to break out. Konoha's actions would also draw the attention of other ninja villages. The major ninja villages that had been recuperating for many years would not miss this opportunity for external expansion. In the eyes of many, the Fire Country is always the one getting beaten and then retaliating passively. Little do they know, it was Konoha that initiated the Second Ninja War. The atmosphere of war grew heavier, and the entire village was endlessly discussing the war. With Konoha's ninja forces stationed at the border, the reaction from the Rain Country was even more intense than Konoha's. The same ninja army stationed at the border gave a feeling of confrontation with Konoha. Furthermore, the Rain Ninja Village was vigorously encircling Konoha ninjas that had entered the Rain Country. In addition to Konoha's ninjas, those from the Wind Country and the Earth Country were also included. It seemed Hanzo wanted to turn the Rain Country into a fortress, strictly prohibiting ninjas from other countries from stepping into the Rain Country. This was unprecedented for the 5 great ninja villages. The lofty 5 great ninja villages felt they were being provoked by a small ninja village no less. Now, not only did Konoha have designs on the Rain Ninja Village, but even the Sand and Rock Ninja villages began to look unfavorably upon the Rain Ninja Village. In the Wind Country, inside the office of the Sand's Kazekage, the so-called strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage, felt this was a perfect opportunity. Chapter 26. The Rain Ninja Village declares war on Konoha. I believe this is an opportunity for our Sand Ninja Village to escape our predicament. We should lend a hand to Konoha. Does the Kazekage mean to actively provoke war? The influential Chiyo and her brother Eyes were also present at this meeting. The Wind Country was poor, while next door was the rich Fire Country. As the leader of the Sand Ninja Village, the third Kazekage had always dreamed of taking a piece of fat meat from the Fire Country. Yes, provoke war. but not between the Sand Ninja Village and the Rain Ninja Village, rather between Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village. Since neither of you wants to move, standing in a standoff, then our Sand Ninja Village will give you a push. We will ignite the flames of war for you. Chiyo understood the third Kazekage's intention, so she stood up and said, "In that case, I will handle this matter." At this time, both Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village were already on edge. It wouldn't be difficult to provoke the flames of war, so this matter was entrusted to Chiyo. The third Kazekage nodded in agreement with Chiyo's request. Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village could hold out, but the Sand Ninja Village could not. The Sand Ninja Village urgently needed to start a war to plunder resources from other countries to strengthen itself. The feudal lord had protested more than once about the high funding allocated to the Sand Ninja Village each year. With not much income, but supporting a considerable number of ninjas, over time, the Sand Ninja Village could no longer bear it. The third Kazekage was very clear that the village was out of money. The feudal lord could not continue to allocate funds unless war broke out. At that time, to maintain his rule, the feudal lord would have to send money to the village. Under Chiyo's leadership, a portion of Sand Ninjas followed her into the Rain Country. The stalemate continued. Neither the Rain Ninja Village nor Konoha fired the first shot. No one expected that during this sensitive period, a group of ninjas wearing Konoha headbands would attack various villages in the Rain Country, committing murder and arson. Konoha. When the information collected by the Umbu was delivered to Hanzo, it instantly ignited the fury in his heart. Since the Rain Ninja Village's military strength began to develop, Konoha's ninjas had been constantly probing for information within the Rain Country, and Hanzo had encircled them time and again. Subsequently, Konoha sent a negotiation request, which Hanzo directly ignored. "You're sending people to stir up trouble in my territory and then want to negotiate with me? What kind of logic is that? A small ninja village should be bullied by Konoha, and after being bullied, they shouldn't be able to fight back?" Thus, Hanzo decisively ignored Konoha's negotiation request and continued to encircle Konoha's ninjas. After being encircled, Konoha unexpectedly stationed a large army at the border. What does this mean? A provocation against my Rain Ninja Village, or a provocation against me? Hanzo? Konoha's various actions were conveying a message. I am going to war with you, Rain Ninja Village. During the standoff between the two armies, Konoha ninjas infiltrated the Rain Country to attack its villages, directly severing the tightly wound nerves of Hanzo. The Rain Ninja Village declared war on Konoha. The news instantly spread throughout the entire ninja world, leaving people from all ninja nations stunned. Since the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages, this was the first time a small ninja village had declared war, and the village being declared war upon was Konoha, reputed to be the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. In response to the Rain Ninja Village's declaration of war, Konoha also chose to respond. Konoha declared war on the Rain Ninja Village, dispatching Danzo as the frontline commander to attack the Rain Ninja Village, with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru all part of the army. Minato, who had been with Jiraiya for less than a year, was left in the village. The war had just broken out, and Konoha hadn't yet lost face to the point of needing to send Genin to the battlefield, so Minato was kept behind. As the Great War was about to begin, Konoha's ninja army directly invaded the Rain Country, turning it into the battlefield of this war. When everyone gathered together again, Chiyuki burst out laughing. "So, your team just disbanded like that?" Although very unwilling, Minato could only nod in frustration. The team was disbanded. While on a mission in the Rain Country, they encountered an enemy ambush. One teammate suffered a serious blow and lost the qualifications to be a ninja, with Jiraiya gone to the front lines. Minato and another teammate were left behind, directly leading to the disbandment of the team. Minato never dreamed that his team would disappear in such a way. Haha, saw thee. I didn't expect Jiraiya to leave you in the village and go to the front lines. Stop laughing. Uchiha Makoto pushed Chiyuki speechlessly. Minato was almost in tears, and she was still laughing. Kushina was also at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. It's fine, laugh if you want. I didn't expect things to develop to this point either. Minato smiled bitterly. He didn't even know what to do in the following time. Should he look for another team to join, or simply stay in the village to train and strengthen his abilities? Wait until he passes the Chunin exam, and then go to the battlefield to find the unreliable teacher Jiraiya. Minato certainly wouldn't have thought that his teacher, Jiraiya, was fighting fiercely against the ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village in the Rain Country. After finally reaching the end of the war, he stayed behind due to a ridiculous prophecy of a savior and began teaching 3 children from the Rain Country. He was just left in Konoha like that for a few years. Is this a reliable teacher? This is simply outrageous. Qianyue believes that the reason Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique so early was that Jiraiya felt guilty towards him. So after the war ended, he treated Minato a bit better and gave him some compensation. Waving his hand to indicate he wasn't laughing anymore, Qianyue turned the skewers of grilled meat and asked, "So what are you going to do next? You guys?" Minato asked, looking up. Qianyue glanced at Uchiha Makoto and smiled. Same as usual, training to improve strength, occasionally taking on a mission to earn some money, accumulating contribution points to exchange for the jutsu. I want basically that. With the arrival of war, the standards for the Chunin exams would be lowered, but Qianyue wasn't interested in participating in such exams. As long as you pass the exam, you will definitely be sent to the battlefield. Is the grilled meat not tasty? Or are the girls not pretty? Why bother going to the battlefield to fight for your life? The most outrageous thing is that after risking your life to achieve military merit, you still can't reap corresponding benefits. That's the most disgusting thing. Don't doubt it. The third Hokage and Danzo can do such shameless things. Elder Tsunade and Elder Mito also aren't fuel-efficient lamps. Count me in. Minato was waiting for Qianyue to say this. Chapter 27. Kushina. Will you believe me? Although the team was forced to disband, he felt a bit sad. But after calming down, he thought, why should I be sad? Since teacher Jiraiya has abandoned me, why not team up with Qianyue? So Minato called out to Qianyue, Uchiha Makoto, and Kushina to go eat grilled meat together. After mentioning this issue, he decisively expressed his stance. This seems good too. Kushina didn't expect Minato to be so eager. Before Qianyue even said whether to invite him, Minato impatiently said he wanted to join. As for what? Kushina couldn't help but shake her head. But when she saw Minato's smile turn from a bitter smile to a proud grin, her eyes went blank. Am I seeing things? Or is Minato doing this on purpose? Goodness, with those thick brows and big eyes, Minato actually took the opportunity of the gathering to pull in a team. Qianyue gave Minato a light punch. Minato laughed and dodged. If I don't join your team, where else can I go? Teacher Jiraiya has gone to the battlefield. The team has disbanded. I can't just casually join another team. It's better to be with you guys anyway. I've wanted to team up with you for a long time. If it weren't for Qianyue hiding the news, if it weren't for Jiraiya already having looked for Minato, Minato would definitely have refused the village's arrangements and come hang out with Qianyue. Constantly influenced by Qianyue, Minato was no longer the self-sacrificing character from the original story who considered everything for the village. He had his own thoughts, his own principles, and was no longer influenced by the will of fire. Uchiha Makoto smiled silently. She knew from the beginning that Minato would definitely have this idea. After all, Minato loved following Qianyue. If he didn't want to join their team, that would be strange. Among them, only Kushina foolishly thought Minato was still sad about the team's disbandment. She even felt a bit sorry for him. In the end, she misread the situation. Minato, a certain red-haired girl exploded, her long red hair flying and floating in the air, scaring Minato so much he almost dove under the table. In the end, Minato still got a beating, but fortunately, Kushina's punch didn't hit his eye. Otherwise, he would definitely end up with a panda eye. The more time Kushina spent with Tsunade, the more her personality resembled Tsunade's. At least in terms of getting angry and hitting people, it was quite similar. Minato's team was gone, and his teacher was also gone. He wanted to join his own team, and Qianyue would definitely not refuse. Kushina, let's take a walk. After finishing the grilled meat, Qianyue signaled to Uchiha Makoto and Minato to leave first, while he sent Kushina back, saying he had something to discuss with her. See you tomorrow. Uchiha Makoto waved and left first. Minato felt a bit conflicted, but eventually left with his head down. Watching Minato's departing figure, Qianyue knew that Minato's feelings for Kushina seemed to be deepening. Turning back to see the little pepper who was focused on him, Qianyue felt that the future Naruto might disappear. Qianyue, let's sit in the park for a bit. Kushina happily ran towards the park. Due to the arrival of war, many outsiders left Konoha out of fear of the war's impact and Konoha's strict defenses, making Konoha quite desolate. There were hardly any people in the park during the day. Also, because of the war, many Umbu and Root ninjas were reassigned by the frontline commander Danzo, causing the number of Umbu ninjas following Kushina to dwindle, leaving only one person lurking far away. The two sat on a bench in the park, confirming that the Umbu ninja was hiding in the distant woods. Qianyue then said to Kushina, "Kushina, will you believe me?" "Of course." Kushina blurted out. "Don't get excited, just act normal." Qianyue hinted to Kushina not to get overly excited, and after calming her down, he continued, "Since you're willing to believe me, then there are some things I won't hide anymore. I know your identity, all of it." Kushina's smile suddenly froze, feeling as if her head had been struck by a heavy hammer, and her mind buzzed. "Qianyue knows my true identity? That shouldn't be. Could be Tsunade. It's something I noticed myself, and it has nothing to do with Tsunade." Noticing that Kushina's expression was a bit grim, Qianyue reassured her, "Don't worry. I won't distance myself from you because of the nine tails inside you. No matter what, you, Kushina, are always my friend, Yagami Qianyue, and that is beyond doubt." Kushina's eyes turned red. Her lips moved, feeling an impulse to cry. She had always worried that Qianyue would distance himself from her after learning her true identity. So she hid and avoided him in various ways. Whenever the nine tails corroded the seal with chakra, Kushina felt very uncomfortable and painful. But she didn't dare to approach Qianyue at those times because she was afraid he would find out. In the end, Qianyue still discovered it. But he didn't distance himself because of her status as a Jinchuriki. Instead, he acknowledged her. "Don't cry. If you cry, those following you will notice something's wrong. And he will report to Lord Hokage, which will cause me some trouble. I won't cry. I'm very happy." Kushina forced herself to smile and lowered her head to wipe away the tears in her eyes. After calming down for a while, Kushina's emotion stabilized, and she curiously blinked her big eyes at Qianyue. "When did you find out?" "At the very beginning, when you became a transfer student sitting next to me. The smell of that big fox was very strong." Qianyue joked with a smile. "Roar. I want to eat him. Eat him. That little brat." Perhaps because of Kushina's nervousness, the nine-tailed seal was loosened a bit, allowing it to see the outside scene. After hearing Qianyue's words, the nine tails became furious. Chapter 28. Never rely on others for safety. The implication of this statement is that the strong fox smell on Kushina led to the discovery of her Jinchuriki identity. What kind of smell does a fox have? A foul smell? After some self-interpretation, the nine tails exploded. It roared madly, wanting to eat Qianyue. The nine-tail struggle made Kushina feel a sharp pain and heat in her lower abdomen, causing her little face to frown. "You go ahead." Qianyue knew the nine tails was causing trouble, so he indicated he wasn't in a hurry. "Big fox, behave yourself." Kushina also got angry. "What are you making a fuss about? The old man wants to eat this little brat. He dares to say that I have body odor. Are you an idiot? Or are you crazy?" In the consciousness space, Kushina widened her eyes, feeling absurd and hard to believe. When did Chiyuki ever say that the nine tails has body odor? You stinky fox just knows how to talk nonsense. Arg! The nine tails suddenly howled. Kushina placed her hands on her hips, angrily controlling the adamantine chains to give the nine tails a good whipping, directly using the chains as a whip. "You stinky brat. I'm going to eat you, after being sealed for decades." Uzumaki Mido never used the adamantine chains to whip it. But now, Kushina is actually whipping it? The nine tails got angry. Kushina didn't care about that. And as the adamantine chains moved, they directly bound the nine tails' mouth. This made the nine tails look just like a crocodile that was artificially raised and had its mouth taped shut. Its front and back claws were also bound behind its back by the adamantine chains. As long as the nine tails made a move, Kushina would pull its tail up, bringing its rear closer to her head. The nine tails, only able to emit whimpering sounds, widened its eyes, watching helplessly as its rear drew closer and closer to its head, ultimately conceding. If its rear ended up on its head, it would be laughed at by other tailed beasts once word got out. Finally, it settled down. It seems this trick works on the nine tails. Kushina noted it down and left the consciousness space feeling satisfied. All set, let us continue. Kushina clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Poor Ninetales." Qianyue silently mourned for it for 3 seconds in his heart, then lowered his voice. "Kushina, since the war broke out, the number of Umbu ninjas around you has decreased a lot. You shouldn't easily leave the Senju ancestral home in the coming years. Find a way to dig out a resting space beneath your living room. In the future, when you sleep, leave a shadow clone above while you rest below. Remember? Huh? Don't need to go through all that trouble just to sleep? Is someone trying to target me? But this is Konoha. Could there really be Umbu ninjas watching in the village, causing trouble? Remember, never rely on others for your safety." Chiyuki's expression was serious. During the war, many Umbu ninjas went to the front lines to gather important intelligence, leaving few in the village. If someone sets their sights on you, it will be very dangerous. As for the news about you being a Jinchuriki, you can hide it from others, but not from the spies of other ninja villages. Once they find out you live in the Senju residence and know you are from the Uzumaki clan, they will be certain you are the new generation of the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. The identity of Konoha's Jinchuriki is something anyone with a bit of sense can guess. Uzumaki clan, red hair, huge chakra reserves. Establishing those 3 points is enough. Plus, since Kushina was brought back from the land of whirlpools, the news can't be hidden at all. Qianyue was sure that Kushina's information was already laid out in the records of other villages. Otherwise, how could the Cloud Village seize the opportunity to infiltrate Konoha and capture Kushina, while Konoha was busy fighting against the rain and sand villages? They even managed to take her to the borders of the Land of Fire. If it weren't for Minato suddenly charging in, Kushina would either have become a prisoner of the Cloud Village, or they would have moved the Nine Tails away, leading to her early demise. At critical moments, neither the Umbu nor the Root are reliable. Konoha was at war with the Rain Village, which caused the village's defenses to drop significantly. If people from other villages quietly infiltrated, Kushina would be in danger. Strong? Lots of chakra? What good is that? With a clever mind, others have countless ways to take you down and then kidnap you. I understand. I will prepare. Kushina also knew that this was no joking matter. In Konoha, although she was restricted from freedom and couldn't leave the village, at least she could live in peace, and no one was publicizing her identity as a Jinchuriki. No one discriminated against her either, all thanks to Uzumaki Mido. If she were captured and taken to another village, she would definitely be imprisoned. And if they wanted the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki bloodline, it would leave her with no way to survive or die. I want to tell anyone about today as conversation, including Tsunade. This is our secret. Without waiting for Qianyue to remind her, Kushina mischievously winked and flashed a sweet smile. Am I being flirted with? The children in the Naruto world are really frighteningly precocious when it comes to relationship issues. Qianyue was directly defeated. If it were Uchiha Makoto, he could have retaliated directly. But the person in front of him was Kushina, so Qianyue couldn't mess around. Otherwise, the Umbu ninjas would immediately run to report him. Let us go. You should go back and prepare, make complete preparations early, just in case. Okay. Kushina stood up obediently and followed Qianyue out of the park, heading towards the Senju clan's land. Although the Senju clan had been civilianized, leaving only the line of Senju Hashirama, the Senju village still remained. Unfortunately, no matter how rich the family assets were, they couldn't withstand the reckless spending of the ninja world's big, fat sheep. In a few years, the entire Senju land would only have the Senju ancestral home left, while the other areas would be used to pay off debts. The third Hokage helped pay off debts and also divided the Senju land to sell off. Kushina trusted Qianyue. She believed he wouldn't lie to her or harm her, even knowing that she was the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. So she obediently followed Qianyue's instructions. Chapter 29. Danzo's Command Errors. Stalemate in the battle. Kushina created a secret compartment in her sleeping room. She dug a passage from the secret compartment down to make a resting room, planning to come here to sleep every night, leaving a shadow clone in the bedroom to pretend to be asleep. In the land of rain, the heavy rain continued unabated. Konoha and the Rain Village were locked in a fierce battle. Danzo was losing hair from worry. He realized that under Hanza's leadership, the Rain Village was a tough nut to crack. The anticipated swift victory did not materialize, the Rain Village was managing to hold back Konoha's ninja army. This was something Danzo had never dared to imagine. Yet, the Rain Village made it happen. After Konoha's army invaded the Land of Rain, the situation became a stalemate. What troubled Danzo the most was Hanz's poison. Whenever he appeared, a large number of Konoha ninjas would be poisoned to death. Fortunately, Konoha had Tsunade, and with her continuously concocting antidotes, Konoha's casualties began to slowly decrease. Even so, Konoha couldn't take down the Rain Village in a short time. The planned decisive battle on the other side couldn't be executed, and Konoha was instead dragged into a quagmire. How was the situation? Not ideal. Orochimaru frowned, looking at the rain curtain, contemplating how to break the current deadlock. Damn, how that old man Danzo command. He.S. just messing around. Under his leadership, Konoha ninjas gloriously sacrificed batch after batch. Yet he is the overall commander. No matter how much Orochimaru complained in his heart, he could only hold it in. I never thought the Rain Village would be this powerful. It seems the old man's words were correct. Allowing the Rain Village to develop like this is always a threat. Jiraiya no longer had the grandeur he had when he first arrived on the battlefield. He looked disheveled and was lying on the ground, too tired to move. Looking at him with disdain, Tsunade questioned, "But the intelligence you collected is vastly different from the power displayed by the Rain Village. This can't be blamed on me, right?" Sitting up from the ground, Jiraiya grinned foolishly, scratching his hair that was caked with mud, and said gloomily, "You need to ask our overall commander, that big shot. This matter is not my responsibility. But is it appropriate for you to leave the camp and enter the battlefield? What's inappropriate about it?" With a glance at him, Tsunade crossed her arms and frowned. "I don't want to see that old guy's nasty face." "Just right. The antidote for the poisonous mountain pepper fish has already been prepared, and the rest can be left to the medical ninjas at the camp." Tsunade would rather fight on the battlefield than spend all day in the camp facing Danzo's ugly face. The third Hokage's decision to make Danzo the commander on the battlefield was simply a mistake. Danzo is good at playing schemes and assassination, but commanding battles is completely out of his league. Sure enough, Orochimaru was displeased, and Tsunade was uncomfortable as well. Only Jiraiya laughed it off. Even if he had his own thoughts, he wouldn't voice them. After all, he didn't have Tsunade's temper, nor her high status. "Is it true you left your disciples in the village?" Orochimaru suddenly turned to look at Jiraiya, whose smile slowly froze. He jumped up from the ground and shouted, "What right do you have to criticize me? Didn't Shinosuke get left in the camp as well?" "Ha ha." Orochimaru's laughter was tinged with a raspy sound, his eyes gleaming with glee as he looked at Jiraiya. "What are you laughing at? I feel a chill on my back." Just as Jiraiya was cursing, he suddenly sensed something was off. His back felt cold, and he slowly turned around, only to see Tsunade looking at him expressionlessly, her fist slowly raised. "Yami!" A scream rang out, and a humanoid imprint appeared on the rock, with Jiraiya deeply embedded inside, unable to escape. While Jiraiya was still getting beaten, Minato had joined the team with Qianyue and Uchiha Mikoto, significantly improving the team's task execution efficiency. With the onset of war, a large number of ninjas went to the front lines, and the unrest caused by the war led to an increase in missions and requests for the village. Many ninja teams were busy, but Qianyue's team remained the same. They occasionally took on a mission, but otherwise rested or trained, unlike the other teams that were so busy. Hokage-sama. This is the application form for the Chunin exam. Due to the war, the standards for the Chunin exam in Konoha had been significantly lowered, unlike during peacetime when they were more cumbersome and strict. At this time, the Chunin exam only had 2 steps. As long as the theoretical and practical exams were passed, ninjas could smoothly upgrade their rank. Put it down. Since the outbreak of the war, the third Hokage had been overwhelmed with various issues requiring his personal attention. The Hokage's office had effectively turned into the third Hokage's home, where he even ate and slept. After reviewing the documents on his desk, the third Hokage sighed in relief and picked up the Chunin application form to read. He checked each one carefully and stamped them once he confirmed there were no issues. Jiraiya had gone to the front lines, and it seemed that Minato had stayed in the village. At this moment, the third Hokage suddenly remembered Jiraiya's special request to keep an eye on Minato, so he pulled out Minato's information. It was then that the third Hokage realized Minato had joined Chiyuki and Uchiha Makoto's two-person team, turning it into a standard three-person Genin team. Upon seeing the number of tasks completed by the team, the third Hokage frowned. Did they leave out one or two numbers here? Chiyuki's team had undertaken 13 A-rank missions and 28 B-rank missions. Are you sure they didn't leave out a number? Chiyuki's class had nearly graduated for a year, and the ninja teams from the same period had completed at least 100 B-rank missions, not to mention a good number of A-rank missions. Yet, their team had completed so few tasks. Something was clearly off. Go investigate the number of tasks completed by Chiyuki's team. I need accurate figures. Yes, an Umbu ninja flashed out of the Hokage's office to gather information. In no time, the data was delivered to the third Hokage. These three kids. After comparing, the third Hokage immediately laughed. It wasn't that there was an error in the writing, but rather that Chiyuki's team had gone out less often. Chapter 30. The third Hokage makes moves, forced to participate in the exam while other teams were overwhelmed with work. They were doing just fine, going out only a few times a month. Especially after the war broke out, they spent most of their time training in the village to improve their strength. If it were an ordinary Genin team, the third Hokage wouldn't have much to say. Both in Konoha and in other villages, a significant portion of Genin were genuinely weak, often lacking even basic ninjutsu. You couldn't expect too much from these Genin. But Chiyuki's team? Their strength was clearly not weak. Yet they were too lazy to take on more tasks. It seemed they were satisfied as long as they had enough money to spend. And they hadn't even applied for the Chunin exam. Other ninjas from the same cohort had already applied for the exam, while they hadn't made a peep. Was it due to a lack of strength? Clearly not. After some thought, the third Hokage added the names of Chiyuki's team to the Chunin exam list and handed it to the Umbu. Next, the Umbu would notify these individuals to participate in the exam on time. The village was in dire need of personnel. How could these three geniuses hide in a Genin team? Not only were they not taking on missions, but they also weren't participating in the ninja exams. What was this? Since they didn't apply, he would help them fill out the forms. Chiyuki, please arrive at the exam site for the Chunin exam at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The Umbu arrived at Chiyuki's home, delivered the news, and then left, leaving Chiyuki standing in the wind in a daze. Chunin exam? What's going on? Chiyuki, of course, knew that there was a Chunin exam coming up, but he hadn't planned to participate. He even wouldn't let Uchiha Makoto join. As for Minato, he could just push him to participate in the next Chunin exam. This way, with a Chunin in the team, they could take on some A-rank missions that weren't too difficult. This was Chiyuki's plan. Minato and Uchiha Makoto agreed. Although they were unclear about why Chiyuki opposed participating in the Chunin exam early, since Chiyuki brought it up, the two simply relaxed and let him arrange it. Who would have thought that the Umbu would suddenly come to their home to notify them to participate in the exam? What the hell? Who submitted the application for me? Minato? Chiyuki couldn't help but recall that Minato had jokingly said he would secretly write the application for him, catching him off guard. No, it couldn't be Minato. He just talked big and wouldn't dare joke about such things. Since it wasn't Minato, then who was behind this? Chiyuki instinctively looked up at the Hokage's office building and suddenly realized, damn, what Minato? This was clearly the doing of the third Hokage. As Chiyuki had expected, not only did he have to participate in this Chunin exam, but even Minato and Uchiha Makoto would have to join. All three members of the team couldn't escape. To confirm his guess, Chiyuki sought out Minato and Uchiha Makoto. Their situations were similar to Chiyuki's. When Chiyuki found them, both looked confused, and even Minato thought it was Chiyuki who submitted the application for him. So we have to participate in the Chunin exam tomorrow? Is it the Hokage's order? Who else could it be? Chiyuki was speechless. The third Hokage was indeed meddlesome, helping with applications for such matters. With the war raging, wasn't there enough for him to deal with every day without worrying about a Genin team's affairs? It seemed he was too idle. Should we participate in the exam? Uchiha Makoto asked, propping her chin on her hand, her big, shiny eyes darting around Chiyuki. Of course we should participate. The Hokage has even helped us with the application. How can we refuse? Chiyuki was certain that if the three of them went to the Hokage's office to cancel the application, the third Hokage would not agree. There was no escaping this for the three of them. Get ready. The assessment is tomorrow. Don't mess it up. Since there's no avoiding it, let's go for it. Qianyue decisively chose to take it easy. I'll go back and review the materials. Minato felt a bit troubled because Qianyue planned to start preparing for the Chunin exam after the new year, so he hadn't looked at any books yet. Now, it's too late. The third Hokage caught them off guard, and Minato felt it was time to go back and cram a bit. I'll also go back and prepare. Uchiha, Mikoto stood up and left. After confirming the authenticity of the news, the three of them returned home to prepare. The next day, Qianyue arrived at the examination site early. By then, the examination site was already filled with people. Qianyue walked into the playground like a child entering an adult university examination hall. So young to participate in the Chunin exam? This kid, ISNT, just here to go through the motions. Is he? You don't know. This kid is Yagami Qianyue, a genius in the ninja school. It's just that he hasn't been in the spotlight lately, so don't underestimate him. Ignoring the doubts and discussions in the examination hall, Qianyue walked to an empty space, waiting for Minato and Uchiha Mikoto to arrive. Shortly after, the two arrived at the examination site to meet Qianyue. The three children, who were not far apart in age, stood together, looking somewhat eye-catching, even though some students from Qianyue's batch also participated in the exam. However, compared to the other ninjas taking the exam, their ages were too young. Time quickly reached 8 o'clock, and the examiners posted a paper on the wall. Participants were to find their examination rooms based on their ninja IDs. The three of them were not assigned to the same examination room. But the Chunin exam was not difficult for Qianyue and the others. Compared to those older ninjas who were also participating in the exam, looking nervous, the results of Qianyue and his friends were solid. As long as they performed normally, they would definitely pass the exam. Compared to the Chunin exam of the 12 young ninjas in the anime, this exam's strictness was reduced by several levels. Two examiners casually distributed the test papers, warning the participants not to cheat, and then stood at both ends of the examination hall, becoming invisible. Qianyue picked up his pen and looked at the exam questions. The first question, how to protect oneself and gather sufficient intelligence in the following emergency situations. ISNT, this an easy question? Who wrote this exam? They should be punished 100 times for such a lack of difficulty. The examination hall was very quiet, as Qianyue quickly answered the questions. In 30 minutes, the entire sheet of paper was filled with answers. What is up? Seeing Qianyue raise his hand, the examiner walked over, handing in the paper. After passing the test paper to the examiner, Qianyue stood up and walked out of the examination hall. This kid really ISNT, just going through the motions? Chapter 31. Handing in the paper early, the examiner puzzled. The examiner was taken aback, looked at the paper in hand, and saw that Qianyue had already exited the examination hall. He instinctively raised his hand to call him back, but before he could say anything, his companion shook his head to stop him. No one said that participants couldn't hand in their papers early. As long as you have confidence and are fast enough to finish the exam, you can submit your paper early. Glancing at Qianyue's test paper, the supervising examiner couldn't help but mutter to himself, "These kids are really impressive these days." After a quick look, he found that there were no mistakes at all, and it only took 30 minutes, which is simply incredible. Those who dawdled took 30 minutes just to read the questions, and hadn't even started writing yet. Qianyue handing in his paper early surprised many participants, who watched him leave the examination hall with their mouths agape, their minds racing with thoughts. I just finished reading the questions, and haven't even started writing, and you already handed in your paper? After easily completing the exam, Qianyue waited outside the examination hall for Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. He was the only one who handed in his paper early, idly playing with a kunai in the corridor, training his finger dexterity. Although there was a bit of a cheat, and it was quite significant, Qianyue didn't slack off on the necessary training, and in fact trained even more rigorously than others. What's going on with this kid? While the third Hokage was handling paperwork, he remembered that today was the Chunin exam. So he picked up the crystal ball to observe. He hadn't even looked yet, and upon glancing, he saw Qianyue standing alone in the corridor, instantly feeling unsettled. He quickly summoned the Umbu ninja to inquire about the situation. The Umbu members arrived at the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee, respectfully answering, "Hokage-sama, Yagami Qianyue's already finished his exam, completing all questions in just half an hour, and then submitted his paper early, waiting for his teammates outside." Half an hour? Are you kidding me? To hand in the paper early One must either be very confident or completely give up. But does Qianyue look like he has given up? He clearly exuded confidence. As if he wasn't here to take an exam, but just to have fun, merely going through the motions. Strangely, the third Hokage felt his blood pressure rising, wishing he could grab Qianyue and give him a good beating. With talent and strength, what is he doing just hanging around the village? All right, you can go now. Wait until the exam is over and bring their team's papers to me. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja obediently withdrew. Master, someone is watching. Hearing the reminder from Shiro in his heart, Qianyue remained expressionless, continuing to play with the kunai in his hand, thinking, no matter who it is. Just let me know as soon as you find out. Peeping? At this time, the only one with the leisure to do such a thing is the third Hokage. Qianyue couldn't understand why the third Hokage was staring at him. He wasn't a beauty. Don't you like watching the bathhouse? Go watch the bathhouse. Just idling around with a crystal ball. No sense of ethics. Time slowly passed, and soon the exam time ended. Minato and Uchiha Makoto walked out of the examination hall looking relaxed. It was clear that the exam content didn't trouble them. Let us go eat barbecue. There's a practical assessment in the afternoon. The three headed straight to the barbecue restaurant, ordering plenty of dishes. Qianyue reminded the two, after the assessment, we might be assigned some troublesome tasks or commissions, or even sent to the battlefield. Since the third Hokage is keeping an eye on us, it means that it's impossible for us to grow up leisurely in the village. Either we will be given some troublesome tasks and commissions, or we will be sent to the battlefield. Qianyue hoped that Uchiha Makoto and Minato could be mentally prepared. To the battlefield? Uchiha Makoto's calm face was filled with seriousness, and Minato couldn't smile either, both looking at Qianyue. Are you sure? 80 to 90%. Pouting. While others might not know the third Hokage's penchant for playful tricks, Qianyue was very clear. He was almost certain that the upcoming days for their team wouldn't be easy. Fortunately, whether it was troublesome tasks and commissions or going to the battlefield, Qianyue was confident that their team wouldn't run into any trouble. At worst, he could let Shiro come out and throw tailed beast bombs at the enemy. Qianyue had a feeling that his Sharingan was about to evolve. As long as he waited for the Sharingan to evolve and gain the first exclusive skill, Qianyue's strength would make a significant leap, truly achieving the ability to protect himself. Relax, have confidence in yourself, eat up, and you'll have the energy to participate in the practical assessment in the afternoon. Then I'll dig in. Minato and Uchiha Makoto clasped their hands together, shouted, and picked up their chopsticks to start eating. As for worries, they were initially concerned, but after hearing what Qianyue said, they immediately relaxed. As long as Qianyue said there was no problem, then there was no problem. After eating and resting for a while, the three went to the examination hall to check their results. So close, just a little bit. Damn it. Didn't he pass again, damn it. It was too difficult. In the examination room, many people shouted in frustration, complaining, while those who passed the assessment had smiles on their faces, feeling relieved. Some gathered to discuss the exam questions of the day. Qianyue and the other two approached to take a look, and seeing that all three had passed, they left the exam room and headed towards the training ground for the practical assessment. This time, quite a few people passed. Watergate was somewhat surprised. In the past, it was considered good if half of the participants passed the Chunin exam. Yet today, 2/3 had passed. If the practical assessment eliminated some more, nearly half could pass and be promoted to Chunin. After all, Chunin were the main cannon fodder on the battlefield. Qianyue muttered to himself. During wartime, the difficulty of ninja assessments would be significantly reduced. The difficulty of the Chunin and special Jounin exams would be lowered, but the Jounin exams would remain strict. Watergate couldn't smile anymore because he had guessed the reason why the assessment difficulty was lowered during wartime. Seeing Watergate's mood drop suddenly, Uchiha Meichin was worried that he might hold something in his heart that would affect his performance. So she said, Watergate, this is an inevitable situation. Because of the outbreak of war, the village's military strength is somewhat strained. Relaxing the assessments to supplement manpower is the best method. Besides, those who pass the assessment basically have the strength of a Chunin. Don't overthink it. If their strength was too weak, would the village let them pass the assessment? Qianyue gave Watergate a slap on the head. What was that for? Watergate stumbled forward several steps after being hit. Chapter 32, Practical Assessment. This kid's speed is so fast. Qianyue, what are you doing? Watergate covered his head and jumped high. Qianyue laughed. I was just trying to help you feel better. You should thank me. Look, you're all back to normal now, right? Is there anyone who helps like you? Watergate thought with a black line on his face. He swore that if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Qianyue, he would definitely want to give him a beating. The method of the practical assessment was quite simple. It was just a one-on-one battle against the village's examiners. As long as one could hold out for a certain amount of time against the opponent, it would count as passing. If you were strong enough, defeating the examiner directly was also acceptable. The three went to draw their order. Watergate's number was the earliest, ranked third. Uchiha Meichin was 15, and Qianyue was 28. Candidate number 3, to the 6th examination area. The loudspeaker announced the battle order and examination location. Go for it. Qianyue pushed Watergate a little and, along with Uchiha Meichin, cheered him on. I'll be back soon. Watergate showed a confident smile. After watching the first 2 assessments, Watergate felt confident about himself. In the 6th examination area, the examiner, a Chunin, said to Watergate, "Come on, kid, let me see your skills. You're so young to be taking the assessment. You must be quite strong. You're pretty strong too, uncle." Watergate smiled like a good boy, showing his signature sunny smile. He scratched his head, looking just like an innocent little boy. This guy was going to be unlucky. He actually thought he could influence Watergate with words. He didn't even consider who Watergate was. This was Little Sunday. The examiner was stunned. Although he looked a bit anxious, he was only 18. What kind of nonsense was uncle? The examiner stared blankly, and the referee shook his head speechlessly, announcing the start of the assessment. As soon as the referee announced the start, Watergate charged forward. Oh no, that cunning little brat, he actually got influenced. The Chunin examiner thought he could influence Watergate because of his young age. But Watergate was unaffected. Instead, it was he who ended up being influenced. The term uncle had a devastating effect on him. Throwing a few shuriken at the opponent, Watergate charged after them. This kid's speed is so fast. The spectators gasped, feeling their faces flush with embarrassment. They were all older, yet they couldn't keep up with the speed of a little brat. It felt like they had lived their lives as dogs. What they didn't know was that, compared to speed, the most terrifying thing about Watergate was his nerve reflex speed. There were many ninjas faster than Watergate, but when it came to nerve reflex speed, even Qianyue had to bow down. It was hard to find someone who could compare to Watergate in this regard. So, Watergate was indeed talented, naturally suited to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Kid, stop underestimating others. The Chunin examiner shouted, using body flicker technique to dodge the shuriken thrown by Watergate. Gripping his own shuriken tightly and slashing towards Watergate's arm, trying to force him to change tactics. However, the examiner never expected that Watergate, with a confident smile on his face, would easily dodge the counterattack with his unparalleled nerve reflex speed. He struck the examiner right at the back of the head. Bang! It was over. The examiner's pupils constricted as a sharp pain shot through his head, and he collapsed to the ground. With a dull thud, the examiner who had just been shouting and yelling was now lying on the ground, and Watergate easily won. He hadn't even exerted much effort. The other ninjas participating in the assessment looked at Watergate as if they were looking at a monster. How this kid dodged that? This is not scientific. How can anyone have such a fast reaction speed? Candidate number 3 wins. The referee was also surprised that the fight ended in such a manner and that it concluded so quickly. From the time he announced the start to the end, it hadn't even been 20 seconds. Successfully passing the assessment, Watergate happily ran out, wanting to high-five Qianyue. However, when he raised his hand to run over, he found that Qianyue had no intention of high-fiving him at all. Puffed. Looking at the awkward Watergate with his hand raised, Uchiha Meichin couldn't help but laugh. Qianyue disdainfully crossed his arms, glanced at him, and shook his head. How old are you? Still playing high fives? I really want to beat you up. Ha ha. Just kidding, I won't tease you anymore. Qianyue laughed and raised his hand to give Watergate a high five. Candidate number 15. Apart from Watergate, the subsequent assessments were almost all standard battles. Each assessment was quite conventional. The strength of the ninja being assessed was just average, and the ones responsible for the assessment somewhat let things slide. Soon it was Uchiha Meichin's turn. Go for it. Watergate smiled and waved his hand. Uchiha Meichin signaled that everything was okay and walked into the 3rd examination area. A little girl from the Uchiha clan? Upon seeing the family emblem on Uchiha Meichin's clothes, the Chunin examiner became secretly vigilant. Ninjas from big clans usually weren't weak. If he underestimated Uchiha Meichin, he might end up in big trouble. The assessment begins. The referee announced the start of the assessment. Uchiha Meichin had no intention of hiding her strength. She activated her Sharingan and charged forward. Damn, what the hell? I'm just an ordinary Chunin, temporarily pulled in as a backup. Do you have to take it so seriously, using your Sharingan? The examiner was flustered. Seeing the situation, Qianyue knew that the assessment was over. Although Uchiha Meichin's Sharingan was only a single tomo, the insight brought by the single tomo Sharingan, combined with her already strong abilities, allowed her to easily take down her opponent, and her speed was not much slower than Watergate's. The examiner was indeed unlucky to encounter a candidate like her. I passed. The battle ended easily, and Uchiha Meichin happily ran out, raising her hand. Watergate instinctively wanted to high-five her, but just as his hand was raised, he saw Uchiha Meichin being picked up by Qianyue, spun around twice, her face turning red as she broke free and pushed him away in dissatisfaction. Am I being ignored again? Qianyue, are you doing this on purpose? The assessment continued. The impressive performances of Watergate and Uchiha Makoto drew whispers from many, who occasionally glanced towards the trio's location. Candidate number 28, proceed to examination venue number 1 for assessment. Soon, it was Qianyue's turn to take the stage. To her surprise, the Chunin in charge of her assessment was a big sister with a decent figure. Though her looks were average. What a handsome little brother, she said. And you're quite beautiful too, Qianyue politely complimented back. The little brother was quite charming. The assessing Chunin showed a surprised expression, squinting her eyes with a smile, indicating that Qianyue's words pleased her. What are you two doing during the assessment? Chapter 33. The emergence of the two Tomo, shocking the third Hokage. The referee glanced at the two with a speechless expression and announced loudly, the assessment begins. Little brother, even if you compliment me on my looks, I won't go easy on you. The assessing Chunin wanted to remind Qianyue that she wouldn't hold back either. However, before she could finish her sentence, the smile on her face froze. As soon as the referee announced the start of the assessment, Qianyue had already activated her Sharingan. Sooner or later, it would be exposed. Since that was the case, she might as well let them know before her 3 Tomo evolved. Let them know that she had already opened her eyes, and it was the 2 Tomo Sharingan. The third Hokage, watching the assessment through a crystal ball, was shocked and stood up from his chair. The fact that Uchiha Makoto had opened her eyes already surprised him. Given Makoto's age, it was normal for her to awaken her eyes. She was within the realm of genius. But what was Qianyue? She was 2 years younger than Makoto and had not only opened her eyes, but was also using the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Am I seeing things? The third Hokage rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. No, it was real. Qianyue, with Uchiha blood, had truly awakened her Sharingan, and it was the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Not bothering to watch the rest of the assessment, the third Hokage could guess the result just by the heel of his foot. Qianyue would easily win. Strangely, he felt a bit irritable. He picked up his pipe and took a few deep puffs. Qianyue had Uchiha blood and had awakened the Uchiha clan's unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan. At such a young age, possessing the 2 Tomo Sharingan, as long as the Uchiha clan wasn't too foolish, they would find a way to pull Qianyue in. No matter how much they might have looked down on her before, or how uncomfortable her glaring silver hair might appear, they would try to bring her back to the Uchiha. It was too easy. The big sister who reminded Qianyue to be careful hadn't reacted yet when Qianyue kicked her away, slamming beautifully against the wall of the examination venue and fainting. Qianyue's movements were swift and decisive, finishing the battle without any dragging or hesitation, showing no intention to hold back. This little brat is ruthless. One moment, she was praising someone for their looks, and the next, she delivered a flying kick to knock them out, regardless of whether they were a big sister or not. Qianyue. As soon as she exited the examination venue, Uchiha Makoto and Watergate came to her. It's fine, let's talk when we get back. The assessment was over, and now they just had to wait for the village's notification to successfully become Chunin. Qianyue hadn't mentioned her Sharingan to Uchiha Makoto. Watergate was also astonished. He knew that Uchiha Makoto had opened her eyes and obtained the Sharingan, but he was completely unaware of Qianyue's situation. Qianyue's sudden action truly startled him. After leaving the nearly explosive training ground, Qianyue brought Uchiha Makoto and Watergate to her home. Once they sat down, Qianyue said to both of them, "Actually, according to my plan, I wouldn't expose my Sharingan in a short time, but the village's rigid assessment disrupted my plans." Watergate scratched his head, wanting to say something but hesitating. He was no longer the naive kid he used to be. Through Jiraiya, he had learned of the village's unfriendly stance towards the Uchiha, especially regarding someone like Danzo. Luckily, Danzo was currently at the front lines and wouldn't he be returning to the village anytime soon. Getting up to open the fridge, Qianyue explained while taking out drinks. "As long as we participate in the assessment, with our results, we will definitely pass. After that, whether we go to the battlefield or undertake some dangerous missions, the Sharingan will eventually be exposed. Since that's the case, I might as well reveal it during the assessment. However, the Uchiha will find a way to bring me back." Regardless of how her hair color looked glaring in the eyes of the Uchiha, or any unpleasantness from the past, as long as Qianyue displayed enough talent, the Uchiha would set aside everything to pull her in. Of course, after placing the orange juice on the table, Qianyue kindly opened the bottle cap for Uchiha Makoto and handed it to her. Previously, she had worried about certain threats, but now it was no longer necessary. Whether to expose herself was no longer important. When lacking self-defense strength, it was wise to be cautious. Once she had the strength to protect herself, appropriately revealing some trump cards could also remind others not to treat her as a soft persimmon. If someone truly wanted to do something to her, Qianyue wouldn't mind letting the little white go to her house and set off fireworks. The tailed beast bomb fireworks would be spectacular and eye-catching, though they might not be to everyone's liking. Whether it was Danzo, the third Hokage, or the Uchiha, whoever plotted against her, Qianyue would go to their homes and set off fireworks. At worst, after the fireworks, she would run away and become a rogue ninja. If she truly became a rogue ninja, Qianyue wouldn't mind having the little white come back every once in a while. After all, no matter how far she went, the little white could always return her body. From time to time, she could throw a few tailed beast bombs towards Konoha and see how they handled it. When the time came, she would also take Kushina away. Qianyue believed she could persuade Kushina. Not to mention, Kushina had some unclear feelings towards her. At worst, Qianyue could set Konoha ablaze, leading to the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, and during that time, she could tell Kushina about it. Look, will Kushina still want to stay in Konoha? Ahem. Qianyue was openly discussing certain threats, while Uchiha Makoto appeared calm. Watergate, however, felt a bit awkward and quickly coughed a couple of times. After all, his teacher, Jiraiya, was a disciple of the third Hokage. Logically speaking, Jiraiya was also on the side of the third Hokage, and it was possible that Watergate could be counted as one of them. Moreover, it was better to speak less about such topics. If someone truly heard it and reported it to the Hokage's office, Qianyue would face significant trouble. Watergate didn't know that Qianyue had the little white as a trump card hidden away, so he was concerned about her attracting unnecessary trouble. Qianyue, not everyone has a negative view of the Uchiha. Watergate gestured, using a very tactful expression. Besides, you're not a member of the Uchiha clan, and as for Makoto, I believe she won't face any targeting. Targeting Uchiha Makoto would be meaningless to the higher-ups. Instead, it would escalate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village and would be embarrassing if it got out. Furthermore, the village is targeting the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 34. The Uchiha clan's unusual behavior. I know, Qianyue shrugged, pointing at herself, but I have the blood of the Uchiha clan, and for some people, that is enough. As for whether I return to the Uchiha, that doesn't matter. In fact, not returning to the Uchiha would make these people act recklessly. Is it really that serious? Watergate didn't know, but he believed that Qianyue wouldn't be on guard for no reason. There is no love or hatred without reason in this world. Some things cannot be explained clearly. That's all I wanted to say. Once the village's announcement comes down, we will be considered a Chunin team, and we can undertake higher-level missions without always focusing on the lower-level tasks. After finishing, Qianyue looked at Uchiha Makoto and then at Watergate. Uchiha Makoto smiled and shook her head, indicating that she had nothing to add. Qianyue's decision is her own. You all have nothing to say. So what else can I add? It is what it is. After hanging out with Qianyue, Watergate has long since laid flat. Is the news true? In the Uchiha clan's main courtyard, the elderly Uchiha clan leader's murky gaze fell upon the clan member who had come to report the news. Sitting beside him was Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader, quietly watching. Yagami Qianyue? He remembers this person. As the young clan leader, Fugaku is bound to take over the entire Uchiha clan eventually, so he has a decent understanding of the clan's various matters. Yagami Qianyue, whose father is the last remaining male of the Yagami family, and whose mother is from the Uchiha clan. After Qianyue's father died in battle, her mother attempted to bring her back to the Uchiha clan. After all, Qianyue carries the Uchiha bloodline. Unfortunately, her striking silver hair was disliked by many clan members, and two hawkish elders vehemently refused. Thus, the matter came to an end. Fugaku still remembers the first time he saw Qianyue. She was just a silver-haired little brat. The clan leader's information is accurate. Yagami Qianyue indeed possesses the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and is quite pure. At such a young age, she has already awakened her eyes, and with a two-tomo Sharingan, she undoubtedly has the potential to become a genius of the Uchiha clan. Based on her age and Sharingan, Qianyue's bloodline is indeed pure. However, with that glaring silver hair, Qianyue doesn't resemble someone with an Uchiha bloodline at all. After all, the Uchiha clan has never seen such a situation. Even in inter-clan marriages, when there are some unusually colored hair members, most are brown or purple. Silver hair is unprecedented. In her childhood, she was not allowed to return to the clan, and now they want to recruit her. It won't be easy. The Uchiha clan leader said hoarsely. He couldn't help but cough, a sarcastic smile on his aged face. Seeing this, Fugaku quickly helped his father to catch his breath. Father, regardless of the situation, she carries the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and now possesses the Sharingan. We should bring her back. Cough, cough. The Uchiha clan leader waved his hand while coughing. After regaining composure, he huffed in dissatisfaction. Let those who opposed it at the time deal with it. Whoever opposed, it should handle it. You let the bad guys do the work, but wanting to take the blame? No way. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage asked the Umbu, "Is there any movement from the Uchiha clan?" "Hokage-sama, no one from the Uchiha clan has gone to find Yagami Qianyue," replied the Umbu ninja responsible for monitoring the Uchiha. No movement? Has that old man changed his temperament? The third Hokage expressed skepticism. He believed that the Uchiha must have received the news and would find a way to win over Qianyue, hoping she would return to the Uchiha fold. Thank you for your hard work. Go take a rest. The lack of any movement from the Uchiha is somewhat strange. However, the third Hokage currently has little time to worry about the Uchiha clan. As long as they don't cause him trouble at this moment, it's fine. As for lifting the surveillance on the Uchiha, that's impossible. Even if he agreed, Danzo, Shinshin Koharu, and Mito Menyin would not. The village's announcement soon came down, and the three were unsurprisingly promoted to Chunin, bidding farewell to their genin status. What surprised Qianyue was that, after the team's promotion, the village did not hurriedly assign them specific tasks. Let's go eat barbecue. It's on me. After learning that Qianyue and the others had been promoted to Chunin, Kushina happily sought them out, wanting to go out for a meal to celebrate. Speaking of delicious food, Kushina has always been fond of the barbecue from the Akimichi clan. Is that too extravagant? Kushina had just treated them to barbecue not long ago. It would feel awkward to treat them again. How could it be? Mikotone, I have a lot of money. You don't have to worry about me going broke. Eat as much as you want. Holding onto Uchiha Makoto's arm and shaking it a few times, Kushina walked ahead with her, leaving Qianyue and Watergate behind. I feel like Kushina isn't very happy. Watergate leaned closer to Qianyue, lowering his voice to say, "Why don't you just ask her?" Qianyue replied, "I won't fall for your trick. Are you trying to set me up again?" Watergate jumped back cautiously, raising his hand to gesture and indicating his stance to Qianyue. "Trying to trick me? No way. I've already suffered too much. I've learned enough lessons. Your little tricks won't work on me anymore." I just said it casually. Why such a big reaction? After ordering a pile of meat and drinks like juice, Kushina put both hands on the table and leaned in, almost bumping heads with Qianyue. What is up? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have ended up colliding with Kushina. "Qianyue, what do you want for your 9th birthday?" A gift? Watergate's reaction was even bigger than Qianyue's, while Uchiha Makoto tilted her head and pondered. Kushina hadn't mentioned it, and she almost forgot that Qianyue was about to turn 9. What gift should I give Qianyue? I also want a gift. I'm almost 9 too. Watergate kept signaling Kushina and Uchiha Makoto with his eyes, but unfortunately, they magnificently ignored him. Watergate, are your eyes uncomfortable? You keep blinking. Kushina even asked in confusion. Watergate's smile instantly froze on his face. Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. Some people want gifts and are blinking so much their eyes are about to cross. Yet others just don't react at all. Patting Watergate's shoulder sympathetically, Qianyue thought for a moment and replied, I don't particularly want anything special as a gift. Is that so? Kushina frowned. If there's no target, it really is hard to prepare a gift. Then I'll say it. It's time to eat. People in this world are really strange. They have to announce it's time to eat before meals. Unfortunately, Qianyue doesn't have this habit. Watergate and the others were used to it and happily started eating. If the village assigns you tasks, won't you be very busy afterward? Kushina suddenly realized this issue. If possible, she still hopes that Qianyue and the others can occasionally take on tasks like before. Most of the remaining time should be spent training in the village, resting, and being able to spend time with her. With Tsunade and Shizune on the front lines, after Qianyue and the others left, Kushina felt like she couldn't find a familiar person. We will accompany you when we rest. If we're not in the village, Kushina, you need to work hard to improve your strength. I look forward to seeing the day you gain your freedom. What-tailed beast Jinchuriki is unstable. That's nonsense. Only when you are strong enough can you obtain what you want, including freedom. Look at Uzumaki Mido. Who would dare say a word against her? Aside from being the wife of the first Hokage, it's also because of her terrifying strength. As long as one's strength is strong enough. Even if there's still a Jinchuriki, when the time comes, not to mention wanting freedom, even if Kushina wants to leave, she can, and if she wants to stay, the village wouldn't dare to say a word. Of course, the premise is that one is not constrained. If influenced by the will of fire, then there's nothing to be done. I will work hard. Kushina, filled with motivation, waved her small fists. To gain freedom as soon as possible, Kushina decided to train hard and strengthen her abilities. With more strength, she can not only protect herself and those she cares about, but also regain the freedom she desires. After eating and drinking to her fill, Qianyue felt a slight itch in her eyes. She realized her Sharingan was about to evolve. So she said goodbye to the others and returned home first. When Watergate saw that Qianyue had left, Kushina appeared eager to go shopping with Uchiha Makoto. So he had to bid farewell and leave as well. Once Watergate had also left, Kushina asked, Makoto, it's not good for us to be together like this. So I wanted to ask, what kind of gift does Qianyue like? The birthday gift I gave him last time, he didn't really like it. Speaking of this, Kushina felt frustrated. She had put a lot of thought into Qianyue's birthday gift. Unable to make up her mind, she even consulted Tsunade and Ju. One suggested giving a ninja tool pouch, while the other said to give money. Then she had a sudden idea and really gave Qianyue a ninja tool pouch filled with money. The moment he received the gift, Qianyue was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that one day a girl would give him money. Was this considered being kept? Naturally, he couldn't accept the money. So Qianyue simply returned the ninja tool pouch, which left Kushina feeling gloomy for quite a while. She didn't talk to Tsunade for several days because the idea of giving money had come from Tsunade, who was obsessed with wealth. Food. Uchiha Makoto thought for a moment. The two tomo in her eyes kept spinning, and as the discomfort in her eyes gradually faded, Qianyue's eyes gained an additional tomo. His Sharingan successfully evolved into the 3-tomo version. If the Uchiha clan knew about this evolution method, they would probably be so frustrated they would spit blood. After all, no matter how strong the talent, it couldn't compare to a cheat. In addition to the Sharingan evolving into 3-tomo, Qianyue also received his long-awaited first exclusive skill, a single-target illusion technique named Sakura Fall, which players in the game jokingly referred to as a large-scale social death technique. Those who fell under the Sakura Fall illusion would have their consciousness drawn into an illusion space, and with the cherry blossoms fluttering everywhere, they would uncontrollably start dancing. One can imagine how embarrassing it would be if an enemy suddenly fell under this illusion in a public place or on the battlefield, dancing awkwardly like a certain avenger. Star-Lord. The most terrifying part is that Sakura fall is an unavoidable illusion. Unless your illusion resistance is strong enough or your mental strength reaches the point of immunity to illusions, you'll just have to wait to dance awkwardly in place. Even if you can quickly dispel the illusion, how would that help? That little time it takes to dispel the illusion is enough for others to launch an attack in an equal battle. Qianyue used to hope that Danzo wouldn't find him for no reason. But now, he couldn't wait for Danzo to come find him so he could test his exclusive illusion technique on him. The leader of the root of Konoha, the dignified assistant to the Hokage, dancing awkwardly in place under an illusion would definitely be a sight to behold. Lord Kazekage. This is the intelligence collected by the Umbu from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Thank you for your hard work. The third Kazekage, with a stoic expression, received the intelligence scroll and opened it. Konoha has. Lord Kazekage. I think we should let Konoha and the Rain Shinobi village continue to fight it out in the Land of Rain. As the head of intelligence for Sunagakure, Haya knew best about Konoha's current situation. Although a lot of energy had been, Konoha was not in a situation where they couldn't spare any troops. If Sunagakure launched a surprise attack, they might get dragged into the war. Such a war would be detrimental to Sunagakure's development. I know. The third Kazekage handed the intelligence scroll to Chiyo, walked over to the window, and gazed at the somewhat gloomy sky outside, sighing. But do I have any other options? If I could, I would also like to develop the village's strength as much as possible. Unfortunately, Sunagakure was too poor and lacked sufficient economic sources. The village's commissions and missions were few, forcing Sunagakure to rely on funding from the daimyo. Over a decade had passed since the First Shinobi World War, and each year the daimyo allocated funds, while the village continuously asked for money. Over time, the Wind Country daimyo had reached a breaking point. If Sunagakure did not change, they would stop funding. Therefore, the third Kazekage was eager to initiate a war to seize some rich lands and resources from other countries. Now was the best opportunity. Konoha was locked in a fierce battle with the Rain Shinobi village, and all their forces were concentrated on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, which firmly held Konoha back. Once Sunagakure launched a surprise attack, Konoha would be caught off guard. At that time, Sunagakure could easily invade the Fire Country and plunder the resources the village needed. Sunagakure was too poor, needing various resources from land to food, even a population. Seeing this, Hayu directly closed his mouth. When it came to the daimyo, it was best not to speak carelessly. After all, Sunagakure was not Konoha. Konoha's Danzo dared to directly threaten the daimyo. Could Sunagakure do the same? As long as the daimyo got angry and stopped funding, Sunagakure would fall into a fiscal deficit. After carefully reading through the intelligence scroll, Chiyo glanced at her brother Hayu. Noticing his sister's gaze, Hayu smiled wryly and nodded, indicating he wouldn't speak any further. It's all up to you. A surprise attack against Konoha was initiated by Sunagakure. Chapter 36. What more does he need when he has already made the captain? A few days after passing the Chunin exam, the 3 members of the team received a notification from the Umbu to head to the Hokage's office building together. The village had assigned a mission to them. I told you, as long as we become a Chunin team, the village won't let us sit idle. Watergate, don't be so excited. From now on, you're the captain of our team. Huh? Why me? Just as he was wondering what kind of mission the Hokage would assign, Watergate was taken aback, pointing at himself. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. Qianyue actually made him the captain of the team? Because I see that you have amazing talent and are a martial arts genius. Such an important position as team captain is meant for you. Watching Qianyue seriously make up excuses, Uchiha Makoto burst out laughing. Watergate was left speechless, looking at him. Do you really think I would believe you? Are you kidding me? Cough, cough. Qianyue coughed. Anyway, from now on, you are the captain of our team, and any diplomatic matters will also be handed over to you. Watergate, I knew you. Yagami Qianyue had bad intentions. You just didn't want to deal with it yourself, so you threw the captain position at me. How cruel you are. What can I do if I don't want to either? Watergate looked hopefully at Uchiha Makoto, but when he turned around, he found that Uchiha Makoto had already walked to Qianyue's side and taken out her own bento box. The bento box emitted an enticing aroma of food. Fried pork cutlet. Watergate's eyes lit up, and he instinctively swallowed. Because Qianyue wasn't interested in rice balls or sushi, Uchiha Makoto, who enjoyed cooking, would consult him for advice and make some new dishes based on his teachings. Qianyue always got to enjoy a feast, and Watergate could only tag along for a meal. Hurry up. If you perform well, I'll save you half the pork cutlet later. If you don't perform well, the bones are all yours. Wait for me. Upon hearing this, Watergate used all his strength to dash toward the Hokage office building, disappearing from the two's sight in the blink of an eye. Sitting on a bench by the road with Qianyue, Uchiha Makoto tilted her head and asked, Qianyue, isn't it a bit unfair to trick Watergate like this? What's wrong with it? We made him a captain. What more does he need? At most, I'll just save him some pork cutlet. While enjoying the delicious pork cutlet, Qianyue praised, Makoto, your cooking skills are getting better and better. As long as you like it. Receiving praise from someone she valued. Uchiha Makoto felt very happy. I'll keep working hard. But is it okay to let Watergate go to the Hokage office building alone? The Umbu had informed their team to go to the Hokage's office, not just Minato alone. I believe Minato will handle it well. Qianyue was gnawing on a rib, having no interest in facing the old face of the third Hokage. He also had no interest in listening to the third Hokage ramble about the village's difficulties and the truth of the Will of Fire. Hokage-sama, after knocking and receiving permission, Minato cheerfully walked into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, who was reading documents, looked up in surprise. Your team. I remember telling the Umbu to inform Qianyue's team to gather at the Hokage's office. So why is it just you, Minato? Where are Yagami Qianyue and Uchiha Makoto? Ahaha. Minato laughed awkwardly, scratching his head as he quickly explained, Hokage-sama, they are busy with something, so I came to represent the team. If there are any suitable missions, please assign them to us. I see. The third Hokage didn't press further and handed Minato a scroll from his desk. Due to the war, there are a lot of pending requests and tasks in the village. This mission is urgent, so I need your Qianyue team to complete it. Qianyue's team won't let Hokage-sama down. Minato tightened his grip on the mission scroll. I believe in you. You can do it, kid. The third Hokage smiled with appreciation. Jiraiya is on the front lines, and during this time, I put you through a lot. That's all right. Minato felt a bit embarrassed and instinctively raised his hand to scratch his head, but suddenly remembered how Qianyue had criticized this action countless times. So he put his hand down. Then, I will take my leave, Hokage-sama. Minato bowed deeply to the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled. Go ahead, kid. You all will be the pillars of Konoha's future, leading it forward. Hokage-sama is still as easy to get along with as ever, Minato mumbled quietly after leaving the Hokage's office. Every time he met the third Hokage, he felt a sense of closeness, always thinking of him as a respected elder and strong figure. Hokage-sama, Yagami Qianyue and Uchiha Makoto are eating on the street. Just after Minato left, the Umbu reported this news to the third Hokage. Eating? Did I really just send Minato alone to pick up a mission? The third Hokage couldn't help but laugh and cry. These two kids, fine, let them be. They're just busy eating besides. There's no rule that the entire team must be present to accept a mission. Such matters are trivial, and the third Hokage didn't think much further. He only felt a sense of nostalgia, wondering if he was getting old, and if kids these days develop feelings so quickly. Wait, that's not right. Qianyue and Uchiha Makoto are together, and Kushina seems to have a vague affection for Qianyue. What does this count as? This kid is quite popular. The third Hokage couldn't help but recall his childhood, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Qianyue, you were so despicable, stealing food. Minato rushed over with a mission scroll, discovering that Qianyue was savoring ribs, and he instantly exploded. He tossed the scroll over, and while Qianyue went to catch it, Minato decisively snatched away the bento box. What's with you? Catching the mission scroll, Qianyue looked down, only to see that the bento box was gone. Minato had already jumped onto a nearby rooftop and was eating. Opening the mission scroll, Qianyue glanced at the contents and couldn't help but frown. Is this mission troublesome? Uchiha Makoto leaned over. The mission isn't particularly troublesome, but the problem is that at this time, the land of rivers isn't peaceful. These damn officials, can't they just stay comfortably in the daimyo's residence? Why do they have to run all over the place? To go to the land of rivers for hot springs during wartime, Their ideas are really something unique. It seems that during the time Konoha was at war with the Land of Rain, Mangekyō launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, and Scorpion's parents invaded the Land of Fire at that time. Chapter 37, Minato. I've grown up. No one can fool me. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and ran into someone as ruthless as Hitaki Tsukumo, causing them to lose their lives for nothing. This also planted the seeds of hatred for Scorpion's future betrayal. Why did Scorpion target the third Kazekage? Apart from the fact that the third Kazekage was suitable to be made into a puppet, it was also because the war was initiated by him. His parents were also sent to the Land of Fire at this time. Justice has its master, and with Hitaki Tsukumo's suicide, Scorpion could only take it out on the third Kazekage. Among the 5 great nations, the Wind Country's Kazekage always had the most miserable life and died the most disgracefully. The first and second were somewhat better off. The third was killed by his own village's ninjas, the fourth was killed by Orochimaru, and the fifth was killed tragically while extracting tailed beasts. It was thanks to Chiyo sacrificing her life that Gaara was saved. In terms of tragic circumstances, even the Mizukage of the Water Country wouldn't dare to compare with the Kazekage. The ninja army of the Wind Country could invade the Land of Fire at any time. Yet at this moment, the third Hokage assigned them a task to escort a lord to the Land of Rivers for a vacation. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Uchiha Makoto thought for a moment and said, the Land of Rivers seems to have not been drawn into the war. Right now, yes. Who knows about the future? Once the war between Konoha and the Wind Country breaks out, a small country like the Land of Rivers will only become a battlefield. Qianyue wasn't quite sure when Mangekyō launched the surprise attack on Konoha. After all, the information on the first and second ninja wars from the Hokage's documents is limited. The start of the second ninja war was when Konoha and the Land of Rain broke out in war, followed by Mangekyō launching a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, forcing Konoha to counterattack. After Konoha and the Land of Rain reached a reconciliation, the war ended, and the Land of Rain subsequently declared war on Mangekyō and Iwagakure, leading the Konoha army to shift the battlefield into the Wind Country. The Cloud Country launched a surprise attack on the Earth Country. Everyone was at each other's throats. This was the course of the Second Ninja War, but the specific timeline, Qianyue really didn't know. The war between Konoha and the Land of Rain didn't last too long. Perhaps it wasn't yet time for Mangekyō to surprise attack the Land of Fire. I must be overthinking it. Let us prepare. Those lords will set off tomorrow. Qianyue rolled up the scroll and shouted to Minato, who was sitting on the roof. Minato, wash the bento box after you're done eating. We gather at the village entrance at 7 tomorrow morning. Sure. Minato made a gesture and jumped down from the rooftop. The three then parted ways to prepare the things they needed to bring on the journey. Qianyue specifically went to buy 2 brand new mission scrolls and packed in plenty of seasonings and other items. Other traversers have standard storage spaces. Why don't I have one? It seems I need to open the external features a bit more. Qianyue felt somewhat regretful that the game's backpack didn't come with him. A night passed without incident. The next day, when a massive convoy appeared before them, Minato's eyes widened, and Uchiha Makoto was also dumbfounded. Even Qianyue, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn." He had thought it was just a family outing, but he didn't expect the team to be this bloated. If a battle broke out on the way, the team wouldn't be able to take care of so many people at all. Qianyue, what should we do? Do we need to request other teams to join the escort? Minato was a bit dazed. The escort mission team had executed many times before, but this scale was a first. This was no vacation. Even family outings weren't this exaggerated. No need. Qianyue's mouth twitched as he said helplessly at crucial moments. We just need to protect a few important figures. The accompanying guards and retainers don't need us to worry about. Looking at the convoy busy transporting various goods to the carriages, Minato began to sweat profusely. I hope it goes smoothly. Such a bloated convoy must be moving very slowly. If an accident occurs, who knows how chaotic it will become. This is not something a 3-person team can stabilize. But the mission was assigned by the 3rd Hokage, so there's no way to refuse. The assembly was at 7 in the morning, and the convoy, after dragging its feet until almost noon, finally left Konoha, heading towards the Land of Rivers. 3 lords, my master has prepared a carriage for you. The journey to the Land of Rivers is long. Riding in a carriage would be more comfortable. As they set off, the accompanying steward found the three of them. Minato instinctively refused. Sorry, we don't need a carriage. When we're tired, we can just rest on the cargo cart. No need for a carriage. Having been turned down, the steward had to return to report. With over 100 people in the convoy bustling about, loading supplies onto the carriage, Qianyue felt anxious for them. Are we going on a trip or moving house? Is it really necessary to be this exaggerated? No wonder the ninjas of Konoha run as fast as they can when they hear about such escort missions. Everyone wants to stay far away. Following a slow-moving convoy that isn't much faster than a turtle would make anyone anxious. Finally, after dragging on until noon, the convoy finally set off. However, to everyone's surprise, less than 2 hours after leaving Konoha, the convoy stopped. The big shots were hungry and needed to prepare lunch. Watching over 100 people in the convoy busy themselves, aside from a few officials leisurely sitting in the shade drinking tea, Minato couldn't help but say, Qianyue, at this rate, when will we make it to the land of rivers? Heaven knows. Chewing on a piece of grass and leaning against a tree, Qianyue rolled his eyes. He wanted to ask someone when these officials from the daimyo's house would stop dragging their feet. To put it bluntly, this escort mission is not going to end easily. It could well drag on for over a month. Why don't you go urge them? Qianyue jumped down from the tree, draping his arm over Minato's shoulder and pulling him aside. No way. You go if you want to. I'm in no hurry. Minato shook his head vigorously, expressing that he didn't want to be in trouble. It's better to be slow than to seek trouble. Even if they didn't need to give these people too much face, angering them wouldn't be a good thing. After all, they're officials from the daimyo's house. Seriously offending them is equivalent to offending the daimyo, even if Konoha's daimyo is just a mascot. Sigh, Minato, you've grown up. Minato wasn't fooled, and Qianyue sighed. The once silly little son who only knew how to scratch his head and chuckle has disappeared. The current little son is quite shrewd. Is this what happens when you get taken advantage of too many times and learn your lesson? Get lost. Minato exploded upon hearing that. Ha ha ha. Qianyue laughed and pushed him. Go hunt. Do you still want to eat roasted meat later? The food gifted by the employer was off limits to the three of them. They could only be self-sufficient. I knew you wanted to set me up. Minato grumbled as he jumped into the woods, quickly returning with 2 wild rabbits. The steward initially wanted to invite Qianyue and the others to dine, but upon seeing them gnawing on roasted rabbit meat, he swallowed the words that were about to come out and obediently returned the way he came. Looking at the departing steward's back, Minato felt puzzled. Is this person being overly enthusiastic towards them? Is it just my illusion? Qianyue, have you noticed that these people are overly warm towards us? Thinking it over, Minato nudged Qianyue, who was sitting beside him, with his elbow. He remembered Jiraiya saying that Konoha's relationship with these officials from the daimyo's house was not very good. But now, the repeated overtures from the other side made one feel somewhat uneasy, because they think we are worth wooing, or rather, that you, Nameke's Minato, are worth wooing. Qianyue replied casually while munching on the cute rabbit. Wooing me? What's so special about me? Why? Because your teacher is Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's teacher is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is that answer satisfactory? Do they really think the officials from the daimyo's house are fools? If this were another small team, those officials would have probably jumped up by now, even demanding a change of escort team. Yet the other side is not causing a fuss. Instead, they are being overly friendly. Doesn't this warrant some thought? Qianyue didn't believe that the arrogant official from the daimyo's house would be so gracious just because of Uchiha's face. The true reason for their friendliness lies with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, the 3 legendary Sannin had not yet made their names known in the ninja world. Apart from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were at most known as geniuses, and their prestige couldn't compare to Tsunade. However, their teacher is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha. Casually tossing the leftover bones into the fire, Qianyue continued, Don't think these officials are high and mighty in the daimyo's house. Once they leave it, they are nothing, not even the daimyo. In other countries, a daimyo is the highest leader of a nation. But in the land of fire, a glance from Danzo can make a daimyo tremble. That's the difference. Konoha does not rely heavily on the daimyo's funding. Even if they fall out with the daimyo, Konoha can sustain itself in a short time. But other villages cannot. That's the disparity. Moreover, would the daimyo dare to fall out with Konoha? If they did, it would take 3 days before they would be overthrown by other noble lords, becoming the new daimyo, rushing to Konoha to negotiate. Sure, it's not good for these words to get out. Minato kept tugging at Qianyue's clothes. Uchiha Makoto frequently signaled him with her eyes to stop talking, being careful of eavesdroppers. The fact is true, but such matters cannot be openly discussed. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble. Hey! Minato clapped his hands and said to Qianyue, I've learned the summoning technique that Jiraiya-sensei left for me. Has Minato already signed a contract with a summoning beast? That's impressive. Uchiha Makoto's eyes brightened. She had always wanted to sign a contract with the Cat Clan, but unfortunately hadn't found the right opportunity. Of course, receiving praise, Minato couldn't help but feel proud, wearing a smug smile. He rubbed his thumb against his nose and lifted his head proudly. You brat, are you actually getting cocky now? My summoning beast would scare you. Seeing Minato getting carried away, Qianyue coldly chuckled. You're not summoning a tadpole, are you? Why call you fat? You actually get breathless. Others might not know Minato's background, but I, Ayakashi Qianyue, am well aware. Even though Minato has become a renowned figure in the ninja world as the Yellow Flash, feared by countless enemies, at this time, he is still better described as clumsy. For instance, in terms of summoning technique, he is not much better than the early Naruto in the anime. Impossible. Minato jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on, his face turning red with urgency. I've long successfully summoned the toads from Mount Myaboku. Don't believe me? Quickly forming hand signs, Minato bit his finger and slapped it on the ground. Boom! The ground erupted in a cloud of white smoke. And Qianyue and Uchiha Makoto looked over. Uchiha Makoto's eyelids twitched twice as she raised her hand to cover her mouth, wanting to laugh but feeling embarrassed. This is your toad? Qianyue looked at the toad on the ground, whose 4 legs were still flailing about. It was evident that this toad had been summoned before it was mentally prepared. That's not even the main point. The main point is that this toad still has a little tail on its backside. In other words, this toad hasn't fully matured yet. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Qianyue couldn't help it anymore and laughed so hard that she fell to the ground, holding her belly. Minato, are you trying to make me die from laughter? Is this your frog? How could it clearly be a success? Is it because I didn't use enough chakra? Minato was dumbfounded. He had been practicing secretly, mainly afraid that Qianyue would laugh at him. He didn't expect to still make a fool of himself by summoning a frog that didn't even count as a frog. Looking at the little frog's sexy little tail swaying, Minato felt an urge to cover his face and cry. Forget it. You should go back. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead and, with tears in his eyes, sent the still confused little frog back. He intended to show off, but ended up embarrassing himself instead, making it hard for him to save face. He shouted, Qianyue, don't you already have a summoning beast? Bring it out and let us see. I don't believe you are better than me. Qianyue having a summoning beast was no secret. Uchiha Makoto also knew, but what exactly the summoning beast was, neither of them knew because Qianyue had never summoned it. Each time, she would send them away with a secret. Come on, this kind of low-level provocation doesn't work on me. I'm afraid my summoning beast will scare you. Ah! Qianyue laughed until her stomach hurt and tears streamed down her face. Uchiha Makoto was also out of breath. It wasn't that she wanted to laugh, but Minato's summoned little frog was just too funny. You're lying. I don't believe it. Minato continued with the provocation, but this tactic really didn't work on Qianyue. He had miscalculated. The convoy continued to move forward, but Minato was depressed about the little frog with a tail all afternoon. If circumstances allowed, Qianyue believed that Minato would definitely rush to Myaboku Mountain to ask in person why every time he summoned it was either a little frog with a tail or a tadpole. Minato's concerns were valid. After traveling for half a day, the crowded convoy hadn't even covered a third of what an ordinary person could walk. With such a slow speed, anyone would be anxious. Qianyue had to admit that the third Hokage was really unreasonable, assigning such a task to a newly promoted Chunin team. It was manageable during the day, but the nights were the hardest to bear. There were too many people, and the occupied campsite was very large. The 3 of them needed to separate and set traps, patrol, and check for possible enemy situations from different directions. Makoto, you go rest. Minato will take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. At night, Qianyue arranged the rest time. The next day, the convoy continued to move forward, and Qianyue jumped onto a cart full of goods to rest, replenishing her energy in case she needed to keep watch at night. Thus, the convoy slowly approached the border of the Land of Rivers. At the border post of the Land of Fire, the ninjas stationed there were still holding their posts. In the darkness, a large number of sand ninjas sneaked into the Land of Fire under the cover of night, gradually approaching the post. Chapter 39. The escort team encounters a surprise attack from the 3rd Kazekage squad. The sound of sand rubbing was clearly audible in the night. On the watchtower of the post, the patrolling ninja sensed something was wrong and exclaimed, "What?" A sharp iron spike pierced through the patrolling ninja's throat and heart. The two corpses slumped softly on the watchtower, without even having the chance to issue a warning. In their dimming eyes, shadows wearing Sand Village headbands were reflected. Having easily dealt with the station ninjas at the post, a large number of weapons made of iron sand flew back to the side of the 3rd Kazekage. Continue moving forward. With a flick of his cloak, the 3rd Kazekage led a large group of Sand Village ninjas into the Land of Fire. Master, there are a large number of unknown ninjas approaching ahead. Qianyue, who was leaning against a tree and resting, instantly woke up. The main reason he was responsible for the second half of the night watch was that he had Shiro. With Shiro's powerful perception, anyone approaching the camp would be detected, especially those with hostile intent. Qianyue didn't expect that after the convoy had labored for over 10 days and was about to reach the Land of Rivers, they would run into such a situation. Was the Sand Village planning to strike at the Land of Fire? The thought of this possibility made Qianyue quickly wake up Minato and Uchiha Mikoto. Shoo! Making a gesture for silence, Qianyue lowered his voice and said to the two, "Go get those officials and evacuate immediately. A large number of unidentified ninjas are surrounding the camp. It might be enemy ninjas invading the Land of Fire." What? Minato's pupils dilated, and he woke up completely. Uchiha Mikoto also jolted awake and rushed with Minato towards the largest tent in the camp. A sudden appearance of a large number of unidentified ninjas in the Land of Fire could only mean trouble. The best option was to take the important people and evacuate, rather than foolishly stay and engage with the enemy. Go! Qianyue led the way, charging into the tent and knocking out all the officials who hadn't reacted yet, throwing them over his shoulder and running. He didn't forget to leave a little gift for the Sand Village ninjas. As for whether he could blow up a few unlucky ones, that was up to fate. Not everyone could be like that unlucky guy Roketree, who was blown up in front of Orochimaru on the battlefield. Not good. The Lord has been taken away. Qianyue's actions left the accompanying guards and retainers dumbfounded. Who would just carry someone away without saying a word? The Lord has been taken by the Konoha ninjas. The loud cries of several guards threw the entire camp into chaos, waking those who were still asleep. Qianyue had anticipated this situation and quickly shouted, "The Sand Village is invading the Land of Fire. Hurry and escape." What? The Sand Village? Invading the Land of Fire? The shouts of those retainers and guards trying to rescue their lord caused a commotion. After all, Konoha was currently engaged in a heated battle with the Rain Village, and it was entirely possible for enemies to invade the Land of Fire during this time. As Qianyue and the others disappeared into the woods, the people in the camp became even more panicked, screaming and fleeing in all directions, not even caring about the various supplies and money in the camp. Kazekage-sama. The people in the camp seemed to have discovered us. Kill. The 3rd Kazekage's face darkened terrifyingly. Their presence being discovered was not the result he wanted. Just as they entered the Land of Fire and eliminated the border post, the scouting ninjas returned to report that they had found a large campsite. Judging by its size and the supplies carried, it seemed to be from the daimyo's estate. The news of the Sand Village's surprise attack and invasion of the Land of Fire must not leak. The 3rd Kazekage ordered the Sand Ninjas to surround the camp and kill everyone inside. Before the encirclement could take shape, the camp was already in chaos. Their presence had been discovered. Boom! In the midst of panic, the guards and retainers fled in all directions, accidentally stepping on the traps laid by Qianyue. The explosive tags detonated instantly, further turning the already chaotic camp into a mess. Hearing the explosions behind him and the flames lighting up the night, Qianyue's expression became grave, while Minato and Uchiha Makoto were still in shock. Staying behind to fight was impossible. They could only try to return to Konoha and report the information. As for the other people in the camp, they could only fend for themselves. "Master, someone is chasing from behind. You guys go ahead. I'll handle the enemies behind." Qianyue stopped, tossing the person he was carrying aside, and telling Minato and Uchiha Makoto to leave first. If no one stayed behind to hold off the enemy, the three of them would soon be caught up with. Be careful. Minato and Uchiha Makoto didn't act overly sentimental. The current situation didn't allow them to argue about these things. Qianyue was the team leader and the strongest person. It was reasonable for him to stay behind and deal with the pursuing enemies. Shortly after Minato and Uchiha Makoto left, a squad of ninjas arrived at the scene. This is a standard upper ninja team. 1 leading upper ninja and 3 middle ninjas. The leading upper ninja is a well-known puppet master from a sand village. Originally a young ninja from Konoha. The sand upper ninja, manipulating several puppets, slowly steps forward, cautiously observing the surroundings. The chaos in the camp was caused by you, wasn't it? How did you discover the enemy's approach? There are no other Konoha ninjas around. The sand upper ninja remains uneasy and continues to influence Qianyue's emotions with words. In his view, a young kid like Qianyue is easily affected when facing strong enemies. "Kid, have your teammates abandoned you and left?" "No, my teammates just had no reason to stay." Qianyue closes his eyes, and the moment he opens them, a red light emanates from his eyes. Sharingan. The 4 sand ninjas are startled. They never expected that a Konoha kid who looks about 10 years old would actually be from the Uchiha clan. Damn, when did the Uchiha also have white-haired members? The most outrageous part is that this Uchiha white-haired kid actually has a 3-tomo Sharingan. When did such a genius appear in the Uchiha clan? Not good. Don't look at his eyes. Before the words eyes could be uttered, the sand upper ninja feels a wave of dizziness. Suddenly, he finds himself in a picturesque place, surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms. In this refreshing location, pleasant music plays, giving one the urge to dance. Captain. Seeing their captain suddenly dazed and unmoving, the 3 sand middle ninjas are stunned. Did the captain fall under the enemy's Jinjutsu? Just as they are about to step in to help the sand upper ninja break the Jinjutsu, the enemy suddenly moves. The sand upper ninja, caught in the large-scale social death Jinjutsu, falling cherry blossoms, raises one hand to form a delicate gesture, the other hand resting on his waist, with his legs together, knees overlapping. The awkward dance begins. Captain. Watching their captain awkwardly dancing, the 3 sand middle ninjas are left speechless. They never imagined that they're serious. Rigid captain would one day dance, and so embarrassingly at that. You wake up the captain, and we'll take down that kid. Just as the sand middle ninja was assigning tasks, he suddenly hears a demonic whisper in his ear. "Do you want to take me down?" The crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, in the darkness, resembles a pair of devilish eyes, the 3 tomos slowly rotating. Phew! A kunai pierced through the back, exiting through the chest, with blood still flowing from the sharp blade. Did you underestimate these eyes too much? Qianyue's figure moves like a ghost, drawing his kunai to stab the other 2 sand middle ninjas controlled by the Jinjutsu. Have a ninja of the sand village not faced the Uchiha clan's upper ninjas in so long? They become this dull. Don't they know that when facing an Uchiha with a 3-tomo Sharingan, the best option is to run? It's utterly unchallenging. Qianyue finally understands why in the future Uchiha sure sway and Uchiha Itachi kill like chopping vegetables. With one Jinjutsu, their opponents are like sheep to be slaughtered. One can even think about how to strike from the right angle. It's no wonder the Uchiha clan dares to claim to be the strongest family in the ninja world. They truly have the confidence. Especially after the Senju clan has been democratized, claiming to be the strongest family in the ninja world is not without merit. As for the Hyuga clan, which competes with the Uchiha for the top spot, Qianyue just smiles and remains silent. He admits that the Rinnegan is impressive, but the Byakugan? It's just SOSO, let alone comparing it to the Mangekyō or Eternal Mangekyō. Even when compared to the 3-tomo Sharingan, it falls short. In Konoha, comparing the Hyuga and Uchiha is just talk. One must not take it seriously. The actual performance is quite embarrassing. Watching the sand upper ninja still dancing awkwardly. Qianyue finds it hard to bear. With a flash of his kunai, the opponent's head flies into the air. He takes out a sealing scroll and seals the opponent's corpse inside. Qianyue picks up the person who was thrown on the ground and chases after Minato and Uchiha. A double Genjutsu has caused an upper ninja team to be annihilated, although it was just a standard upper ninja team and not made up entirely of upper ninjas. Such a record is already quite impressive for Qianyue. Once he brings back the sand upper ninja's corpse, he will gain a lot of contributions and military merit. The social death Genjutsu Falling Cherry Blossoms is stronger than he imagined. The opponent didn't even have time to react before being caught. Qianyue uses the Sharingan, targeting the 3 middle ninjas, not the sand upper ninja. For dealing with him, a specialized Genjutsu is sufficient. The Genjutsu control of the 3-Tomo Sharingan also exceeds his expectations. Should he focus more on Genjutsu in the future? He muses internally. Xiaobai, alert me immediately if anyone approaches. Understood, master. The little white fox named Xiaobai, whose body shrinks into a small white fox in the ceiling space, lazily yawns. On the surface, it appears somewhat lethargic, but in reality, it is constantly observing the surrounding movements. If any enemies approach, it will notify Qianyue immediately. If he fails to react, Xiaobai will actively jump out of the ceiling space to assist Qianyue in battle. No problem. Soon, Qianyue catches up with Minato and Uchiha. His body flicker technique is much faster than the two. No problem. Qianyue grins. Just one upper ninja team, easily dealt with, and I can still earn a lot of military merit when I return. However, it seems that the 3rd Kazekage of the Sand Village is behind us. We better run faster. Unless you want to face this so-called strongest Kazekage. I want to kill you. Just a mere upper ninja team, easily dealt with? Minato almost chokes on his own saliva, feeling an inexplicable urge to hit someone. Uchiha also looks speechless, clearly stimulated by Qianyue's words. Fortunately, Qianyue's next words startled the two, prompting them to hasten their pace. No one wants to stay and face the so-called strongest 3rd Kazekage. It's already a good thing that the 3rd Kazekage isn't personally chasing them. Who would dare to stay? Watching the two hastily speed up in panic, Qianyue can't help but laugh. He wants to say that even if the 3rd Kazekage catches up, the team can safely retreat. However, Minato and Uchiha shouldn't rely solely on him. It's good for them to have some sense of crisis. The entire pursuing team has been wiped out. The leading upper ninja is missing, and the 3rd Kazekage's expression is terrifyingly dark. The surrounding sand ninjas dare not breathe, fearing to accidentally attract misfortune. From the information gathered from the camp's personnel, they learned the basic details of the escort team. Just 3 kids, only middle ninja strength. As a result, they sent a team led by an upper ninja to pursue them, only to be wiped out halfway. No one could accept this. Once the information is relayed back, the Sand Village's plan to surprise Konoha will fail. Continue the pursuit. We cannot let them relay the information back. The 3rd Kazekage stands on a large mass of iron sand, lifting himself into the sky, chasing after the direction where Qianyue and the others fled. Master, someone is chasing us in the sky. Suddenly, Xiaobai shouts, causing Qianyue to pause momentarily before continuing to run, not forgetting to say to the panting Minato and Uchiha, do you know? The 3rd Kazekage of the Sand Village can dance. Huh? Minato stumbles, almost crashing into a tree. What time is it? You still have a mood to joke around. Who the hell knows if the 3rd Kazekage can dance? No one would be bored enough to gather such information. Qianyue, that joke isn't funny. Uchiha was panting heavily. She felt that she needed a good rest. If it weren't for the trouble of going back to the village, she would have really wanted to drop the person she was carrying. Why eat so much and get so fat? It's exhausting. No. This is serious because the 3rd Kazekage has arrived. Chiyuki stopped running. The faces of Minato and Uchiha changed instantly, and their sweaty faces turned pale. Chapter 41. 3rd Kazekage. Do you think you can escape from me? The 3rd Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage in the history of Sunigakure, possesses the powerful magnet release bloodline limit. They knew this basic information. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the strongest ninja in Mangekyō. But now this strongest ninja was personally hunting them down. It's over. This time it's really over. Minato's heart sank to the bottom, and Uchiha Mikoto's lips trembled. Her heart racing. I'm dead. If I take on this kind of mission again, I won't be called Yagami Chiyuki. Irritated, Chiyuki dropped the person on the ground, moved her stiff neck, and started cursing. The third Hokage is no good for assigning us such a terrible mission. Normally, Minato would definitely refute and correct Chiyuki, and stop her from cursing, especially cursing the third Hokage. This was a great disrespect. But Minato didn't have the heart to care about that now. With death looming, what did it matter if Chiyuki cursed the higher-ups of Konoha? Are you ready to watch the Kazekage dance? Chiyuki turned back and smiled at the two. Unfortunately, Minato and Uchiha Mikoto couldn't smile. It turned out to be three little brats. Are you the ones who killed the Red Demon? The third Kazekage landed nearby, stepping down from an iron block made of iron sand, curiously observing them. It's really over. It was indeed the third Kazekage. Minato's lips moved. Chiyuki, run quickly. I'll hold him off. You must send the information back to the village. Send my ass, get out of the way. Chiyuki pushed Minato aside. Although she was touched that Minato was willing to sacrifice himself to save her, Chiyuki didn't need Minato to sacrifice himself. Looking silently at Minato, who seemed to want to die, the third Kazekage couldn't help but recall his childhood. Back then, he also had two loyal teammates willing to sacrifice themselves. No need to argue, you all can't escape. The third Kazekage was a serious person. He would never play with his enemies, not even three children. Giving others hope only to let them fall into despair was something he despised doing. The Kazekage's words made Minato and Uchiha Mikoto's heart skip a beat. But Chiyuki was not worried at all and retorted, Kazekage-sama, you are so grandiose, chasing after three little chunin alone in the land of fire? No need to play the emotional card, and no need to provoke me. With her arms crossed, the third Kazekage looked at Chiyuki with a gaze full of indifference. You cannot escape from me, but I will send your bodies back to Konoha at the appropriate time. This can be considered care from a senior to juniors. Sorry, I don't accept that. Sending my body back to Konoha? God knows how many times you sand ninjas will study it before sending it to Konoha. It's best if that doesn't happen. Oh, the third Kazekage looked at him in surprise. Do you really think you can escape from me? His indifferent gaze carried a hint of contempt. After a pause, he said, Is it possible? Everything is possible. I hope Kazekage-sama will like the gift I have prepared for you. I hope your mental power is strong enough. Otherwise, you will be very embarrassed. Chiyuki not only showed no fear, but instead laughed loudly. This little brat must have a problem with his head or was scared silly. At that moment, Chiyuki's eyes turned red, and the third Kazekage felt his body uncontrollably being drawn into a picturesque place filled with blooming cherry blossoms. It seemed he had fallen under the opponent's jinjutsu. The third Kazekage was speechless, but also found it somewhat incredible that a little brat could influence him with jinjutsu. He wasn't worried about his safety because he could break this jinjutsu soon. But why did he feel like dancing? What was happening? In the outside world, Minato and Uchiha Mikoto saw Chiyuki's eyes flash with red light, and the third Kazekage stood still as if he had been hit with a binding technique. As if that wasn't enough, the dignified third Kazekage was actually dancing. My goodness, is this real? Am I dreaming? Minato rubbed his eyes and even pinched himself. The pain in his thigh made him gasp, telling him that this was all real. He wasn't dreaming. I told you the third Kazekage could dance. But you didn't believe me. Chiyuki shrugged, threw a kunai, but the iron sand surrounding the third Kazekage blocked it. What a pity. The automatic defense of magnet release seems not exclusive to Gaara. I really admire Scorpion. He managed to kill the third Kazekage without a word, apparently using poison. Let's go. His magnetic sand will protect him. It's hard to kill him. Before long, reinforcements from Mangekyō will arrive. Chiyuki picked up the person on the ground and turned to leave. The still dazed Minato and Uchiha Mikoto hurried to catch up. They even thought they were doomed, but not only did they not die, they were saved instead. Chiyuki had controlled the third Kazekage with a jinjutsu. This was too magical. Ridiculous. How did you do that? Minato and Uchiha Mikoto looked at Chiyuki with shock and disbelief. Why couldn't he break free from the jinjutsu? The third Kazekage, trapped in the Jinjutsu space, tried to dispel it using his usual methods, but the result was futile. The most terrifying part was that he actually began to dance uncontrollably under the influence of falling cherry blossoms and beautiful music. To this, Chiyuki wanted to say, just because magnet release is strong doesn't mean mental power is also strong. Common methods to break Jinjutsu are ineffective against the falling cherry blossoms. So, you might as well dance obediently. If it weren't for Shiro not having grown to the second stage yet, Chiyuki would have really wanted to let Shiro use a tailed beast bomb to send the third Kazekage to heaven. Your iron sand will protect you. Let's see if it can block a tailed beast bomb. But since Shiro hadn't grown to the second stage, it was best not to expose him. With the ninja army from Sunagakure arriving soon, Chiyuki didn't want to stir up more trouble, so she decisively fled. It's better to leave enemies like the third Kazekage to the old fox, known as the third Hokage, to deal with. You shadows can sort out your own problems. Just don't involve me. I'm still a kid. Chapter 42. Chiyuki. How did you do that? After an unknown amount of time, the third Kazekage broke free from the Jinjutsu. His forehead was bulging with veins, as if he was enduring something. Covering his head with both hands, he howled like a beast. Although the third Kazekage had escaped from the Jinjutsu, he paid a considerable price. That was mental damage. How could the Sakura Falling game keep players spending money endlessly to draw prizes just for awkward dancing? The damage from this Jinjutsu was not low. Calculating in terms of game damage values, it was almost on par with Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Gasping for breath, the third Kazekage knelt on the ground, clutching his head, and his narrow eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. The tearing pain constantly echoed in his mind, nearly making him faint. That damn little brat, I will definitely kill you. Everything he had become this way was Chiyuki's fault. Although he didn't know Chiyuki's name, the third Kazekage swore that he would find an opportunity to kill him first. Not only did he suffer such severe mental trauma, but he also had to dance awkwardly. Just thinking about the memory of himself dancing just now made the third Kazekage's toes feel so embarrassed they could dig a hole in the ground. This disgrace absolutely cannot get out, otherwise he would face social death. The dignified strongest wind shadow actually fell for a little ghost illusion technique and then awkwardly danced a seductive dance. If this gets out, how could he still have the face to mix in the ninja world? Lord Wind Shadow. Not long after, reinforcements from the Sand Ninja village arrived. The third Wind Shadow covered his head, squatting on an iron plate, flying into the sky, and dropped a line. No need to continue chasing those little ghosts. Quickly start taking action, and we must gather enough gains before Konoha reacts. He didn't want the village's ninjas to see his embarrassing state. Nor did he want to send someone to chase after Qianyue. If Qianyue could use that illusion technique again, he didn't know how many of his sand ninjas would end up being a laughingstock. It could very well be like the Red Demon, dying without clarity. Just thinking about Qianyue attacking him with kunai made the third Wind Shadow break out in a cold sweat. Thankfully, the magnetic sand would protect its master, otherwise he would have been doomed. In the time it took him to break the illusion, Qianyue could have killed him countless times. Damn, that little ghost. The way to break this illusion is actually the opposite. With his forehead almost exploding, the third Wind Shadow increased his flying speed. He needed to find a quiet place to recuperate. Even the Wind Shadow couldn't take down the opponent, and we aren't allowed to continue tracking. It seems the enemy is quite tricky. The third Wind Shadow ran away, leaving the remaining Sand Ninja looking at each other, completely puzzled. After fleeing for a sufficient distance and seeing no pursuers behind, Qianyue felt that the third Wind Shadow had given up on chasing them. Let's take a break. Uchiha Mikoto had reached her limit, and Minato wasn't in much better shape. Just moving wasn't that exhausting. But the discomfort came from each person carrying a hefty pig from the daimyo's estate. He really didn't understand why these officials were all so fat and well-fed. Carefully putting the person down, Minato collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes drenched in sweat. Some of it was from the journey, and some was from being scared by the third Wind Shadow. It was terrifying. The third Wind Shadow actually chased them personally. Just thinking about it was frightening. Fortunately, Qianyue resolved the crisis. Otherwise, next year, the grass on his grave would grow a meter high. Minato was exhausted, and Uchiha Mikoto was no better off. At this moment, she sat weakly on the ground, not wanting to move. Drink some water. Qianyue handed the water bottle to the two of them and looked up in the direction they came from. The opponent has obviously given up on the chase. We have enough time to slowly return to Konoha. I really want to chop up these 3 pigs. If it weren't for the fact that they were the employers. Qianyue promised he would have thrown them away at the first opportunity. Qianyue, how did you do it? After resting for a while, Minato and Uchiha Makoto gradually calmed down, both looking at Qianyue in unison, their eyes as if trying to see through all his secrets. Sitting on the grass, Qianyue took out the spare rations and shared them with the two. Eating the rations, he casually said, I just did it like that, researched an illusion technique. And the controllability is quite strong. Who knew the third wind shadow was careless enough to fall for it? Careless enough to fall for it? Don't lie to us. You completely fell for it, all right? We aren't blind. Minato tossed Qianyue a glance. Glancing at the 3 people on the ground who hadn't woken up yet, Qianyue said to Minato and Uchiha Makoto, I hope you can conceal what happened today. Just say we ran into enemies from the Sand Ninja Village. And definitely don't mention this part about the third wind shadow. I won't say anything. Uchiha Makoto replied firmly. Even without Qianyue's special reminder, she wouldn't tell anyone. Unless Qianyue brought it up himself. Minato was no longer that naive little boy who always asked why. He was aware of some of the village's darkness. And he knew why Qianyue didn't want people to know about this. The news getting out would definitely not be good for Qianyue. Instead, it would make certain people more wary. They wouldn't believe in any illusion technique, but would stubbornly think that everything was due to the power of the Sharingan. Especially the suspicious third Hokage and Danzo, who always thought about the dark side of things. Let's go. We need to return to the village as soon as possible. That's the only way to be safe. The news of the Sand Ninja Village declaring war on Konoha needs to be sent back immediately. After resting for a while, the 3 of them picked up the burden and continued on their way. Who is it? Entering the heart of the land of fire. The 3 rushed to a checkpoint on the road. The fastest way to send a message was to find the patrolling ninja at the checkpoint. They would use a ninja hawk to send the message back to the village. Senior. Minato dropped the person he was carrying onto the ground and raised his hand to shout, We are from Qianyue's team, escorting our employer to the land of rivers. We ran into a surprise attack from the Sand Ninja Village. The Sand Ninja army has already invaded the land of fire. So please quickly send this message back to the village. What? Upon hearing this, the patrolling ninja was shocked. They quickly sent 2 people to check the identities of Qianyue's group. After confirming everything was correct, they tied the information scroll to the ninja hawk's leg and released it into the sky. Caw! With the information scroll, the ninja hawk let out a cry and spread its wings, flying into the dark night sky. Let's take a break for a moment. You all worked hard. If the information is true, you will be heroes of the village. Chapter 43. The public is furious. Konoha calls for ninja army to fight against the Sand Ninja Village, seeing Minato and Uchiha Makoto almost unable to stand due to exhaustion. The patrolling ninja quickly brought water and food. The patrol captain at the checkpoint said to the 3, My name is Xiamu Xiaozhua, and I am the patrol captain here. Please tell us the specific intelligence about encountering the enemy, so we can send the information back to the village. No problem. After resting for a while, Minato began to recount the events. Qianyue sat to the side, too tired to speak. To be honest, he was also quite exhausted, mainly from helping Minato and Uchiha Makoto share the burden along the way. If it weren't for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble, Qianyue really wanted to chop up the 3 burdens. Why eat so much and get so fat? If you can't run, let others carry you, making the ones carrying you half dead. Destroyed a squad of Jainin? When the checkpoint ninjas learned that Qianyue had single-handedly annihilated a squad of Jainin, they were all shocked. They looked at Qianyue with a mix of disbelief and suspicion. This is the corpse of an enemy Jainin. Sending it back to the village should yield quite a bit of intelligence. Qianyue took out the sealing scroll. The patrol captain quickly opened the scroll to verify its authenticity. And upon seeing the corpse's face, he confirmed its identity and the authenticity of the information. Minato didn't lie. It was just that the process had some discrepancies. A squad of Jainin was indeed wiped out, and they died at Qianyue's hands, even dying in a bewildered manner. They would never have imagined that they would meet such an inexplicable end. Not to mention them, even the third wind shadow himself was puzzled as to how he fell for it. Not only was he injured, but he almost made a fool of himself. Thankfully, the Sand Ninja people arrived only after he had broken the illusion. If they had arrived a moment earlier, the third Wind Shadow would have truly faced social death. The identity of the deceased was undoubtedly that of the Sand Ninja's Nin, the Red Demon, but how did Qianyue kill him? The patrol captain said apologetically, "Although I don't want to doubt, I need to verify the authenticity of this matter. Please understand. I can understand your difficulties, Senior. If someone falsely claims war achievements and is discovered, Qianyue would be in trouble, and the patrol captain helping to relay the information would also face consequences." Qianyue closed his eyes, and at the moment he opened them, the patrol captain stared at his three-tomo Sharingan and fell into silence. How old is this little ghost? Is he a genius of the Uchiha clan? But is he really one of the Uchiha clan? When did a white-haired member of the Uchiha clan emerge? The three-tomo Sharingan is enough to prove the authenticity of everything about Qianyue. No one would doubt the Sharingan's ability to control illusions. No one in the entire ninja world would question this. I will immediately send the intel and the corpse of the Red Demon back to the village. You all have worked hard, so take a good rest. The village will not forget your contributions. With the special transport tool, the Ninja Eagle, it won't take long for the intel scroll to reach Konoha. The mission of Qianyue and the others can be considered officially completed, and they can rest now. The three officials rescued from the daimyo's mansion were deeply moved when they learned that the ninja army from Mangekyō had surrounded the camp and that Qianyue and the others had rescued them all the way. They expressed their gratitude in various ways. Qianyue found it bothersome and directly pushed the diplomat Minato out to deal with these people. Uchiha Makoto jumped onto a tree branch and sat beside him, tilting her head to look at his youthful profile, smiling gently. Qianyue, once this matter spreads, I'm afraid the clan will try to persuade you to return to the Uchiha. Just ignore them, Qianyue shrugged. I can't help it if I don't want to return. They can't force me to go back to the clan and change my name. The Uchiha clan is like a big lightning bolt. Whoever touches it is bound to be unlucky, and Qianyue has no interest in getting involved in that mess. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Makoto smiled faintly and did not persuade him further. She respected Qianyue's choice, whether he was willing to return to the Uchiha or not. She would firmly stand by his side. The Ninja Eagle, carrying the intel scroll, returned to Konoha at top speed, and the intel scroll was delivered to the desk of the third Hokage. Instantly, the entire Hokage office erupted in chaos. Upon receiving the news, Tsunade and Mito Minyan rushed to the Hokage's office. Sarutobi, is the news true? Has Mangekyō really invaded? At that moment, Tsunade and Mito Minyan completely lost their usual composure as elders, moving quickly in small, hurried steps, even neglecting to knock and directly barging in. The intel is accurate. There seems to be a surprise attack, led personally by the third Kazekage against our Land of Fire. The third Hokage's face darkened as he handed the intel scroll to the two Hokage-sama. Before they could check the contents of the scroll, members of the Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, handing over a newly gathered intel scroll to the third Hokage. The third Hokage quickly opened it and, after glancing through it, stood up in shock. It really was the third Kazekage personally leading the attack. The corpse of the Red Demon, killed by Qianyue, was sent to Konoha sealed in a scroll. The intel division extracted many valuable secrets from his brain, confirming the suspicion that the third Kazekage was leading the attack. Tsunade and Mito Minyan's faces turned grim, and they even spoke incoherently. How dare he? After so many years of calm, Mangekyō has declared war without notice and launched a surprise attack on Konoha. The ninja army had already entered the borders of the Land of Fire. Thank goodness Qianyue's team sent the intel back in time. Otherwise, Konoha would still be in the dark about what was happening. The enemy was already at their doorstep, and they still did not know what had occurred. From the intel obtained, it was clear that Qianyue and the others had made a significant contribution, especially Qianyue. By killing the Red Demon, the intel division was able to extract a lot of precious information from his brain. The timely arrival of the Red Demon's corpse was crucial. Calm down. The third Hokage frowned as he glanced at the somewhat flustered Tsunade. The enemy has already invaded the Land of Fire. What good does it do to be anxious now? It would be better to think about strategies on how to deal with the aggressive enemy. Should we negotiate with Mangekyō? Mito Minyan suggested. Compared to Mangekyō, he was more concerned about Mangekyō. Even if Mangekyō's military strength had increased, it was still a weak foundation. Even with Hans, the so-called demigod of ninjas, not many took Mangekyō seriously. The 5 great ninja villages still valued opponents of equal rank more. The weight of Mangekyō was clearly above that of Mangekyō. It's difficult. Negotiation is a good idea, but currently, Konoha and Mangekyō are locked in a stalemate, with both sides fighting back and forth, neither willing to back down. At this time, negotiation is simply impossible. We must first determine a victor or wait until Mangekyō can no longer hold out before we can negotiate. If Mangekyō launched an attack and then went to negotiate with Hans, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer greatly. This was not a situation the third Hokage wanted to see. Hans, stationed to the front lines, would also not agree to negotiations. In any case, they must first drive the people of Mangekyō out of the Land of Fire. They cannot allow them to plunder within the borders of the Land of Fire. Mangekyō is poor and lacks everything, while the Land of Fire is a big piece of fat meat. Even if they cannot occupy the territory of the Land of Fire, various resources are still targets for Mangekyō. If they allow the ninjas of Mangekyō to cause trouble in the Land of Fire, it would lead to chaos. The daimyo would definitely not sit idly by. Tsunade's words made sense, and the third Hokage nodded slightly. He also agreed to drive the people of Mangekyō out first, issue a recruitment announcement immediately, and organize the ninja army. We must drive the people of Mangekyō out at all costs, no matter the price. The third Hokage, in his prime, was a formidable ninja, not the old man who would easily seek negotiations and concessions in the future. At this moment, not only was he at the peak of his power, but he also had great resolve. When it came to fighting, he was absolutely not vague. "I'll go prepare." Mito Minyin stood up to leave. Tsunade also said, "I'll mobilize the logistics department to prepare various supplies, striving to have everything ready before the army departs." The third Hokage nodded expressionlessly, looking down at the intel scroll on the desk. The announcement was sent out overnight, causing an uproar throughout Konoha. Mangekyō had actually declared war without notice, directly attacking the Land of Fire, and the army had already invaded. This was serious. In an instant, countless villagers began to curse loudly, and many gathered at the Hokage's office to shout, requesting the third Hokage to send troops to drive the people of Mangekyō out. With the recruitment announcement issued, the entire Konoha was set in motion. Ninjas from various clans began to gather, joining the army in proportions, compared to the numerous civilian ninjas. The backbone of Konoha has always been the ninjas from various clans. These individuals were the foundation that allowed Konoha to maintain its position as the leader among the 5 great nations. Sometimes, quantity could not replace quality. For example, take the Uchiha clan. They had more than 30 Genin. Konoha only had a few hundred Genin in total, meaning that the Genin from the Uchiha clan made up about 1/10 of Konoha's total. Even more frightening was that the Genin from the Uchiha clan could easily overpower civilian Genin in one-on-one confrontations, leaving almost no hope for the latter to win, unless they were geniuses like Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Please update more. Free gifts are welcome. Plenty of updates to come. Chapter 44. You've come out to question me. Do you say you have no other intentions? In addition to the Genin, there were also a considerable number of Nin and Genin, and this was just from the Uchiha clan. If we include other clans, one can imagine how significant their presence was in Konoha. It is evident that the efforts of the third Hokage and Danzo to weaken the clan's power were completely foolish. If you're afraid of the clan growing too powerful and affecting your authority, just say so. Don't make excuses about cultivating civilian ninjas. The most ridiculous thing is that while calling for the weakening of clan power and the cultivation of civilian ninjas, other clans are continuously being weakened, while the Shimura, Sarutobi, and a few other clans are only growing stronger. This led to the famous scenes of the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Sarutobi clan could mobilize thousands of ninjas. Thousands of ninjas? What does that even mean? Konoha was bustling with activity, and all of this had little to do with Qianyue and the others. After the 3 had rested well, they continued their journey back to Konoha, while the burdens from the daimyo's mansion would be taken back by the people from the daimyo's residence. Despite the escort mission's failure, The three of them made significant gains due to the intelligence they transmitted. Team Qianyue, please proceed to the Hokage's office to meet with Lord Hokage immediately. Upon returning to the village, they could clearly feel that the atmosphere was tense, with the scent of war heavier than before. As soon as they entered the village, members of the Umbu approached them to inform them to go to the Hokage office to meet the third Hokage. Dragging their tired bodies, the three arrived at the Hokage office building. At this moment, the Hokage office was bustling with activity, with the arrival of a new war. It was hard for the office to remain quiet. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the Hokage office, little son knocked on the door. Komein. The voice of the third Hokage came from inside, and the three opened the door and walked into the office. The Hokage office was crowded with people, and a white-haired man with a short blade on his back stood out. Hatake Tsukumo, the future White Fang of Konoha. A strong man whom even the legendary three would respectfully call senpai. At this time, Hatake Tsukumo had not yet earned the title of Konoha's White Fang, but his strength was already that of an elite Genin, far surpassing that of the legendary three. Seeing Qianyue staring at him as soon as he entered, Hatake Tsukumo raised a hand to ruffle his hair, which was the same color as Qianyue's, and smiled at him. Qianyue couldn't help but be taken aback and nodded in response. Lord Hokage, Team Qianyue is here to report. As the captain, Qianyue stepped forward 2 steps. You kids did well. The third Hokage's previously tense face softened, revealing a gentle smile as he raised his hand to beckon Qianyue to come closer. Me? Qianyue looked around and confirmed that the third Hokage was indeed calling him forward. So he stepped up. Is it true that the three of you discovered the enemy's tracks? I heard that a kid named Yagami Qianyue even wiped out an elite Genin team. Qianyue looked too young. A child in his early teens with a naive face made it hard to imagine how he could have wiped out an elite Genin team, even if that team only had one Genin leading 3 Ch-nin. Many of these Genin couldn't take out their opponents single-handedly, especially since the puppet masters from Mangekyō were notoriously difficult to deal with. Elite-level puppet masters were even more unpredictable, with various poisons and hidden attacks that could leave one overwhelmed and at risk of defeat with just one mistake. Yet, the puppet master that had troubled them all fell into Qianyue's hands. This was hard to believe. Child, can you tell me about your encounter with the enemy? Although the intelligent scroll had written it down clearly, the third Hokage still wanted to hear Qianyue say it himself. This is quite troublesome. I'm exhausted and just want a good meal, a hot bath, or a soak in a hot spring, and then a good sleep. Qianyue thought to himself. Under the gaze of many Genin and the third Hokage, Qianyue spoke. Team Qianyue was escorting the employer from the daimyo's house to the land of rivers. We set up camp to rest just before reaching the border. In our team, I was responsible for the night watch during the second half of the night. While checking for traps, I discovered a large number of unknown ninjas approaching. I had no choice but to wake my teammates and lead the 3 important employers away from the camp. After we left, the camp fell into chaos as an elite Genin team pursued us. I let my teammates leave first and stayed behind to hold them off. The intelligence says you used genjutsu to control the enemy? A Genin with the symbol of the Shimura clan embroidered on his clothing questioned. Sorry, I just wanted to confirm whether the information sent back was true. I meant no offense. You're questioning me in front of everyone. How can you say you mean no offense? Why are those associated with Danzo always so disgusting? Is he from the Shimura clan? How do you want to prove it? Qianyue looked up coldly at him. You're going a bit too far. Is it really necessary to put a child in such a position? Although it was hard to believe that a child named Yagami Qianyue wiped out an elite Genin team, questioning him in front of everyone was a bit excessive. Hatake Tsukumo glanced at the other man, wanting to speak up for Qianyue. However, since the third Hokage remained silent, he had to swallow his words. Aren't you going to intervene? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, was sitting in his chair without saying a word. Qianyue understood that even if this Shimura clan bastard wasn't acting on the third Hokage's orders, the third Hokage was at least doubting the accuracy of the intelligence. How despicable! They dared to doubt Qianyue. Minato glared at the man, while Uchiha Makoto puffed up her cheeks, wishing she could slap him a few times. Qianyue wasn't wrong. The third Hokage was indeed skeptical. After all, Qianyue was too young. Even if he was a genius, such achievements were astonishing. Furthermore, the intelligence also stated that his Sharingan had evolved into the three-tomo Sharingan, which was an incredible speed. Therefore, when the Genin from the Shimura clan jumped out to question him, the third Hokage chose to remain silent and did not stop him. He wanted to know if all of this was real. Was Qianyue truly a remarkable genius? Or was he fabricating reports? Is this Genjutsu really hard to use? Seeing Qianyue's icy gaze, the Shimura Genin continued to question. Little brat, don't. Just as he was about to mock Qianyue, a flash of red light appeared in Qianyue's eyes as the three-tomo Sharingan activated, and the Genin's consciousness was pulled into the Genjutsu space. Hiss! This is really the three-tomo Sharingan. This kid is only 9, right? What kind of monster has the Uchiha clan produced? Yes, not even from the Uchiha. He's the only son of the Yagami clan. I heard he wanted to return to the Uchiha, but was rejected. Watching Qianyue's three-tomo Sharingan and the day's Shimura Genin, the other Genin couldn't help but murmur among themselves. When someone mentioned that the Uchiha had rejected Qianyue's return, the expressions on everyone's faces became quite interesting. Are you Uchiha people out of your minds? Pushing away such a genius? In a corner of the office, Uchiha Kaze, representing the Uchiha clan, had a face darker than the bottom of a pot, cursing certain elders in his clan. Unsurprisingly, tomorrow the Uchiha would definitely become the laughingstock of other clans. This kid is a bit too much. Having the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age and such terrifying Genjutsu. Indeed, the Shimura Genin was already caught off guard, without even realizing how he fell into it. Wait, what is he doing? This is all true. The third Hokage was shaken, feeling both surprised and helpless. He was surprised that a genuine genius had appeared in the village, yet helpless because this genius had Uchiha blood. Even if he hadn't returned to the Uchiha clan. Shimura Shuichi has gone mad? Controlled by the Genjutsu, Shimura Shuichi acted like a mindless puppet, flinging his hands, spinning in place, and starting to dance. No, it was more like cringe-worthy dancing. Watching his stiff body, it was clear he was the type that couldn't dance. But under the control of the Genjutsu, he danced in a way that looked awkward. An absolute cringe dance. In the Hokage office, many Genin began to laugh quietly. Shimura Shuichi's dancing was quite an eyesore. This kid, named Yagami Qianyue, was quite malicious. When questioned, he made the other party perform a cringe dance to their social death. One could imagine that after this cringe dance in the Hokage office, Shimura Shuichi would definitely become famous in Konoha, or even throughout the entire ninja world. Ha ha ha. The first to burst out laughing was Hatake Sakomo. A loud laugh enlivened the oppressive atmosphere in the Hokage's office. However, the third Hokage didn't quite appreciate this lively atmosphere. Once the news got out, not only would Shimizu Hiragi become a joke, but the entire Shimizu clan would as well. Minato and Uchiha Makoto also joined in the laughter. Only Chiyuki and the third Hokage remained serious. Chiyuki was prepared for this, while the third Hokage wanted to laugh but felt embarrassed to do so. Cough cough. To prevent himself from actually laughing out loud, the third Hokage coughed. Chiyuki, please lift the Genjutsu. After all, he is your senior, and you've already proven your ability to contend with Jonin and even slay one. Tsunade didn't misjudge you. I'm sorry, I can't lift it. Chiyuki shrugged, spreading her palms, indicating her refusal. I can only use the Genjutsu, not lift it. The third Hokage didn't expect that after making an effort to be friendly, Chiyuki would not appreciate it and simply say, I can't lift it. This kid is doing it on purpose, right? Just because he was questioned, just because I wanted to test and verify? Help him lift the Genjutsu. Watching Shimizu Hiragi getting more and more energetic, the muscles on the third Hokage's face twitched a few times. Just as he finished speaking, a ninja from the Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office and raised his hand to help Shimizu Hiragi lift the Genjutsu. According to the usual method of lifting, it didn't work. What's going on? The Umbu ninja was a bit dumbfounded and instinctively looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage suddenly felt a headache coming on. Now, the Jonin in the Hokage's office were no longer laughing because they couldn't laugh anymore. The fact that the Umbu couldn't lift the Genjutsu meant that if Chiyuki used his Genjutsu on them, if they got hit, They wouldn't be able to lift it like other Jinjutsu. Not being able to lift the Jinjutsu meant that while under its effect, they would suffer a fierce attack from Qianyue. This kid's Jinjutsu is a bit abnormal. A group of Jonin looked at Qianyue with changed expressions. Don't look at me. I won't. This Jinjutsu is called Sakura Fall. Those caught in the Jinjutsu will start dancing uncontrollably. I don't know much else. After all, this Jinjutsu was just developed not long ago. Qianyue pushed back. Anyway, I just won't. What are you going to do about it? Bite me? Question me? You'll have a hard time. If you don't spend half a month in the hospital, I won't call myself Yagami Qianyue. Qianyue, are you really not going to lift it? The third Hokage's expression became serious. Qianyue replied calmly, Lord Hokage, everything I said is true. Now, this is troublesome. He initially wanted to test Qianyue, but unexpectedly ended up in a big mess. The third Hokage regretted not stopping Shimizu Hiragi earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have escalated to this point. Qianyue firmly claimed that the Jinjutsu was newly developed and couldn't be lifted. Even if he was lying, the third Hokage couldn't force him to admit he could. How long can the Jinjutsu last? The stronger the mental power of a person, the shorter the duration of the Jinjutsu, and the harder it is to control them. Qianyue began to make up nonsense. Believe it or not, anyway, Sakura Fall is a guaranteed hit. Even if Uchiha Madara comes, he will get hit. The difference is that someone like Uchiha Madara can easily lift the Jinjutsu. Even if the flaws of Sakura Fall are exposed, Qianyue isn't afraid. The power of the exclusive skill increases with his strength. Now, the third Kazekage can lift the control of Sakura Fall by himself. But when Qianyue possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan or the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, even if he is given double the time, he might not be able to lift it. Need someone to help you? I don't care. Anyway, once it's lifted, your mind will also face a strong impact. This kind of Jinjutsu, aside from Uchiha who have opened their Sharingan and strong ninjas with powerful mental strength, other ninjas that encounter it will suffer. Just as the third Hokage was about to have someone take the embarrassed Shimizu Hiragi away, Shimizu Hiragi suddenly screamed in agony, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, convulsing all over. Shimizu Hiragi's massive reaction startled everyone. Under the collective gaze, Qianyue calmly explained, those caught in Sakura Fall will suffer relatively serious mental trauma. With his Jonin strength, he'll recover in the hospital in 10 to 8 days. You little brat, how ruthless. The Umbu ninja, who immediately jumped out to check Shimizu Hiragi's condition, instinctively wanted to say that Qianyue was too cruel, even to a fellow villager. But as soon as the words came out, the three Tomo and Qianyue's eyes began to spin. Seeing this, the third Hokage angrily said, enough. Shimizu Hiragi questioning Qianyue is his own problem. Qianyue is proving himself, which doesn't count as attacking a comrade. This matter ends here. Take him to the hospital for treatment. Mental trauma is so easy to treat. You could guess with your heel that Shimizu Hiragi would have a tough time ahead. The days during treatment would definitely be excruciating. Yes, the Umbu personnel didn't dare to speak more and obediently carried him away. The others looked at Qianyue with wary eyes, fearing that she might do the same to them. Not to mention the awkward dancing. It's humiliating. Being humiliated isn't scary. What's scary is mental trauma, which isn't easy to treat. Qianyue, you did well. The contributions you made to the village, I will remember them. You've worked hard. You can go back and rest now. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato and Uchiha Mikoto quickly bowed, and Qianyue turned to leave. Bow. Screw that. Testing me. And still expecting me to be respectful towards you? Qianyue? Minato and Uchiha Mikoto were dumbfounded, glancing at the not-so-good-looking third Hokage, and quickly chased after her. The Hokage's office was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A group of Jonin didn't dare to make a sound. Everyone could see that the recent test and doubts had caused Qianyue to have reservations about the third Hokage. Sigh. The corners of the third Hokage's mouth twitched as he sighed. This child clearly misunderstood my intentions. It's fine, he is still young. He will understand my intentions in the future. Let us continue the meeting. The third Hokage's explanation made many Jonin sincerely admire him. The Lord Hokage is indeed benevolent. Even towards an impolite child, he can maintain patience and tolerance. Qianyue, you shouldn't be like this. After all, the Lord Hokage is still the Lord Hokage. Regarding Shimizu Hiragi's doubts and the third Hokage's inaction, Minato was also very angry. But Chiyuki's rudeness, if it spread, would greatly affect his reputation. He tacitly allowed, even hinted to others to question me. And I should be grateful? Not a chance. Cursing under his breath, without hiding his anger, Chiyuki ignored Minato and pulled Uchiha Mikoto away. Wait for me. Minato followed with a bitter smile. He had already cursed. What else could he do? Just let it be. At worst, he would get a disciplinary warning. He was still too impulsive. It wasn't worth it. However, the Lord Hokage's actions were indeed not very fair. Risking various dangers to bring back information and then being questioned upon return, no one could accept that result. It's no wonder Chiyuki exploded in anger. Could the third Hokage not hear Chiyuki cursing? He definitely heard it. But unfortunately, having already labeled himself as the good guy, the third Hokage could only endure it. Otherwise, he would be slapping his own face. After all this commotion, Chiyuki lost the desire to soak in the hot springs. After bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto and Minato, she went straight home. An hour later, after showering and having dinner, Chiyuki received a reminder from Shiro that someone had come. She looked up, expressionless, at the window, as if knowing she had been discovered. The person who had sneaked in helplessly opened the window and jumped in. Kid, you're too impulsive. No matter what, you shouldn't insult Lord Hokage. Chapter 46. Uchiha Fugaku gets the door shut in his face. Hatake Tsukumo walked straight to sit opposite Qianyue, looked at the food on the table, sniffed, and asked, "Senior, can I have a little? I've been busy all day and haven't eaten yet." Qianyue stood up to get some bowls and chopsticks and took out the prepared food for tomorrow. After sitting down again, he gritted his teeth and said, "I thought I was the hero of the village, but unexpectedly, what I got was doubt and distrust." Why did Hatake Tsukumo come? Because it looked pleasing to the eye? No, it was the third Hokage who sent him, Qianyue could guess. So he didn't hide his dissatisfaction at all. "I'm just unhappy. What's wrong with cursing? I've been doubted and wronged, and I can't curse?" "No, you're the hero of the village." Hatake Tsukumo ate his food heartily and stuttered. "If it weren't for the timely information and enemy corpses you sent back, the Land of Fire would have suffered great losses. The doubts from Uchiha Shuichi are not the will of Lord Hokage. This person is a bit small-minded and can't stand others being better than himself, holding strong hostility towards geniuses. Damn, is Uchiha Shuichi out his mind? Did I provoke you?" Sure enough, the Uchiha clan members aren't good people. Each one of them is crazy. Seeing that Qianyue wasn't speaking, Hatake Tsukumo continued, "This guy has been like this since school. Sigh. I hope this incident can teach him a lesson. Besides, Qianyue had a I don't believe it, and I don't want to hear it attitude," which made Hatake Tsukumo a bit of a headache. He was sent by the third Hokage to have a good talk with Qianyue and change his mindset. Unfortunately, it didn't have much effect. No matter what, you can't insult Lord Hokage, you know? Insult the Hokage. Qianyue's eyes widened. "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't. I've never done such a thing." "You haven't?" Hatake Tsukumo was so angry he laughed. "Then who was it that cursed outside the Hokage office just now? If it weren't for Lord Hokage stopping it, the Umbu would have been the first to come and settle accounts with you. Is that not cursing? You think that if you don't name names, it doesn't count as cursing? In any case, I didn't curse. Believe it or not, if you don't believe it, fine. I say I didn't curse, so I didn't curse. Anyway, I didn't name names, and certain people shouldn't take it personally. Otherwise, you're just admitting you're hypocritical. Yes. You didn't curse. Hatake Tsukumo had to give in. If it were someone else, he would definitely have scolded them with a stern face. But Qianyue, thinking of the poor Uchiha Shuichi, Hatake Tsukumo felt it was better not to provoke this kid, to avoid him casting an illusion that even he couldn't dispel, making himself dance awkwardly. And he would also suffer mental trauma. That would be quite the fun. Hatake Tsukumo wasn't sure he could avoid Qianyue's illusion. If it were simply relying on the Sharingan to release the illusion, he could still close his eyes or lower his head, but if not, it would be very tricky. So before figuring out the shortcomings of this Sakura falling illusion, he must not mess with this kid. From Qianyue's unhesitating use of the illusion on Uchiha Shuichi, Hatake Tsukumo believed that if it were him, Qianyue would also take action. It's better not to provoke such a reckless kid. Kid, this time you have made a great contribution. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, Hatake Tsukumo patted his belly contentedly and leaned back in his chair. Although your teammates also contributed, the major credit belongs to you. Lord Hokage asked me to tell you that the village will not forget your contributions. When the time is right, your achievements will be recorded, making it easier for you to exchange for some things you need, like ninjutsu scrolls. After saying that, Hatake Tsukumo got up and walked toward the window. By the way, the main force will set out tomorrow. Do you want to go to the battlefield to make contributions? No, I'd rather not kill enemies and come back only to be doubted if I falsely reported. I don't want to be doubted again. Qianyue huffed and reminded. Please use the front door. Thank you. Ooh, saw thee. Hatake Tsukumo's old face flushed. He just acted on instinct, not really want to climb out the window. It was already embarrassing to be caught climbing in when he came. Now, if he climbed out the window, he would probably lose all face. After leaving Qianyue's home, Hatake Tsukumo went to the Hokage's office and recounted the process of persuading Qianyue. It seems this kid has a deep misunderstanding of me, sighed the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, I think this kid is pretty good, but Uchiha Shuichi's personal issues turned things into this. Although the process of interaction wasn't very smooth, at least I feel that Qianyue is a decent person. If it weren't for the rotten apple Uchiha Shuichi, this pot of soup wouldn't have been spoiled. The third Hokage smiled and said, Tsunade has long said that this kid is worth cultivating for the village. She didn't pick the wrong person. Qianyue isn't hard to get along with. It's just that today's incident made him a bit disappointed. I believe it will get better. I hope so. I believe it won't be long before he becomes a pillar ninja of our Konoha. Lord Hokage, I take my leave. They had to rush to the front line early tomorrow, so Hatake Tsukumo couldn't afford to be careless. Although his main task was to lead several Jonin teams to clear out the enemies entering the land of fire one by one. Go! The third Hokage waved his hand. Hatake Tsukumo bowed and retreated. The war between Mangekyō and Konoha began, with a large number of sand ninjas entering the land of fire. Konoha continuously dispatched teams of ninjas to encircle and clean up, driving the sand ninjas towards the land of rivers. In a short time, various villages were attacked. Large amounts of property were looted, and various supplies were taken away. Throughout the land of fire, there were injuries everywhere. Hatake Tsukumo was already considered the second batch of reinforcements. The number of ninjas from Mangekyō entering the land of fire far exceeded the third Hokage's expectations. To quickly curb the enemy's plundering, Konoha could only keep sending team after team for support. If I don't show you some color, do you really think I'm easy to talk to? After sending off Hatake Tsukumo, Qianyue finally lay down to rest. After all the hustle and bustle these days, he was also quite tired, not much better off than Minato and Uchiha Makoto. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The next morning, Qianyue, still in a dream, was awakened by the disturbing knocking on the door. Dressed in pajamas, Qianyue yanked the door open. Are you Uchiha Fugaku? The person standing at the door truly surprised Qianyue. It was none other than the weak clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Oh no, he wasn't the clan head now, just the young clan head. At first glance, Qianyue didn't recognize him. If it weren't for his signature slack mouth, Qianyue wouldn't have associated him with the future Uchiha Fugaku. Even though he was only in his teens, Uchiha Fugaku looked somewhat too mature. Mature is one thing. His expressionless face, combined with the corners of his mouth drooping downwards, made for quite a combination that was hard to look at. It said that the Uchiha clan produces many handsome men and beautiful women. But Uchiha Fugaku didn't inherit such good genes. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke were both better looking, definitely inheriting Uchiha Makoto's excellent genes. As for Uchiha Fugaku, let alone excellent genes, it would be good enough if his genes didn't mess things up. If he looked just like him, fans of the Hokage wouldn't be able to face God Itachi in the second pillar. It's me. Uchiha Fugaku forced a slight smile on his expressionless face. But this smile didn't make him look friendly. On the contrary, it made him look even uglier. What do you want with me? Aside from Uchiha Makoto and her mother, Senju has no good feelings towards other Uchiha members. This often reminds him of the scene where his mother desperately pleaded with him, hoping to return to the Uchiha clan. Ironically, they refused because he has white hair, a color that is particularly glaring for the Uchiha. It's a ridiculous reason for rejection. Fortunately, he was reborn into the Senju clan. Had he been reborn into the Uchiha, with hair that was half white and half black. He would definitely have been seen as a monster. Can we go inside to talk? Uchiha Fugaku pointed to the room, as standing at the door wasn't suitable for a conversation. I'm sorry, but no. Senju did not give Uchiha Fugaku any face. No matter who he represented, whether it was the Uchiha clan leader or an elder, Senju would not show them any courtesy. If it weren't for fearing that Uchiha Makoto's family might be put in a difficult position, he would have already kicked them out. The strange smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face slowly froze. He probably didn't expect Senju to be so unyielding, even though he was the Uchiha's junior clan leader, not even letting him through the door. The Uchiha are the foremost clan in Konoha, not someone of my status can aspire to. Please do not come and disturb my life. Saying this, Senju intended to close the door. But you carry the Uchiha bloodline. Your mother is also from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's standard stern expression returned. Yes, Senju smiled, so when my mother and I needed help, she pleaded desperately, hoping to return to the Uchiha. Unfortunately, we were rejected, the reason being my mismatched white hair. He pointed to his own hair with a smile. Senju's smile gradually disappeared, and his expression turned cold. This is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. If there are Uchiha at my door again next time, I will not be polite to you. The bloodline was given to me by my mother. Since you do not accept it, why bother coming back to persuade me? You go your way on the sunny island, and I will walk my own narrow bridge. Bow. Uchiha Fugaku nearly had his nose smashed by the door and instinctively stepped back. His face looked as bad as it could get. Here he was, the Uchiha junior clan leader, putting everything aside and shamelessly coming to the door, only to be denied entry and even threatened. It was utterly humiliating. What made Uchiha Fugaku feel worse was that he couldn't do anything to Senju. Even if he wanted to take action, he had to find the right opportunity or wait for Senju to leave the village. Moreover, was it that easy to take action against Senju? The news of Shimura Hidataka, known for his awkward dancing, had spread throughout Konoha. Who would want to seek trouble? TSK. Indeed, no matter the world, some people always have the same face. When they dislike you, they disregard your life and might even kick you a few times. When they want to win you over, they come running to you. So what if they don't give Uchiha Fugaku face? When I didn't have the strength to protect myself, I avoided you. Now that I have the strength to protect myself, why should I give you face? It's quite a beautiful thought. Shimura Hidataka had become famous. Thoroughly famous, but this kind of fame was one the Shimura clan would rather do without. Because of one Shimura Hidataka, even the people of the Shimura clan couldn't hold their heads up high. Some emotionally charged members of the Shimura clan even shouted that they wanted to make Senju pay. Fortunately, they were just shouting. In Konoha, they wouldn't easily seek trouble with Senju, or it would lead to infighting, which was not allowed to happen. Even later, when Danzo had his hands in everything, he still secretly messed around and didn't dare bring it to the surface. Senju didn't have time to care about these things. All he wanted at that moment was to get a good sleep. However, fate was not on his side. Just a short while after he lay down, he heard the sound of the door opening. The door was pushed open, and a head of bright red hair, a quirky little face peeked in, quietly looking around. The visitor was none other than Kushina. After checking around and not seeing Senju, Kushina let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly placed the bento box she brought on the table and gently closed the door. Unbeknownst to her, the person who was afraid of noise was rubbing his temples, looking at her as if she were a thief. What are you doing? Suddenly hearing someone speak behind her, the already anxious Kushina jumped up like a startled deer, screaming. At that moment, Kushina felt utterly helpless. What Jinchuriki, what chakra sensing, what powerful perception, none of it mattered. She was completely like an ordinary little girl. Senju, you scared me to death. Kushina glared at him, puffing up her cheeks and stamping her foot. Her little heart was racing. Yawning, Senju gave Kushina an eye roll and walked toward the bathroom. How do you have a key to my house? It seemed like you wouldn't be able to take a lazy nap. Because I live next door. Kushina proudly shook the key. I told the locksmith uncle that I lost my key at home, and he helped me open the door and also made a copy for me. Senju, who was brushing his teeth, almost choked on the toothpaste foam. There's such a trick? With your skills, you should go become a thief. The way thieves knock on doors isn't as good as yours. You just boldly took someone else's key. Chapter 47. holding Chunin's money, operating with Hokage's heart with a smile. Kushina opened the bento box, sat down in a chair, propped her chin with one hand, and happily said, "I heard this morning that you taught that brat from the Shimura family a lesson. So I asked the Umbu uncle following me and confirmed that you returned to the village, so I brought you a bento. It seems you get along well with the Umbu." After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Senju came out, glanced at the bento box, sat down, and picked up a roasted chicken wing to eat. Last night, Kakashi suddenly came over, and he also brought out the cooked food he had prepared. Who would have thought that this white-haired guy could eat even more than him, leaving him unsatisfied? Now he happened to feel a bit hungry. Senju was eating with great enjoyment, and Kushina was very happy. "How did you know I was opening the door?" "I was being very careful. You have such a large nine tails inside you. How could you not be detected? The little white one was about to jump out, okay? Besides, I was already awake." Senju casually tossed the chicken bones on the table. "Before you, the Uchiha Junior Clan leader came knocking, so I was woken up. Just laid down and heard the sound of the door opening. So that's how it is." Kushina stuck out her little tongue in embarrassment. Roasted chicken wings, roasted chicken legs, roasted beef. Senju had to admit that the bento Kushina prepared was too extravagant. Most importantly, the taste was surprisingly similar to the barbecue from the Akimichi clan. This taste is very familiar. While eating the beef, Senju curiously asked, "It tastes like the Akimichi clan's barbecue. Where did you get the recipe?" "I bought it from Hokage uncle." Kushina wrinkled her little nose, looking very proud. "The big fat guy from the Akimichi clan is too despicable. He wouldn't sell it to me no matter how much I offered. So in the end, I found Hokage uncle. And under the condition that I would only use it myself, I bought it for 100,000 Ryo." "Senju, the Akimichi clan people must be crying in the toilet right now, probably begging for you not to leak the secret recipe." Senju had to give Kushina full marks for this move. It was fortunate that she even thought of going to find the third Hokage to intervene. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have a chance to get the Akimichi clan's barbecue secret recipe. With the third Hokage personally intervening, the Akimichi clan couldn't refuse. They could only ask Kushina to write a guarantee that she would not leak it. Thinking of the aggrieved little eyes of those big fat guys from the Akimichi clan, Senju couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kushina was so talented. "You're amazing, right?" Kushina kept hinting to Qianyue, but Qianyue didn't notice and looked up at the window. Crack! The window was opened, and a little blonde hair squeezed in, his body still hanging on the window. When he saw the two people in the living room staring at him, his proud smile froze on his face. "Ahem. I was afraid of disturbing you, so I thought it would be more convenient to come in this way," Minato explained awkwardly. "Minato, how could you climb in through the window? That's very rude." Kushina accused him first. Minato was immediately embarrassed. Qianyue was speechless. "Your sneaky act of asking the locksmith to open my door and even get a key is not much better than Minato climbing through the window." So fragrant. Just as Minato was about to find an excuse to justify himself, he suddenly sniffed and couldn't take his eyes off the lunchbox. It was the smell of grilled meat. "Qianyue, you really know how to enjoy." Minato scolded Qianyue for his wrongdoing while reaching for a chicken leg. Smack! Hiss! Minato jumped up, covering his hand. The back of his hand was red. Kushina stood there with her hands on her hips. "This is breakfast I prepared for Qianyue. If you want to eat, go get it yourself." Makoto, you're here?" Minato, full of grievances, suddenly turned his eyes and exclaimed toward the door. "Huh, Makoto?" Kushina was tricked and instinctively turned around. However, there was no Makoto. Minato quickly grabbed the chicken leg and ran to the side to eat. "You fell for it." Kushina thought about hitting someone. Watching the two clowns mess around, Qianyue also enjoyed the show. As for Minato's hint for help, "Sorry, I didn't see anything. You just deal with it." After Kushina left, Minato grinned, covering his face. He had taken a punch from Kushina, and it hurt a lot. Tears were welling up. That girl hit hard, mainly because Minato had tricked her. Kushina hit him so hard. As time passed, Kushina showed signs of developing towards Tsunade. When things are uncertain, just solve it with a punch. If one punch doesn't work, just throw another punch. Qianyue was grateful that Tsunade hadn't passed on her super strength technique to Kushina. Otherwise, who knows how many people would suffer if Kushina got that strength. "Serves you right. Who told you to trick her?" Did you forget that Kushina hates being deceived the most? Qianyue laughed maliciously, laughing without a care. Who told you to eat alone? Minato grinned. By the way, you're famous now, did you know? And that so-called Shimura clan, Jonin. Where did you learn this tone of speaking? From you. Can you say I can't learn? Famous? Qianyue didn't care. Anyway, not many people in Konoha truly knew him. As for the iconic white hair, that hair color wasn't uncommon in Konoha, and Qianyue wasn't afraid of being recognized on the street. Qianyue, what? Today's little son seems a bit off, talking mysteriously. Qianyue looked at him suspiciously, wondering what had stimulated Minato so much that he started acting strange early in the morning. A new war is coming. Do you think we will go to the battlefield? Under Qianyue's gaze, Minato held back for a long time and finally said this. I thought you wanted to express some deep thoughts. But after holding back for so long, you only came up with this? Get lost. Qianyue kicked Minato out. Whether or not to go to the battlefield is something for the higher-ups to decide, not us. So what if a new war is coming? It's not something you and I can control. Really worrying about things that have nothing to do with us. Instead of worrying about this, you might as well think about what to eat for lunch. The third Hokage isn't anxious, so why should he be? No matter how intense the war is. Can it reach Konoha? It's impossible to think that way. As for the rest, why worry about so much? Are we having a gathering today? Seeing Qianyue open the fridge to check what was left, Minato's eyes lit up. To prevent running out of time to buy groceries, sometimes, Qianyue often buys extra meat to keep in the fridge, so when he wants to eat, he just takes it out and cooks it. You're cooking? Qianyue turned to look at Minato. Minato's smile froze, scratching his head. Well, ahaha, I wanted to cook. You know I like cooking. But my skills aren't as good as yours. I'm afraid Mikoto and Kushina will be disappointed. It's the usual routine. I'll buy the groceries. And you take care of the rest? All right. It's nice to gather occasionally. And given the recent mission, both Minato and Uchiha Mikoto were quite shaken. They should eat something good to soothe their wounded hearts. After thinking for a moment, Qianyue agreed. Then, I'll take care of the groceries. Hearing this, Minato got excited and ran outside, ignoring the bruise on his face. Kushina really hit hard. Hopefully, Minato's face won't swell up. Shaking his head, Qianyue began to prepare some ingredients, as he could guess with his toes what Minato would buy. It's always the same stuff. People in the Naruto world don't pay as much attention to food as in his previous life, and the variety of vegetables is not rich. If you want to play with something new, you can't even find enough materials. It's village intelligence. Chapter 48. Tsunade is urgently summoned. An unexpected guest at the gathering. In a hidden cave, Orochimaru took down the intelligence scroll from the ninja eagle's leg and casually let the ninja eagle fly away. Old man, Jiraiya, looking filthy as if he hadn't washed his face in days, yawned, looking a bit unaccustomed to the surroundings. The battle between Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village was ongoing, and the three of them were also quite exhausted. Tsunade sat silently on a log, not speaking. Among the team, she was undoubtedly the most tired. Not only did she have to fight, but she also had to treat the injured and prepare various medicines. With a rare moment of free time, Tsunade just wanted to rest well and didn't want to focus on village matters. Who told the third Hokage to let Danzo take charge of the front lines? It was simply absurd. Isn Nara Shikakugood. He has wisdom, intelligence, and qualifications. Unlike Danzo, who is just fumbling around. Unfortunately, the third Hokage still appointed Danzo as the overall commander on the front lines. Upon opening the intelligence scroll, Orochimaru's snake-like pupil shrank. What's wrong? Jiraiya noticed that something was off with Orochimaru and looked over. Tsunade also opened her eyes, her tired gaze sweeping over. The Sand Ninja Village has declared war on Konoha. The third Kazekage has led a ninja army into the Land of Fire. Orochimaru smiled playfully, tossing the scroll to the stunned Tsunade. The little guy you're interested in is impressive. At such a young age, he has awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan and successfully wiped out a Jonin squad. Skilled in illusion, he can easily control Jonin. It's just a pity this little guy doesn't listen well. The old man wants you to bring him back and let him train for a while. What Qianyue did was seen as disobedience in the eyes of the third Hokage. Luckily, Qianyue didn't give any face to the Uchiha clan and had no intention of returning to them. So the third Hokage sent intelligence to Tsunade on the front lines, not only informing them that the Sand Ninja Village had declared war on Konoha, but also instructing Tsunade to return to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, she was to take Qianyue with her to teach him, hoping to establish a sense of belonging for Qianyue through this method. What? Jiraiya was taken aback. Is it that little brat, Yagami Qianyue? Jiraiya wanted to snatch the scroll, but unfortunately, what awaited him was Tsunade's fist. With a scream, Jiraiya was slammed against the rock, shaking a couple of times before slowly sliding down from the rock. Tsunade was still in a hurry to look at the scroll. If you go snatch it now, aren't you just asking for a beating? The Orochimaru who had turned dark, it was actually quite easy to get along with. For example, he would occasionally joke with Jiraiya and Tsunade. However, poor Shinjiro directly turned Orochimaru's life upside down. Looking at the scroll, Tsunade pondered, I didn't expect this kid to grow so fast. The Sharingan has actually advanced to the 3-tomo level, and he can easily control Nin with Jinjutsu. No wonder the old man is anxious. When are you planning to go back? Orochimaru leaned against the rock, watching the heavy rain outside the cave. As soon as possible. The third Hokage doesn't want Tsunade to get too close to the Uchiha. If that's the case, Kushina would have to completely sever ties with Tsukikage. Tsunade doesn't want to see Kushina in distress. Seriously, what is so good about this kid besides being a bit handsome and having some talent? Why is he so attractive to girls? Kushina is just being foolish. Why does she like someone like that? Jiraiya, who was slumped on the ground, slowly raised his hand. Tsunade, Orochimaru, I brought a friend over. It should be fine, right? Minato smiled apologetically, pulling out Nara Shikaku, who was standing beside him with twitching lips. Tsukikage, long time no see. Come in, don't stand at the door blocking the way. We're not strangers. Tsukikage looked outside and didn't see the other two members of Inoshikaicho. It seemed that only Nara Shikaku had come with Minato. This year's Inoshikaicho was originally in the same year as them, but they weren't in the same class. As a result, Tsukikage and Minato had skipped grades. They didn't come. I ran into Minato at the market, chatted for a bit, and accepted his invitation to dinner. Nara Shikaku explained. Just in time, let us help Minato wash the vegetables. Tsukikage, without any hesitation, pulled him inside and pushed him toward the kitchen. Wash the vegetables? Nara Shikaku didn't expect that as a guest he would be asked to wash vegetables. Minato was surprised and chuckled. This is Tsukikage's rule. For dinner, we can, but we have to work together. I usually buy the groceries, he cooks, and Kushina and Mikoto take care of cleaning up after eating. You scared me. I thought guests had to work when they came over. Nara Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief, but soon furrowed his brows seriously because washing vegetables seemed rather troublesome. And Minato had bought quite a lot. Even with two people working together, it would be quite a hassle, and that wasn't his forte. Sighing, looking at Minato, who was already busy, Nara Shikaku could only take a deep breath and brace himself to walk into the kitchen. Crash! Unfortunately, less than 2 minutes after entering the kitchen, a loud noise rang out, along with Minato's annoyed voice. Get out. It was a mistake to ask you to help. I just finished washing these. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Nara Shikaku awkwardly smiled and exited the kitchen, feeling embarrassed. Ha. Tsukikage laughed so hard he bent over. The noble heir of the Nara clan can't even wash vegetables. Watching him enter the kitchen, he looked more nervous than in a real fight, all tense. Sit down. Don't be too polite. It'll be livelier with one more person. After laughing for a while, Tsukikage invited Nara Shikaku to sit down. Got him a bottle of water and asked, You've graduated, right? Yeah, just graduated, but because of the outbreak of war. The village Nin are a bit stretched, and they haven't arranged for a guiding Nin yet. Nara Shikaku nodded in response. For a legacy disciple like Inoshikaicho, there's no need to worry about the guiding Nin issue. The village will assign them a capable Nin to lead. Unlike other teams, they have to pick and choose. You kids from those big clans have it easier. Tsukikage couldn't help but sigh. Nara Shikaku suddenly fell silent. I heard from my father that the village originally planned for Tsunadeheim to be your teacher, but you refused. Actually, I should be the one envious of you. Tsukikage, we're here. Kushina dragged Uchiha Makoto in, carrying some snacks. When she saw Nara Shikaku sitting in the living room, she curiously asked, "Who is this? He looked a bit familiar, but I can't remember who he is." The Nara clan is also a prominent family in Konoha, but Kushina never paid much attention to these things. Back in school, she had seen Nara Shikaku with his spiky hair, but they never interacted. So she just felt he looked familiar, but couldn't recall who he was. "This is Nara Shikaku, a classmate from our year from the neighboring class," Tsukikage introduced. Chapter 49. If you can't deal with Yagami Tsukikage, then change your strategy. Kushina showed a look of realization and smiled. "Hello, I'm Kushina. Nice to meet you." "I'm Nara Shikaku. Nice to meet you." Nara Shikaku looked a bit awkward. The main reason for his awkwardness was the fiery legend of Kushina that had circulated in school. He could hear his classmates talk about how fierce Kushina was and how much it hurt to be hit by her. Now that he finally met her in person, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Uchiha Mikoto. Compared to Kushina, Nara Shikaku felt that Uchiha Makoto would be easier to get along with, because Uchiha Makoto was known for her gentle temperament during their school days. Is it just my illusion? This girl with braids seems a bit afraid of me. Am I that scary? Acting normal with Makoto, but being timid with me? Kushina's gaze toward Nara Shikaku began to change. Their killing intent. While Nara Shikaku was chatting with Tsukikage about new students, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He instinctively turned around and saw Kushina with her fists clenched, her hair starting to flutter. "I don't think I did anything. The blood-red pepper is about to explode. Is this aimed at me?" Cough, cough. "All right, Kushina, this is Shikaku's first time here. You'll scare him like this." Seeing Nara Shikaku, who looked like he was facing a great enemy and almost had the urge to run away, Tsukikage quickly spoke up to stop her. Otherwise, Nara Shikaku might really get beaten up. What happened? Who provoked Kushina? Noticing the situation in the living room, Minato shook the water off his hands and rushed out. Unexpectedly, he faced Kushina's almost fiery gaze. "The vegetables aren't washed clean yet. I'll go wash them first. You all continue. Minato decisively returned to the kitchen, pretending he didn't see anything, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Damn it." Minato rushed in and out, leaving Nara Shikaku dumbfounded. "Can you be more dramatic? All right, let us go get the pastries out." The understanding Uchiha Makoto smiled and stepped forward, pulling Kushina away. The crisis was successfully averted. "Phew, I really shouldn't have come to join the fun. The blood-red pepper is too dangerous. I must keep my distance in the future." How could Minato like a girl like that? It's simply terrifying. Nara Shikaku had a heart-pounding meal, sweating profusely, and after dinner, he quickly found an excuse to leave. It was as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. "I don't want to see him again. If you invite this kind of friend next time, I'll beat you up." This meal made Nara Shikaku anxious, while Minato's heart was also racing. Kushina was full of anger. She just felt something was off. It seemed like Nara Shikaku deliberately looked at her unfavorably, avoiding her in every way. Is she a monster? How annoying. Ahaha. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow. Originally, Minato wanted to invite Tsukikage to train together, but seeing the situation, he felt it was better to run away first. Otherwise, Kushina would really hit someone. "You ran away fast." Oomph. Wiping her nose with her thumb, Kushina expressed her dissatisfaction. Uchiha Makoto persuaded her for a while before she calmed down. "Father, Yagami Tsukikage refused, not even giving me the chance to persuade him at the door." The patriarch's mansion. Uchiha Fugaku knelt in front of the Uchiha clan leader, his head bowed in shame. He dared not look up at his father, afraid of seeing disappointment on his father's face. Glancing at his trembling son, the Uchiha clan leader maintained his usual demeanor and said lightly, "If his mother were still alive, there would have been a chance, but unfortunately." He shook his head and poured himself a cup of tea. "You don't need to worry about this. Focus on taking over the police department. The Uchiha clan has not fallen to the point where losing a genius will lead to our decline. I believe that one day he will come around. After all, those who understand the Sharingan best are still us, the Uchiha. But about the elder, foolish." He slammed the teacup down on the table, angrily rebuking, "What you need to care about is how to take over the police department, how to persuade the people in the police department to follow you. not to concern yourself with the elders' opinions. Yes. Uchiha Fugaku kept his head lowered. After scolding his son, the Uchiha clan leader calmed himself down and continued. Go to Uchiha Makoto's house and talk to her mother. Just say, I suggest letting her daughter join the police department. If I can't deal with Yagami Chiyuki, can I not pull Uchiha Makoto into the police department? As long as Uchiha Makoto is in the police department, Chiyuki will never oppose the Uchiha, unless the Uchiha provoke him first. After all, the Uchiha only refused to let him return. They didn't do anything else to kick him while he was down. With Uchiha Makoto and her mother's maneuvering, even if Chiyuki grows steadily, he wants actively make things difficult for the Uchiha. Even if Chiyuki has some views on the Uchiha, what does it matter? The foremost family in the ninja world, afraid of child? Yes, I will go visit right away. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many times, he always felt nervous when facing his father, always worried that his father would be disappointed in him. Late at night, Uchiha Fugaku brought gifts and made a visit, conveying the clan leader's intentions. How should I persuade Makoto? At this time, Chiyuki was also at home, troubled by this matter. A new war had broken out. Even if a large number of sand ninja entered the land of fire, they would eventually be driven out. Konoha would never allow the battlefield at their doorstep. Pushing the battlefield into the land of wind was absolute. If that was not feasible, it had to be moved into the land of rivers. By then, Chiyuki might end up on either the land of rivers battlefield or the land of rain battlefield. The village would definitely not let him sit idle all day. Chiyuki was not afraid of war, but he needed to consider the people around him, like Uchiha Makoto. Minato was one thing. If he truly went to the battlefield, Jiraiya would definitely take care of him to some extent. But if Uchiha Makoto was sent to the front lines with him, she might face many dangers. So Chiyuki hoped she could stay in the village or simply join the police department first. Once she joined the police department, even if the village called for ninjas, she would not be among them. The idea was good, but how to persuade her, Chiyuki was not confident. He feared that as soon as he opened his mouth, Uchiha Makoto would explode. A gift to urge updates. Updates will be plentiful. Love you all. Chapter 50. World Peace? That exists only in dreams. The next morning, still sleeping in, Chiyuki was once again awakened by the sound of the door opening. He thought it was Kushina, but it turned out to be Uchiha Makoto. Rubbing his eyes, Chiyuki walked out of his bedroom and yawned. Makoto, did you come early for something? It's not that early. With a gentle smile, she placed a bento box on the table and pulled Chiyuki to sit down. Eat something first, and then I'll tell you why I came so early. There really is something? Wait, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Looking at the delicious food in the bento box, Chiyuki hesitated for 3.5 seconds. He decided to eat first and then wash up slowly. Chiyuki, I might have to withdraw from the team and join the police department. Smiling. Watching Chiyuki eat the food she made, Uchiha Makoto's smile slowly faded after he had eaten a bit. Changing to a disappointed expression, she lowered her head and said softly, Join the police department? Chiyuki was momentarily stunned. He was still considering whether to speak, and if he did, what reason to use to persuade her. But Uchiha Makoto spoke up first. Was this a case of the pillow coming when the sleepiness hit? Chiyuki couldn't help but laugh at his own thoughts. It's because of your aunt, right? Chiyuki stuffed the last piece of pastry into his mouth and looked at her. Uchiha Makoto awkwardly nodded. Last night, the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku came to our house representing the clan leader to discuss with my mother. He said he was very optimistic about me and hoped I could join the police department for a clerical position. And the clan would also send 8J Nin to guide my training. My mother has agreed. She hopes I can have the best growth. After all, the ones who understand the Sharingan best are still the Uchiha. In terms of using the Sharingan, Chiyuki certainly could not compare with those J-Nin who had awakened their Sharingan for many years. With such a J-Nin's guidance, Uchiha Makoto's strength would definitely improve significantly and head down the right path. What to do? Would Chiyuki agree? If he got angry, how should she appease him? Uchiha Makoto's heart was in a tangle. This is a good thing. Huh? Having already prepared for Chiyuki to be angry, she was caught off guard by his statement that it was a good thing. Uchiha Makoto was left in confusion, putting down her chopsticks. Chiyuki raised his hand and pinched Uchiha Makoto's small face. Actually, Makoto, even if you didn't say anything, I would have advised you to join the police department first. With a new war coming, the village will definitely not let me sit idle. I might be dispatched to the battlefield in the land of rivers or the land of rain soon. The likelihood of Minato and I leaving is very high. And if you stay in the village without a suitable team, it's better to join the police department for clerical work and receive training from the Uchiha. But if you go to the battlefield, isn't it very dangerous? Uchiha Mikoto even forgot that Qianyue was pinching her face, causing her to speak a bit carelessly. At that moment, she was filled with worry about whether Qianyue would face danger on the battlefield. How could that be? Seeing that it was almost time, Qianyue quickly released his grip. If he held on a bit longer, marks would be left. Smiling confidently, he said, "Even if I go to the battlefield, it's me going to kill the enemy. It's impossible for the enemy to come and kill me. You still don't trust my strength? I trust you. My foot. It's only you who can kill the enemy, and the enemy can't kill you. What a wonderful dream you have." However, Qianyue's strength indeed had the capital to protect himself on the battlefield. Getting up and heading towards the bathroom, he said, "So what are you worried about? If you stay in the village, you can often accompany Kushina. If Kushina knows you can stay, she will definitely be very happy." Just thinking about how Kushina would jump for joy made Uchiha Mikoto unable to help but chuckle. After Qianyue's persuasion, Uchiha Mikoto finally set aside her worries and smoothly joined the police department as a clerical staff member. It was said that the salary was quite high. Days passed, and the land of fire was engulfed in flames of war, with people from the Sand Ninja village causing trouble everywhere. Konoha could only send people to hunt down and drive them away. What puzzled Qianyue was that the village had not issued any orders. "Qianyue, could it be that we guessed wrong?" By the small river where they trained, Minato and Qianyue were sitting together eating grilled fish. Who knows? Not to mention Minato. Even Qianyue was puzzled. Could it be that the third Hokage had changed his nature? That shouldn't be the case. With two fronts in battle, Konoha's forces were already starting to stretch thin, and Konoha even called for a second mobilization of ninjas from various clans to the battlefield. It made no sense to leave them in the village. Let them do nothing and just relax. Casually throwing the fish bones into the fire, Qianyue teased, "What's wrong? Are you so eager to go to the battlefield?" "No way," Mizumon replied loudly. Although he wasn't afraid of going to battle, he wasn't someone who enjoyed killing. If given a choice, he would rather there be no wars in the world and for people from all countries to live peacefully together. Sigh, I just hope the world can be at peace and not have wars. A nice thought, but unfortunately, it's a delusion. Qianyue couldn't be bothered to pour cold water on it, because wars between humans would never cease. It was like this before ninjas appeared, and it remained the same after the ninja system was established. Only when Senja Hashirama was around was there a slight calm. After all, with the god of ninjas' power, he could easily crush other ninja villages. With such a deity around, who would dare to start war? After Senju Hashirama died, the first ninja war broke out, and even Senju Tobarama, a man skilled in water release and forbidden techniques, couldn't maintain order. Qianyue, why do you think wars happen? Is it impossible for the ninja world to have peace? Maybe. Bumping into Mizumon, Qianyue said irritably, "Peace only exists in your dreams at night. Go wash your hands. Your hands are greasy and you're scratching your head with them. I can't with you." Mizumon was oblivious, but Qianyue felt uncomfortable just watching. "Can't you wash your hands before scratching? Where did you learn this scratching habit? I've known you for years, and you've been scratching for years. Aren't you tired of it? Be careful, one day you might accidentally pull your scalp off." Mizumon inexplicably wanted to hit someone. "Forget it. I can't win. I'll endure it. Peace only exists in dreams." He wasn't wrong. Indeed, the desire for peace in the ninja world could only be realized in dreams. A frontline injured troop returned to Konoha. Exhausted, Tsunade initially wanted to go home to rest, but thought better of it and came to the Hokage's office. Bang! The door to the Hokage's office was violently pushed open, and Tsunade's arrival made Kurenai Yuhi and Mito Kazumi, who were in a meeting, frown and prepare to scold her. But upon seeing who it was, they quickly quieted down. "Tsunade, you're not a child anymore. Can't you show some manners?" Glancing at Kurenai, who was criticizing her, Tsunade had no intention of acknowledging her and directly spoke to the third Hokage. "Old man, I've brought back the injured. They are all safe and sound. I've sent them to the hospital for treatment and recovery. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. I am exhausted. I knew you had bad intentions, sending me back to the village while making me bring back a large group of injured. Instead of getting angry at Tsunade's accusations, the third Hokage smiled. Then you should go back and rest. The injured will receive the best care in the hospital. You've worked hard during this time, as long as you know it. I'm dead tired. I can't even find someone to play cards with me from the front line. It's so annoying. Tsunade felt her dark circles had gotten worse, and her skin had deteriorated a lot. All of this was caused by the war. If it weren't for the war, she could have leisurely stayed in Konoha, occasionally seeing a few patients to make some extra money, and then go to the casino to enjoy herself. That would be a heavenly life. After the war broke out, Tsunade's good days were over, and she was exhausted every day on the front line. That damn Jiraiya even dared to mock her. When I get back, I'll make you pay. The third Hokage chose to ignore the last part. Finding someone to play cards with on the battlefield? Are you dreaming? By your logic, Jiraiya is also worried about not having a place to spy and gather materials on the battlefield. Should I arrange a few girls for him to use as material anytime? Update request filled. Updates guaranteed. Chapter 51. You sleep in my bed and expect me to cook for you? Completely relaxed, Tsunade yawned and left. Kurenai, who had been ignored, was furious, her old face turning red. Tsurutobi, are you just going to let her run wild like this? Here we go again. Mito Kazumi could only shake her head slightly. Whenever they were ignored, Kurenai and Danzo liked to pick on the third Hokage. However, it was of no use. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were a bit better. They would at least give them some face. But Tsunade was different. Tsunade completely ignored their existence. You don't like me, and I don't want to talk to you either. Anyway, you don't dare to do anything to me. So put away your elder's airs. That doesn't work on me. Kurenai, she's just too tired. The third Hokage continued to be a peacemaker. For matters like this, it was enough to brush them off. On one side was his friend and an elder of the village. On the other side was his disciple, who was also the princess of Konoha. Neither feared him. Since that's the case, why get involved? Just brush it off. The third Hokage chose to brush it off, making Kurenai furious, but it was of no use. The third Hokage would never make Tsunade apologize for such matters, and Tsunade would never apologize. Ultimately, it would all end in nothing. After a day of training, Qianyue and Mizumon chose to go home. Just as they reached the door, preparing to open it, Qianyue noticed that the window had been tampered with. So he asked in his heart, Xiaobai, is there someone in the house? Yes. Xiaobai, who was sealing space and sleepy, weakly replied, rolled over comfortably, and continued sleeping. Kushina? Uchiha Makoto wouldn't climb through the window. If she really came over, she would definitely go to the riverbank to look for him and Mizumon. So the person who climbed through the window must be Kushina. This girl sometimes wanted to scare him, deliberately hiding in a room or behind the door, but she never actually scared Qianyue. But Kushina loved playing these little games. Poor Ninetales. After a 3-second moment of silence for the Ninetales, Qianyue took out his key, opened the door, and walked toward the bedroom. Oh, not bad. She even knows to hide under the blanket. Qianyue yanked the blanket away. The blanket was successfully pulled off, and Qianyue saw the person hiding under it. This can't be Kushina? When did Kushina become a blonde? Who are you? Groggy Tsunade opened her eyes a crack, squinting to see the figure in front of her. After a while, she finally recognized him. So she hugged a pillow, turned over, and murmured, Go make something to eat. I'm starving. Wait a minute. You climbed through my window, came to my bed, and then confidently asked me to cook for you? Sister, this is my house, not yours. Tsunade returning to Konoha was indeed something Qianyue hadn't anticipated. She looked like she was exhausted. Killing on the battlefield was indeed no easy task, especially in the terrible environment of the Land of Rain. He wondered if Jiraiya had returned. If he had, he would definitely go find Mizumon first. After all, he had left his disciple for so long and needed to make it up to her quickly. Wake up, go back to sleep. Qianyue tossed the blanket aside and nudged Tsunade. Don't mess with me. Let me sleep a bit. I'm dying of exhaustion and hunger. Tsunade was still groggy. I only found out after going back that Kushina had moved out. She wasn't home, so I came here, just in time for you to cook, which I miss. I want to eat pig trotters. You're just a big pig trotter yourself. It seemed this woman was planning to stay at his place. Qianyue speechlessly exited the bedroom and went to the kitchen. Soon, smelling the aroma of meat, Tsunade opened her eyes wide, jumped out of bed without even putting on her shoes, and ran out. Looking at the princess of Konoha, who was sprawled on the table, devouring meat without any image. Qianyue suspected she hadn't just come back from the battlefield, but rather had escaped from Africa. Even if the transportation in this world is inconvenient and the supply of goods is difficult, Tsunade, you shouldn't be starving to this extent. How long has it been since you've had meat? Why are you so anxious? Your eyes are gleaming green, just like a gluttonous dog in your past life. Holding the bowl and chopsticks, Qianyue thought for a moment and asked, Senior, has the supply in Konoha become this scarce? After swallowing the meat in her mouth, Tsunade looked revitalized. Once you hit the battlefield, you'll understand. The land of rain is a hellish place, and the environment is as harsh as it gets. Having dry rations is already good enough. Do you still want to eat meat? Unless you're at the Konoha camp, that's about it. As a medical ninja, instead of staying in the camp to treat the wounded, she rushes onto the battlefield to kill enemies, and she fights fiercer than anyone else. In the entire shinobi world, there's only Tsunade like this. Other medical ninjas wouldn't dare to play like that. Picking up a piece of vegetable, Qianyue continued to ask, How is the situation on the battlefield? Tsunade fell silent for a moment and sighed. Not very ideal. The strength of the Rain Village exceeds our expectations. Under Hanzo's leadership, Konoha hasn't gained much advantage. Of course, this is also related to the commands of certain individuals. Finally, Tsunade couldn't help but complain a little. It's easy to see how much she disapproves of Danzo. Danzo? Qianyue remembered that the commander on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was Danzo. To be honest, he didn't think Danzo was suitable for that position. Among those with command abilities on the front lines, Narashikaku and Orochimaru are the most suitable. The former is more well-rounded, while the latter is more ruthless. Nodding, Tsunade seemed troubled and wanted to scratch her head. But after raising her hand and seeing it covered in grease, she had to give up on that thought. While the battlefield in the Land of Rain hasn't ended, the Sand Village has launched a surprise attack on Konoha, igniting a new war and causing the Rock Village and Cloud Village to stir restlessly. Recently, more and more foreign ninjas have entered the Land of Rain, and even the Sand Village shows signs of entering. Among the Hokage, during the Second Ninja War, the Land of Rain was indeed a tragic place. Konoha fought here, the Sand Village fought here, and even the Rock Village got involved. As a result, later on, Hanzo even declared war on the Sand Village and Rock Village while fighting Konoha. The three major ninja villages, along with the Rain Village, fought fiercely with constant chaotic battles. After eating and drinking enough, washing off the grease from her hands, Tsunade sat back in her chair, content, sipping hot tea. I'm mainly back this time to take you and Minato to the front lines. As she spoke, Tsunade straightened up, looking Qianyue up and down, and exclaimed, I didn't expect that after some time apart. You become quite handsome, and your strength has increased so much that even ordinary jonin are no match for you. I've heard about the matter with the Uchiha clan. You did well. You don't need to worry about the Uchiha clan. They wouldn't dare retaliate against you. Moreover, the third Hokage won't allow that to happen. But be careful on the battlefield. Danzo is not a good person. Chapter 52. Xiaobai enters the second stage of growth. He doesn't care about dancing awkwardly in front of countless Konoha ninjas, and if he's mentally traumatized, then let him come find me. Qianyue shrugged, showing indifference. I can't tell you're so confident. Tsunade rolled her eyes. If you seriously offend that old man, be careful, he purposely sends you on dangerous missions. Whatever. Qianyue shrugged again, indicating that he didn't care. However it comes, it's fine. Whether openly or covertly. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't involve dragging a sealing team to trouble him. Qianyue isn't afraid of anything else. He just fears accidentally getting sealed, which would be a disaster. As for being openly sent to die, that's a small issue. He could let Xiaobai release a few tailed beast bombs and blow the Konoha camp to smithereens, then openly become a rogue ninja. If he had family living in Konoha, Qianyue might have some reservations. But being all alone, he fears nothing. Your temper seems to have grown along with your strength. Tsunade was speechless at Qianyue's attitude. Luckily, she didn't know what Qianyue was thinking. Otherwise, she would definitely be shocked. For ordinary ninjas, becoming a rogue ninja is an absolute last resort. But for Qianyue, it really doesn't matter. Forget it. Yu and Shiboku seem to have entered a rebellious phase, so persuasion is useless. Think about it yourself. I'm borrowing your room for the night. Wake me up at 7 tomorrow. I have to go to the hospital to help with a surgery. You have a guest room. Are you addicted to sleeping? If you don't sleep in my room, you can't sleep at all? I'm too lazy to make the bed. Tsunade's reasoning left Qianyue dumbfounded. With Tsunade occupying his bedroom, Qianyue prepared the quilt in the guest room. After thinking for a moment, he closed the door, jumped onto the roof, and went to Minato's house. Who? The slight sound of footsteps still caught Minato's attention. Minato, who was practicing seals at home, was directly startled. It's me. Jumping in through the window, Qianyue praised, not bad, practicing seals at home without resting. You didn't do the same when you were home. Minato didn't blame Qianyue for climbing through the window. After all, he often climbed into Qianyue's house. We're even. I was just bored. Keep boasting. If it weren't for growing up with you, I might have believed your nonsense. Congratulations, your wish is about to come true. Qianyue patted Minato's shoulder to congratulate him. What wish? I don't even know what it is. Minato looked confused. Familiar with opening the fridge, he took a bottle of water, drank a couple of sips, and sat beside Minato to explain, Tsunade is back. Instead of going home, she came to my house, ate my meat, and even occupied my bedroom. You and I will go to the battlefield in the land of rain together. Going to the battlefield counts as a wish. Minato couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you going to meet Jiraiya-sensei? After a long time apart, Minato really wanted to see Jiraiya, mainly to ask him why he left him in Konoha and then went to the battlefield. Minato has had a small knot in his heart about this matter. Anyone would feel frustrated if a teacher irresponsibly left them behind. Moreover, after Jiraiya went to the front lines, he never took the initiative to contact Minato, as if he had forgotten his disciple. Ultimately, the teacher-student relationship in the world of Hokage is not solid. It's not uncommon for a student to kill their teacher. Orochimaru killed the third Hokage. Nagato killed Jiraiya. Obito doomed his teacher Minato and his wife Kushina. Even a second-rate ninja like Sasuke, after becoming arrogant, wanted to stab his teacher Kakashi. Qianyue couldn't understand how they could do such a thing. Others are one thing, but Sasuke and Obito are a bit hard to justify. Orochimaru's situation is understandable since he was betrayed by the third Hokage. Nagato becoming inhuman is all due to Konoha's tricks. The death of his childhood friend Yahiko drove him nearly mad, which makes it understandable that he killed Jiraiya. But what about Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Obito? Minato and Kushina seem to treat Obito quite well. Kakashi's team, Hatake Kakashi, didn't teach Naruto much, nor did he teach Sakura anything. From start to finish, he was teaching Sasuke and helping him. Yet in the end, this was the result. To be honest, having such a disciple is worse than not taking one at all. Various striking examples have led Qianyue to feel quite disgusted with the teacher-student relationships in the Hokage world. At the same time, he also agrees more with a saying from previous life Hokage fans, that the Uchiha are all lunatics and it's best to stay away from them. To be honest, Jiraiya left you in the village for so long without even a greeting. Are you angry with him? Blame is there to some extent, but it's not enough to get angry. After all, Jiraiya-sensei has his own things to take care of. Minato smiled and scratched his head in defense of Jiraiya. After all, he left me in the village because he was worried about me going to the battlefield and encountering danger. I trust Jiraiya-sensei. You're out of luck. I'm commandeering your sofa tonight, so I want to fight you for a room. Leaning against the sofa, Qianyue decided to make do for one night at Minato's house. He was afraid that some violent woman, who might not have decent sleeping or eating habits, would wake up in the middle of the night, shouting that she was hungry and wanted food. Qianyue's guess was not unfounded. Tsunade indeed got up in the middle of the night looking for food, and after searching around with no results, she even thought about grabbing Qianyue to cook. However, Qianyue had the foresight to run to Minato's house to make do for the night. Unable to find anyone, Tsunade had no choice but to drink some milk and go back to sleep. As Little White entered the second stage of growth, consciousness entering the ceiling space, Qianyue looked at Little White, who was growing larger and resembled a small mountain. At this moment, Little White seemed to embody the sleeping god, always looking like it hadn't slept enough, appearing a bit lazy and lacking energy. Qianyue speculated that its second stage growth period had come. Based on the sleeping time of the first stage, It wouldn't be long before Little White could pass through the second stage and fully mature. The second stage of Little White could be released completely. Even if it had to fight Kurama inside Kushina, it wouldn't be a problem. Hopefully, this advancement period will be shorter. Unexpected situations can occur at any moment on the battlefield, and Qianyue might need Little White's help at any time. It's possible that he might need it even before reaching the battlefield, facing his own people first. As usual, Kushina opened the door to Qianyue's house. Mischievously poked her head in, and, not seeing Qianyue's figure, thought he was still sleeping. So, she stealthily walked towards the bedroom. She didn't even close the bedroom door, which was quite careless. Seeing that the bedroom door was open, Kushina mumbled as she slowly approached. Looking at the bed, she couldn't even see a head. The person sleeping had curled up almost entirely in the quilt. What time is it? Still sleeping? Every time he returns to the village, he loves to sleep in. Ustvai tidiscorio avaka. Sneaking like a thief, she placed the lunchbox aside, took a deep breath, and yanked the quilt. Qianyue, you big lazy bum. The sun is shining on your butt. Get up quickly, look what I made for you. As the quilt was pulled off, Kushina stared at the plump figure on the bed and the flowing golden hair, completely dumbfounded. This is Qianyue's room, right? Why is there a woman sleeping here? Who are you? Kushina placed her hands on her hips, her red hair beginning to float, her expression gritting her teeth, looking like she was about to eat someone. Who is it? It's so early. Can't anyone let me sleep? Tsunade, who had been sleeping soundly, was awakened and was ready to curse. If she hadn't known she was in Konoha at Qianyue's house, Tsunade was sure she would have jumped up immediately to show this person who pulled off her quilt a lesson. Sister Tsunade? The next second, the almost erupting Kushina was stunned. The person lying on Qianyue's bed was none other than Tsunade. Why you? Kushina stammered. Aren't you on the battlefield? How did you come back and end up sleeping on Qianyue's bed? Whereas Qianyue? How would I know? Tsunade, still dazed, scratched her head and complained while yawning. You still have the nerve to ask? I only found out you moved after I got back. I went to your house, but you weren't there. So I came here to Qianyue's place, just in time to mooch some food. But this kid ran off last night, and I was hungry all night. Kushina was speechless. To say she was hungry all night is one thing. If you were hungry, why didn't you just make something to eat? Huh? Hey guys, check the homepage for updates. There's plenty of it. Love you all. Chapter 53. Reconciling with the Rain Ninja Village? Who will concede first? Instinctively pulling the quilt, Tsunade planned to sleep a little longer. Who knew she would suddenly smell food and jump up like she was energized? She grabbed the lunchbox, opened it, and started eating while mumbling praises. As expected of my good little sister, you knew I was hungry and brought me food. It's not bad, Kushina. Your cooking skills have improved. Looking at Tsunade eating heartily, Kushina wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't get the lunchbox back because Tsunade's eating style had already scared her. If it were someone else, Kushina was sure she would have snatched the lunchbox back immediately. Because this food was prepared for Qianyue, others couldn't eat it. Forget it, you eat it. Is this a battle or a refugee situation? To Kushina, Tsunade looked like a refugee. Not only was she messy, but seeing food also made her excited like a starving ghost, as if she wanted to shove the whole lunchbox in her mouth. This eating style is too terrifying. Didn't Qianyue cook yesterday? Oh, Kushina is here too? Carrying breakfast bought from the street, Qianyue walked in when he saw the door was open. He didn't expect to see Kushina, who looked uncomfortable, constantly urging Tsunade to eat slowly, along with Tsunade, who was eating in a shocking manner. Where did you run off to last night? I couldn't find you anywhere. Tsunade was busy eating, but didn't forget to glare at him. You almost starved me. Do you know that? I went to Minato's house, just to prevent you from dragging me up to cook in the middle of the night. I'm not your maid. Indulging you? You think too much. If you want to eat at night, do it yourself. If you can't do it, then you deserve to be hungry. Cough, cough. Qianyue didn't hold back and shot back directly. Tsunade was choked. Slow down. Kushina was both angry and heartbroken, and could only help Tsunade pat her back to ease her. After finishing all the food brought by Kushina, Tsunade finally felt alive again. Then, throwing the lunchbox aside, Tsunade returned to her usual carefree state. Looking at her like this, it seemed she even wanted to find a toothpick to pick her teeth. It was too hard to watch. The dignified princess of Konoha, Tsunade, sitting on the bed in a sloppy manner, ignoring her messy hair, looking for a toothpick everywhere, was simply a sight to behold. Qianyue silently turned around, eating his own food as if he hadn't seen anything. "Kid, do you have a problem with me?" Noticing Qianyue's disdainful gaze and his action of turning away, Tsunade shouted in dissatisfaction. Calmly glancing at the clock on the wall, she said, "Didn't they say there's a surgery today? Has it been canceled? What should I do? Will this lose a lot of money?" There does seem to be a surgery scheduled. Others have already made appointments. Plus, since the fee is quite substantial, Tsunade agreed to it, at least to earn some gambling capital. As a result, she almost overslept. "I'll settle the score with you tonight." Not caring about her messy appearance, Tsunade ran barefoot towards the outside, shouting while running, "Save me some food for dinner. I'll be back a bit later." "Who does that?" Kushina covered her eyes and shouted in despair. "Sister Tsunade, your clothes, your clothes." "Huh?" Tsunade, who was putting on her shoes, looked down and turned beet red. She quickly adjusted her clothes and then teased Kushina. "What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders. Even if Qianyue saw it, it wouldn't be a loss for you. I didn't look at it anyway. Besides, it's not like I've never seen it. What is there to see? I'm leaving." After putting on her shoes and tying her hair as quickly as possible, Tsunade put on her coat and left. As for washing up, it seemed there was no time. "I hope the person undergoing surgery today won't mind you being too sloppy." Qianyue silently mourned for 3 seconds for the patient who had spent a lot of money to have Tsunade perform surgery. It's fortunate that this is the world of Naruto. If it were my previous life, a doctor like Tsunade, who is so disheveled, might not even be allowed into the operating room. Sometimes wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Just as Tsunade finished the surgery, received her payment, and was preparing to head to the casino for a few rounds, the Anbu were already waiting at the hospital entrance. "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence in the Hokage's office." Although she had not yet earned the highly intimidating and insulting title of one of the legendary Sannin, the Anbu were much more polite to Tsunade due to her identity as the princess of Konoha than they were to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. "Seeing you all. I know it can't be good. I'm coming right over." How annoying. I was still planning to go to the casino, but the old man had anticipated this and sent someone to guard the hospital entrance, waiting for her to finish the surgery before immediately asking her to come over. Unable to go to the casino, Tsunade's mood quickly turned from clear to cloudy as she stormed into the Hokage's office. She kicked the door open, and inside, the third Hokage appeared unfazed, not angry at all about the door being kicked open. The usually unfriendly Kamachi turned slightly pale at the corners of her mouth. Watching Tsunade stride in with her distinctive gait, she wanted to say something, but ultimately held her tongue, turning her head away as if nothing had happened. "Old man, what do you want with me?" Tsunade asked as she sat down in an empty chair, her tone clearly displeased. Exhaling a puff of smoke and placing his pipe on the table, the third Hokage spoke. "Danzo has sent word from the front lines, expressing a desire to contact Hanzo, hoping Konoha and the Rain Village can reach a reconciliation to end the war." "Why are you asking me about this?" Originally just feeling irritable, Tsunade's impatience grew after hearing the third Hokage's words. Konoha was already mired in the battlefield of the Rain Country. If Hanzo were willing to reconcile, he wouldn't be fighting Konoha to the bitter end. Don't forget, the Rain Village has also declared war on the Rock and Sand Villages. I don't believe Hanzo would back down and choose reconciliation. Reconciliation? What a joke. At this time, Hanzo's strength is at its peak, and the military strength of the Rain Village is unprecedentedly strong, as evidenced by their active declarations of war against Konoha, the Rock Village, and the Sand Village. Whoever stirs up trouble in the Rain Country, I will strike them down, regardless of whether they are from Konoha or the Sand Village. And the Rock Village is no exception. In this situation, reconciliation is simply impossible, unless the Rain Village is pushed to the brink, forcing Hanzo to lower his head. Only then can reconciliation be discussed. Furthermore, Hanzo would not easily bow down to Konoha. Danzo has some good ideas. Tsunade sneered, her arms crossed, dismissively saying, "Reconciliation is completely wishful thinking. Even if Hanzo agrees, who will back down? Konoha or the Rain Village? Reconciliation is possible if Konoha admits defeat. then the Rain Village can reconcile. You want to end the war without taking the initiative to back down? There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The Sand Village has declared war on Konoha, so a large number of Sand Shinobi, led by Chiyo, have entered the Rain Country to join the war, all to keep Konoha entrenched in the battlefield of the Rain Country. Hanzo isn't foolish. He wouldn't agree to Konoha's demands. However, the situation within the Land of Fire is not optimistic, as there are still many enemies infiltrating. Kamachi looked worried. According to the intelligence sent back to the village, the third Kazekage has set up camp in the Land of Rivers, and the Sand Village's main camp is right there. The Sand Shinobi can enter our Land of Fire at any time. The third Kazekage hasn't entered the Land of Fire? Tsunade felt something was off. If he were to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, as the strongest of the Sand Village, the third Kazekage should be leading the charge. If he entered the battlefield, Konoha wouldn't have many people who could stop him. Strangely, while Konoha and the Sand Village were exchanging blows, the third Kazekage has made no move at all. It seems like there is some hidden conspiracy. Chapter 54. Sending money to others? Why not send it to me? I'll teach you how to play Do-Di-Ju. Not all. Mito Gate Flame continued. According to the intelligence returned by spies, the third Kazekage seems to have entered the Land of Fire before retreating. He has since remained at the camp in the Land of Rivers and has not left the camp. The enemies within the Land of Fire are mainly led by Chiyo's son. What about the commander? Tsunade was worried that the third Hokage would assign the command to some random people. On the battlefield of the Rain Country, she was almost driven mad by Danzo. If the situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers is the same, then Konoha's war would be extremely difficult. It's Ataki Tsukumo. The third Hokage spoke. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded and praised. A good choice. The senior is indeed capable of such a position. However, I suggest sending Narashikaku as well. Senior Hitaki is better suited for combat on the battlefield rather than commanding the camp. He has already been dispatched. That's good. I will return to the battlefield in the Rain Country as soon as possible. We need to be ready to deploy antidotes once Chiyo arrives at the battlefield. Then I will trouble you. After hearing this, Tsunade pushed back her chair in anger and said unhappily, if you really understood me, you would get rid of Danzo. Tsunade. Danzo is the Hokage's assistant. He is also your senior. Please show him enough respect. Kamachi couldn't hold back anymore. After all, their interests were intertwined with Danzo, and Tsunade questioning Danzo was essentially questioning them. I will consider it. Giving a look to Kamachi to say less, the third Hokage began to mediate. Replacing Danzo was impossible. Currently, there was no suitable candidate in the village. As for reprimanding Tsunade, that was even less likely. During wartime, Tsunade was indispensable on the battlefield of the Rain Country. If she got angry and left, winning the war would become even more difficult for Konoha. Tsunade was the type who would go on strike if pushed too hard. No one dares to slack off more than Tsunade. If she walked out after a huff, you couldn't label her a rogue ninja. Otherwise, it would be slapping your own face and the face of the Fire Country's daimyo. Take your time to think it over. I'm exhausted, so I'm leaving. Ignoring Kamachi, Tsunade waved her hand and turned to leave. It was clear to her that the third Hokage would not replace Danzo no matter what. Since that was the case, what was there to say? You all decided on the candidates. If anything goes wrong, you can bear the consequences. After Tsunade left, Kamachi couldn't help but complain once again. However, the third Hokage remained the same, mediating for peace. This left Kamachi with no temper at all. Her elder status represented authority in front of most people. But in front of Tsunade, she was just ignored. After enduring for so long, she could finally be free. Leaving the Hokage office building, Tsunade hurriedly ran towards the casino. But when she arrived at the casino, she froze in place. The casino was actually closed. There was even a notice posted, stating that due to the impact of the war, and to avoid causing trouble for the village, it would be closed for the time being. Seeing this notice, Tsunade almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. She had her money already, and in the end, there was nowhere to gamble it away. This was simply ridiculous. At that moment, Tsunade wished she could drag the casino owner out and beat him up. Why close now of all times? Are you targeting me on purpose? It was still open yesterday. What Tsunade didn't know was that to prevent her from lingering in the village, The third Hokage had to send Umbu to notify all the casinos in Konoha to close, prohibiting business until Tsunade left the village. With the Umbu on alert, which casino owner would dare to operate against the wind? Aren't you supposed to be back late? After finishing training and just returning home to take a shower, Chiyuki, who was lying on the sofa reading, saw Tsunade come back with a long face, her expression clearly unhappy. The casino is closed. Tsunade felt that the world was dim, as if the heavens were against her. Bored, she leaned against Chiyo, not forgetting to squeeze a bit to create a comfortable spot. I thought you had a heartbreak or a failed surgery, but you told me it was because the casino closed. If you don't give money to others, will you die? Wait, giving money? Instead of giving it to others, why not give it to me? After all, you've been mooching off me, even sleeping over. You're not even satisfied with the guest room, and you occupy my room. Raising her hand, she rubbed her chin, which was only covered in fuzz. And Chiyo squinted her eyes. Have you played Dodiju? What is Dodiju? Tsunade, feeling lethargic like a salted fish, shot a glance at Chiyo, who shrugged and replied, It's a kind of gambling. How do you play? Hearing this, Tsunade perked up, bouncing high and sitting cross-legged, waving her hands. Hurry up. Hurry up. I'm about to die from anticipation. Let's play that Dodiju you mentioned. It doesn't matter whether it's cards or video games, as long as it involves gambling. But we don't have cards, and there aren't enough people. Dodiju requires 3 players. What cards do you need? Leave it to me. I'll find someone. Watching the fiery Tsunade, Chiyo told her what kind of cards were needed. Tsunade couldn't even be bothered to open the door and jumped straight out of the window, disappearing. Less than half an hour later, Tsunade returned, dragging a bewildered Kushina with one hand and holding a freshly printed deck of cards in the other. Tsunade had gone directly to the printing shop, demanding the boss work overtime to get them done. The design didn't matter, as long as there were numbers and letters. No need for anything fancy. Meanwhile, Kushina was preparing food at home, planning to make a special dinner for Chiyo that evening. Just as she was busy in the kitchen, Tsunade pulled her away without giving her a chance to refuse. Before Kushina could protest, Tsunade was already carrying her off. Arriving at Chiyo's place, Kushina was still dazed. Was I just cooking at home? Why am I being carried away? Here are the cards. Let us get started quickly. I can't wait any longer. Tsunade tossed Kushina onto the sofa, rubbed her hands together, and kept urging Chiyo to start. You all understand the rules, right? After explaining for a while, Chiyo finally clarified the rules of Dodiju for Tsunade and Kushina. Tsunade was fine. She was a big player, and although her luck was not great, her memory was still decent. But Kushina was a bit confused. Call landlord. As soon as the cards were dealt, the big player impatiently shouted, eager to be the landlord. She didn't even care whether Chiyo and Kushina agreed, grabbing the bottom cards directly into her hand. Kushina bit her lip, starting to organize her cards. Chiyo looked at Tsunade speechlessly, wondering who gave her the courage to snatch the landlord role. She even skipped the step of calling landlord. Looking at her pair of kings and 3 twos, Chiyo silently prepared to mercilessly slaughter the big player. As long as Kushina didn't mess things up, Chiyo guaranteed that Tsunade would lose her pants. How to play? Tsunade successfully showcased her lack of skill. Her cravings for gambling were evident. 3, 2, not playable. Straight, not playable. 3 with 1. I want it, I have this, I want it. King Bomb. Are you cheating? Why are all the big cards in your hands? Chapter 55. You're not only an old gambler, but also a female ruffian. Watching Chiyo continuously win, Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger. Why do all the big cards belong to you? You shuffle the cards. What do you mean cheating? If you can't play, don't play, pay up. A few tens of thousands, no credit. Chiyo pushed the cards towards Tsunade. Bad at playing, but still have the nerve to criticize others? I don't know where you got the courage to grab the cards. I'm here because I'm here. Tsunade felt cheated. Her luck couldn't be that bad. Why did all the good cards end up with Chiyo? Let us play again. I'll crush you. Bomb straight. Big king plain. 2 points straight. Watching Chiyo close the cards again and again. Even Kushina was benefiting, and Tsunade was furious. What kind of terrible luck is this? I never get good cards. I don't believe it. Let us continue. Already fired up, Tsunade continued dealing. Want to be the landlord? Let us see if I can smash your head this time. Holding 2 kings and 4 hats, Tsunade felt invincible. This hand would definitely make Chiyo panic and beg for mercy. No way. Chiyo decisively passed the blame. Ha ha ha, Kamizuki Chiyo. Just wait to pay up. Tsunade excitedly grabbed the bottom cards. Watch me frame you back. Chiyo seemed to have learned some funny phrases from her previous life. Along with Minato, Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto, even Tsunade picked up a few. With 2 kings in hand, the world is mine. Tsunade felt secure, arrogantly throwing out a small 3. Kushina stared at her cards, not moving for a long time. She was struggling with how to play. The cards seemed a bit off, and one careless move could ruin everything. Tsunade, who finally had a good hand, was bound to cry. What are you hesitating for? Play it too. Just as Kushina hesitated, the voice of the Nine Tails echoed in her mind. The Nine Tails, trapped by the adamantine chains, was even more anxious than Kushina regarding the annoying big fox. Kushina and it had reached a certain agreement. It wouldn't interfere with Kushina's training, and Kushina wouldn't make it suffer with the adamantine chains. Occasionally, she would let it out to see the outside world. The Nine Tails watched as Chiyo, Tsunade, and Kushina played Dodiju, feeling an itch in its heart. Seeing Chiyo win round after round, Tsunade was about to lose her pants, and Kushina could only mix in when she played as a farmer with Chiyo. Finally getting a good hand, why hesitate? Just play your cards. If you're not anxious, the Nine Tails am about to die from anxiety. What are you arguing about? What do you understand? Kushina said impatiently. What if we lose? I can't let Chiyo down. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails couldn't help but roll its eyes, baring its teeth. Trust me, it's definitely right. If we lose this hand, I won't let you out for 3 months. Really? Yes, hurry and play it too. Tsunade absolutely couldn't handle it. Fine. Under Tsunade's impatient gaze, Kushina followed the Nine Tails' command and threw down a 2. No way. Chiyo decisively gave up. Should we blow her up? Seeing Tsunade in a dilemma, the Nine Tails proudly raised its head. See? I told you listening to me is never wrong. Pass. In the end, Tsunade still couldn't bring herself to play. She chose to pass. Straight. Under the Nine Tails' command, Kushina threw out a bunch of cards, and Tsunade's eyes widened. Puffed. Chiyo turned her head to avoid laughing. Why is it so difficult for Tsunade to win even 1 round? Losing from start to finish. Poor Kushina never got to be the landlord, either winning with Chiyo or losing alongside Tsunade. Pass. I don't believe you can finish in 1 go. 2 pairs. Are you deliberately going against me? Tsunade was furious, her forehead veins bulging, wanting to hit someone. Luckily, the person sitting here was Kushina. If it were Jiraiya, he would have been punched away long ago. Can I play 2 pairs? Kushina looked at Tsunade with grievance. Facing the pitiful Kushina, Tsunade instantly lost her temper. Managing to squeeze out a smile, so fake it could not be more so. Of course you can. Keep going, I don't believe you'll. Straight. As Kushina played the last card, Tsunade's smile completely froze. Is this how it goes, with the promised king in hand and the world at my feet? Just like that, I got my home stolen by Kushina, and it's even a reverse spring, doubling the money. Ah, so frustrating. Ha ha. Chiyo was laughing so hard she fell on the table. Playing card with Tsunade was simply too entertaining. No matter what, she always lost, never winning even once. You're amazing. Tsunade glared fiercely at Kushina. I finally got a good hand, and you stole it like that? Is there no justice? Kushina pretended not to understand and asked, Sister Tsunade, are you coming again? I haven't been the landlord yet. Come again? I'm going to sleep. Tossing the cards aside, Tsunade decisively left, because she had lost all her money, and Chiyo would let her go into debt unless Kushina was willing to lend her money. Chiyo's place was not going to work for that. Want to borrow money? Sorry, I don't have a single cent rather than lend you money to lose. I might as well keep it to enjoy. Because of this, it was almost impossible for Tsunade to borrow money from Qianyue. The chances with Kushina were also slim. What frustrated Tsunade the most was that she couldn't force Kushina to lend her money. If it were Jew, she would have kicked him out long ago. Ha ha ha. Because she lost everything. If she continued playing, she would end up losing her underwear too. Chiyo was laughing so hard her stomach hurt. She shouted at Tsunade, the guest room has been cleaned up, don't go to my room. I like it, I want to sleep in your room. After losing money and feeling disgruntled, Tsunade shouted and directly dove into the room. If you dare, sleep for a lifetime. Sleep if you want. Who's afraid? I'm just worried about where to eat. If you want to support me, I have no objections. Qianyue finally understood that Tsunade was not only a gambling addict, but also a rogue. Just look at what she was saying. I'll go accompany Sister Tsunade. Kushina carefully put away the money she won and ran towards the bedroom. After losing her money, Tsunade became much more obedient. Unfortunately, after a day, she started to change her temperament. After failing to borrow money from Kushina, she even resorted to playing a boring game of landlord with sticky notes. To this, Qianyue despised her while decisively refusing. Winning small amounts of money in cards was acceptable, but please don't bother me with such a boring thing as sticky notes. On the fourth day, urged by the third Hokage, Tsunade had no choice but to leave Konoha with a large number of sealing scrolls and head to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. On the way, Tsunade hugged Qianyue's shoulder, wearing a look of excitement. Qianyue, why aren't you going to say goodbye to Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto? You just want to see me make a fool of myself. Don't think I can't see through your little thoughts. Qianyue rolled her eyes at her and decisively pulled away. It's broad daylight. What kind of hugging is this? They all knew I would be heading to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The things that needed to be said were said long ago. Why meet up? Oh, you're shy now. Don't run away. Come here and let me hug you, so I can chat with Kushina later. Get lost. Are we going to the battlefield, or just playing around? Chapter 56. Arrival at the battlefield. Severe combat situation looking at the noisy Qianyue and Tsunade. Minato felt like an extra person. Tsunade hardly paid attention to him, always fixated on Qianyue. Joking aside, once they were far from Konoha, Tsunade became serious. Searching for enemy traces, setting traps, looking for camps, she didn't miss a single task that needed to be done. Just when Minato thought Tsunade was finally serious, she pulled out a deck of cards and raised her eyebrows at Qianyue. Want to play a couple of rounds? Minato, what kind of people are you two? What time is it, and you're still thinking about playing cards? Wait, why are you looking at me? Do I need to join in? Save me. Minato, who was almost in tears, held the cards in his hand, constantly seeking help with his eyes, but was ignored by Qianyue. Just enjoy yourself. Qianyue laughed unkindly. He rejected Tsunade, so Tsunade had to pull Minato along to play two-player landlord. They bullied Minato, who didn't understand the rules, to the point he was almost in tears. He was just about to kneel and cry out, "Spare me. I'll give you money directly. Just let me go, okay?" With light equipment, aside from a few sealing scrolls containing medicine, this little bit hardly affected the travel speed of the three. They didn't encounter any ninjas from Mangekyō on the way, and the three successfully arrived in the Land of Rain in 2 days. This is the most hostile environment I've ever encountered, without exception. A gray sky, incessant rain, and the ground covered in puddles and mud. Fortunately, ninjas can use chakra to walk on their feet, so the mud doesn't affect them much. If it were ordinary people, they'd probably fall several times just after walking 100 meters. Be careful, enemies could appear at any time. We'll reach the camp after a few more miles. As the three entered the Land of Rain, Tsunade's nerves were almost taut. Even though this was the rear of camp, a group of enemies could pop up at any moment. Hanzo had frequently sent people around to attack the Konoha supply transport teams. Shaking off the rainwater from her head, Qianyue asked, "Why not build the camp at the border? The environment at the border is better than inside the Land of Rain, right? Such a humid environment will bring considerable trouble for transporting supplies and recovering injured personnel. Precious supplies can be taken away with sealing scrolls, like the medicine Tsunade is carrying. But ninja tools and food can only rely on carts for transport. And in this environment, it's a serious test for transporting supplies. Not to mention that injured personnel on the battlefield can easily get infected in such conditions. This is the order of the commander." Qianyue's question earned Tsunade a roll of the eyes. Of course, the eye roll wasn't directed at Qianyue, but at Shimura Danzo, who was sitting in the camp and only knew how to fight. All right, credit to Danzo. He is good at schemes and plotting against people. But when it comes to marching and fighting, it would be better to hand command over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru has talent in this area. Even though he is ruthless and likes to use bait to attract big fish eating small fish, at least he has the capability, while Danzo, If it weren't for his connections with the third Hokage and Senju Tobarama, he would even be qualified to be the camp advisor, let alone the commander. It was evident that Tsunade harbored a lot of resentment towards Danzo. Her time on the front lines wasn't satisfactory either. After easily covering a few miles, they successfully reached the Konoha camp. Ninja battles aren't like ordinary armies that prefer to line up and throw in large forces. Mostly, they engage in small-scale combat. Unless it's an important battle, it's rare to see hundreds of ninjas moving together. Small teams, medium teams, and large teams are the main combat modes on the battlefield. 3-person teams, 12-person medium teams, and the size of large teams is decided based on the situation. After checking their identities, the 3 entered the camp, and Tsunade led the 2 directly to the medical department. Lady Tsunade. Along the way, many people greeted Tsunade and saluted her. Tsunade's expression was serious, and she nodded slightly in response. You 2 help take care of the injured first. Ju will be with you, and you can ask him if you don't understand anything. Saying this, Tsunade dove into the tent, changed her clothes, and began treating severely injured patients, completely leaving Qianyue and Minato behind. Come help hold him down. As newcomers, Qianyue and Minato exchanged glances and could only step forward to hold down the struggling patient. What the heck? After seeing the patient's condition clearly, Qianyue gasped. What has this guy been through? This is too tragic. His skin was pockmarked all over, covered in blisters, with many of them already burst. Did he get splashed with acid? Qianyue and Minato held down the injured person while trying to treat him, and the medical ninja in charge of the patient finally sighed in relief. You're new here, right? Looking at the tender faces of Qianyue and Shueimon, the medical ninja began treating the injured while also asking, Yes. Shueimon nodded and asked, Senior, what about his injuries? Shueimon initially wanted to ask how this guy got so badly hurt, but suddenly realized that it might be impolite to ask, so he promptly stopped himself. Being new here, he didn't want his words to make him and Qianyue be seen as unwelcome by the medical ninjas in the medical department. The medical ninja treating the injuries didn't mind this and instead smiled kindly. It's not really a secret. He was poisoned by the puppet ninja from Mangekyō. Luckily, Lady Tsunade prepared various antidotes. Otherwise, we in Konoha wouldn't know how many people would die. Those bastards really aren't human. They actually took advantage of the war between Konoha and Mangekyō to sneak attack us from behind and send a ninja army into the Land of Rain to tangle with us in Konoha. As he spoke, he couldn't help but curse, calling the people from Mangekyō inhumane. Even with the antidotes, if the rescue isn't timely, it could still result in death. How describe this guy? It seems his face is ruined for life. If he goes to the Red District, he'll be thrown out even for a small amount of money. The key is that his injuries look terrifying. Antidotes aren't omnipotent. The people from Mangekyō are constantly developing new poisons to try their best to inflict casualties on their enemies. Konoha is very passive. They can only prepare corresponding antidotes after the enemy has used poison, and it's lucky that Konoha has Tsunade. Otherwise, the number of casualties would double. Looking at Qianyue in surprise, the medical ninja didn't expect her to understand these things at such a young age. He nodded and replied, If it weren't for the new antidotes, after being poisoned, taking the antidote and receiving timely treatment wouldn't be a big problem. What we fear is not having the antidote on hand and not being able to receive timely treatment. Many of our ninjas in Konoha have died because of this. As he spoke, a mischievous smile flashed in the medical ninja's eyes, and he gestured for Qianyue and Shueimon to uncover the white cloth behind the tent. Damn, I thought you were a kind senior, but you're trying to trick us. Qianyue couldn't help but want to curse. Chapter 57. Ju's grand aspirations. Is there something behind this? Shueimon instinctively raised his hand to pull it open, but Qianyue shouted, Don't. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shueimon had already pulled up the white cloth. When he saw what was placed behind, Shueimon shuddered, letting go of the cloth as if shocked, and turned back to look at the medical ninja who had deliberately tricked him in disbelief. Ha ha ha. The medical ninja laughed heartily. I haven't encountered such interesting little kids in a long time. I was just teasing you. But since you're here to help, you need to adapt to all this first. By the way, who brought you here? Tsunade, Qianyue replied without words. Oh, Tsunade. The medical ninja stabilized the injured person's condition and began applying medicine. This poor guy needed to apply a layer of ointment all over to recover. Once treated, his skin would definitely look pockmarked like a wasp's nest. Therefore, he instinctively added, by the way. The next second, the medical ninja who was applying the medicine looked up in surprise. Who? Tsunade. Qianyue shrugged. What's wrong with that? You were brought here by Lady Tsunade? The medical ninja asked eagerly. Yes, senior. We came to the camp with Lady Tsunade. Shuemin answered politely. Haha, that's great. After a few seconds of silence, the medical ninja jumped up excitedly like a child, almost hitting the tent. That's wonderful. Shuemin thought, this guy must have something wrong with his head. Instinctively, Shuemin moved closer to Qianyue and asked, What's wrong with this senior? How would I know? Qianyue rolled his eyes at him. You came with me. Who knows what this guy is so excited about? He guessed it was because Tsunade returned and the medical department's backbone was back, which made him so happy. But it shouldn't be like this. Tsunade had only been gone for less than 10 days. Even before, Tsunade rarely stayed in the camp. Most of the time, she was on the battlefield fighting alongside Orochimaru and Jiraiya. At most, she helped prepare some antidotes and treated some seriously injured patients. The medical ninja laughed for a while, but realizing he had lost his composure, he coughed to cover it up and asked with a somewhat unnatural expression, By the way, did Lady Tsunade ask you to do anything? Just simply help in the medical department? Qianyue and Shuemin exchanged glances. Shuemin showed his signature sunny smile and scratched his head. Senior, Lady Tsunade asked us to find Senior Ju, who is Lady Tsunade's brother. Seiyu, are you sure? No one expected that the other party's unnatural expression would suddenly turn strange upon hearing this. Their SA problem. Qianyue sensed something was off. They might be getting tricked. Is there a problem with finding Ju, Senior? Now, even Shuemin felt something was wrong. No, the other party quickly shook his head, eagerly pointing outside the tent to where Ju worked. If you go to this spot, you will be able to see him. Your upcoming work might be a bit tough. Good luck, two juniors. Working hard is better than going to the battlefield and losing your lives. After leaving the tent, Shuemin whispered, I have a bad feeling. No need for a premonition. It's truly ominous. Our coming days will be tough. When the two found Ju, Shuemin understood what Qianyue meant by that earlier statement. Qianyue, Shuemin, seeing the two, Ju was surprised. Why are you both at the front lines? We came with your sister. She asked us to find you, Qianyue said, opening his palm. Being unfamiliar with the place, following Ju wasn't too bad. At least they wouldn't face unreasonable difficulties, even if the work was a bit hard. Having come to the front lines, do you still think you can live an easy life? Is that possible? That's great. Pulling the two into the tent, Ju awkwardly tidied up the messy tent and said apologetically, Since I'm living alone, it's a bit messy. You'll stay with me from now on. Our location is one of the safest places in the camp, guaranteed no enemy sneak attacks, so you can rest assured. Now I finally understand why Tsunade is so messy. It seems that your Senju family's messiness is inherited. Sister has this problem, and so does the brother. It's fine. We can help tidy up a bit, Shuemin said, right? Qianyue? Shuemin tugged at Qianyue's clothes, signaling him to stop standing around and help out. Along the way, Qianyue and Tsunade were all playful, making Shuemin's scalp tingle. But Tsunade had a good relationship with Qianyue, while with Ju, it could only be considered average. At this time, it was better not to let Ju lose face. Qianyue, of course, wasn't that ignorant and didn't deliberately embarrass Ju. Just as Shuemin thought. Everyone had an average relationship. They still had to give the respect that should be given, unlike with Tsunade, where they could just play around. The three worked together and quickly tidied up the tent. Qianyue and Shuemin were quite handy. They didn't want to live in a messy place that smelled strange. In such a terrible environment, wanting to sleep comfortably was a luxury. They could only try their best to make themselves more comfortable. After some effort, they finally finished tidying up the tent. While resting, Qianyue casually asked, By the way, what work are we mainly doing? Did Orochimaru not take you to the battlefield? The teacher said I should stay in the camp to train first, and later he will take me to the battlefield. Mentioning Orochimaru, Shunshu had a face full of admiration, clenched his fists, and confidently said, I will definitely learn well from teacher Orochimaru and become a powerful ninja like my grandfather, to protect Konoha, my family, and the villagers. Haha, Minato scratched his head, feeling that Shunshu's ideal was even more unrealistic than his own. Namake's Minato, just wanted to become Hokage, but Shunshu? He actually wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with Senju Hashirama, which was not something ordinary people could achieve. It was only because Shunshu's grandfather was Senju Hashirama that he could express such ideals and wishes. Otherwise, if someone else said such things, they would probably be laughed at. At least Minato felt embarrassed to casually say his wish was to become Hokage and bring peace to the ninja world, without wars. Speaking of which, Minato didn't have the habit of talking about his wishes and ideals. It was all thanks to Qianyue, since they met as children. Every time Minato talked about his ideals and wishes, Qianyue would laugh at him. Over time, Minato began to keep those thoughts to himself. He gradually realized that talking about ideals and wishes felt quite embarrassing. Your wish is truly grand. It probably won't be realized even in the next life. By the way, you haven't told us what work we will do? Work? Shunshu was taken aback, and the confidence on his face quietly disappeared. I can't really say. You'll know tonight. For now, we just need to rest. We will be busy tonight. By the way, you can't run around in the camp. Otherwise, you might be treated as a spy. What about food? The heavy rain continued, and everywhere outside was muddy. Who would have nothing to do and run around? Qianyue was focused on how to live comfortably and eat well. As for the rest, it was temporarily not mentioned. As for entering the battlefield to kill enemies, Qianyue had no psychological resistance. Killing was just part of a ninja's life, as long as he wasn't sent to die. Are you hungry? Shunshu took out 2 dark compressed biscuits and a handful of military rations from pocket nearby. Looking at the food Shunshu handed over, both Qianyue and Minato fell into silence. What's wrong? Seeing that the two had fallen silent and were staring at the food he took out, Shunshu asked in confusion, Aren't you hungry? Minato glanced at Qianyue and awkwardly asked, Do you have anything else? No. Shunshu shook his head. When it's meal time, someone will cook. But the taste is pretty average. It's not as good as the dry rations. This stuff is just a bit hard. As for military rations, I don't recommend eating them regularly. Get out of the way. Qianyue pushed Minato aside and said seriously to Shunshu, You go to the logistics department and get some ingredients back. Remember to bring firewood. We'll cook ourselves. If anyone asks, just say your sister wants to practice her cooking skills, so she needs these things. Chapter 58. A dead friend doesn't mean a dead monk. By the way, remember to notify your sister when you come back. It's time to eat. It turns out we really need to cook for ourselves. Fortunately, we have Tsunade to rely on. I believe no one would dare to say anything. Tsunade's importance to the camp is no less than that of Danzo as the overall commander. She wants to practice her cooking skills and cook for herself. Who would dare to complain? No one would say it's wrong. Instead, they would think it's only natural. Is this okay? Thinking of a delicious food Qianyue made, Shunshu instinctively swallowed. He felt a bit tempted. He was almost sick of eating dry rations. If you don't want to, then keep gnawing on dry rations. I'm going out for a stroll. Qianyue spread his hands in helplessness. Since Shunshu was unwilling, he would find a way himself. The land of rain was just harsh in its environment. Some necessary things were still available. Qianyue didn't believe he couldn't set up a small kitchen. No, I'm going. Shunshu wasn't stupid. If he had the chance to set up a small kitchen, why not take advantage of his own name? The meals and dry rations in the camp were making him sick. With Qianyue, the chef, around, this small kitchen had to be set up. Stopping Qianyue, Shunshu put on a raincoat and ran towards the logistics department. Would he get scolded? Watching Shunshu disappear into the rain, Minato felt a bit worried. Using Tsunade's name like this, she probably wouldn't hit Qianyue, but Shunshu might be the one to get hit. Then you can eat dry rations. Qianyue shot him a glance, full of disdain, wanting to set up a small kitchen while also worrying about whether Shunshu would get hit. Cough, cough, the weather is nice today. Minato quickly changed the topic, as if he wasn't the one worried about Shunshu getting hit just moments ago. Compared to setting up a small kitchen, whether Shunshu would get hit was not that important. Anyway, Tsunade wouldn't hit him. This is called a dead friend, does not mean a dead monk. I learned this from you. Shunshu used Tsunade's name to get to the logistics department and stated his request. Anxious, he looked at the logistics department's managing jonin, feeling a bit flustered. What? For Lady Tsunade? The other party's reaction was clearly much bigger than Shunshu had expected, making Shunshu feel extremely nervous. Since it's for Lady Tsunade, we will fulfill it no matter what. Please wait a moment. I will have someone deliver it right away. You won't need to run personally. Someone will deliver it to you every day. The managing jonin patted his chest in assurance. Although he was a ninja from the Shimura clan, promoted by Danzo, he had great respect for Tsunade. If it weren't for Tsunade, who knows how many ninjas from Konoha would have died on the battlefield. Is this really happening? Isn't it a bit absurd? The process was going too smoothly, which was a bit scary. Leaving the logistics department, Shinshu's head was still buzzing. But thankfully he didn't forget to find Tsunade. What do you want from me? After rushing to the camp in the Land of Rain and taking on 2 surgeries, Tsunade, with her strength and physique, was also quite exhausted. At this moment, she looked tired, arms crossed, leaning back in her chair, legs propped up on the table, and warned, "Let me be clear, no talk about going to the battlefield. If you want to do that, go find Orochimaru yourself." Tsunade was most annoyed with Shunshu, who always wanted to go to the battlefield to kill enemies. She had already had to deal with him about this several times. Tsunade thought Shunshu came to find her to ask for her help in persuading Orochimaru to let him go to the battlefield. So she made it clear in advance that going to the battlefield was off the table. When Orochimaru returned, he could talk to him himself. "It's not that," Shunshu said anxiously. "It's Qianyue. He said you are working hard and need to set up a small kitchen. I have already been to the logistics department, and they will send the ingredients to me, so you can come over to eat later." Okay, Tsunade readily agreed. She had long had enough of the camp's food, and if she had a choice, of course, it would be more comfortable to set up a small kitchen. Qianyue's cooking was so good. It would be a pity not to set up a small kitchen. "Then I will leave first." Tsunade agreed, and Shinshu's anxious heart finally settled down. "Wait," Tsunade suddenly reacted. "You mean to set up a small kitchen in my name? Donji?" Shunshu realized something was wrong. He might get hit. Regarding his life and safety, Shunshu hurriedly explained, "It's not my fault. It's all Qianyue's idea. He said you would definitely be willing, and using your name. The logistics department people wouldn't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, they would be talked about." TCH, I knew it. Tsunade's interest waned, and she even lost the thought of hitting her brother. "Huh, not angry anymore? The sun is out today. Kid, do you want to get hit?" Tsunade's previously extinguished anger flared up instantly. Slamming the table, she gritted her teeth and said, "If you had half of that Yagami Qianyue's brains, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Get lost quickly and tell him I'll come over on time later. I've got the camp matters covered. The small kitchen can continue. Get out immediately." Without any temper, Shunshu covered his head and ran away, fearing he would get hit if he was even a second late. Sigh. I hope this kid can figure things out while hanging out with Qianyue. Tsunade doesn't have high expectations for SHU. As long as he can grow up smoothly, that's enough. As for the desire to become Hokage and stand shoulder to shoulder with his grandfather, it would be great if he could achieve it, but if not, it doesn't matter. Even Tsunade herself doesn't have much faith in this, so one can imagine how difficult it is to reach that goal. Standing side by side with Hashirama is almost a delusion, so there's no need to consider it. As for becoming Hokage, it's still too early to say. The third Hokage is in his prime and won't easily abdicate. Even if the third Hokage were to step down, as long as the power isn't in hand, anyone sitting in the Hokage's position would feel awkward, just like Minato. What is the point of eliminating Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage when all the power is either in the hands of the third Hokage or in the hands of Danzo and others? It would end up looking like a puppet on display. "Lord Danzo, this is what the logistics department sent over. Please take a look." The logistics department specifically coordinated with Tsunade and had to notify Danzo first. After all, Danzo is the camp commander, and all matters, big and small, need his approval. Gifts to urge updates. Updates every day. Love you all. Chapter 59. Who dares to look down on Tsunade? Yagami Chiyuki dares. Glancing at the contents of the document, Danzo set it down. Then arrange it like this. We can periodically increase some fresher ingredients. Tsunade needs to have her own kitchen. That's a good thing. Danzo would love for Tsunade to stay in the camp and cook for the injured ninjas every day. This is much better for Danzo than having Tsunade on the front lines killing enemies. But Tsunade is displeased with him. After a quarrel, She left the camp and entered the battlefield, and no amount of persuasion could bring her back. Now that Tsunade is willing to stay, isn't that a good thing? Yes. With Danzo's approval, the logistics department breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was justified. After the logistics personnel left, Danzo said calmly, "That Yagami Chiyuki, did he come to the camp with Tsunade?" "Yes, Lord Danzo. Accompanying them is also Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Minato. It was the Hokage's explicit request for Tsunade to bring them to the front lines for training. Would you like to summon them?" A root ninja appeared in the tent, kneeling on one knee, responding respectfully. "No need, they're just two kids. What's so special about a pair of Sharingan? Since Sarutobi values them, let them go with her. It would be a lie to say he wasn't interested. Root needs someone like Chiyuki. Moreover, Danzo is very envious of Chiyuki's Sharingan and his Jinjutsu. However, he is currently in a rising phase, and it's not suitable to make any underhanded moves to avoid angering the third Hokage. Plus, given Chiyuki's sensitive identity, it's best to leave him alone, especially since Tsunade has high hopes for him. If Danzo were to do anything to Chiyuki, Tsunade would definitely explode. It would be strange if the camp didn't stir up trouble then. A talent worth recruiting and the power in hand. Danzo decisively chose the latter. As for the matter of Chiyuki embarrassing Shimura Shichi, is that really important? It's a trivial matter, not worth his attention. There are so many people in the Shimura clan. If something happens to everyone, does he need to step in to resolve it? Then Danzo wouldn't need to hold power at all. He could just focus on helping his clan members solve their problems. Yes, the root members received their orders and disappeared from the tent. With only himself left in the tent, Danzo's expressionless face deeply furrowed his brows. He had allied with Tsunade and Mito Gaidon, and the three of them together negotiated with the third Hokage, all to grasp the power of the frontline commander in their hands. But what Danzo never expected was that this position, while powerful, was a bit too hot to handle. He had to deal with all kinds of messy affairs. It would be one thing if it were just various schemes and plots. Danzo wasn't afraid of that. But the headache came from the distribution and command against the enemy. He was somewhat lacking in that area, yet he didn't want to give the power to others. Thus, a difficult situation arose. Additionally, the third Hokage intended to negotiate with Hanzo, hoping to end the war through talks, which was not what Danzo wanted to see. His wish was to become Hokage. And to become Hokage, he needed enough merit and prestige. If the third Hokage led the negotiations and ultimately ended the war, the one who would benefit wouldn't be him. Indeed, in any world, it's comfortable to have a strong backer. Look, others are just nibbling on dry rations, while they can have their own kitchen, and everyone is willing to serve them more food. Chiyuki sighed. Gulp. It had been a long time since Ju had eaten a decent meal. Smelling the aroma, he helplessly swallowed. Chiyuki looked at him speechlessly. Ju, can you not be so embarrassing? Anyone who doesn't know would think you came from a refugee camp. On the battlefield, sometimes it's even scarier than fleeing. Tsunade's voice came in, clearly arriving just in time to help alleviate her brother's embarrassment. Otherwise, Ju would have definitely been stuck in place. Sister, we can eat now. Ju jumped up, making room for Tsunade to sit. Unfortunately, Tsunade was unimpressed by his effort. Looking at the already tidied tent, Tsunade still chose to sit next to Chiyuki. The reason was simple. Ju's bed was too messy, and it had a strange smell that no girl would want to smell. After you finish eating, clean up by yourself. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After sitting down, Tsunade didn't forget to warn Ju with her eyes. He used to have a tent to himself, but now that he has two companions, if he continues to be as messy as before, he will be looked down upon. As for Tsunade, who would dare look down on her? Have you washed your hands? Have you changed your clothes? You're sitting on my bed. Just as she finished her thoughts, Tsunade was pushed aside by Chiyuki. The medical department is not a good place. There are many viruses and dirty things. If one accidentally brings something back, it would be troublesome. Ju, who had just been looked down upon, stared blankly at Chiyuki. His sister just looked down on him, and now he was being looked down upon by someone else. Am I dreaming? You little brat, what are you saying? Being looked down upon in front of her brother, especially since she had just looked down on him, made Tsunade's face flush with anger as she glared at Chiyuki. I've clearly washed up. If you don't believe me, come and smell. Really? Chiyuki approached Tsunade suspiciously and sniffed. Minato was used to this. After all, stranger things had happened between Chiyuki and Tsunade, so this was nothing. This could only be considered childish. Minato could accept it, but Ju couldn't. He felt as if the sky was about to fall. His sister actually allowed a man, a little boy, to get so close to her and do something so outrageous. Yagami Chiyuki, you're too much. How can you get so close to a girl to smell her? No strange smell, you're off the hook. Confirming there was no weird smell, Chiyuki finally let Tsunade go. Let us eat. You're lucky. The logistics department specially sent you 2 bottles of wine. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks, Chiyuki pointed to the wine bottles set aside. They're considerate. It's not in vain that I worked so hard to save people. I'm exhausted. Chiyuki, help me massage later. Your massage technique last time was pretty good, and I felt great afterward. Get lost, is your face that big? Just say if you want a massage or not. I refuse. Eat. Why aren't you eating? Didn't you say you were hungry long ago? Glancing at Ju, who was dazed, Minato was puzzled. Could it be because of the argument between Chiyuki and Senior Tsunade? Isn't that normal? Eat. What are you dazing for, you brat? After arguing with Chiyuki for a while, Tsunade finally noticed her brother's unusual state. Huh. Oh, eat. Shangshu quickly scooped food from a bowl, even forgetting to pick up any vegetables, his eyes constantly darting between Qianyue and Tsunade. If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out. Tsunade glared. Shangshu said, I'm your little brother. Your real brother. Why are you harsher on me than on outsiders? It's much more comfortable to have a special treatment. I don't even want to leave the camp. After eating and drinking enough, Tsunade, having drunk some wine, had a flush on her face and directly collapsed on Qianyue's bed. Come on, help me massage. I'm exhausted. If you don't, I want to leave and we'll sleep here tonight. Clang. Shingshu's bowl fell onto the table. Consequently, Tsunade, Qianyue, and Minato looked over with questioning eyes. Are you okay? Why are you acting so strangely? You drop a bowl just like that. Chapter 60. This mysterious job turns out to be. You like massaging, huh? Let us see if you still want to. Qianyue gritted her teeth and jumped onto Tsunade's back, pulling her hand forcefully backward. A series of cracking sounds echoed. Yes, just like that. Put in some strength. The bones are almost falling apart. Woman, shut up. It's already good enough that I'm helping you massage. Why so much nonsense? Shangshu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even know how he walked out of the tent. Shangshu, what is wrong with you? You seem distracted. Minato pulled Shangshu away from the tent. They were responsible for washing the dishes, and seeing Shangshu's state, Minato felt a bit worried. I'm fine, Shangshu forced a bitter smile, shaking his head and gesturing with his hand. He felt it was hard to speak, as his thoughts were too evil. Minato, give me the dishes. You don't look well. Just leave it to me today, and you can do it tomorrow. What is the relationship between my sister and Yagami Qianyue? Relationship? Minato looked up at him. A very normal relationship. At first, I thought it was a senior-junior relationship, but later it felt more like friends. Both like to fool around and are playful. Saying this, Minato felt embarrassed. In the entire Konoha, only Qianyue would dare to be so playful with Tsunade. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be slapped to death. Don't you think that kind of relationship is strange? Shangshu still felt something was off. Tsunade was so much older, yet was friends with someone 10 years younger. It looked like they were quite close. This is unreasonable, really unreasonable. There's even stranger stuff at night. You'll know soon. Recalling the past few nights, Minato could only smile wryly. What? There's even stranger stuff? Shingshu's voice rose a few pitches, almost deafening Minato. Minato didn't even know why Shangshu reacted so strongly. Soon, Shangshu understood why Minato said there were stranger things. Come on, before you 3 go on duty, let us play some dodiju. I haven't played all day and feel uncomfortable. Clapping the table, Tsunade, who enjoyed a full massage, felt relaxed, holding the playing cards and beckoning Shangshu with her finger. First, lend me your pocket money. I'll pay you back another day. No way. I don't have any pocket money left. Shangshu shouted, instinctively covering his wallet. Qianyue rolled her eyes. Isn't that a blatant denial? Such an obvious action and tone. If Tsunade believed you, that would be suspicious. You're overestimating your sister's bottom line, aren't you? You're not lending? Tsunade knew Shangshu had money and wouldn't believe his excuse of being broke, narrowing her eyes slightly and lifting her chin to look at him. I really only have this much left. Shangshu pulled out his money, wanting to cry without tears. Qianyue and Minato both felt inexplicably relieved that they didn't have such a sister. Otherwise, they would go crazy. Forget it. I'll win Tsunade's money today. Shangshu looks too pitiful, Qianyue thought. Minato thought the same. However, playing card with Tsunade, it's quite difficult to lose. Qianyue could still pretend to be silly and play randomly, while Minato, who was very familiar with Dodiju, could only grit his teeth and persist. As a result, Minato became the biggest winner, dragging Qianyue to win quite a bit as well. Who let Tsunade keep wanting to be the landlord and try to win all the rounds? In the end, they didn't win back what they lost. But Shangshu's pocket money was completely wiped out. Damn little brat. I'll remember you. I'll settle the score with Jiraiya. Tsunade accepted losing to Qianyue. But how could she accept losing to Minato? How infuriating. Jiraiya, you better wait for me. On the battlefield, after just finishing an ambush battle, Jiraiya suddenly felt a chill, a cool breeze running down his spine to the back of his head. Orochimaru, do you feel suddenly cold? I think you're just being silly. Orochimaru glanced at him disdainfully, not even wanting to respond. In his eyes, Jiraiya had always been an idiot. Ignored and looked down upon, Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his wet white hair, not taking it to heart, and changed the topic, continuing to ask, since Tsunade is back. Shouldn't we return to the camp to rest? It's just the right time for a break. Ninjas are also human. They can feel tired. They're not perpetual motion machines. After dealing with this wave of enemies, they'll head back tomorrow. Facing Jiraiya, Orochimaru was tight-lipped. Simply put, they were not on the same wavelength. He really couldn't chat with Jiraiya. Orochimaru was focused on ninjutsu and how to become stronger, while Jiraiya's mind was full of women. This made it hard for someone like Orochimaru, who didn't even care about gender, to continue the conversation. It was fine when Tsunade was around, but without her, the atmosphere between the two was so awkward. It's a good thing Orochimaru hadn't gone dark, or Jiraiya would have felt worse. Don't be sad. When we return to Konoha, I'll treat you to a big meal, soak in hot springs. It's just a bit of pocket money, right? Look at your gloomy face. You don't have any manly spirit. Qianyue comforted Shangshu. But that's my money. Shangshu wanted to cry. He hadn't even touched the cards, and the money was gone. Could anyone be more aggrieved than him? Sister. She's really my sister. If she weren't, she wouldn't do such brotherly betrayal. How about we return the money to you? Minato felt pity. At that moment, Shangshu looked so helpless and pitiful that it made him feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he had won the most. Forget it. I'm used to it. It just hurts my heart. Shangshu smiled calmly. Next time, I'll definitely hide my pocket money well, so my sister won't find out I can do it. Let us keep our distance. I heard being dumb is contagious. Qianyue decisively withdrew, distancing herself from Shangshu. Minato thought for a moment and decided to follow. He felt that Shangshu was a bit too naive, so it was better to keep some distance. Shangshu had been hiding everything all day, and finally, Qianyue and Minato knew what their job was. At that moment, they finally understood why they had a bad feeling during the day. So, our task is to guard the sealing scrolls of the morgue to prevent someone from stealing corpses. In the world of Naruto, even in death, you wouldn't find peace. Because your body could be dug up for countless secrets, and even your soul wouldn't escape. With the war between Konoha and the Rain Shinobi village, the number of fallen ninjas was enormous, and transporting all those bodies back was inconvenient. So, they would seal them in scrolls and transport them in batches. Shangshu's task was to guard the sealing scrolls at night. Qianyue and Minato were assigned to join him. No wonder that medical guy had such a strange look when he saw the two of them during the day. At their age, being able to follow Tsunade into battle is definitely not something ordinary ninjas their age can compare to. But as soon as they arrived at the camp, they were assigned to guard the sealed corpses scrolls, a task that no one could accept. Yes, even though the likelihood of enemies coming to steal the corpses was very slim, it was still unacceptable. Ju looked awkward. He couldn't bring himself to say it during the day, but this task was dishonorable. He was supposed to be going to the battlefield. How could he be stuck guarding the morgue? Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished, and he was assigned here. The morgue was eerily quiet, a bit scary. It was okay during the day, but at night, it became so silent that the entire morgue felt a bit sinister. Anyone with a weak constitution would definitely not dare to stay here for long. Leaning against a log pillar, Qianyue asked with a headache, "SH-Ju, did you offend someone? Why were you assigned here?" It was the teacher's arrangement. Chapter 61 SH-Ju. How could the Nine Tails become someone else's summoning beast? SH-Ju shrugged his shoulders and said weakly, "The teacher loves research. He said if I want to learn his skills, I have to adapt to these first. I will have to face corpses and conduct research sooner or later, so he put me here to get me used to it in advance." Damn, I knew it. This was all Orochimaru's doing. Making his own disciple guard the morgue. Orochimaru is really something. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Guarding the morgue is better than going to the battlefield. At least I don't have to be on guard against enemies everywhere. I also don't have to endure the elements. Other than being a bit eerie, it's not too bad, just a bit boring. Qianyue, have you gotten close to Kushina? Perhaps out of boredom. SH-Ju wanted to find something to talk about, and ended up bringing up Kushina. Beside them, Minato's smile slowly froze, and he lowered his head, looking a bit downcast. Why bring up Kushina at a time like this? Why mention Kushina? And why ask me if I've gotten close to her? Stretching lazily, Qianyue replied nonchalantly, "We've always been close, don't you know?" "Ahaha, is that so? That's good. Kushina, doesn't he have many friends with you guys around? She can really integrate into Konoha." Realizing he had said something he shouldn't have, SH-Ju felt quite embarrassed. Does Minato like Kushina? Then you're in trouble. Because Kushina likes Qianyue. SH-Ju thought. Anyone with eyes could see that. And then there's Uchiha Makoto, who also likes Qianyue. Minato, you probably don't have much hope. Not long ago, Minato had been sympathizing with SH-Ju. Now, the roles had reversed, and SH-Ju felt pity for Minato. Watching SH-Ju look at Minato with sympathy, Qianyue was speechless. So you two have become brothers in misfortune? Qianyue was truly impressed by them. This task was indeed boring. In less than half an hour, Qianyue was already a bit drowsy. Minato and SH-Ju, this pair of unfortunate brothers, were huddled together, mumbling about something, seemingly quite enthusiastic. When Qianyue listened closely, he immediately lost interest. He thought they were discussing some mysterious topic, but it turned out they were exchanging insights on ninjutsu. For some reason, Qianyue started to miss his phone and computer. If he had a computer or a phone, he could sit here all night without feeling tired. Standing around doing nothing made him want to sleep. SH-Ju, how do you usually pass the time? You can't just stand around all night, right? Of course not. SH-Ju turned around and pulled out a pile of books from his pocket. He had a look on his face that said, "I knew you couldn't stand it. But I was prepared. Because guarding the morgue is so boring, I'll always bring some books to read so I can pass the time. Fortunately, Orochimaru-sensei has a lot of books saved, and I can always find him to exchange them. All right then. Having books to read is better than just standing there like a fool." Qianyue casually picked a book about ninjas and started reading. The protagonist of the story was a wandering ninja from a small village who left his hometown and weak village to pursue the path of strength. Damn it, this is cringe-worthy. After flipping through a few pages, Qianyue decisively put the book down. Orochimaru reads this kind of book? This is completely self-indulgent. An ordinary little ninja from a small village, step by step walking towards the path of strength, just short of becoming brothers with Senju Hashirama and chatting with Uchiha Madara. Could it be that this book was written by Orochimaru? Orochimaru shouldn't have such a hobby. Jiraiya is the one who likes to do such shameless things. Forget it. I'll change to another one. The long, torturous night passed just like that, and Qianyue didn't even know how he managed to get through it. Such a job lasting for a long time would drive anyone crazy. Speaking of this, Qianyue really admired SH-Ju's optimism and innocence. After guarding the morgue for several months, he could still be cheerful all day long. It seems that being carefree isn't without its advantages. At least Qianyue couldn't do it, and neither could Minato. Like Qianyue, Minato also looked a bit listless. It seemed that the books SH-Ju brought didn't interest Minato either. "Minato, how's your summoning technique going? Have you managed to summon the toads from Mount Mayaboku successfully?" Back in the resting tent, SH-Ju recalled what Orochimaru had told him. Jiraiya had already had Minato sign the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku. Ah, it's okay, I guess. Minato suddenly looked embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, unsure how to answer. Okay, so that means you succeeded, right? Hurry up and summon it so I can see. My summoning technique hasn't been going well. Orochimaru-sensei warned me not to use it casually, as it could cause a lot of trouble. Ju was excited, urging Minato repeatedly. Minato, can we not talk about summoning beasts? Qianyue has a summoning beast too. Why don't you ask him? Minato was in a dilemma. But Qianyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. You two wouldn't both be too scared to use summoning techniques. And one of you actually summoned a toad with a tail, right? How long has it been since Minato last embarrassed himself? It seemed like quite a while. In any case, Minato should have made some progress. Alright, his chakra is limited. Minato's chakra isn't as abundant as imagined, which is the main reason his summoning technique is restricted. After all, the toads from Mount Myaboku are quite large, excluding tadpoles and baby toads. As for Ju, being the legitimate descendant of the Senju clan, his chakra amount naturally far exceeds that of ordinary people. Unfortunately, he doesn't dare to use the summoning technique easily, fearing that he might accidentally summon Orochimaru's Manda. If he really summoned Manda, there wouldn't even be a place for Ju to cry. Manda is not as easy to deal with as the toads from Mount Myaboku. Even in front of Orochimaru, it has an attitude of I'm the boss. Moreover, every time it comes out, it requires a sacrifice. Otherwise, it would eat Orochimaru. One can imagine how difficult it is to get along with the snake from the Dragon Cave. It's best not to summon casually before having enough strength. Enough already. You've been laughing at me for months about one thing, and you still want to stop. Minato had black lines all over his forehead, gritting his teeth as he glared at Qianyue, while Ju was also confused. So it turns out I'm not the only one dragging my feet. Minato is also having a hard time. A toad with a tail? Why do I feel like laughing a bit? I can't laugh. If I do, what if Minato sprays me? I can't even casually use summoning techniques. Ju quickly stopped his laughter and changed the subject. Qianyue, what about you? Have you found a suitable summoning beast? He had long had a summoning beast, but was unwilling to let others know. Minato crossed his arms and started using provocation tactics. He had been curious about Qianyue's summoning beast for quite some time. I knew you were up to no good. Waiting here, is that so? Shangshu looked curious. Qianyue, what is your spirit beast? Can we see it? It's just a fox, nothing special, a big white fox, and it's sleeping right now. I don't even know if it has woken up. Xiaobai was in deep sleep, and Qianyue hadn't been paying much attention to it lately, so he wasn't sure if it had awakened. If it hadn't woken up, bringing Xiaobai out might affect its advancement, which wouldn't be good. A fox? A white one? Minato thought it was fine, but he didn't expect Qianyue to consider a fox as a spirit beast. His curiosity grew even more. What did Qianyue's spirit beast look like? A white fox should be quite beautiful. How strong is it? No, wait. Spirit beasts assist in battle. You can't just look at their appearance. Otherwise, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade would be crying in the bathroom. The three of them had a snake, a toad, and a slug as their spirit beasts. Minato was curious about what Qianyue's spirit beast looked like. Was it a giant type or a cute small type? On the other hand, Shangshu, who knew about the nine tails, was different. He was already feeling uneasy. That sounds off. A big white fox? If it weren't for the white part, I'd almost think it was the nine tails. After thinking, he chuckled at his own thoughts. The nine tails was sealed within Kushina's body, so how could it become someone else's spirit beast? Master, Xiaobai has woken up. Gifts for updates. Updates every day. I want to be your favorite. See you every day. By the way, can you leave a 5-star review? Sweetheart? In chapter 62, Minato thought, I want such a cute and beautiful little fox too. Just as Qianyue was about to refuse, Xiaobai's voice echoed in his mind. Had the second stage of its slumber ended? Qianyue couldn't help but feel excited. If Xiaobai in the first stage was just a bit strong, then Xiaobai in the second stage was completely ready to take on anyone. By the time it reached the third stage, the exclusive 9 tails in the game could even contend with the 10 tails. Since you all want to see, then I'll let you see. Qianyue thought to Xiaobai. Don't grow too big. He raised his hand and began to form seals. In fact, his seal was just for show, as Xiaobai could be summoned without any summoning technique. Even from a distance, it could return to Qianyue's body on its own. A spirit beast like Xiaobai was hard to seal. Was Qianyue about to summon his spirit beast? Minato and Shengshu's eyes widened in curiosity. The summoning technique went through its process, and a puff of white smoke exploded in the tent, revealing Xiaobai, which was only as big as a short-legged corgi, in front of the three of them. "Master!" Xiaobai happily called out and jumped towards Qianyue. Qianyue raised his hand to catch it and held it in his arms. Xiaobai rubbed its small head against Qianyue's chest, its 9 long tails swaying in the air. Such a sweet and charming voice. If Minato and Shengshu hadn't seen with their own eyes that the voice came from a fox, they might have mistaken it for a beautiful woman speaking. The sound was simply too alluring, making one's heart itch. "It's been a long time since you came out, hasn't it?" Qianyue affectionately held Xiaobai, gently stroking its soft white fur, and said to Minato and Shengshu, "This is my spirit beast Xiaobai, a 9-tailed fox. It can grow bigger, and it's a girl. I'm so jealous." Minato looked at Xiaobai, then compared it to the toads of Mayaboka Mountain, instantly turning into a lemon. There was no comparison at all. Compared to Xiaobai, the toads of Mayaboka Mountain were like a pile of dung. "I really want such a spirit beast. I don't like snakes at all. I like foxes." Shengshu's eyes sparkled as he stared at Xiaobai, wishing he could snatch Xiaobai from Qianyue's arms and enjoy the feeling of petting a fox. High in appearance, and the voice was so captivating. It was so sweet and charming. This fox couldn't possibly be a fox spirit, could it? Receiving her master's praise, Xiaobai hummed and proudly raised her little head, her blue eyes spinning as she constantly assessed Minato and Shengshu. "Master, are they your teammates? They look so weak, not even as good as that little girl named Kushina." Cough, cough. Minato was choked by a spirit beast's disdain for its strength, and Shengshu also choked on his saliva. "Don't say such nonsense." Qianyue felt embarrassed and rubbed Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai put Kushina above Minato and Shengshu mainly because the 9 tails within Kushina added points. Unfortunately, the relationship between Kushina and the 9 tails was like water and fire. If she became a perfect Jinchuriki, she would definitely be the strongest in Konoha. By then, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo wouldn't just keep her locked up, they would treat her like an ancestor. After placing Xiaobai on his bed, Qianyue went to prepare food, warning Minato and Shengshu not to touch it. Xiaobai is very strong, and its temper isn't good towards outsiders. If you don't listen and get hurt, I want to take responsibility. Everyone loves beauty, and with Xiaobai's high appearance, Minato and Shengshu had already begun to dislike the snake from the Dragon Cave and the toads from Mayaboka Mountain. Both of them looked at Xiaobai with envy, wishing they could snatch her and hold her in their arms. Qianyue guaranteed that if they dared to reach out, they would definitely regret it. Qianyue's warning cut off Minato and Shengshu's thoughts of holding Xiaobai. Minato was fine, but Shengshu directly followed up, quietly asking, "Qianyue, how did you get your spirit beast?" It seemed Shengshu was quite interested and wanted one of the same kind, preferably one with a cute voice that sounded comfortable to listen to. Qianyue, while kneading dough, turned to look at Shengshu and replied, "I'm not too sure. Xiaobai said it chose me. When I first used the summoning technique, I signed a contract with it, and it's been like that ever since. It just sleeps most of the time, so it hasn't been summoned." Xiaobai had grown to the 2nd stage, and its chakra could now perfectly contract, no longer needing to hide. As long as it didn't T-explode, anyone would mistake Xiaobai for a pet. Okay. Hearing Qianyue say this, Shengshu realized his hope of getting Xiaobai was dashed. Looking at Xiaobai, even if there were other members of its kind, they wouldn't let him sign a contract with them. Fortunately, Qianyue was unaware of Shengshu's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely tell him that there was still a chance. Like the one in Konoha. But the one in Konoha had a bad temper. Other villages also have tailed beasts. As long as you don't get blown up by an explosive tag, there are plenty of opportunities. The premise is that your strength is strong enough, like Uchiha Madara, who forcibly signed a summoning contract with the 9 tails. For the 9 tails, that was the greatest humiliation of its beast life. Being controlled by the Sharingan and sealed was one thing, but being forced into a contract was something it could never accept. Whenever Uchiha Madara used the summoning technique, the 9 tails' little heart would skip a beat. This shows how much deterrence Uchiha Madara had over the Nine Tails. This is yours, eat up. For breakfast. Qianyue finished his portion of oil-splashed noodles and left the tent with his bowl. Seeing this, Xiaobai nimbly jumped onto his shoulder, burrowed into his raincoat, and lay on his head, looking just like a white hat. Fortunately, Xiaobai was white. If it were green, who would dare let it lie on their head? Not to mention, it was quite warm. Qianyue couldn't help but think. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Minato and Shangshu were worried. I know what you're thinking. Eating noodles. Minato rolled his eyes as he noticed Shangshu staring at him. Shangshu smiled awkwardly and said, I know what you're talking about. We need to be on the same page and mustn't let Orochimaru-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei know that we dislike their summoning beasts. Otherwise, they would be very disappointed. I agree. Minato immediately raised his hand to express his agreement. If word got out that they preferred Shiro and looked down on the toads and snakes, it would be a big deal. Jiraiya probably wouldn't get angry. After all, it's hard to like toads. But if the toads from Mount Mayaboku found out, they might refuse to serve Minato. As for Orochimaru, there's no need to say more. The snakes from Lonely Cave are already hard to deal with, and knowing about this, Orochimaru would probably not treat Shangshu nicely. So we need to persuade Qianyue to keep the secret. The two agreed in unison. It was easy to find Tsunade, and with Shiro leading the way, Qianyue quickly arrived at the medical tent. However, when he entered the tent, he was surprised to find not only Tsunade, but also others present. You're here? Orochimaru and Jiraiya returned to the camp in the morning and came to her. Tsunade had just finished treating their wounds when Qianyue arrived. Upon seeing Qianyue, Tsunade couldn't sit still anymore. She dropped Orochimaru and Jiraiya and rushed over to snatch the bowl Qianyue was carrying. It smells so good. What is this? I don't think I've ever had it before. I've been starving after staying up all night. Tsunade didn't mind it being hot. She picked up the chopsticks, stirred a bit, and started eating heartily. It's oil-splashed noodles, Qianyue said while sitting aside, nodding to greet Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were watching him from a distance. The aroma of the oil-splashed noodles filled the tent, and Jiraiya instinctively swallowed. He had almost forgotten how long it had been since he had eaten warm, delicious food. Even Orochimaru, who wasn't picky about food, had his eyes widen a bit. After all, they had been fighting on the battlefield for over a month, living on soldier rations and dry food. Who wouldn't want to have a bite of hot, delicious food? Chapter 63, Tsunade. Qianyue, have you heard tail beasts? Don't even think about it. Tsunade looked up and saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru staring at her, quickly raising her hand to protect her bowl. If you want to eat, go to the logistics department. Don't set your sights on my food. I'm starving. Sorry, seniors, I didn't know you were here, so I didn't prepare extra, Qianyue said, genuinely unaware that Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also present. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hard to make 2 more bowls of noodles. Fortunately, he wasn't the one eating now. As long as Tsunade didn't mind the awkwardness, Qianyue didn't care about it. Tsunade had her own guests. She could entertain them herself. Huh, it's not too late to prepare now, Jiraiya joked. Qianyue was speechless. Jiraiya's shamelessness exceeded his expectations. Get lost. Tsunade actively helped Qianyue out of the awkward situation. Scolding Jiraiya angrily, Qianyue just worked the night shift and now has to help me make breakfast. If you want to eat, go make it yourself. I was just joking. Is it that serious? Jiraiya looked up at the sky in silence. Orochimaru smiled faintly, but didn't say anything, only curiously glancing at Qianyue a few times. This was Qianyue's first meeting with Orochimaru. Ugh, it's so stuffy. Shiro popped out from under the raincoat, curiously looking at Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya inside the tent. Tsunade's eyes brightened upon seeing the peak beauty that was Shiro. Jiraiya curiously leaned in. Is this your pet? It's so cute, and a girl too. Her voice is lovely. Among the three, only Orochimaru's body stiffened. Just now, when Shiro glanced at him, he felt as if he were being stared at by a terrifying beast. This feeling was something Orochimaru had never encountered before. Stay away from me. You smell more like a toad than that guy named Minato. He wondered if tailed beasts were inherently incompatible with the creatures of the 3 Holy Lands. As expected, when Jiraiya got a little closer and showed a mischievous look, Shiro became alert. Qianyue had planned to ask where he got his pet from, but Jiraiya was suddenly choked by Shiro's words. Toad smell? Is there? How could I? The great toad sage Jiraiya, Have the smell of a toad on me? Ha ha, that's hilarious. Tsunade laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe, even neglecting her noodles. The bits of noodles in her mouth sprayed out, splattering all over Jiraiya. This made Jiraiya's expression particularly resentful. Tsunade, it's bad enough that I'm rejected by a pet. You actually sprayed me all over. Ha ha, you deserve it. Tsunade laughed without any shame. Orochimaru squeezed out a faint smile, narrowing his eyes as he observed Shiro lying in Qianyue's arms, saying, "This isn't a pet. It should be a summoning beast. Right, Shuken?" From the creepy feeling he just experienced, Orochimaru could confidently say that the white fox in Qianyue's arms was definitely not a pet, but a summoning beast. And a very powerful one at that. If you treat it like a pet, it could suddenly strike you down with a slap, and you wouldn't even know what happened. Shiro is indeed my summoning beast, not a pet, Qianyue said, stroking Shiro's soft fur and smiling. You could just call me by my name. No need to be too formal. Then I'll call you Qianyue, Orochimaru replied. Before he took the dark path, Orochimaru wasn't too hard to get along with. Ironically, among the three Sannin, he was the most insane and the darkest one. But he was also the most reasonable one among the Sannin. He didn't have Jiraiya's thick skin and wasn't as reckless as Tsunade, who liked to hit people. All right, summoning beast. How can such a small fox assist in battle? Jiraiya thought Shiro's chakra presence was all concealed, leading him to mistakenly believe that Shiro was weak and could only be considered a support-type summoning beast. Even Tsunade thought so. Only Orochimaru was certain that Shiro was neither a pet nor a support-type summoning beast, but a terrifying beast. Did you guys notice that after Shiro rejected him, Jiraiya no longer approached and was observing from a distance? Suddenly, he clapped his hands, and when he mentioned the word fox, he received a warning look from Shiro. So he quickly corrected himself. Isn't this little Shiro quite similar to a certain big guy from Konoha? Although he had never seen the Nine Tails. As a disciple of the third Hokage, Jiraiya was no stranger to tailed beasts. He knew what the Nine Tails looked like. Aside from being smaller, white in color, and having a higher appearance, Shiro's other features were almost identical to the Nine Tails. It does look a bit like it, but there can't be a second Nine Tails in the world. Tsunade pouted and continued eating her noodles. Soon, she finished a bowl of noodles, patted her stomach in satisfaction, and looked content. The Nine Tails? Qianyue pretended not to know and looked over curiously. Are you sure you could talk about it? Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with suspicion, and Tsunade casually waved her hand, saying, "What's the big deal? Although he has Uchiha blood, he will find out sooner or later." The third Hokage and Danzo had tried their best to hide this, but Tsunade didn't care. She believed Qianyue wouldn't harbor any hostility towards Kushina. It would be better for Qianyue to know some things early to avoid misunderstandings later. Qianyue, have you heard tailed beasts? I've heard of them. They're said to be very powerful creatures. Qianyue twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking, I'm literally holding one. The little Shiro in his arms also drooped her ears weakly, feeling bored listening to others explain what a tailed beast is to her master. Isn't that a good thing to say? Thinking for a moment, Tsunade said, in the ninja world, there are a total of 9 powerful tailed beasts, from 1 tail to 9 tails. The more tails, the stronger the tailed beast. Our Konoha has 1 tailed beast, and that is the strongest, the 9 tails. Tsunade, an angry, scolding voice came from outside the tent. Hearing this voice, Tsunade rolled her eyes, and Jiraiya shrugged at Orochimaru. Orochimaru revealed a playful smile, knowing that Tsunade was going to be in trouble. At the very least, she would be lectured, and there was no escaping that. It was likely they were going to argue again. Danzo had arrived. There are not many people in Konoha who dare to scold Tsunade like this, and Danzo is one of them. Unfortunately, Tsunade wouldn't take it lying down. 5-star updates daily, love you all. Chapter 64. If you have the ability, go confront Tsunade. Why are you staring at me? After returning to the camp, Jiraiya and Orochimaru came to Tsunade's side, and Danzo decided to discuss some strategies with them. Who would have thought, as soon as they reached the tent entrance? They heard Tsunade's words, and Danzo was instantly furious. This was an absolute village secret, and Tsunade was just going to casually tell others? Secret my ass. Upon hearing this, Chiyuki was speechless. If it was a secret, then how did the ninjas from the Cloud Village infiltrate Konoha and capture Kushina? what to say and what not to say. She was clear about it herself, and didn't need Danzo to remind her. Tsunade straightened her face and spoke in an unhappy tone. Danzo, you just need to do your job, and my matters with Kushina are none of your concern. Tsunade shot back directly, not giving Danzo any face. Instantly, Danzo became even angrier. After all, he was the assistant to the Hokage of Konoha, the frontline commander in the battlefield. But Tsunade? She completely disregarded Danzo. Ever since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Tsunade's attitude towards Danzo had only worsened. Although Konoha did not directly exterminate the Uzumaki clan, it played an unspeakable role in the event. In other words, it was complicit, and the one responsible for all this was Danzo. Even when the Uzumaki clan sought help, Danzo strongly opposed Konoha aiding them, even bringing up the issue of war to force the third Hokage to concede. With the Uzumaki clan gone and Konoha not providing assistance, they even stepped in to take over the Uzumaki clan's legacy in the end. These events were like a thorn, stabbing into the heart of Uzumaki Mido. Unfortunately, she was old and, despite her high status, could no longer influence the village's decisions. In the end, Uzumaki Mido had to accept this result, unable to let go of the matter until her death. Tsunade saw all this clearly. How could she have a good impression or attitude towards Danzo, Narashikaku, or Uchiha Itachi after all this? Not cursing at them was already quite good. Cough. I wonder why Lord Danzo is looking for Tsunade. Seeing that Tsunade and Danzo were about to argue again, Jiraiya quickly stepped in to ease the atmosphere. It wouldn't be good for the head of the medical department and the overall commander of the battlefield to argue in the camp. Even if it wouldn't give the enemy an opportunity, it wouldn't sound good if it got out. It could easily lead people to misunderstand that Konoha's leaders were at odds, which would hurt the morale of their side. So Tsunade was unwilling to argue with Danzo and preferred to head to the battlefield to kill enemies. With Jiraiya stepping in to mediate, Danzo, who was stuck in a difficult position, also had a way out, and his tone softened. The Umbu has received some new intelligence. You three come to the command center to discuss troop distribution. After saying that, Danzo didn't want to stay for another second, casting a dark glance at Chiyuki before leaving with the Umbu ninjas. Damn it, why are you looking at me? It's not like I mentioned the Nine Tails. If you have the ability, go confront Tsunade. Why are you staring at me? I'm not eating your Shimura family S-rice. Am I being targeted now? Will an Umbu ninja come looking for me in the middle of the night? Chiyuki raised his hand to prop up his chin, beginning to curiously speculate. If an Umbu ninja came looking for him, how would he handle it? It seemed a bit troublesome to bury a body in the camp. How about just stuffing it into the ceiling scroll in the mortuary? That would drive Danzo crazy. Humph. Tsunade wasn't afraid of offending Danzo and bluntly said, "Be careful. That old guy is not a good person." Just as Danzo stepped out of the tent, he stumbled slightly, and the expression of the Umbu ninja following him behind the mask turned angry. Obviously, he had heard Tsunade's words. "Let us go." Danzo pretended not to hear and left with his men. Jiraiya sighed. "Tsunade, why do you have to do this? This old man will be in a difficult position." Jiraiya had always disapproved of Tsunade confronting the higher-ups like this, even if what they did was despicable. After all, they were all from the same village, and causing a ruckus would bring shame to everyone. Heh, Orochimaru sneered. He was the least fond of Jiraiya as personality. He clearly disapproved, but was still worried. Afraid of this and afraid of that. Tsunade was so angry she wanted to hit someone. She turned to glare at Jiraiya, wanting to shoot him a look of daggers. "If you're not willing to stick your neck out, don't come to advise me. Get lost." Seeing Tsunade explode, Jiraiya immediately covered his head and fled, rushing out of the tent like he was flying. First, he was afraid Tsunade would hit him. Secondly, he wanted to find something to eat and then go see his disciple Minato. It had been a long time since they met, and he hoped Minato would understand him. "Well then, I'll take my leave, Chiki-kun," Orochimaru said with a smile, also leaving the tent. "I'm so furious." Tsunade slammed the table, causing the bowls and chopsticks on it to jump high, looking at the deep palm print on the table. Chiyuki felt that if that palm print hit a person, it would break quite a few bones. Time to go. Chiyuki wouldn't comfort Tsunade or advise her to calm down. It's not like he provoked her. So why should he comfort her? Anyway, it wasn't him, Yagami Chiyuki, who got scolded or beaten, As he thought about this, Qianyue slipped away. Seeing Qianyue leave without caring for the bowls and chopsticks, Tsunade laughed angrily and said, "Be careful, don't run around. That old man is very cunning. Be careful he doesn't come looking for trouble with you." Danzo wouldn't dare to take action against her. But Tsunade feared that Danzo might vent his anger on Qianyue. "How could that be? I'm just a small fry. Your matters won't involve me. I'm leaving. Remember to come for dinner tonight. Trouble me? Come on, if you come, don't leave. There's still many sealing scrolls in the mortuary." As for whether he would offend Danzo, Qianyue didn't care. He was naturally on the opposite side of Danzo, and offending him or not, the result would be the same. Even if today's incident didn't happen, Danzo would eventually come after him because of his close relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, it was also because he had the Uchiha bloodline. Qianyue wouldn't naively think that just because he was a half-breed and had white hair, Danzo would let him off easy. Sooner or later, he would have to face it, so why not face it sooner? He would mind giving Danzo a little warning. He also wanted to tell Danzo, "Don't reach out casually. Yagami Qianyue am not so easy to deal with. I also want to be timid like the other Uchiha." Whereas Minato, back in the tent, Qianyue didn't see Minato's figure. Ju was lying down reading a book. Hearing this, he turned over and weakly replied, "Where else could he go?" He went with his teacher Jiraiya. It's clear that Shanshu is feeling sour, having transformed into a lemon spirit. This is because Watergate was called away by his own teacher, Jiraiya. And Shanshu? He didn't get called. Even Orochimaru hasn't come to meet him yet. This leaves Shanshu feeling quite resentful. Hurry up with the updates. I want more updates. Chapter 65. The Ninja of Root. Is this all they've got? I just ran into Orochimaru Senpai in the medical department. It seems he went to the logistics department. If you go now, you should be able to meet him. Shanshu was reminded, while Qianyue, holding Xiaobai, crawled under the blanket to start sleeping. After staying up all night, he was feeling a bit tired. As for Xiaobai, he could serve as a bodyguard, a charm, and a small heater. Plus, it's quite comfortable to cuddle with him while sleeping. Most importantly, Xiaobai seems to enjoy it too. Go give that kid a good talking to. It's one thing to be close to a Jinchuriki, but having no time for you, I didn't expect Tsunade to even tell you about the Nine-Tails. Don't blame me for being rude, Danzo thought through clenched teeth. That little brat with Uchiha's evil bloodline. The secret of the Nine-Tails is not something just anyone can know. I have to say, Tsunade's worries are justified. Danzo didn't dare to act against her. So he shifted his anger onto Qianyue. If Qianyue didn't have Uchiha blood, it will be fine, but since he does, it only leads Danzo to view him with hostility. Coupled with Kushina and Tsunade's connections, Danzo now wishes he could dig a pit and bury Qianyue directly. Yes, sir. The ninjas of Root quietly left. Even though Qianyue had a track record of taking down Jonin and easily controlled Shimizu Shuichi with Jinjutsu in front of many Jonin, the ninjas of Root still didn't take him seriously. After all, he was still just a kid, not someone to be taken seriously. In terms of understanding the Sharingan, who besides Uchiha knows more than Root. Moreover, Root's people don't need to consider the consequences or methods when they act. As long as they can complete their mission, they will use any means necessary. After sleeping until the afternoon, Qianyue slowly woke up, and upon opening his eyes, he saw Shanshu and Watergate huddled together, happily chatting about something. Seeing their excited expressions, Qianyue couldn't help but ask, "What's up? Did you two find money outside?" Qianyue. Watergate proudly took out a notebook. Teacher Jiraiya asked me to deliver his notes on ninjutsu training. Me too. Shanshu was grinning from ear to ear. Teacher Orochimaru also gave me his handwritten notes. I thought Orochimaru and Jiraiya passed on decades of experience to you, making you so happy. Watergate is fine, but can't you Shanshu show a bit more ambition? A young master from the Senju clan, getting so excited over a notebook. Has no class at all. Just pull out your great-grandfather's notes. It would be enough for you to study for a lifetime. That is something even Orochimaru covets. Night fell. The work of the three began again, still in the eerie, deserted morgue. This creepy place had more people during the day, but at night, hardly anyone came. So that is how it is. My training method went wrong. Why am I so stupid? Shanshu and Watergate were openly slacking off engrossed in the notes, completely unfazed by the dim light of the torch. They didn't just look, they were talking to themselves, almost like they were possessed. You too. Go inside and take a look. Qianyue couldn't stand their constant murmuring, sometimes scolding themselves for being stupid, sometimes frowning, and other times grinning like fools. I really can't deal with you two. Master, the person who came with the one-eyed dragon during the day, is wandering outside. Xiaobai, who was perched on Qianyue's shoulder, reminded him. The people of Root have their eyes on him. They really have their eyes on me? Qianyue was taken aback, then quickly laughed and walked outside. Watergate and Shunshu were still engrossed in the notes inside, so captivated that they didn't even notice Qianyue leaving. Even if they did, they wouldn't care, as their work didn't require constant vigilance. If enemies had infiltrated the morgue, Konoha's camp would have long since been turned into a sieve. There were no patrols around, nor were there any hidden sentries on duty. It seemed they had been reassigned by the ninjas of Root. After all, even Root ninjas need to have some considerations when acting, even if they don't hesitate to use any means. Causing too much of a ruckus could lead to significant trouble. At this moment, Danzo was still quite concerned about his reputation. After all, he wanted to become Hokage, and having a bad reputation wouldn't do. Yagami Qianyue, Lord Danzo requests your presence. As soon as Qianyue reached a secluded area, the ninjas of Root jumped out, blocking his path, demanding that he go with them to see Danzo. I don't believe you. You Root ninjas have used this excuse to deceive people before, right? How many of those who went with you ever came back successfully? You think I should go? Qianyue looked at the Root ninja in a monkey mask blocking his way and activated his social death dance Jinjutsu, Sakura Falls. This special skill doesn't require the Sharingan to use. It can be activated anytime, anywhere. The goal was to make others think that he needed to activate his Sharingan to use this Jinjutsu, only to find out that Qianyue didn't need it at all. The Root ninja in the monkey mask stiffened, standing still in place. Monkey? Monkey? Seeing his companion standing still, the Root ninja in the fox mask blocking the rear got anxious and whispered, "No need to call. He can't save himself now." A crimson light flashed as Qianyue activated his Sharingan. In his eyes, 3 tomo began to spin, startling the fox-masked ninja. The sudden stillness of his companion caused him to let down his guard, and he ended up staring directly into Qianyue's eyes. The red light flashed, and the fox-masked ninja's mind went blank. He realized he had fallen into a Jinjutsu. Anxious in his heart, he tried to break the Jinjutsu but felt a pain in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Why bother? A voice filled with emotion came from Qianyue's ear, and the world in the fox-masked ninja's eyes began to lose color as his body collapsed weakly. The ninjas of Root, is this all they've got? One ninja lost consciousness just for making eye contact with the activated Sharingan, while the other, already entranced by Sakura Falls, was about to start dancing awkwardly. Qianyue took out a sealing scroll, tossed the body inside, and dealt with the monkey-masked ninja who was about to start dancing, also throwing him into a sealing scroll. Xiaobai, take the scroll far away and then destroy it. Hiding the bodies in the morgue is definitely not a good idea. Qianyue previously was just thinking randomly. Bodies should be destroyed to avoid causing trouble for himself. Watching Xiaobai carry the scroll and disappear into the night, Qianyue stretched and returned to the morgue. Watergate and Shunshu were still immersed in the notes, unable to extricate themselves, even unaware that Qianyue had gone out. Now, Iwagakure and Sunagakure have also joined the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The current situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain is chaotic, with Hanzo declaring war on both Sunagakure and Iwagakure simultaneously, which is good for us in Konoha. A multi-party melee is better than being besieged. The command center was still brightly lit, with Danzo sitting in the main seat, representatives from various departments and jonin of the village sitting below. Without jonin strength or being representatives of various departments, they practically had no qualifications to attend such a meeting. Chapter 66. Danzo refuses to negotiate. Tsunade leaves in anger. The actions of Sunagakure are to drag us firmly into the territory of the Land of Rain, preventing the war from ending quickly. Tsunade spoke seriously, saying loudly, "Moreover, Lord Hokage has proposed to negotiate with Hanzo to end the war as soon as possible and turn to face the enemies invading the Land of Fire. This is the intention of the third Hokage. Tsunade is merely conveying it. As for whether Danzo is willing to listen, that's his business. It seems that Danzo is unwilling to negotiate with Hanzo. Once a conversation is successful and the war ends, Danzo can only return to Konoha. He can only continue to serve as the Hokage's assistant and the leader of Root. Holding tightly to his power, he would have to let it go. Everyone is watching Danzo to see if he will negotiate with the Rain Shinobi village, and it all depends on him. After all, Danzo is the commander appointed by the village. If he disagrees, even the third Hokage's intentions would be in vain, unless a formal order is given. Under everyone's gaze, Danzo slowly spoke. The current situation is chaotic. The military strength of the Rain Shinobi village is formidable, and Hanzo, being a demigod, would not easily negotiate with Konoha. This war will not end easily. If we wish to negotiate, we should first send someone to contact Hanzo. Isn't that what a wise person would do? Tsunade coldly looked at Danzo, knowing he wouldn't agree. However, the third Hokage's intention was negotiation, not orders. Negotiation means that major matters on the front line are decided by Danzo. If he is unwilling, it is equivalent to saying nothing. Orochimaru wore a faint smile, looking at Danzo with a hint of sarcasm. This outcome was not beyond his expectations. Only Jiraiya couldn't stand it and frowned, pressing for answers. Once this was said, many of the high-ranking ninjas in the command center changed their expressions. They shared Jiraiya's thoughts, hoping to end the war as soon as possible. The Land of Fire is currently in chaos, with ninja from the Sand Village stirring trouble everywhere. Ending the war with the Rain Shinobi village as soon as possible is the best choice. But Danzo seemed unwilling. Are you questioning me? Being questioned in front of so many people made Danzo lose face, glaring at Jiraiya. You see, I knew it. Tsunade scoffed, crossing her arms and remaining silent. Although she was reluctant to argue with Danzo, Jiraiya still made an effort. Lord Danzo, I am not questioning your authority. I just hope we can send someone to contact the Rain Shinobi village and see if they are willing to negotiate. If the Rain Shinobi village disagrees, how about we take the war to the end? Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, is afraid of just one Rain Shinobi village? I will personally send someone to contact the Rain Shinobi village. Do you have any other issues? Danzo's face darkened. Jiraiya shook his head. No, just let Lord Danzo handle it. Then today's meeting is concluded. Everyone, go back to your duties and make sure to do your jobs well. Do not give the enemy any chance for a sneak attack. Danzo dismissed the meeting. Everyone stood up and left the command center. Get ready. This will be a long struggle, Orochimaru said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Anyone could tell who he was mocking. Jiraiya was speechless. What good is saying this now when you didn't speak up before? I need to arrange some things for the medical department. Tsunade was in a foul mood and didn't plan to stay in the camp any longer. Looking at Danzo's sinister face made her feel stifled. It would be better to go to the battlefield. Aren't you staying? Orochimaru still smiled widely. Tsunade shot him a cold glare. I want to smash your face right now. Why hit me? I didn't provoke you. Orochimaru replied innocently with a smile, spreading his hands. Jiraiya nervously smiled and took a few steps back, not daring to provoke Tsunade at this moment, or he would really get beaten up. After arranging things for the medical department, Tsunade approached Chiyuki and the others. You 3, go back and rest immediately. Pack your things in the morning and leave the camp with me. Someone will take over the work here. Are we going to the battlefield? Ju showed eagerness, almost moved to tears. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, but Tsunade had refused to let him go to the battlefield, and Orochimaru had no intention of bringing him along. As a result, Ju had been doing menial work in the camp, waiting until today. You seem very pleased? Tsunade's murderous gaze swept over him. Ju froze like he had been struck by lightning, his smile freezing in place. Your sister is like a volcano about to erupt. It just takes a spark and you're showing off at this time. If you don't get hit, it's simply against the natural order. Ju's old habits flared up again. Minato scratched his head, revealing a burdened smile. However, the moment Minato smiled, he was immediately targeted. After just reprimanding his younger brother, Tsunade turned around and saw Minato grinning and scratching his head. This smile, this action was exactly like Jiraiya's, making Tsunade furious. What are you laughing at? You're just like your teacher. Minato, what did I do to deserve this? All right, let us just leave it at that. Hurry back to rest, pack your things, and we leave tomorrow morning. That was the end of it. Although staying in camp was safe, aside from the risk of betrayal, the job of guarding the morgue was really not suitable for Qianyue. Is there any news? How long has it been? Does it take this long to warn a little brat? In the command center, Danzo recalled sending someone to warn Qianyue. It was already late at night, and still, no one had returned. Sir, Saru and Samly haven't come back. A root ninja appeared in the command center. Useless. Danzo angrily scolded. You can't even handle such a small matter. You're simply useless. Indeed, the strength of Root was still too weak, and Sarutobi wouldn't let him recruit people from the village's clans, or else Root's situation wouldn't be so awkward. At this time, the third Hokage was at the peak of both strength and ambition and would certainly not allow Danzo to act recklessly. Unlike after the Third Great Ninja War, when Danzo could do as he pleased in Konoha, he didn't hesitate to take orphans from the orphanage for experiments and train them into spies, even openly recruiting people from various clans to join Root and serve him. Since I'm going to bring them back and see what that brat Qianyue is up to. Yes, sir. The Root ninja quickly left and soon brought back some bad news. Lord Danzo, Qianyue, and the others have already returned to their tents to rest. This is a command from Lady Tsunade. A new team has already been sent to guard the morgue. No trace of Saru and the others was found nearby, but footprints were discovered not far from the morgue, and there was blood on the ground. Perhaps footprints and blood on the ground. Does that need explaining? They are already dead. So the question arises, who dares to attack Danzo's men? Qianyue? He is the only one with the strength and motive. After all, my people want to warn him. If he got angry, he might have killed them. Find the bodies. If there is enough evidence to prove that this brat did it, immediately detain him. Yes, currently, it was still just suspicion. Danzo had no evidence pointing to Root's ninjas being killed by Qianyue, even if Qianyue had such potential and motive. Without evidence, Danzo didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, Tsunade and the others would jump out and cause a lot of trouble. However, could they still find the bodies of Root's ninjas? Chapter 67. Meeting the enemy, 3 little brats. Not bad if they don't get unlucky. The sealing scroll was taken away from the camp by Shiro and destroyed far away. There was nothing left, not even a hair. Even if Danzo's men turned the camp upside down, they couldn't find any clues, let alone find any evidence. The Root ninjas searched all night, running back and forth in the camp and even outside it. But in the end, they found nothing, leaving Danzo trembling with rage, fuming. For some, this night was destined to be an unsettled one. Qianyue, however, slept soundly. Shortly after Shiro left, he returned to his body. Qianyue was looking forward to seeing Tuanzong searching for corpses everywhere, but finding none, and yet there was no evidence proving it was his doing. The expression of gritting teeth and wanting to take him down, yet having no proof, was something she enjoyed. She loved the look of discontent on his face while being unable to act against her. That expression would definitely be spectacular. After eating, they were about to leave the camp and enter the battlefield. Minato and Ju were a bit nervous. Qianyue was still indulging in her delicious food. Without a phone, a computer, or novel she liked to read, food became her best pastime to kill time and also satisfy her hunger. Watching Qianyue make breakfast while humming an unknown tune sounded pretty good. The most important thing was that Qianyue showed no signs of nervousness at all. Ju couldn't help but ask, Qianyue, aren't you nervous about going to the battlefield? Nervous? After glancing back at the somewhat off Ju and Minato, Qianyue twitched her mouth. What's the use of being nervous? Just because you're nervous doesn't mean you won't have to kill enemies, right? Or do you think if you're nervous, the enemy will let you off? Qianyue was right. Being nervous was of no use. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru arrived together, opened the tent canvas, and walked in. Did I come too late today? Jiraiya stretched his neck to look into the pot. He was really craving the noodles Tsunade had eaten yesterday. Among the future 3 legendary ninjas, Jiraiya was the one who knew how to enjoy life the most. Unfortunately, some of his behaviors were inappropriate and off-putting. We can eat soon. Anticipating that Jiraiya and Orochimaru might come to grab a meal, Qianyue prepared a bit more. Fragrant egg fried rice, plus a bowl of bone soup without scallions. A great day starts in the morning. in the frontline camp having rice, eggs, and meat was already quite good. Qianyue didn't dare to expect the logistics team to bring scallions and other ingredients. The 6 of them gathered around the table, eating with great enthusiasm. That shameless guy, Jiraiya, even had his eyes on Minato's portion, making Minato feel both amused and helpless. "You're eyeing my egg fried rice. Teacher, I SNT that a bit too much. I'm still growing," Minato said somewhat helplessly. "What a shame." Tsunade glared at Jiraiya, who chuckled awkwardly, not daring to have any more improper thoughts, and could only look at his empty bowl with regret, sighing, "The portion is too small, not enough to eat. Pack up. We're leaving soon. Ju, you wash the dishes." "Huh? Why me?" Ju looked confused. "You don't want to?" Seeing that Tsunade was about to enter the phase of being full and beating her disciple, Orochimaru had no intention of helping. Instead, he stood to the side, arms crossed, enjoying the show. Clearly, Uncle Snake was very happy to see this kind of excitement. "Let us go." After packing up, Tsunade specifically took Qianyue to the logistics department and moved away quite a bit of their supplies. The logistics personnel were dumbfounded, wanted to stop it, but didn't dare. Now, they didn't have to worry about going hungry anymore. However, the environment in the Land of Rain was harsh, and it was not easy to find firewood. With the ceiling scroll filled with supplies, Qianyue felt very reassured. Indeed, Tsunade had the connections, and whatever they needed, they could just take it. Unlike others, who had to apply first to get a ceiling scroll, and even then had to wait for approval to retrieve it. Don't they need to inform them about this? Leaving the camp and entering the battlefield, Jiraiya looked back worriedly at the 3 short figures behind him. Tsunade shook her golden hair, which was sticking with water droplets, and said lightly, "This Ju might have some issues, but with Qianyue around, it won't be a problem. This kid is smarter than you. If the enemy encounters them, it'll be their bad luck. Let us go." The 6 of them formed 2 small teams, with Tsunade and her group being the assault team, going wherever the fighting was intense. Qianyue, Minato, and Ju formed a new small team to guard a checkpoint not too far from the camp. Tsunade directly ignored Minato and Ju and designated Qianyue as the team leader. "So, we're just left here?" Ju raised his hand to his forehead, looking far into the distance. But unfortunately, Tsunade and the others had already disappeared into the rain. Throwing his raincoat aside, Qianyue leaned against the checkpoint's rain shelter pole. They're preparing to go to the most intense fighting area. "What are you going to do? Go to your death?" Don't underestimate the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Tsunade and the others were constantly facing danger. In the most dangerous situation, Jiraiya almost kicked the bucket. If it weren't for the quick arrival of reinforcements, one of the legendary 3 ninjas would have been lost. With Ju's strength, following Tsunade was just going to send himself to die. What was the point? "Can't you say something nice?" Ju was furious and wanted to challenge Qianyue. But unfortunately, he felt he was lacking in strength. He was afraid he would end up like Shimizu Hideyoshi. If Qianyue used Genjutsu on him, and he ended up dancing in the rain, he might as well find a place to crash and not live anymore. Be careful. Even if it's a checkpoint, enemies might come to attack at any time. Minato was tense, always paying attention to the surroundings, with only the 3 of them nearby. If they were attacked, they wouldn't even have anyone to call for help. Even if they fired a signal flare, it would take some time for the camp to send someone out. During this time, they had to carry it themselves. The battlefield was not a place for play. One careless move could cost them their lives. Stay calm. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm not nervous, so why are you? Qianyue patted Minato's shoulder, signaling him to relax and not be so jumpy. Speaking of which, Qianyue suddenly asked, Ju, I've always had a question. What question? Folding the raincoat neatly and placing it aside, Ju looked up at her. Qianyue asked, as direct descendants of the first Hokage and part of the Senju clan, why was your sister granted the title of Konoha Princess by the daimyo? But you didn't receive such treatment? What a bizarre question. But makes some sense. Minato blinked. Not old enough? Playing around, you know nothing. How old was Tsunade when she was granted the title of Konoha Princess? I don't know that. This question really caught Ju off guard because he had never thought about it. Qianyue suddenly brought it up, and Ju was a bit confused. If my sister was granted the title of Konoha Princess, what about me? Sh. Shouldn't I be given a title like Konoha Prince? Is it because the daimyo prefers girls? Minato tsuklet deliberately testing you. A single sentence plunged Sh. into self-doubt. Minato, you're quite the talent. Such thoughts come to your mind. However, the daimyo wasn't someone who just liked girls. The fundamental reason Tsunade was granted the title of Konoha Princess was due to the relationship between Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, which was a form of flattery. After all, Tsunade's mother was from the daimyo's family. Building relationships through marriage and giving a princess title wasn't shameful. In terms of lineage, Tsunade was half from the daimyo's family. As for Sh. he could only say he was born too late. After his birth, the Senju clan had already been civilianized. No longer the number one family in Konoha or the ninja world, so such good things wouldn't fall to him. Prepare for battle. Just as they were talking, Qianyue looked up at the sky at the signal flare, put on her raincoat, and rushed into the rain. Chapter 68. The Rumored Puppet Master? Not so much Minato had been wearing a raincoat, and didn't he know what was wrong with Sh. who had folded his raincoat neatly. As a result, when it came time to put it on, it wasted a lot of time, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and follow along in the rain. Not far from the checkpoint, several Konoha ninjas were fleeing in a disheveled manner, with many Mangekyō ninjas chasing after them. At this moment, the Rain Village was a battlefield for the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ninjas from Konoha, Mangekyō, Iwagakure, and the Rain Village were all gathered here, resulting in total chaos. You hit me, I hit you. As long as they're not one of us, they're the enemy. Compared to the Rain Village and the Rock Village, the Sand Village is purely targeting Konoha. Killing Konoha ninjas is a priority, since the Sand Village launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire. Chiyo led an army of ninjas into the Rain Country, and the number of Konoha ninjas attacked by Sand Village ninjas has been more frequent than those attacked by the Rain Village. Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu. On the battlefield, the Fireball Jutsu is known as a merciful technique, grand in scale, but almost incapable of killing, though it's sufficient to draw the enemy's attention. A massive fireball surged forward, evaporating much of the rainwater along its path. Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Be careful. With such a large fireball coming, the sand ninjas chasing Konoha ninjas had to stop and quickly dodge. Boom! The fireball collided with a large tree, exploding and splintering the fallen tree into pieces. The damp wood ignited and burned continuously, but gradually extinguished under the relentless rain. A fireball technique successfully drew the enemy's attention to itself. Several Konoha ninjas were safely rescued. It turned out the reinforcements were just 3 kids. Upon seeing the appearance of the newcomers, the Sand Village ninjas couldn't help but laugh. 3 kids in their teens dare to show off. They really don't know how to write the word death. Be careful, they are very strong. With a puppeteer, we can wait for reinforcements. What safety has finally been guaranteed, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 3 children. A Konoha Nin anxiously shouted at the 3. Just as he spoke, he found that Chiyuki had already charged forward. He desperately wanted to tell them to stop, but he realized his eyes couldn't keep up with their speed. What the hell? Are kids these days that outrageous? Such fast body flicker technique. Up. Minato and Noboru exchanged glances and quickly followed Chiyuki's lead. They didn't want Chiyuki to fight alone, seeking death. As Chiyuki charged forward alone, the sand ninjas were nearly doubled over with laughter. With a flick of his arm, 2 puppet arms aimed at Chiyuki, and the puppet's palms sprouted 2 dark tubes, from which countless poison needles shot out. If that's the case, then go die. Boom! As the 2 puppets were shooting poison needles, one of them suddenly exploded. Chiyuki had already reached its front and said with some disappointment, "Too slow. Is this the fighting style of a puppeteer? Besides having a wide area and being highly poisonous, it doesn't seem that impressive. Little brat, you've underestimated yourself." The sand ninjas were quite angry, glancing at their damaged puppet in pain as they quickly retreated, ready to let the puppet on their back join the battle. However, what reflected in their eyes was a pair of scarlet eyes. Thud! The sand ninja felt as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart, freezing him in place, unable to move, and the scene before him began to blur. Uchiha! A sharp pain struck as his heart was pierced by a kunai. Before dying, he could only utter these 3 words, and his body uncontrollably slumped down. Captain, Wind style, great breakthrough. In just an instant, the leading Sand Nin had fallen to the ground, and the remaining Sand Ninjas were both surprised and angry, immediately launching attacks at Qianyue. Several kunai with explosive tags flew through the air, while others used ninjutsu to attack. Earth style, earth flow wall. Just as Qianyue was about to dodge, Noboru and Minato had already rushed up. As members of the Senju clan, they excelled in water and earth-style ninjutsu. In this regard, Noboru was no exception. He had put considerable effort into water and earth techniques. Boom! A thick earth wall blocked in front of Qianyue, intercepting the enemy's thrown kunai and ninjutsu. Thanks! Qianyue jumped onto the earth wall and charged out. Although he didn't need the protection of the wall, having teammate support was always good. No need to be polite. Noboru gave a thumbs up, grinning widely, his white teeth almost reflecting a beam of light. Unfortunately, he misread the situation because Qianyue had already disappeared from his spot. Hey, wait for me. With his Sharingan observing the enemy's movements, Qianyue had already charged in. Compared to Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu, he excelled more in Taijutsu and swordsmanship. In a team without even a Nin, encountering a presence like Qianyue, who seemed to be cheating, was like a fierce tiger breaking into a flock of sheep. His figure flickered across the battlefield, wherever he went. Enemies clutched their throats and hearts, collapsing to the ground. Do you have to be this fast? Leave some for us. Qianyue dispatched the enemies as easily as slicing vegetables, resolving all of them in a few swift moves. Noboru, who had been eagerly anticipating the battle, found that he had only hit a random worker. And then the fight was over. Minato at least managed to kill one enemy. What about him? He didn't even get a single hair. Is it over already? Several fleeing Konoha ninjas, sending signal flares for help, were nearly stunned. They thought they were being saved by 3 ignorant kids, but who knew they were true powerhouses? Especially that guy with silver long hair and the activated Sharingan. He was simply a freak, shaking the blood off his ninja blade as rainwater flowed down. Qianyue turned to the rescued individuals and said, "You should return to the camp as soon as possible. This is within the range of the forward outpost, and enemy reinforcements may appear at any time." "Yes, thank you 3 for the rescue." "Thank you." The few quickly straightened up, bowed to Qianyue and the others, and then helped each other, limping back toward the camp. It wasn't in vain to save them. They were quite polite. Watching the departing figures, Qianyue said to Noboru, "Noboru, you handle the bodies. There's no need to keep the forehead protectors and puppets. They won't yield much in terms of war merit, and on the battlefield, never casually touch the enemy's corpses." "Why me?" Noboru pointed at himself. Qianyue regretfully spread his palms. "Because you didn't kill a single enemy. So you're responsible for the cleanup. Is that okay? It's clearly because you moved too fast." Noboru was quite dissatisfied, but he still obediently buried the enemy corpses. It was a simple task that could be done with an earth-style ninjutsu, not too troublesome. Many people have died on the battlefield because they coveted a little war merit and looted spoils. Qianyue wasn't after such benefits. It was better to just bury them directly. Boom! The ground soil continuously rolled, covering all the enemy corpses underground. Soon, even the traces of battle were completely erased. If it weren't for the numerous corpses buried underground, who would have thought a battle had just taken place here? After tidying up the mess, the 3 returned to the outpost. Qianyue and Minato were fine, but Noboru had turned into a drenched rat. Chapter 69. Konoha has produced a super genius comparable to the ninja god. Would lighting a fire here attract the enemy? Noboru sat by the fire drying his clothes, not forgetting to ask, "By the way, Qianyue, why is your body flicker technique so explosive?" Not only is the explosive power strong, but the speed is also incredibly fast. Compared to the body flicker technique, Minato had long been impressed. His explosive power wasn't as good as Qianyue's, and his speed still couldn't match him. Fortunately, Minato had a relatively optimistic personality. If it were someone with a smaller heart, they would have been thoroughly discouraged by now. By concentrating chakra at the soles of your feet, your explosive power can also be enhanced, increasing the speed of the body flicker technique, but doing so can be quite taxing on the body. I generally wouldn't recommend this to others, but for you, you can give it a try. After all, the Senju clan chakra is usually quite abundant. Minato. As he spoke, Qianyue pointed to the distant woods. Watergate understood immediately, donned his raincoat, and left the observation post to enter the woods. Are there enemies? Shungtai reacted with some surprise. Jumping up, there were no enemies, but dinner was ready. Qianyue twitched the corner of his mouth. How did Tsunade and Orochimaru teach him? Shungtai's awareness in various aspects was clearly lacking. His strength was good, but in certain areas it was quite frustrating, even worse than Watergate. No wonder you got blown up by an explosive tag on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. And your organs were hollowed out by the ninjas from the Cloud Village, leading to Orochimaru risking it all to go to the Cloud Village and release the Eight Tails to avenge you. Using his authority as a frontline commander, he sacrificed thousands of ninjas from the Sand Village in one battle. Orochimaru really loves you. By the way, why did the ninjas from the Cloud Village go to the battlefield in the Land of Wind? They had nothing to do and even hollowed out Shungtai's organs. That's just insane. No wonder Orochimaru was furious and went to the Cloud Village to release the Eight Tails from your village. It's completely crazy, not even sparing the corpses. Dinner? Shungtai was indeed a bit bewildered. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spent much time with Qianyue. He couldn't keep up with Qianyue and Watergate's pace of thought. It was quite good enough to eat. Before Shungtai could get the answer he wanted, Watergate had already returned, carrying a not too large wild boar in his hand. Enough for 3 people to eat. Meat is not easy to store, and whenever possible, Qianyue still preferred to eat fresh, even if wild boar meat wasn't very tasty. While others on the battlefield were tense and worried about the enemy appearing, we were about to start grilling meat. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? As it turns out, no one can escape the deliciousness principle. An hour later, Shungtai was eating with grease all over his mouth, happier than anyone else. He didn't even care about his wet clothes. Eating meat was the priority. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, thousands of miles away in the camp of the Land of Rivers, the mentally traumatized Third Wind Shadow finally recovered. At this moment, he was holding intelligence collected by the Sand Village's Umbu and spies. It seemed this little brat was still hiding himself. Seeing that the intelligence did not include any praise for Qianyue's achievements from Konoha, the Third Wind Shadow knew that Qianyue had concealed some matters, such as trapping him, the strongest wind shadow, in an illusion, resulting in his mental trauma. These matters had not leaked out. The Third Wind Shadow didn't believe that Konoha would cover this up. If it were him, he would definitely spread it, as it would be a great opportunity to boost morale. How could he miss it? The fact that the news hadn't come out meant only one possibility. This little brat named Yagami Qianyue didn't report it. Was he afraid of being too dazzling and getting assassinated? Assassinating geniuses from other villages had become an unwritten rule among the ninja villages. In peacetime, as long as it wasn't too obvious on the surface, assassination was a tacitly accepted rule. Now that Qianyue had gone to the battlefield in the Land of Rain, the Third Wind Shadow couldn't just rush to the Land of Rain to confront Qianyue because of his own embarrassment. He needed to stay in the camp and control the overall situation. Since you're unwilling to spread it, then I will help you a bit. Genius? Only those who can grow up are called geniuses. Those who don't die halfway are true geniuses. Being famous in the ninja world is certainly the best. But being too famous may not necessarily be a good thing, because it brings countless troubles and hatred. It could even come from internal strife. Picking up a ninjutsu scroll, the Third Wind Shadow quickly wrote down his encounter with Qianyue and handed it to the Umbu. Spread the contents of the scroll. The wider it spreads, the better. It would be best if the ninja world knew that Konoha had a super genius named Yagami Qianyue, ideally stating that he was a super genius comparable to the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Yes, the Umbu ninja subconsciously agreed, but the next second he froze, looking up at the Third Wind Shadow in shock. Lord Wind Shadow, this. The Third Wind Shadow's voice was unquestionable. Yes. The Umbu ninja felt a chill in his heart, quickly bowed his head, respectfully took the ninjutsu scroll, and left in haste to deliver the scroll to the intelligence department. He conveyed the Third Wind Shadow's intention. As for how the intelligence department would spread the news, he didn't need to worry about that. After all, others were professionals. Upon learning of the Third Wind Shadow's request and looking at the contents of the scroll, the people in the intelligence department exchanged glances, all wide-eyed and speechless. Is the content in the scroll real? It can't be, right? Just a little brat, and a mixed-blood Uchiha at that. Is he really that terrifying? The problem is that Lord Wind's shadow shouldn't casually target a little brat. His previous behavior was very strange, so he must have been injured. If that's the case, is everything true? Konoha has produced a genius who can rival Senja Hashirama? This news must be spread. With the help of the intelligence department of the Sand Village, various messages began to spread, and it didn't take long for it to reach Konoha. Sarutobi, what are you thinking? In my opinion, we should just recall Yagami Qianyue from the front line and ask him. Why guess? Tizai Kamaru impatiently urged the third Hokage. Sighing, the third Hokage put down the intelligence scroll and looked at the two helplessly. Do you think the content of the intelligence is true? It should be true, Tizai Kamaru said. Such an embarrassing thing, they wouldn't want to hide it. Why would the third Wind Shadow want to make it public? Isn't it just to let other villages know that Yagami Qianyue is a super genius and then find a way to eliminate him? If it is true, why didn't Yagami Qianyue report it honestly? Mito Minion pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. These matters still need further verification. Annoyed, he picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a deep puff. The third Hokage's gaze was filled with gloom. This was not good news for him. Qianyue is a genius, which is important for Konoha. Geniuses are worth cultivating. But if a genius goes too far and becomes a freak, that is a problem. If Qianyue's background is clean, then it's fine. At worst, just cultivate him well and bring him into the Hokage's faction. Even if he isn't one of their own, they could find a way to make him one of their own. Unfortunately, Qianyue has Uchiha blood. Previously, the Uchiha had been indifferent, only allowing the young clan leader Uchiha Fugaku to try and invite him. But if this news spreads, the Uchiha would definitely find a way to pull Qianyue in. Once Qianyue is drawn over, everything would be for naught. He might even become a political rival. The Uchiha has been eyeing the Hokage position for quite some time. Another troubling issue for the third Hokage lay before him. If the intelligence is true, why is Qianyue unwilling to report? Chapter 70. Uchiha's moves, Danzo's killing intent. Why did he deliberately omit this part about the third Wind Shadow during the meeting in the Hokage's office? This is a lack of trust towards him and the village. Send a message to the front line, asking Tsunade to investigate and verify the authenticity. As for the rest, they would discuss it after everything is clarified. The third Hokage hoped that the news the intelligence department received was false. If it is true, he would have a hard time ahead. Father, Uchiha Fugaku returned home, dragging his weary body, and respectfully knelt before the Uchiha clan leader. Look, this is quite surprising indeed. The Uchiha clan leader's aged face, covered in age spots and wrinkles, was deeply furrowed. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku opened the scroll and began to read. This is impossible. After just reading a portion, he exclaimed in shock. Sit down. The Uchiha clan leader sternly reprimanded. As the young clan leader, who will take over the entire Uchiha in the future, you can't lose your composure over a small wave. How can you gain the trust of the clan? Yes. Uchiha Fugaku quickly sat down and continued to look at the scroll. Even so, the shock on his face could not be concealed. Is this real? The news that Qianyue single-handedly annihilated a team of Jonin was already astonishing. Moreover, he controlled Shimura Shuichi, a competent Jonin with just one Genjutsu, and the opponent was mentally traumatized, lying in the hospital for a long time before recovering. These achievements are shocking enough for a child. Even more terrifying is that even the third Kazekage fell victim to it. No wonder the Sand Ninja Village launched a surprise attack on the Land of Fire, and the third Kazekage has been missing. It made Konoha suspicious, always feeling that the third Kazekage was hiding somewhere, afraid to retaliate too fiercely, fearing that he might suddenly launch a surprise attack. It turns out he was caught in Qianyue's Genjutsu, resulting in injuries that forced him to hide and recover. Konoha has worried for so long for nothing. Annihilating a team of Jonin solidified Qianyue's status as a genius, and easily controlling Shimura Shuichi further confirmed this point. But even the so-called strongest third Kazekage couldn't withstand Qianyue's Genjutsu. This is equivalent to Qianyue reaching for the heavens. If given enough time to continue growing, he could absolutely become one of the top figures in the village. As long as your strength is strong enough, even political power can change policies because of you. This is reality. so we should continue to win him over? Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but recall the last time he went to find Qianyue, only to be turned away. He had not been able to let go of this matter. Indeed, the Uchiha clan leader leisurely brewed tea and said unhurriedly, "We Uchiha do not lack geniuses. But a genius capable of changing everything is someone we need to win over. Moreover, he himself possesses the Uchiha bloodline. How ridiculous is the reason that a white-haired person cannot be accepted?" Uchiha Hirafuya quietly listened, but couldn't help but scoff in his heart. It was you old stubborn ones who said that a white-haired person cannot be accepted. Fugaku, I am getting old. The Uchiha clan leader sighed deeply. Uchiha Fugaku lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Yes, father, I will do my best. The implication of this statement is that he is old, and the elders are also old. Even if they are wrong, they cannot lower their old faces to seek help. Therefore, this matter must fall on you. The young clan leader. You want to mind, right? After all, you will be the one to take over the Uchiha in the future. If possible, Uchiha Fugaku really didn't want to do such a thing. But he had no choice. Even if it was embarrassing, he had to go with a brave face. The Uchiha clan leader nodded in satisfaction. This matter was basically settled, with Uchiha Fugaku, the young clan leader, tasked with winning over Qianyue. If he could win him over and bring Qianyue back to Uchiha smoothly, it would prove that Uchiha Fugaku has the capability. If he cannot do it, it means he is incompetent. This was the result reached after discussions between several elders and the Uchiha clan leader. Fortunately, whether successful or not, it would not affect Uchiha Fugaku taking over the Uchiha clan. The news quickly spread, and in the Rain Country camp, Danzo also received the scroll sent by the village. Bam! After reading the contents of the scroll, Danzo slammed the table in anger. He never expected that the mixed-blood Uchiha brat he looked down on would possess such powerful talent. He thought just a warning would suffice. But who knew it was a huge threat? Even a third Kazekage fell victim, which means he could also be caught in that Sakura falling Jinjutsu. Just thinking about the possibility of being controlled by Qianyue as Jinjutsu and dancing a shameful, awkward dance in front of everyone made Danzo wish he could find a knife to chop Qianyue up first. This kind of menace cannot be left alive. But the problem is, this menace is not so easy to eliminate. From his style of action, he is not the kind of ignorant child. Trying to kidnap him with the will of fire would probably earn him, at the very least, an awkward dance Jinjutsu. From a moment Qianyue ignored the third Hokage, Danzo knew that Qianyue was not easy to handle and was not as easily fooled as other children. If it were Narashikaku or Minato, Danzo could simply lower his stance, put on a show, and reason with them, definitely able to confuse them. But with Qianyue, it would be lucky if he just sneered at him. Fooling him? Go to hell. Not even a ghost would believe Danzo's words. How to handle this? This is a troublesome problem. After thinking for a while, Danzo decided to hold back. Right now, the third Hokage is even more anxious than him, and he has no need to stick his neck out. Even if Qianyue killed his men and slapped his face, he couldn't act impulsively. If not handled properly, it would only bring him trouble. In the long run, it's not worth it. It's better to leave it for the third Hokage to worry about. After coming to this conclusion, Danzo said to the root ninjas, "Pass the message to Tsunade. Also, withdraw the surveillance on Yagami Qianyue. There is no need to keep an eye on him or get into conflict with him. The most important thing at this stage is to gain military achievements and build reputation. Only then can I have a chance to sit in the Hokage position. Now is not the time to mess around with Qianyue. How to handle is also something the third Hokage should worry about. Danzo only needs to plan for his own interests. Qianyue clearly belongs to a prickly hedgehog, hard to deal with and impossible to win over. Since that is the case, why invite trouble for himself?" The news quickly reached Tsunade. Am I seeing things? Holding the information scroll, Tsunade felt something was off. Did I misread it? Or was the content written incorrectly? This little guy Qianyue is so amazing. Jiraiya leaned over to take a look, looking speechless. You're not mistaken. This kid is quite impressive. Even the third Kazekage couldn't resist his Jinjutsu. It seems Qianyue is indeed an interesting person. Orochimaru smiled slightly, narrowing his eyes. Curiosity filling his inverted pupils about what kind of Jinjutsu could achieve such an effect. If he could learn it. Chapter 71. Indeed. I fed the third Kazekage a basin of foot-washing water. At this time, Orochimaru's wish was to learn all ninjutsu, rather than delve into dark, eternal life research. He had a deep interest in various ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Undoubtedly, he was considering the idea of Sakura falling. Thinking back to the time he and Qianyue had been playful, Tsunade instinctively shrank her neck. She wasn't afraid of jinjutsu that could control Jonin. But if even the third Kazekage couldn't escape, then it would be dangerous. If one day Qianyue got pushed too hard, he might just give her a taste of it. Imagining herself dancing awkwardly in front of everyone, Tsunade felt like she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Too embarrassing. It would be completely social death. It's better not to provoke this kid in the future, lest they really push him too hard, then it would be Barbie. The most important thing is that Qianyue is really daring. Based on Tsunade's understanding of him, if pushed too hard, Qianyue would definitely not mind making her socially dead once. Ahem, today as kids are really impressive, much stronger than us. Tsunade coughed awkwardly and threw the scroll to Jiraiya. The old man wants me to go find Qianyue to confirm the matter about the third Kazekage. Are you guys going? Let us go, Orochimaru replied clearly. Jiraiya scratched his head, thought for a moment. I'll go too. If you all leave, it's boring for me alone. Better to go together. Then let us set off. Tsunade felt her stomach betraying her with a growl. The three of them tidied up a bit and exited the war zone, quickly heading toward the lookout point. Qianyue, are we really okay like this? Qianyue, should we be a bit cautious? What is Qianyue eating today? Qianyue, I hunted a wild deer. How about having grilled meat tonight? In just a few days, the rope tree has almost transformed into Qianyue's shape. No. It has turned into Qianyue's loyal little fanboy, completely captured by Qianyue's culinary skills. At first, they were anxious, worried about attracting enemies and being blamed by the villagers. But in the end, nothing happened. Instead, the camp thoughtfully sent them some supplies. This is bizarre. Has Danzo changed his character? Look, Danzo kindly sent some fresh ingredients, including the rare beef in the camp. The three of them sat together, happily eating grilled meat, feeling quite comfortable. Qianyue didn't know what Danzo was up to. Since the ingredients sent were safe and not poisoned, why not eat? One can compromise on many things, but not on their own stomachs. Only when they are full can they have the strength to fight. You three, Tsunade, along with 2 others, rushed over. As soon as they entered the checkpoint, they saw the 3 of them sitting together, enjoying delicious grilled meat. Instantly, Tsunade felt her chest swell with anger. You're too much. In the midst of a battlefield, you're eating such good food. Move aside. With a push, Tsunade successfully occupied her brother's spot. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled. Orochimaru looked at the 3 with a strange expression. Are you here for a vacation or a battle? This little life is too carefree. Forget it. That's not important. What matters is to fill our stomachs first. So, the 3 eating grilled meat quickly turned into 6 people. Each one was eating with greasy mouths, constantly huffing out hot air. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be shocked. By the way, where did you get the beef? After eating and drinking, Jiraiya finally remembered this question. The camp generally wouldn't prepare such things. They are too expensive and there are no villages around. So even if they were to steal, they wouldn't find a place. Qianyue and the others wouldn't do such a thing for a meal. Teacher Jiraiya, it was sent by the camp, Minato honestly replied. The camp? Jiraiya exclaimed, and Orochimaru and Tsunade looked over in surprise. If it was sent by the camp, it meant Danzo approved it. My God, has the sun risen in the land of rain today? Danzo actually allowed 3 kids to have a private feast here. Can you believe this is something Danzo would do? Yes, it was sent by the camp. The logistics department said our team achieved merit, and since the camp had fresh meat, they sent some over. Minato answered truthfully. He wouldn't hide anything. Who would have thought that in just a few days at this small outpost, they had saved quite a few Konoha ninjas? Even Qianyue didn't anticipate this. The existence of the outpost was to be vigilant against a large-scale enemy attack. Yet the 3 of them saved many people and gained quite a bit of merit. This early warning job was not bad. Qianyue was getting a bit addicted to it. At least it wasn't as boring as guarding a mortuary. And it wouldn't require you to run around in heavy rain on the battlefield, killing enemies. Just guarding the outpost was enough. Produce. You could even make some delicious food to reward yourself. How nice. Tsunade and the others were extremely helpless. Qianyue, is what is above true? After resting for a while, Tsunade took out a scroll and handed it to Qianyue. Upon opening it, Qianyue was surprised and said, "Who leaked this? The third Kazekage? Doesn't he fear losing face?" Qianyue didn't expect it was about the third Kazekage being caught in the awkward dance illusion. Minato and Uchiha Makoto wouldn't disclose this outside, and neither would Qianyue. So, the only suspect was the third Kazekage. But for such an embarrassing matter, others wouldn't even want to cover it up, yet he let it spread wildly. Tsunade coming to ask him meant the news had already spread. The fact that Tsunade and the others came specifically must be related to Danzo, or the third Hokage. The one who sent them wasn't Danzo. It was likely the third Hokage, and Qianyue felt the third Hokage was more probable. This ninja hero must be anxious. Confirmed. The fact that Qianyue could speak in this tone made Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya sure the news was true. How did you do it? Tsunade had no intention of questioning. She just found it unbelievable. After all, each village's Kage is a representative of strength. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage of Sunigakure. Even he fell for it. Qianyue's awkward dance illusion must be terrifying. What do you mean, how did I do it? Qianyue looked at her irritably and said, "He thought I was just a kid, assumed I would definitely die, and then I activated my Sharingan." His attention was distracted, and I used the illusion, and just like that, he fell for it. No matter how powerful someone is, if they let their guard down against an enemy, they can have a mishap. So the third Kazekage ended up drinking the foot-washing water I fed him, and he drank a whole basin. After being caught in the cherry blossom fall illusion, even if the illusion is lifted, his mind would be traumatized, and it would take a long time to recover unless his mental strength was powerful enough to ignore the damage. Holy shit, drinking foot-washing water. The third Kazekage would definitely be furious to hear this. Tsunade and the others had black lines on their foreheads, feeling an urge to force Qianyue to change his description. After all, describing a village's Kage in such a way was indeed not very pleasant. Forget it. That's not important. Shaking her head, Tsunade continued to ask, "Then why don't you tell the village about this?" Chapter 72. If you do the first day of the month, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Let others think I'm crazy. Qianyue rolled his eyes at Tsunade, making her want to hit someone. But she raised her hand, thought for a moment, and awkwardly put it down because she noticed Qianyue's eyes were starting to turn red. The meaning was clear. If you dare to act, I will make you socially die. Why not give it a try? Try? Orochimaru and Jiraiya had a look of watching a show. Minato wore a burdened smile, and Rope Tree curiously looked around. He really wanted to know if his sister, the violent woman, could withstand Qianyue's illusion. If she couldn't withstand it, then it would be a good show to watch. You guys are just waiting to watch the show, right? Tsunade was speechless, waved her hand, and weakly said, "Forget it. Not talking about this. Why do you think no one would believe what you say?" Pointing to his own eyes and then to his own temple, Qianyue burst out laughing. "Please, I'm not stupid or blind. The village has always had issues with the Uchiha clan, can't you see? Although I'm just a half-blood, my situation isn't better than the Uchiha's. Besides, if a child said something like this, no one would believe it. Instead, they might think I'm not right in the head. They would probably say I'm either crazy or just seeking credit. Why bother? As long as the third Kazekage doesn't say anything, who would know? Who would have thought?" Sighing, Qianyue said with disappointment. Who knew the third Kazekage would be so spineless, to let such an embarrassing thing be known? You don't know. The dance he did that night was simply eye-watering. Quick, tell us. The others instantly became excited, and even Tsunade was no exception. The third Kazekage, such a rigid person, would actually dance? Was it a deliberate act to splash water? Was it to make me famous? Fine, I'll indulge you. Just wait and see who suffers more. If the third Kazekage slapped back, Qianyue would certainly hit back. You do the first day of the month, I'll do the 15th. Everyone takes turns. So Qianyue shared some essence of pole dancing. Hiss. The others gasped, staring at him in shock. The third Kazekage actually danced such a shameful dance? Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Big news, definitely big news. Quickly taking out his notebook, Jiraiya decided to write it down. Such an interesting thing cannot be missed, It will definitely surprise the old man. Ha ha ha. Didn't the third Kazekage say I was a super genius comparable to Hashirama Senju, constantly attracting hatred towards me? All right, I'll say you dance on a pole. The dignified third Kazekage of the Sand Village actually twists and turns like a dancer in the Red District. Let's see how you handle it. After a while, several people finally processed this shocking news. Minato and SHT felt their thoughts had become unhealthy, while Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he wrote incessantly, as if he had found inspiration. Orochimaru looked at Qianyue with a strange expression. He realized that Qianyue was deliberately saying this to embarrass the third Kazekage. Even if Qianyue was just making it up, he had to believe it, and when discussing it with others, he would say it like this. Normally, it wouldn't be good to slander a village's leader like this, but now everyone was enemies. You've already invaded our land of fire. Do we still need to be polite? Just make it as messy as possible. The worse, the better. As long as you tarnish the third Kazekage's reputation. That's a win. Once the news spreads, let us see how the ninjas and citizens of the Sand Village perceive their Kazekage. From now on, don't call him the strongest Kazekage. Call him the pole Kazekage. Since you like to play with iron sand, making a pole would be a piece of cake. No one is a fool, aside from Minato and SHT, whose worldviews have been refreshed and feel their thoughts are impure. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru could all see that Qianyue was just talking nonsense. Tsunade snapped back to reality, and after figuring it out, she didn't want to expose Qianyue. Nor could she, but holding in felt a bit uncomfortable. The main thing was, where did this kid learn such messy things? Could it be that he has been to those places? Just thinking about it shocked Tsunade. Orochimaru, with a smile in his eyes, deliberately asked, Qianyue, how do you know these things? Huh? What nonsense? Qianyue frowned and turned to see Tsunade's ghostly expression, realizing she misunderstood. How could Hachigami Qianyue possibly go to those kind of places? At least he hasn't been in this lifetime. Oh, that? I learned it from reading Orochimaru Senpai's book. Orochimaru's defenses crumbled. Tsunade's eyes widened. Jiraiya, shocked, looked up at Orochimaru, revealing a look of so you're this kind of person. What do you mean? Does Orochimaru-sensei also like to go to those places? SHT curiously asked. Orochimaru shot a cold glare filled with killing intent, making SHT's heart jump a few times, and he quickly hid behind Tsunade. Taking a deep breath, Orochimaru calmly said, I don't have such books. I also didn't lend any books to Qianyue, so it's not my business. How could that be? Qianyue pointed at SHT. When we were stationed at the camp by the morgue, SHT took out some books and said they were given by you. One of them was a travelogue, which had such content, even more explicit than what I said. This left Orochimaru completely dumbfounded, because the books SHT read were indeed taken from him. But he doesn't read such books, and it's even less likely he would collect them. No need to explain, I understand. Jiraiya sighed and patted Orochimaru's shoulder. We can exchange ideas another day. With a scream, Jiraiya flew out. Orochimaru's face darkened, indicating he didn't want to talk. Your teacher is really pathetic. Anyone could beat him up. Qianyue exchanged glances with Minato, who awkwardly smiled, unsure of what to say. Jiraiya's antics sometimes seemed funny, but they also made people feel awkward, especially those close to him, like Minato. At times like this, Minato was always the most uncomfortable one. Isn't the third Kazekage sick? Just to incite hatred against me. He spreads such things so widely. Is it necessary? Confirming the authenticity of the news. Tsunade and the others quickly left. Qianyue sat by the campfire, still unable to understand what the third Kazekage was trying to achieve. Is it really more important to kill a genius than to let your village's leader lose face? Perhaps the memories you gave him were too profound, leading the third Kazekage to risk embarrassment just to spread your matters, just to put you on the assassination list of other villages. In this matter, SHT had the most say. After all, he grew up listening to stories about Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju during the Warring States period. There are countless examples of rival families killing off their family geniuses. Both Hashirama and Madara experienced the pain of having brothers assassinated. After the 5 major ninja villages were established, this situation had significantly improved. Each village would provide corresponding training and protection for their geniuses to reduce premature deaths. Chapter 73. The Third Kazekage. The first person to die socially in the ninja world is actually me. Qianyue clicked his tongue in amazement. So he really invested heavily just for me, Hachigami Qianyue, even willing to sacrifice his own reputation. But I'm not at a loss. Let me add some fuel to the fire to make it burn brighter. As long as you, the third Kazekage, aren't afraid of dying from anger, I'm fine with it. Want to assassinate me? Want to kill Hachigami Qianyue early? Then come try it. Let us see who dies first, me or your reputation. Sacrificing your own reputation? SHT and Minato had strange expressions. Just based on what Qianyue said earlier, once it spreads, does the third Kazekage still have a reputation? He is likely to become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. The key issue is in peacetime, people usually wouldn't deliberately smear you, but during wartime, who cares about your face? Just promote it. As long as you're not doing well, it's beneficial for me. It's best to tarnish your third Kazekage's name, making you a huge joke, and let us see how the people of the Wind Country regard you. I, Hachigami Qianyue, am not afraid of ordinary assassinations, but are you, the third Kazekage, really not afraid of your reputation becoming rotten? Konoha, the Hokage office, still brightly lit. Inside the Hokage office, the third Hokage was still working overtime as usual. Even the elder council members, Tsukanashi Koharu and Mito Tachibana, couldn't escape. One managed the medical department, while the other managed logistics. Since the war broke out, the consumption of various supplies had increased dramatically, leaving both of them with headaches. And they had to accompany the third Hokage to work overtime. Koharu, how is the graduation situation of the new ninjas? Due to the war, there weren't many suitable candidates to guide ninjas in the village, and this batch of new ninjas would likely face a long period without teachers. Just the battlefield in the Land of Rain had consumed a lot of Konoha's energy, and, at this time, the Sand Village declared war on Konoha, forcing Konoha to fight on two fronts, with powerful ninjas constantly being dispatched to the battlefield. As a result, the newly graduated ninjas faced an awkward situation. Without enough guiding ninjas, many had to form teams on their own and become self-sufficient. They tried to arrange some simple commissions and tasks for these children to reduce team casualties. At this moment, the third Hokage didn't have a good way to arrange these newly graduated students. Mito, how long will it take to replenish the ninja tools purchased from the Land of Crafts? It's likely to take some time. Pushing up his glasses on his nose, Mito was also troubled by this issue. The daily consumption of food, medicine, and ninja tools on the battlefield was enormous, and relying solely on Konoha's reserves was insufficient. They needed to purchase from outside. Unfortunately, at this time, prices for various supplies had skyrocketed. Even having money might not guarantee purchases. The most scarce item is the detonating talisman. Even if the price triples, there aren't enough goods to buy. After frowning and thinking for a moment, the third Hokage sighed. The reserves in Konoha should last for a while longer. I will discuss this with the clan leaders and hope they can release some of their stored supplies. Lord Hokage. At this moment, a ninja from the Umbu entered the Hokage's office and respectfully placed an intelligence scroll on the table. This is the intelligence returned from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage nodded, picked up the scroll, and opened the seal on it. Cough, cough, cough. After glancing at the contents of the scroll, the third Hokage began to cough violently, his aging face turning red from the strain. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scroll that had fallen onto the table. What kind of intelligence could cause such a commotion for you? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade and Mitarashi Anko walked over. Tsunade looked down and froze in place. Cough, cough. Mitarashi Anko coughed lightly, trying to suppress a laugh. After calming down from the shock, the third Hokage felt the need to smoke a pipe to calm his nerves. After taking a few deep puffs, he finally put away the scroll and summoned the Umbu ninja. Have the intelligence department spread this information. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninja, unaware of what was written in the scroll, respectfully picked it up and left. The third Kazekage was about to become famous. Famous throughout the ninja world. And it was good fame. In just a few puffs of smoke, the third Hokage decided to spread the news. Since you are unkind, Don't blame me for being unjust. Even if I think this information is nonsense, I will spread it, making you, third Kazekage, embarrassed to death. Tsunade and Mitarashi Anko remained silent, tacitly agreeing with the third Hokage's plan. You have brought an army to attack our land of fire. Why should we be polite? Moreover, you were the one who carelessly spread the news first. Since you, third Kazekage, have no shame, why should Konoha help you cover it up? Whether it's true or not, let us spread it first. It's not us who will be embarrassed. Thus, various outrageous versions of the story spread out. The first to spread, it was Konoha. Have you heard? The third Kazekage of Sunagakure actually dances that kind of embarrassing dance. What dance? Are you stupid? You know, the one you pay to see at that place. It's already spreading now. Huh? Is there such a thing? Absolutely true. I heard it from my aunt's nephew's wife's aunt. The news is definitely real. Like a whirlwind, the news spread throughout Konoha. In less than a morning, the third Kazekage became the laughingstock of the entire Konoha. Countless people discussed the matter, laughing until their faces turned red and they couldn't stand up straight. Meanwhile, the spies from Sunagakure embedded in Konoha were dumbfounded upon hearing this news. This can't be true, right? The Kazekage has such a hobby? The spies couldn't help but imagine the scene of their Kazekage dancing that type of dance, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. It's too much to look at. It's better to spread the news as soon as possible. The news spread from Konoha, and within the camp in the Land of Rain, it was also circulating. Many ninjas were stunned. My goodness, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure has such a hobby? No, such a perverted hobby? Truly, you can't judge a person by their appearance. The sea cannot be measured by a pint. I've learned a lot. Countless ninjas had nothing better to do than discuss this matter. Consequently, the news gradually spread, reaching even the Rain Village, Rock Village, and the Sunagakure troops also fighting in the Land of Rain. Chapter 74. Ambush us? Close the door, release the rope tree. Hanzo confirmed the intelligence multiple times. If it weren't for the fact that the intelligence was collected by his capable subordinate, he would have thought the other side was joking with him. Has my half-god, the salamander Hanzo, fallen behind the times? I'm getting old, and today as youth certainly know how to have fun. Noki sighed, unable to imagine such a scene. Even if this news is most likely false, who cares? Even if it's fake, you, third Kazekage, can't clean up your own mess. Because it was you, Sunagakure, who first spread the news, saying that Konoha's Chiyo could control you with Jinjutsu. Since you were controlled by Jinjutsu, it should be reasonable for you to do some outrageous things, right? Bang! Chiyo slammed the table and angrily said, "This is absolutely false. The Kazekage would never do such a thing. Even if the Kazekage said he was controlled by Jinjutsu, it's clearly an attempt to elevate the reputation of that brat Chiyo. Now Konoha has seized the opportunity to deliberately slander our Kazekage. Pass down my orders. No one is allowed to discuss this matter. Additionally, contact the camp in the Land of Rivers, hoping the Kazekage can clarify the misunderstanding as soon as possible. If this continues spreading, not only will the third Kazekage be disgraced, but the reputation of Sunagakure will also go down the drain. The daimyo is already dissatisfied with Sunagakure. Hearing this news will definitely make him furious. As one of the parties involved, the third Kazekage, upon learning of this, found the entire command post of Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers covered in iron sand. It's easy to imagine how angry the third Kazekage was. In the following period, the third Kazekage was disgraced, but Sunagakure's attack frequency on Konoha also increased significantly, causing Kakashi to constantly complain. While complaining, he secretly laughed at how the third Kazekage dug a big pit for himself and ultimately buried himself. Even if Sunagakure comes forward to refute the rumors, this matter will still stick to the third Kazekage. It will pin him firmly to the pillar of shame. In the future, when someone mentions the third Kazekage, this disgraceful incident will be brought up, and even when mentioning Chiyo, it will be dragged out for criticism. The sky was dim and overcast, and the heavy rain had been falling for several days without any sign of stopping. Walking on the muddy road, Ju couldn't help but complain. I think entering the battlefield at this time is definitely not a wise decision. You'd have to ask our commander about that. Chiyo casually replied, leaving Ju speechless. Despite her noble status, Ju wasn't Tsunade and didn't dare to casually speak ill of Danzo. This is a decision made after discussions at the command post. We can't blame just one person, Minato countered with a smile. The team was ultimately reassigned from the outpost because some Nin felt that the team shouldn't be stationed at such an outpost. It was a bit of a waste of resources. With Chiyo's strength, she could fully enter the battlefield to kill more enemies and do more, rather than huddling in one place, guarding a somewhat dispensable outpost. After negotiations, the team was dispatched to support the main forces on the front lines. Recently, the attacks from Mangekyō had become increasingly fierce, compounded by the targeting from Rock Village and Rain Village, putting a lot of pressure on the frontline troops. The camp could only continue to send suitable teams to provide support. Chiyo and her companions were one of the support teams. Master, there are enemies lying in ambush in the forest ahead, hiding under a raincoat and resting on Chiyo's shoulder. Bai poked his little head out to remind Chiyo. Minato and Ju immediately became alert. In the past few days, they had avoided several waves of enemies thanks to Bai's reminders, and had even wiped out several small teams. Which village ninja are they? Chiyo gestured, and the three quickly hid. The land of rain had a lot of rainfall, but aside from this drawback, the environment was quite nice with forests everywhere, making it suitable for hiding or ambushing. They are ninjas from Rock Village. In this respect, Bai was an expert. One should never underestimate the sensing abilities of tailed beasts. Bai's perception ability is unmatched, even by Qianyue. Ninjas from IWA Ninja Village? Qianyue squinted, gesturing to Minato and Shunshu hiding behind a tree trunk, and circled around from one side. How cunning! The IWA ninjas used Earth-style ninjutsu to create a small space underground to hide. To prevent anyone from sneaking around them, they set up many concealed traps. If it weren't for knowing in advance that the enemy was prepared, they could have easily fallen into a trap. However, is hiding underground truly safe? Not only ninjas from IWA Ninja Village are adept at Earth-style ninjutsu. Close the door, let Shunshu in. After dealing with several traps around, Qianyue finally allowed Minato and Shunshu to come over. The two approached cautiously and whispered, Qianyue, where's the enemy hiding? Wrapping her arm around Shunshu's neck, Qianyue pointed to a slightly raised area on the outskirts of the forest. Do you see that? Right below there. Since they like to hide underground, let's keep them underground. This is my specialty. Shunshu chuckled, stealthily sneaking up and quickly forming hand seals. Earth-style, rock collapse technique. Boom! The ground began to shake. And before the rock-hidden ninjas hiding under the small mound realized what was happening, boulders began to collapse, burying them alive. Prepare for battle. Just burying the enemy underground wasn't enough. IWA Ninja Village was best known for its Earth-style ninjutsu, and they had many ways to escape being buried alive. Qianyue charged forward, with Minato following closely after drawing his kunai. Qianyue's prediction was accurate. Seconds later, in the massive pit caused by the collapse, the rocks parted, and several disheveled figures leaped out. Unfortunately for them, they were met by the already prepared Qianyue and Minato. Ugh, almost got buried alive. The rock-hidden ninjas had no choice but to use ninjutsu to escape, running out from the underground space that wasn't completely filled with rocks. But as soon as they jumped up, their feet hadn't even touched the ground when Qianyue's attack awaited them. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A large amount of chakra gathered in her throat, and Qianyue spewed out flames, forming a fire dragon that rushed toward the several rock-hidden ninjas who had just escaped from the underground. The rock-hidden ninjas were dazed before they could land. They were engulfed in flames, instantly consumed by the searing fire. The smell of charred flesh filled the air as a few corpses fell from the sky. Holding his kunai tightly and preparing for battle, Minato looked at Qianyue with a somewhat resentful gaze. Can you not do that? You always end the battle so quickly that I don't even get to touch a single hair of the enemy before it's over. Shunshu at least managed to get a hit in, but he didn't get anything. Chapter 75. Do you think not looking into my eyes will prevent you from being caught in my genjutsu? Looking at the smoldering charcoal on the ground, Qianyue stepped forward and patted Minato's shoulder, comforting him. Don't be anxious. The enemies are endless. Besides, you want to become the fastest man in the ninja world. So next time, Try to be faster than me. I don't believe you. You just became the fastest man in the ninja world. Don't think I don't know what you're referring to. Minato didn't want the title of the fastest man in the ninja world at all. He had grown up and needed to regain his masculine pride. How could he be fast? It must be said that following Qianyue, Minato gradually learned to be bad. And even Shanshu was starting to be led astray. Minato was right. Qianyue's strikes were too swift. Stepping forward and looking at the charred corpses on the ground. Shanshu grinned. TSK, how tragic. These ninjas from IWA Ninja Village met you, and it was like encountering their nemesis. They couldn't even hide. In the sky, a signal flare specifically for Konoha ninjas exploded, and Qianyue suddenly looked up at the flare extinguished by the rain, her expression turning serious. There was no time to deal with the bodies. Someone was sending a distress signal. Let's go. Qianyue led the charge into the rain curtain, with Minato and Shanshu following closely. The sounds of fierce fighting grew closer, and a group of Konoha ninjas was fleeing in disarray, pursued by a considerable number of Rain Village ninjas. Save them. Qianyue and Minato rushed to the front. Shanshu nodded heavily and quickly formed hand seals. Earth style, earth spike technique. As the ground trembled, sharp rocks erupted from underground, instantly disrupting the formation of the Rain Village ninjas. A few unfortunate ones had their bodies pierced by the sharp rocks, letting out cries of agony. We are saved. We are saved. There's reinforcements. Quickly, come over. Suddenly, a helping hand reached out, and the Konoha ninjas were overjoyed, quickly helping the injured to get closer to Shanshu. The pursuit by the Cloud Village ninjas was interrupted, and a few still alive, unfortunate souls were rescued by their comrades. A Rain Village ninja dressed in Jonin armor raised his hand to signal others to come closer, watching Qianyue and Minato warily, and asked, "Is that Qianyue from Konoha?" "Huh." Qianyue didn't expect the opponent to recognize her identity. "Be careful, their Jinjutsu is very strong. Don't look into his eyes." Recently, news about Qianyue and the third Kazekage had spread throughout the ninja world, and ninjas from various villages had gathered some information about Qianyue. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, ninjas from Rain Village, IWA Village, and Suna Village had been warned that if they encountered Qianyue, they must be cautious, as her Jinjutsu was formidable and she possessed the Sharingan with 3 Tomo. Even a shadow-level powerhouse like the third Kazekage had accidentally fallen victim. Konoha's own ninjas had directly been controlled by her Jinjutsu, a terrifying technique that no one dared to underestimate. This person is a bit foolish. Watching the Rain Village ninjas all lower their heads or turn their faces away, avoiding eye contact with Qianyue, she thought, "You really don't believe that my awkward dance Jinjutsu requires direct eye contact to work, do you?" When encountering a Uchiha clan Jonin, closing one's eyes to fight or not looking into the opponent's eyes had become an unwritten understanding in the ninja world. They clearly regarded her as a typical Uchiha ninja. But does Jinjutsu really require direct eye contact to be effective? What you're doing now would earn the Kurama clan a scolding. Unfortunately, the Kurama clan had fallen into obscurity, leaving them without much reputation in the ninja world. Ultimately, it was still the Kurama clan's bloodline limit that was too disappointing. As long as enough information was gathered, one could fight against the enemy's weaknesses. How did I end up becoming a ready-made teaching template without even realizing it? And not even a positive one. Qianyue was amused by the absurdity of it all. It seemed she needed to spread the terror of her awkward dance Jinjutsu to prevent everyone from thinking that avoiding her Sharingan would keep them safe. What made Qianyue speechless was that in terms of Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and Ninjutsu, her weakest area was Jinjutsu. If it weren't for the Sharingan and her exclusive awkward dance skills, she wouldn't bother with Jinjutsu at all. With that time spent on Jinjutsu, she might as well focus on Taijutsu and swordsmanship, which are her strengths. Be careful. This guy is called Tenraku. He excels in Taijutsu and swordsmanship. Our special Jonin team leader died at his hands. A wounded Konoha ninja warned the 3. Don't underestimate this guy. His strength is not weak. Don't worry, it's fine. You're safe now. Shanshu took out bandages and emergency medicine from his ninja tool pouch. I'll help you bandage your wounds. Reinforcements should arrive soon. As for the enemy, you don't need to worry. Qianyue and Minato will handle it. Was it really okay? Although they had heard about some of Qianyue's deeds, the enemy's numbers were considerable, and Qianyue and Minato looked really young. With just this few enemies, there won't be any problem. Shangshu skillfully bandaged the wounds of several injured people. He had done this many times while in the camp. How dare he start bandaging the injured right in front of us? Doesn't he think much of us? Shangshu's actions made the ninjas of Rain Ninja Village unable to tolerate it. If it weren't for their fear of the reputation of Qianyue, they would have rushed up long ago. But Shangshu was bold enough to bandage the injured in front of them, and even belittle them in the process. As if that wasn't enough, after the insults, he also kicked them a few times. First take care of the injured behind. I'll hold off Yagami Qianyue. With a command from Kamikawa Nariku, the ninjas of Rain Ninja Village sprang into action. Kamikawa Nariku, who was skilled in taijutsu, vanished in an instant and appeared in front of Qianyue, swinging a long, sharp samurai sword towards Qianyue's throat. Why bother? So eager to seek death? Did he really think that avoiding my gaze would allow him to escape from the inevitable dance of illusion? Isn't that a bit naive? Sakura Falling's exclusive skill activated, and Kamikawa Nariku felt a dizzying spin before his consciousness was pulled into the illusion space. Without giving him any chance to dance, Qianyue snatched the ninja sword from him and directly cut his throat. Puff, blood sprayed out, and the nearly dead Kamikawa Nariku was forced to break free from the illusion space. But all that awaited him was death. With shock and disbelief in his eyes, Kamikawa Nariku weakly covered his throat and collapsed on the ground, unable to comprehend when he had been controlled by the illusion until his last breath. Lord Nariku! In just the blink of an eye, Kamikawa Nariku had fallen to the ground, and the ninjas of Rain Ninja Village stood in shock, staring blankly at Kamikawa Nariku's body lying in the mud. Not good. Lord Nariku is dead. A few seconds later, the remaining ninjas of Rain Ninja Village scattered, no longer daring to entertain the thought of surrounding and killing the Konoha ninjas. The leading J-nin had died with just one encounter. If they charged forward, it would be nothing short of suicide. Yagami Qianyue's strength was clearly being concealed, and they had to survive to relay the information back. Again like this, Minato had an expression that didn't surprise him. Shangshu showed a helpless expression to the injured person who had fallen into a Spartan state. See, I told you not to worry about it, but you didn't believe me. Don't you want revenge? After taking care of Kamikawa Nariku, Qianyue had no intention of kicking someone when they were down. Seeing a ninja among the rescued standing dumbly watching, he couldn't help but ask, revenge. And there's also merit to gain. Upon Qianyue's reminder, a few of them finally reacted, excitedly shouting as they followed Minato to chase down the people from Rain Ninja Village. Who doesn't want revenge? Chapter 76, Shangshu gradually awakens, Konoha's double standards. Just moments ago, he had been chased so embarrassingly that he almost thought he was dead. But now, the opponent's J-nin was dead, leaving only CH-nin and Genin. So what was there to fear? Just do it. Moreover, Qianyue was right. Chasing down the enemy could not only provide revenge, but also earn merit. No matter if they were CH-nin or Genin, killing them would still yield merit. Thanks to Qianyue's laid-back attitude, if it were other ninjas, they would probably gain very little from these people. Sarutobi Sasaki, I have met Lord Qianyue. Seeing Qianyue approach, the middle-aged ninja, who had his wounds bandaged with Shangshu's help, quickly got up and saluted. Clearly, Qianyue's strength had earned their recognition. Generally, this kind of treatment was only given when facing a village's J-nin or someone in high position. Although Qianyue's ninja rank was still only that of a CH-nin, no one would truly treat him as a CH-nin. Sarutobi? Qianyue was surprised to find that the other party was still a descendant of the third Hokage and glanced at him in astonishment. It was well known that the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan rarely went to battle. Otherwise, how could they muster a 2,000 ninja army during the Fourth Ninja War? What kind of concept is it for one family to gather 2,000 ninjas? The opponent's clothing did not have the Sarutobi clan's family emblem. If he hadn't introduced himself, who would have thought this guy was from the Sarutobi clan, right? The Sarutobi clan is known as a civilian clan and would certainly not casually embroider their family emblem on their clothing. After all, they need to develop steadily. Being too high-profile contradicts the third Hokage's philosophy. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the Sarutobi clan? Aren't they all from Konoha? Is it that surprising? Shangshu touched Qianyue, and Qianyue smiled and said, "It's nothing, just surprised to encounter a member of the Sarutobi clan on the battlefield. It seems like it's the first time." "Is that so?" Shangshu scratched his head, recalling for a moment, then froze. There really don't seem to be many Sarutobi clan ninjas on the battlefield. At least he hadn't encountered many. No wonder Qianyue was so surprised. So the question arises, where have the Sarutobi clan ninjas gone? Shangshu wasn't stupid. He just sometimes seemed careless and reckless. In fact, when he calms down, his mind is quite sharp. Some secrets are not fresh news for Shangshu. Was the village's decision really a good one? Shangshu didn't know. He only knew that among Konoha's great clans, the Senju clan was the most unfortunate. Moreover, the ninjas who sacrificed on the battlefield were also the most. In the end, they were even civilianized by Senju Tobarama, and now they no longer even possess the surname. Shangshu and Tsunade are both direct descendants of the Senju clan, but their names are now just Shangshu and Tsunade, without the Senju surname adorning them. This shows how thorough the Senju clan civilianization is. Ironically, under such significant sacrifice from the Senju clan, some families remain silent, taking the resources that should belong to civilians and developing in the shadows. One must say that the third Hokage strategy was correct. Nowadays, Konoha's villagers no longer consider the Sarutobi and Shimura clans as great clans. All attention is focused on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Sigh. He didn't know if it was the right decision for his great-uncle to civilianize the clan and even give up their surname. Sighing, Shangshu patted Qianyue's shoulder. "You watch over the wounded. I'll go pick up some scraps. It's always you and Minato fighting enemies while I can only watch. Go ahead." Qianyue wasn't particularly interested in pursuing enemies. Since Shangshu wanted to go, then he could. No one is a fool. The conversation between Qianyue and Shangshu made Sarutobi Sasaki feel a bit awkward. After all, he was a member of the Sarutobi clan, and it was indeed uncomfortable to have their civilianization policy mentioned directly to their face. Only the Sarutobi and Shimura clans could manage to be great clans under the guise of civilianization. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm, just surprised." Qianyue smiled and tried to comfort Sarutobi Sasaki, but it had little effect. Soon, Minato, Shangshu, and those who rushed out to kill and seize merit returned, with only one person sustaining minor injuries while the others were unharmed. They took the injured back to the camp, hiding Xiao Bai under his raincoat. He took out a piece of jerky to play with it. Seeing everyone was present, Qianyue announced their return to the camp. "How's the situation on the front lines?" On the way, Qianyue caught Sarutobi Sasaki to inquire. Sarutobi Sasaki respectfully replied, "Lord Qianyue, the situation on the front lines remains chaotic. The ninjas from IWA, Suna, and Rain Ninja villages are all attacking our Konoha ninjas while also fighting among themselves. Currently, under Lord Orochimaru's command, the position has not been taken, but the battle is quite fierce. That's good. Orochimaru is still quite capable. At least he has good abilities in command. He's far stronger than Danzo, the Hokage advisor." Qianyue remembered that after the war in the Land of Rain ended, the local war with the Sand Ninja village was led by Orochimaru. Orochimaru did not disappoint the expectations of the third Hokage. Under his command, Konoha defeated the Sand Ninja village. This significantly boosted Orochimaru's reputation, overshadowing Tsunade and Jiraiya. Unfortunately, his immense contributions made some people uneasy. Coupled with Orochimaru's descent into darkness, he ultimately missed out on the position of fourth Hokage, which ended up benefiting Minato. It can be said that if Orochimaru had not turned dark, if he hadn't conducted various forbidden experiments, if he hadn't allied with Danzo, and if he hadn't experimented on the ninjas from his own village, the fourth Hokage position would have had nothing to do with Minato. The team escorted the injured back to the camp, and after reporting their accomplishments and confirming their accuracy, they received a temporary rest period. They had finally returned. Lying in the tent, Shangshu couldn't help but sigh. "How much I hated this tent before, yet now I miss it so much. I wonder how many days we can rest this time." People are contradictory, just like Shangshu. Before entering the battlefield, he was eager to fight and kill enemies. But after spending some time in the battlefield, he couldn't help but reminisce about the days spent doing chores in the camp. "I'm afraid there won't be much time to rest." Minato crossed his arms, his expression serious. I just learned some intelligence. Due to the situation on the battlefield in the land of rivers, it has become very difficult for the village to dispatch forces to the battlefield in the land of rain. Now, forces are stretched thin in various regions. In the future, the war is likely to become increasingly intense. Fortunately, the Sand Ninja Village, Rock Ninja Village, and Rain Ninja Village are all fighting their own battles. If they were to unite, we would be in big trouble. Shunshu couldn't complain and shared his analysis. The two discussed for a while and eventually pulled Qianyue, who was considering what to have for dinner, into the conversation. Qianyue was speechless and could only say, regardless, Konoha will eventually reconcile with the Rain Ninja Village and end this meaningless war. No way. Shunshu and Minato were slightly surprised. Konoha was the attacking side. If they didn't win the war and were forced to negotiate, it would be a huge loss of face for Konoha. Why not? Qianyue asked with a smile. You don't think that negotiating means Konoha lost, do you? Chapter 77. The Intriguing Maneuvers of the Daimyo's Mansion. New mission for the team, isn't it? Shunshu felt that Qianyue's words were quite convoluted. Minato nodded in agreement. He nudged Minato to make some room for himself. Qianyue sat between the two of them, picked up a stick, and drew a few circles on the ground. This represents the areas occupied by the four parties currently involved in the battlefield in the Land of Rain. We are here. This side is the Sand Ninja Village, and there is the Rain Ninja Village. The territory of the Rain Ninja Village is the largest, and currently, the situation is one of chaotic fighting with no alliances. It's a free-for-all. Everyone is an enemy except for their own. But have you thought about this? Even if the Rain Ninja Village's military power develops rapidly, it is still just a poor little country. Strengthening military power only means catching up to the 5 great ninja villages. Moreover, all the money is being used to develop military strength. What about other aspects? Don't you need to eat while fighting? Don't you need to replace ninja tools? Have you noticed how expensive supplies and ninja tools are now? Furthermore, the Rain Ninja Village is currently attacking anyone they can catch, which means they're already starting to decline. The constantly depleting military strength and skyrocketing prices of supplies would be enough to give Hanzo a headache. As long as the situation remains stagnant, it won't be long before the first to crumble will be the Rain Ninja Village. At that time, Konoha won't need to actively seek a truce. Hanzo will come to Konoha instead. Otherwise, Hanzo wouldn't have defeated Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, and then given them the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. That was the beginning of seeking negotiation. If there was no intention to negotiate, I absolutely don't believe that Hanzo would let them go after defeating Tsunade and the others, who had almost no power to resist, just to bestow a title that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru found distasteful. To others, it might be seen as a title of respect, but to the 3 of them, the title of the legendary 3 ninjas was a disgrace. So, does this mean that Konoha is bound to win this war? Nonsense, go prepare some firewood. Don't you want to eat? Or do you want to gnaw on military rations and soldier pills? Haven't you had enough of that lately? Qianyue wasn't someone who just messed around. After leaving the lookout point, he hadn't bothered with food. He had relied on military rations and soldier pills to get by. Now that he was back in the camp, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself anymore. I'm going right away. After gnawing on military rations until his mouth felt dry. How could Shunshu be willing to continue eating them when he could finally have something good? After ending this topic that didn't concern them, he ran out of the tent to look for firewood. Yagami Qianyue, Namikaze Minato, Shunshu, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Good times didn't last long. The day after the team returned to the camp, Danzo sent someone to notify them to gather at the command center. The 3 tidied up their things and arrived at the command center. Lord Danzo, upon entering the command center, Minato instinctively stepped forward to salute and greet Danzo on behalf of the team. Danzo didn't care who the team leader was as long as the process was followed. Today, I have called your team here to assign a task to you. Please, Lord Danzo. When it was time to be serious, Minato was an absolute model student, so good that you couldn't find a single fault. Danzo stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wooden wall, tracing a line on the map with his finger. According to intelligence gathered by the Umbu, the Rain Ninja Village recently purchased a significant quantity of food from the Daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire under the guise of the Daimyo, along with ninja tools sourced from the Land of Crafts. I need your team to cut off this supply line and destroy all the supplies. If this were in his past life, such an act would undoubtedly be seen as aiding the enemy. Similar to ancient and scrupulous merchants selling essential supplies like salt and iron to the grassland for profit. However, in the world of Naruto, this was legal and justified. The supplies were not purchased directly by the Rain Ninja village, but were bought by the daimyo of the Land of Rain. The reason was also quite proper, to prevent the common people of the Land of Rain from starving. Purchasing food supplies, combined with the complex familial relationships between the daimyos of various countries, meant that even if they knew it was aiding the enemy, the daimyo of the Land of Fire wouldn't refuse. As long as the daimyo of the Land of Rain didn't foolishly advertise that these supplies were purchased for the Rain Ninja village, they could smoothly buy food from the Land of Fire. This is simply aiding the enemy. Shunshu felt betrayed. How could the daimyo do this? Konoha and the Rain Ninja village were locked in a deadly struggle. These officials of the daimyo's mansion were directly selling food to the Land of Rain. Isn't that aiding the enemy? Purchasing in the name of the daimyo and the common people of the Land of Rain. In the end, the supplies still fell into the hands of the Rain Ninja village. Be cautious with your words. Danzo looked at Shunshu expressionlessly, correcting his erroneous statement. These supplies are purchased by the daimyo of the Land of Rain for the starving people of the Land of Rain due to the war, not for the Rain Ninja village. Yes, he understood the reasoning, but Shunshu was still unconvinced. So your team's task is to destroy these supplies and cut off this supply route. Isn't 3 people a bit too few for a team? Supply transport usually has a considerable number of ninjas escorting it. With just a small team of 3, it wouldn't be easy to cut off a supply line. Most importantly, Qianyue didn't want to push it too hard. Glancing at Qianyue, Danzo continued, with your team's strength, it is sufficient to cut off this supply line and destroy all supplies heading to the Rain Ninja village. The front line is tense. Hanzo cannot personally escort the supply route. As long as Hanzo doesn't protect the transport troops, Qianyue, with his strength capable of easily killing a Jonin, can easily cut off a supply line like this. Moreover, this is just one of the supply lines transporting goods to the Rain village. It is clearly impossible to completely cut off all supply routes to the Rain village with just a small team. These people are too hateful. They actually sell food to the Land of Rain during wartime. Don't they know that this food will ultimately end up in the hands of the Rain village? After receiving the mission, the team left the command center, and Shunshu couldn't help but curse, looking extremely indignant. Calm down, Qianyue patted his shoulder and asked, do you know the relationship between the daimyo of the Land of Rain and the daimyo of the Land of Fire? What relationship? Shunshu's expression froze. He really hadn't looked into this information. If it weren't for Qianyue having read some books about the daimyo's houses, he wouldn't have been able to understand the complex relationships between these daimyo, which could be compared to the royal families of ancient European countries. If your cousin asked you to buy food, would you refuse? Of course not, Shunshu replied, speechless. Minato shrugged his shoulders and turned his head away, secretly chuckling. Clearly, Shunshu had once again been led astray by Qianyue. Moreover, the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Rain married into the daimyo's house of the Land of Fire. Do you know what that means? Forget it. Let's not discuss this topic anymore. Shunshu looked up at the sky in exasperation because, strictly speaking, he was also one of them. After all, his mother's family was from the daimyo's house. The tangled and complicated relationships, all sorts of relatives can be tied together. And besides, if there's money to be made, why wouldn't the daimyo of the Land of Fire want to earn it? What? Konoha is at war with the Rain village? Isn't that your Konoha's business? What does it have to do with the daimyo's house? Chapter 78. Didn't anyone tell you this is the Land of Fire's territory? After packing up their belongings, the 3 left the camp that day and headed towards the supply transport route. Back in the long-lost Land of Fire, the 3 could finally take off their raincoats. To be honest, moving around in these things was not convenient at all. From a distance, they looked like dark, ghostly shadows, which was quite scary. Qianyue could only say that the basic industry of a Naruto world was truly concerning. Even decent raincoats couldn't be mass-produced. As long as the intelligence provided by the command center was correct, the transport team from the Rain village would arrive tomorrow, so they needed to set some traps. They had even forced out a way to purchase food supplies from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It was foreseeable that the remaining supplies in the Rain Village were definitely not many. Not to mention that this batch of food supplies also contained a lot of ninja tools and explosive tags. The destruction of this batch of supplies would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Rain Village. In fact, it wasn't just the Rain Village. Even various supplies in Konoha had become scarce due to the two-front war. Nagato's parents were also mistakenly killed by Konoha's ninjas who were seizing food during this period. As for whether it was all orchestrated by Uchiha Madara and Kagaya, it was still unknown. If Jiraiya hadn't stayed behind to take in Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin as his disciples, how would Nagato's subsequent growth have been arranged by Uchiha Madara and Kagaya? Would Kagaya change her identity and become a teacher to guide Nagato? At that time, Kagaya probably wouldn't want to make an appearance at all. After all, Nagato needed to nurture the Rinnegan and sacrifice himself to prepare for the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, if only his Mangekyō Sharingan skill wasn't Qianyue. Otherwise, hiding Nagato would probably drive Uchiha Madara and Kagaya crazy. Hurry up, speed up. There are a lot of civilians in the Land of Rain waiting for this batch of food to save them. Yoshida Masakazu urged his subordinates to pick up the pace, and he had almost forgotten how many times he had urged them along the way. The food in the Land of Rain was running low. The consumption of ninja tools was severe, and they urgently needed this batch of food and supplies. In order to win the war, Hanzo had no choice but to seek help from the daimyo. Purchasing food from the Land of Fire in his name and conveniently hiding ninja tools bought from other places among them, transporting them to the Land of Rain. After the war broke out, the Rain Village initially fought back and forth with Konoha, neither side backing down. Now, they were barely holding on. In addition to Konoha, the Rain Village also had to face ninjas from the Rock Village and Sand Village. Without sufficient supply support, the Rain Village would be on the path to defeat in this war. You two, go ahead and scout. Yes, Lord Masakazu. Two Rain Village ninjas disguised as farmers from the Land of Fire quickly left the convoy to scout ahead. As the food-laden convoy drew closer, Shankshu quietly asked Qianyue, "How did you know those two ninjas would go around the side?" Qianyue, lying on the ground, replied without looking back, "If it were me sending you to scout ahead, would you start at the front of the convoy?" Shankshu thought for a long time and irritably spat out two words. "No. If you wouldn't do it, how can you expect others to do so? Remember, this is a mistake many ninjas easily make. If I were the captain escorting this batch of supplies, I would absolutely not trust my subordinates to scout, regardless of strength or scouting ability, except for some special cases. The vast majority of Genin and Chunin are definitely not as good as Jonin. After all, these all have to be included in the assessments. And if they don't meet the standards, they can't be promoted to Jonin. Of course, this is just the standard of the 5 great ninja villages. And the standards of the Rain Village definitely cannot be compared to the 5 great ninja villages. Otherwise, the Rain Village wouldn't be able to produce many Jonin and Chunin. Such assessment standards can make the overall military strength of the Rain Village appear very strong. However, after the war broke out, apart from Hanzo himself and a few of his subordinates, there were hardly any ninjas in the entire Rain Village whose strength could be impressive. The Rain Village could stand up to Konoha, Sand Village, and Rock Village, and a large part of the credit goes to Hanzo alone. Without Hanzo, the Rain Village would collapse in an instant. This is the gap in strength. As the supply convoy escorted by the Rain Village drew closer, Qianyue gestured to Shankshu, who nodded and quickly formed hand seals. At the moment the convoy approached, Earth Release, Earth Pillar Jutsu, Qianyue realized that many Earth Release ninjutsu were indeed very practical. For example, the Earth Pillar Jutsu was useful for killing enemies and creating chaos. Not good, there are enemies. Help me. As the ground shook, a large number of sharp rocks suddenly emerged from underground, like bamboo shoots after spring rain, causing the entire supply convoy to be thrown into disarray. Various grains scattered all over the ground, and the ceiling scrolls hidden among them rolled out. A few Rain Village ninjas who reacted slowly turned into bloody skewers. Unfortunately, no one could eat these skewers. Where did these little brats come from? Looking at the supplies scattered everywhere, Yoshida Masakazu's heart was bleeding. These were things that Lord Hanzo had worked hard to have the daimyo purchase, and they ended up like this. A few frightened horses screamed and dragged the carts. running around chaotically, and the scene turned into chaos, a complete mess. Didn't anyone tell you this is the Land of Fire's territory? Fighting Konoha and then buying food from the Land of Fire. It seems your Rain Village really has a lot of spare money. Isn't Hanzo afraid of losing it all? It seems Hanzo really had no choice. The Land of Rain was surrounded by the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, and was at war with the three great nations. The Land of Wind was struggling to protect itself and needed to buy a large amount of food from the Land of Fire every year, while the Land of Earth could barely be self-sufficient. However, the Rock Village and the Rain Village were currently in intense conflict. So don't expect the daimyo of the Land of Earth to sell food to the Land of Rain. The daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning were notoriously protective and aligned with their villages. Unlike the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the daimyo of the Land of Wind, who like to do foolish things. Kid, you're asking for death. Yoshida Masakazu's eyes were filled with rage. It was one thing for Qianyue to ambush them halfway, but to mess up the supplies and even insult the leader of the Rain Ninja village, Hans, was something Yoshida Masakazu could not forgive. Drawing his ninja blade, Yoshida Masakazu shouted as he charged at Qianyue. Chapter 79. Why should I submit things I took by my own strength? Qianyue directly confronted him. This time he didn't use any special skills, but fought solely with his own physical skills and swordsmanship. Two ghostly figures collided. The sound of their blades clashing echoed like a metallic moan. The immense force rebounded through Yoshida Masakazu's arm, causing his pupils to constrict. This kid is so fast, so strong. His strength and speed far exceeded Yoshida Masakazu's. If it weren't for his rich combat experience, that last strike could have severed his hand. A great battle was about to break out. Qianyue and Yoshida Masakazu engaged in battle, while Ju and Minato coordinated to fight other enemies. Unexpectedly, it was the seemingly disadvantaged Minato and Ju who gradually gained the upper hand. One by one, enemies fell, and Minato's incredible reflexes and explosive power made Ju envious. Although Ju had decent physical skills, and his chakra was several times that of Minato's. When it came to killing speed, he was far from Minato's match. Minato could instantly explode in battle, catching enemies off guard with kunai, piercing their throats and hearts. Meanwhile, Ju struggled much more. You're a decent combat target, stronger than the J-Nin I encountered from the Rain Ninja village. Yoshida Masakazu's physical skills were good. Though a bit chaotic, at least his strength was genuine. Unlike those so-called J-Nin he had encountered before, who could be dealt with in just a few strikes. Kid, stop looking down on people. A mere child in his teens actually thought his strength was decent, considering himself a qualified combat target. This statement directly infuriated Yoshida Masakazu. Clang! Blocking the opponent's ninja blade, Qianyue couldn't help but chuckle. Are you embarrassed and angry? In that case, go die. Under Yoshida Masakazu's astonished gaze, Qianyue's power suddenly erupted, sending him flying. What was even more unbelievable was that Qianyue's speed increased once again. His eyes flashed red. The three-tomo Sharingan appeared, filled with captivating red light. As Qianyue unleashed his power, the movements of Yoshida Masakazu appeared to him as if in slow motion. The ninja blade pressed against Yoshida Masakazu's numbed arm, piercing through his ribs and heart. You are Yagami Qianyue. Staring in disbelief at his body pierced by the ninja blade, Yoshida Masakazu coughed up blood. His mind recalled a name that had recently become famous in the ninja world, Yagami Qianyue. Silver hair, in his teens, three-tomo Sharingan. That's right. Pulling out the ninja blade and looking at Yoshida Masakazu, who lay on the ground gasping for air, Qianyue sighed. Your strength and courage have earned my respect, and I will give you a proper burial. As for this batch of supplies, they will never reach the Land of Rain. Puffed, stimulated. Yoshida Masakazu spat out a mouthful of blood. The color in his eyes began to fade, losing the breath of life. Glancing around at the chaotic battlefield littered with corpses, Qianyue remarked, Minato is getting more and more abnormal. If he learns the Flying Thunder God technique, wouldn't he just take off from the same spot? Food. Qianyue couldn't be bothered to look at it again. He collected the sealed scrolls containing a large number of ninja tools and explosive tags. These are good things, trophies. With a flip, They could sell for a lot of money. As for submission, Qianyue never considered it. Why should I submit things I took by my own strength? Danzo's order was to destroy the supplies, not to seize them. He could take this batch of ninja tools with pleasure. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fire burned away the food at the scene, and Qianyue leaned against a tree by the roadside, waiting for Minato and Shiju to return. The two had chased the enemies into the forest and would need some time to come back. Poor bull. I won't be polite in accepting your meat. Among the transport team, there were horses and oxen pulling carts. Unfortunately, this old cow had bad luck and was taken down by Shiju, turning into an oversized candied haw. After a while, Minato and Shiju returned. Minato wore a big smile, while Shiju looked gloomy. It was clear he had been surpassed by Minato once again. After losing to Qianyue time and time again, Shiju accepted it. Qianyue was a universally acknowledged super genius. And since he couldn't compare to Qianyue, he would compare himself to Minato. The result was that he couldn't even surpass Minato. This left Shiju feeling deeply discouraged and frustrated. What's wrong? You achieved great merit, but still have a frown. Qianyue couldn't help but tease. Shiju glanced at Minato, shrugging his shoulders. He is too more than me. If he were in the same generation as Minato, Shiju would feel a bit better. But he was actually 3 years older than both Qianyue and Minato. Not being able to surpass someone 3 years younger than him, what dreams could he still talk about? What world peace? What being a god among ninjas? Becoming a person like his grandfather? It was simply embarrassing. You deserve it. Who told you not to work hard? Qianyue laughed with schadenfreude. Hurry up and clean up the scene. We're preparing to leave. Why is it always me? Please be a decent person. You mock me and laugh at me, and now you wanted to clean up the mess. Qianyue glanced at Shiju, who was pointing at him, and shrugged. Because among the three of us, you're the only one skilled in earth release ninjutsu. Who else could it be? If you're unwilling, we can all dig a pit together. Looking at the ninja blade and kunai in his hand, Shiju felt it was better to do it himself. Digging a pit was too troublesome. When are we going back? Eating delicious grilled beef. Shiju regretted not bringing more beef down. What's the rush? Qianyue casually tossed a few sticks into the fire, saying unhurriedly, the task given to us by the commander is to completely cut off this transport route. Let's wait and see. Such a task would not have a time limit. Whether the task was completed would depend on the team's own assessment. If they felt the task was accomplished and chose to return to the camp, but someone managed to transport the supplies, that would be their dereliction of duty. Qianyue would rather spend more time on this line than inexplicably take the blame for dereliction of duty. Besides, it was uncomfortable staying in the land of fire. Why would he want to go into the land of rain to find discomfort? That dreadful weather in the land of rain was no comparison to the comfort of the land of fire. In the somewhat shabby camp in the land of rain, Hans looked at the list of supplies, frowning repeatedly, wondering how long the resources in the village could last. The consumption of supplies was far beyond Hans's expectations. In addition to various resources, even personnel losses were staggering. The consequences of declaring war on Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure all at once were already being felt by Hans. In terms of foundation, the Rain Ninja Village was ultimately no match for the 5 great ninja villages. While Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure were feeling the pressure, the Rain Ninja Village was already running out of options. Hans Dano. At that moment, a staggering figure burst in. Hans's already unsightly face darkened. What is it? Hans Dano. The transport team heading to the land of fire has been annihilated. Chapter 80. A great battle is imminent. Encountering 3 children what? Hans stood up in shock, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. In the Rain Village, just when supplies were scarce, they were intercepted and destroyed. Has anyone been sent to investigate in detail? The leader of a village, Hanzo, possesses a spirit that is not comparable to ordinary people. He did not explode in anger, shouting and cursing, nor did he blame his subordinates for their incompetence. Such matters, once the enemy receives intelligence, they will undoubtedly take action without hesitation. And it is very likely that the one who acted is Konoha. The supplies were purchased covertly, but how did Konoha obtain the intelligence? Hanzo did not know, but it was too late to say anything now. Lord Hanzo, a member of the intelligence department, half knelt on the ground, bowing his head to respond. We have sent people to investigate. Our village's ninjas have all been killed, and the supplies have been completely destroyed. There are signs of a large battle using ninjutsu at the scene. The traces of battle extended into the forest, indicating that the attackers on the supply convoy were not many, possibly just a small team. My subordinates believe it must be Konoha that acted. Konoha. Hanzo fell into silence. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. It seems that Konoha's intelligence-gathering ability is indeed outstanding. My lord, could it be that the daimyo of the land of fire sold us out? Impossible. Hanzo said confidently. The daimyo also cares about their reputation. Selling supplies at this time and getting caught by Konoha would lead to questioning at the daimyo's mansion. Therefore, what they do will definitely not be publicized. And the only possibility is that there are spies planted by Konoha in the daimyo's mansion. They may even know all about the daimyo's dealings in selling supplies. It seems I have underestimated Konoha after all. Stepping out of the tent and letting the rain drench him. At that moment, Hanzo felt a strange sense of powerlessness. The prolonged war had exhausted him, and now the destruction of supplies was just adding insult to injury. How is the investigation into the last incident going? Tanzu's nonsensical question left his subordinates momentarily stunned. Lord Hanzo, after our investigation, several of the ninjas who massacred civilians were identified as coming from Sunagakure, not from Konoha. The war between Konoha and the Rain Village began due to the frequent massacres of civilians in the Land of Rain by Konoha ninjas. With the outbreak of war, no one mentioned this matter again, but Hanzo still ordered an investigation. The Rain Village captured and killed some people, and after investigation, some were from Sunagakure, while the identities of the remaining were unclear. The answer to who instigated the war is already very clear. Sunagakure, in order to provoke a war between Konoha and the Rain Village, has indeed plotted extensively. It seems that Sunagakure is not having an easy time either. Is it wrong for our Rain Village to strengthen military power? Are only the 5 great ninja villages allowed to strengthen themselves, while small ninja villages cannot? Hanzo found Konoha's questioning very ridiculous. The various overt and covert struggles between both sides were merely within limited control. Sunagakure, however, stabbed them in the back as soon as it acted, leading to the outbreak of a great war between Konoha and the Rain Village. Convey my orders, starting tomorrow. We will besiege Konoha's positions. This war must eventually come to an end. Yes, although they did not understand why Hanzo continued to keep an eye on Konoha, the ninjas of the Rain Village still obediently conveyed the orders. In no time, all the ninjas capable of fighting in the Rain Village were getting ready. A great battle was about to break out. Unlike the previous scattered skirmishes, this was a frontal battle. After holding out for several days without seeing any other transport teams arrive, Qianyue and the others returned to the Land of Rain. Upon returning to the camp to report their mission, Tanzu did not let them down in this matter, recording their contributions one by one. Your choice was indeed correct. If we had returned directly that day, we might not have had even a moment of rest. Ju shook off his raincoat, shaking off the water droplets. The 3 were dispatched again within less than a day of returning to the camp. Their task was to raid a camp of Sunagakure and destroy the supplies within. Some command tasks on the front line were handed over to Orochimaru, allowing Tanzu to finally have time to showcase his talents, with various covert actions emerging one after another. Today, attacking a base, tomorrow attacking supplies, making both the Rain Village and Sunagakure overwhelmed. Passing by a village, looking at the dilapidated, deserted village, Minato sighed. After the war ends, it may take the Land of Rain 10 years to recover. Brother, be confident, take away the word may. After the war ends, don't say 10 years. Even giving them 20 years, the Rain Village won't be able to recover. It's just a small piece of land, and the environment is still harsh. There are no trade routes, no economic sources. How will the Rain Village recover? Even if there are commissions from nearby people, they won't choose a small village like the Rain Village. The vicious cycle continues, and it would be a strange thing for the Land of Rain to recover. Not to mention the end of the war, the endless robbers and wandering ninjas are enough for the people of this country to endure. Rest here, we'll set off tomorrow. With a long time left until Tanzu's specified time, Qianyue was not in a hurry to travel, leading the way toward the ruined village. The village was empty, with not a single person around. Everywhere were collapsed houses and traces of battle. Entering a relatively intact farmhouse, Ju took the initiative to dismantle some useless furniture to use as firewood and lit a fire. Minato very consciously left to find food. The three of them had clear divisions of labor. Qianyue was in charge of cooking, Ju was in charge of firewood, and Minato was in charge of hunting. If they couldn't find any game, they would make do with dry rations or pancakes. Wow, Minato, have you recently developed an interest in snakes? Or have the toads of Myaboka Mountain influenced you? When Minato returned, carrying a python as thick as a small leg and several meters long, Ju couldn't help but exclaim. Under Orochimaru's guidance and help, Ju had begun to make contracts with the snakes of the Richi cave, and at this moment, he was the least willing to eat snake meat. There's nothing outside, and this thing is abundant. Minato spread his hands helplessly, indicating that he was also at a loss. Qianyue smiled as he processed the catch, cutting it into small pieces to marinate and grill. Not forgetting to tease the two. Ju, I'm not saying you, this kind of temper absolutely cannot be tolerated. Next time, catch a bunch of toads to add to Minato's meal. You just know how to stir up trouble. Why don't you go catch a few foxes to eat? Ju rolled his eyes, knowing he could only mutter this in his heart. The last time he said it out loud, he was swatted away by Shiro over 10 meters. As a result, whenever Ju and Minato mentioned the word fox, they would become very cautious, afraid of saying something wrong and offending Shiro, who would send them flying. Rice served with snake meat, a bizarre combination, but the taste was quite good. Even Ju, who had complained, ate it with relish. As for whether the snakes of the Richi cave would discover that he was eating snake meat, that was a matter for the future. We have guests. While eating, Qianyue put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking outside. Minato and Ju quickly took out their weapons. Calm down. Pressing down on Minato and Ju's hands, Qianyue looked up at the door. It's just 3 kids. This world is really small. How can we encounter them like this? Kids? Are you kidding me? We're still kids ourselves. Chapter 81. If negotiation can solve problems, then what do we need fists for? Outside the door, 3 small figures, drenched in rain and trembling from cold and hunger, slowly approached the farmhouse. Excuse me, could you give us something to eat? A small boy with dark golden short hair stepped forward, his eyes filled with helplessness, looking hopefully at Qianyue and the others. The newcomers were none other than Yahiko, the future leader of the Akatsuki organization, along with Konan and Nagato, who was bowing his head, obscuring his face. This world is truly small. Looking at the 3 shivering, emaciated figures, Qianyue nodded slightly and said, "Come in, there's rice and roasted snake meat. As long as you're not afraid, you can eat some." Really? Mihiko's eyes lit up instantly. Minato and Ju exchanged glances, signaling Qianyue to be cautious. It was no wonder they were so vigilant. After all, in the dangerous and messed up world of Naruto, many children are trained from a young age to eventually become qualified spies. Such things are common. Some children have even killed their companions by the age of 5 or 6 to stand out. Rest assured, these 3 pose no threat. Qianyue reassured the 2 and beckoned Mihiko and the others over. Great, we have food now. Mihiko happily pulled Konan and Nagato inside and bowed gratefully to Qianyue, saying, "Thank you for providing us with food." Konan seemed a bit shy and appeared to be afraid, while Nagato, upon seeing the Konoha headbands on Qianyue and the others, became tense. He remembered his parents. The sound of them gulping down food made Qianyue shake his head. Mihiko and the others didn't even care if the food was hot. They just wanted to fill their stomachs. Once, Qianyue thought Tsunade ate like a refugee, but now seeing Mihiko, Konan, and Nagato eat, he felt that Tsunade was weak in comparison. At least Tsunade knew to blow on her food to avoid burning herself. Va? Sighing, Qianyue comforted them. Eat slowly. If there's not enough, I can prepare more for you. Be careful not to burn your stomach. That could be fatal for you. And don't eat too much at once. Dirty little hands grabbed a lump of rice, while the other hand held a piece of meat. Konan paused for a moment, and her eyes instantly turned red. The next moment, she began to sob. It seemed she hadn't been cared for in a long time, and Qianyue's comfort had broken through the emotional defenses of the more sensitive girl. Mihiko forced a painful smile, while Nagato still kept his head down, only slowing his eating. Ju, feeling sympathetic, took out some rations. You can take these with you. Eat them slowly if you're hungry. Thank you, Mihiko replied, his voice choked with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. The three of them had been wandering for a long time and had encountered ninjas from other villages, but unfortunately, they didn't dare approach because those people were too fierce. Some would even kill civilians who asked for food, sparing not even the children. Minato quietly took out his rations. The only thing he could do was share some of his food with them. After the three finished eating, Qianyue said to them, "There's a wardrobe in the back. You can look for clean clothes. It's best to change into something else. Otherwise, you might get sick. You know what being sick means in this situation, right? Damn it." The three of them went to the back room to search for clothes. And Ju couldn't help but punch the ground and curse, "This damn war. You shouldn't curse the war, but the people who start wars." Qianyue glanced at him and tossed 2 pieces of firewood into the fire, causing a choking cloud of smoke to rise. It's hard to find dry wood in the land of rain. Instead, soaked wood is everywhere, and it produces a lot of smoke when burned. Ju opened his mouth, but didn't know who to curse. Some people are not meant to be cursed casually, like the higher-ups of the village. The ones who start wars include the higher-ups of Konoha, and cursing them would implicate everyone. After holding back for a while, Ju could only stomp his foot in frustration. Must it really be war? Why can't we solve problems through negotiation? In the room, wearing a clean but several sizes too big outfit, Mihiko perked up his ears and listened quietly. Why can you live in the resource-rich land of fire? In the powerful Konoha? Why were you born with many things that others pursue for a lifetime? Why do some people work hard their entire lives but cannot fulfill their wishes and achieve their goals? Wake up! Qianyue kicked Ju lightly and scolded. If negotiation could solve problems, what do we need fists for? Am I as bad as you say? Ju rolled his eyes, feeling stuck by Qianyue's words. Minato burst out laughing, because he also felt that Ju's words were unrealistic. Rather than hoping for no war, it would be better to hope to become Hokage. Wanting to become Hokage is a goal worth striving for. Wanting world peace is too difficult, almost impossible. Looking at Ju's face full of confusion, Minato seemed to see his past self. He had once asked Qianyue similar questions, only to be left speechless and doubting life. "Sir, is war really unavoidable?" Mihiko, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but step out cautiously, standing respectfully in front of Qianyue. What the hell is this? In one room, there were 3 idealists. Ju was like this, Minato used to be like this, and now Mihiko was even more persistent than Ju and Minato. Thinking back to the foolish things the Akatsuki organization had done, Qianyue felt anxious for Mihiko. He wondered if he had inadvertently given them some kind of brainwashing. In response to Mihiko's question, Qianyue answered, "Fist is justice, strength is truth. Rather than hoping others start a war, it's better to strengthen yourself, to deter everyone, to make them fear you, so they don't dare to start a war. The peace achieved this way is just a different means. Fist is justice. Strength is truth." Mihiko looked bewildered. Those words completely confused him. If it weren't for the skewed, technological tree of this world, Qianyue would have liked to tell them that cannons are justice and caliber is truth. Seeing Mihiko's bewildered expression, Ju pulled Qianyue aside and whispered, "Don't teach the kids bad things. Teach them bad things." Qianyue was puzzled. "I'm still a kid myself." He looked up at Ju, saying, "Your grandfather did just that because he was the god of ninjas. His fists were strong enough, and his strength was enough that no one in the ninja world dared to provoke him. So the ninja world was peaceful back then. How did my grandfather get dragged into this?" Wait, just as Ju was about to complain, he suddenly froze. Chapter 82, Stronger Above Strong. Mihiko wants to become a disciple. Ju was about to complain, but suddenly he froze. Because Qianyue's words were not wrong. It was just that Ju had never thought about these things before. When Konoha was established, the ninja world was indeed peaceful, apart from some minor frictions. There were almost no wars. But why? Wasn't it because the great Senju Hashirama was there to deter them, along with the ruthless Uchiha Madara? Who would dare to cause trouble? Later, When Uchiha faked his death and Senju Hashirama passed away, the first shinobi war broke out not long after. This is the most typical example. So, peace must be built on powerful strength? Konan and Nagato also stepped out. Nagato, with his head down and unable to see his face clearly, asked, "Sir, that doesn't sound right." Mihiko, recalling something, began to refute. Han-sama's strength is also very strong, but the Rain Village still went to war with Konoha. Strength doesn't represent everything. How do you explain that? Ju and Minato looked at Qianyue. Qianyue didn't expect Mihiko would use Hans to counter him, and he immediately laughed. What strength? At most, he can compare to the Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages. And even then, he still dares to call himself a demigod? He must have lost all sense of shame. If Hans heard this, he would definitely want to cleave you in half with his scythe. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were also dumbfounded. They felt that Qianyue was bragging. Minato smiled bitterly but dared not refute, because Qianyue could easily make people doubt their lives with her words. What are you looking at me for? I admit that Hans is strong, but his strength definitely does not reach the level of a so-called god, not even a demigod. Currently, in the ninja world, I believe the strongest is the third Raikage of Qianyue. To be honest, the third Raikage back in the day was truly fierce. Qianyue even suspects that he might be a bit more ferocious than Noki, with unparalleled defense and attack, combined with speed that surpasses most. You could say that the third Raikage during this period was basically invincible. A man who could single-handedly take down the 8 tails is no joke. Don't be fooled by the third Kazekage easily controlling the 1-tail Shikaku. That's because his magnet release restrains Shikaku. Moreover, Shikaku's strength among the tailed beasts is really not impressive. If it were the 8 tails, the third Kazekage would definitely be running all over the place. The 9 tails mocking Shikaku for being weak is not without reason. Among the 9-tailed beasts, Shikaku is indeed weak. When Qianyue watched the anime, she didn't even see this guy use tailed beast bomb. It's unclear whether he couldn't release it or just didn't want to. The scene in the anime where half of the 9 tails defeats a group of tailed beasts stunned quite a few people. Moreover, that was only half of the 9 tails, not a complete one. From various memories of the 9 tails, it is clear that it ignores the 1-tail Shikaku, but often seeks out the 8 tails for a fight. As for the other tailed beasts, it mostly skips over them. It seems that in the eyes of the 9 tails, apart from the relatively strong 8 tails and the annoying 1 tail, the other tailed beasts are basically inconsequential. The third Raikage, huh? Ju scratched his head. I've heard teacher Orochimaru mention him. He seems to be a powerful and troublesome guy. Isn't that obvious? Do you believe that if your teacher encountered him, he would definitely have no temper at all? If the third Raikage hadn't been plot killed, Konoha's situation during the Third Ninja War might have been even worse. One thing he could never understand is, since he is the shadow of a village, he must be the most important person in the village. Then there should definitely be a Raikage guard protecting him. And the purpose of these people's existence is to protect the Raikage, right? How could they go to the land of Earth for a stroll, grab a batch of resources, and have the Raikage guard leave first? They even left the Raikage behind to hold the rear, ultimately leading to him being literally worn out to death. If that's not plot killing, then what is it? If the third Raikage wanted to leave, Noki wouldn't be able to stop him. Just look at the fourth Raikage speed, and you'll know that if the third Raikage wanted to leave, almost no one could stop him. Such a capable man ended up literally working himself to death in the land of Earth. Konoha's Senju Tobirama was the same. Apart from being a man with forbidden techniques all over him due to his water release, he died while holding the rear in the land of lightning. That's even more ridiculous. After Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he often held the rear. Especially during the Third Ninja War, there were countless instances. Yet why didn't Minato die while holding the rear? Of course, Minato's death was even more frustrating. His wife died, and he didn't even care for his son, seeking death in his heart, following his wife, leaving behind a poor little Naruto to grow up in isolation and ridicule. Is it because Lord Hans isn't strong enough? The third Raikage Yahiko lowered his head, carefully recalling Qianyue's words. Sir, please teach us ninjutsu and help us become ninjas. Suddenly, Yahiko stood up and gave Qianyue a 90-degree bow. Ju was dumbfounded. Minato looked confused. What's going on? Qianyue was a bit stunned herself. You want to become my disciple? As long as you are willing, I can become your disciple, Yahiko answered firmly. Why do you want to become my disciple? Qianyue was both amused and exasperated. To be honest, I'm still a kid myself, just about 3 years older than you. Don't you think that that's childish? Aren't you afraid I'm a useless person? I believe my intuition is correct. You are very strong and must be a powerful person. Yahiko's action stunned not only Qianyue, but also Shiju, Minato, and even Konan and Nagato. Why suddenly want to apprentice? There was no psychological preparation at all. Your intuition is quite strong. Coming back to his senses, Shiju suddenly laughed and ran outside while laughing, not forgetting to give Yahiko an encouraging look. Go for it. This guy who is even looked down upon by Hans is indeed strong. Shiju ran because he was afraid Qianyue would hit him. He couldn't help but burst out laughing and even gloat. You better not run. Qianyue picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at him. Shiju proudly twisted his waist to dodge and even wiggled his but a couple of times, saying, "You can't hit me." Minato shook his head with a smile, gesturing to Qianyue that he thought it would be better to avoid this and go set some traps outside to prevent enemies from approaching. I never thought I would encounter a day like this. Qianyue thought it would be a long time before someone would want to apprentice under her, but unexpectedly, at this moment, 3 leaders from the Akatsuki organization came to her. Shiju and Minato's reaction made Yahiko even more determined that his intuition was indeed correct. Although Qianyue was younger, just a bit older than them, she was a strong person. Otherwise, she wouldn't look down on Hans like that. Chapter 83. Kurizetsu sets his eyes on them. Encountering the Rei Ninja army, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that. Why? Yahiko asked, disappointed. Qianyue's expression was serious. I'm not very interested in taking on disciples or teaching them. Moreover, I've seen too many cases where disciples eventually killed their masters. So forget about apprenticeship. Besides, I don't have time to stay in the land of rain to teach you. Rejected, Yahiko felt very disappointed, even not paying much attention to what Qianyue said afterward. Konan looked at Qianyue with confusion, not quite understanding what killing the master meant. Does it mean the disciple killed the teacher? I can only teach you how to refine chakra and some basic ninjutsu. As for how far you can go, that depends on you. At most, we'll rest for one night. Tomorrow the team will continue on their mission. Qianyue wasn't Jiraiya, so she couldn't stay and teach disciples. Moreover, she wouldn't take on disciples. Taking on disciples in the Naruto world was simply asking for trouble. Just look at those who kill their teachers. It's a complete mess. Disciples killing teachers, teachers killing disciples. It's utter chaos. Such situations must be eliminated, and the best way to prevent it is to have neither teacher nor disciple. That solves everything. Taking out her usual training notes, Qianyue guided Yahiko and the others on how to refine chakra and perform hand seals. That night, Yahiko and the others also stayed and worked hard to refine their chakra. They hoped to gain more knowledge and guidance from Qianyue before she left. Unfortunately, neither Konan nor Yahiko succeeded, while Nagato managed to do it in less than 3 hours. He just held back from saying it. Deep down, Nagato still didn't trust Qianyue because of his parents' death. He held deep wariness toward Konoha ninjas. How did Nagato nurture his Rinnegan before? This was probably a secret regarding the Rinnegan. Shaking his head, Qianyue didn't care to delve into it. In a dimly lit underground space, Uchiha listened to Kurizetsu's report, surprised as he said, "You mean there's a kid named Kageyama Qianyue in Konoha with great talent? And he even had contact with Nagato?" Yes, Kurizetsu's voice echoed in the underground space. At only 9 years old, he already has the 3-tomo Sharingan and is skilled in Jinjutsu. The illusion is very powerful. Even shadow-level experts can fall for it. Even if one breaks the illusion, they will suffer mental backlash, leading to mental trauma. I'm afraid only a strong person like Lord Madara can be immune to such illusion damage. Not bad, Uchiha Madara lightly praised, his lips curving slightly upwards. Black Zetsu's casual flattery hit the mark with Uchiha Madara. In his eyes, the so-called strong are only himself and Senju Hashirama. All other strong ones are trash. Let's observe for now. He may not be the right candidate. Yes, Lord Madara. Black Zetsu slowly sank underground, while Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, resembling a statue, unmoving. He was still connected to the outer path statue via tubes. Since the Rinnegan was transplanted to Nagato, Black Zetsu had been closely watching Nagato, keeping track of who he interacted with and what actions he took, paying much more attention than Uchiha Madara. Just now, noticing Nagato had contact with Qianyue, Black Zetsu hurried back to inform Uchiha Madara about it. Find a quiet place to hide. The land of rain may not be peaceful for a while. Leaving some food behind, Qianyue and Minato, along with Rope Tree, decisively left. They still had their own missions, and Qianyue was not like Jiraiya, willing to risk punishment by staying to teach Nagato and the others. He didn't have Jiraiya's noble sentiments either. Besides, a significant part of the reason Jiraiya wanted to stay was that he was tired of war. In the end, he accidentally discovered that Nagato had the Rinnegan, which solidified his decision to remain. Thus, he took care of Nagato and the others for 3 years, eagerly anticipating that Nagato would become the savior. The result was that the savior he taught ended up killing him. Konan and the others looked reluctantly at Qianyue as he left. Their departure meant they would have no food source and no one to protect them. They could only continue to wander. Fortunately, they had learned how to refine chakra, and Qianyue had given them his training notes, along with imparting some basic ninjutsu. It was uncertain whether the 3 of them could last until the end of the war. Qianyue, can you really bear to leave them behind? That girl named Konan seems to rely on you a lot. Why not stay and take care of them? Qianyue shot back directly. As for why Konan relied on him, even Qianyue himself couldn't figure it out. He had been quite shy at first, but after a few hours of interaction, it changed. Could it be that I'm so handsome that even little girls are captivated? Let's set off. Our team still has a mission. Rope Tree decisively used the topic-changing tactic. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone 3 burdens. That was simply unrealistic. It seems we made a wasted trip. This camp has already been abandoned by the Sand Ninja Village. Upon reaching the destination and receiving a reminder from Shiro, Qianyue realized that the camp had been abandoned. There was nothing but some clutter, no supplies, no Sand Ninja Village ninjas. It seemed they had relocated not long ago. What to do? Looking at the empty camp, Rope Tree and Minato looked troubled. Let's go back. This is an issue for the intelligence department and has nothing to do with us. Perhaps the Sand Ninja Village decided to abandon it temporarily, or they may have been cautious and relocated. In any case, we shouldn't take the blame. Changes in intelligence that lead to mission failure are common, especially on the battlefield where information changes rapidly. Who knows, others might have been here yesterday and, upon receiving orders, immediately relocated elsewhere. Since the mission couldn't be completed, the 3 decided not to linger and chose to return to the camp directly. However, shortly after leaving, they ran straight into a squad of Rain Ninja. Master, there's a ninja army ahead. A ninja army? Qianyue was slightly startled. What incredible luck. He thought he could return to the camp smoothly, but just turning around, he bumped into a considerable number of enemies. How many? A lot. The fact that Shiro used the word many meant that the enemy was indeed numerous. But which side would gather like this on the battlefield of the Land of Rain? It couldn't be Konoha, and the Sand Ninja Village entered the battlefield of the Land of Rain just to stir up trouble and hold Konoha back. It was unlikely they would mobilize on such a large scale. The same reasoning applied to the Rock Ninja Village. They entered the battlefield of the Land of Rain because Inoki wanted to take the opportunity to weaken the military strength of Konoha and the Rain Ninja Village. Large-scale operations wouldn't benefit the Rock Ninja Village, and since the war began, the Cloud Ninja Village had been eyeing the Rock Ninja Village, and Inoki wouldn't dare act recklessly. Since the 3 major ninja villages that entered the battlefield of the Land of Rain couldn't be the ones responsible, the answer could only be one. The Rain Ninja Village. Chapter 84 Shiro. You stinky snake, do you dare to threaten my master? Thinking of the large-scale mobilization of the Rain Ninja Village, Qianyue was secretly alarmed and said to Minato and Rope Tree, the Rain Ninja Village ninjas are gathering in large numbers, and they're coming for us Konoha. We need to return to the camp as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they're coming for Konoha, leaving early is definitely the right move. Qianyue did not want to be surrounded by confusion and end up in a chaotic battle. He could escape, but Rope Tree and Minato would face various dangers. The Rain Ninja Village? A large-scale mobilization. Have they gone mad? Rope Tree exclaimed exaggeratedly, quickly following behind Qianyue. Minato didn't want to say much. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Whether the Rain Ninja Village had gone mad, Qianyue didn't know, but he only knew that if they ran slowly, they might fall into the enemy's encirclement. Qianyue turned back to explain. Even the ruthless third Raikage could be dragged to death by a ninja army. What chance did they have? Unless they let Shiro out to buy some time. Qianyue didn't want to do that, so leaving early was definitely the right choice. Hans was pushed to a corner. Could it be that the previous supplies were destroyed, causing Hans to lose patience with continuing to consume resources and choose to confront Konoha? If he wins, he would plunder Konoha's supplies to continue fighting. If he loses, he would negotiate with Konoha for supply support. Hans wouldn't be that foolish, right? The Rain Ninja Village should still have other supply transport routes, or perhaps they were all intercepted. In terms of intelligence gathering capabilities, the Rain Ninja Village couldn't compare to Konoha. Difficulty in gathering intelligence means being constrained everywhere. Would the Rain Ninja Village launch a fierce attack on the positions where Orochimaru and the others are located? Qianyue. The Rain Ninja Village wouldn't be trying to attack our Konoha camp, would they? Impossible. It's too far from the camp at most. They would attack the territory occupied by Konoha. Haven't you successfully contracted the summoning beast? Let it go and form Orochimaru to prepare for a fierce battle. Such matters are no joke. If possible, inform them to prevent Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the others from really getting into trouble. In the original story, they were surrounded by the enemy army and nearly reached a dead end. Jiraiya almost died, but fortunately, Konoha's reinforcements arrived in time. While things may be chaotic, and seizing may occur, in such major matters, Danzo still wouldn't dare to make any small moves. If Danzo really wanted to harm Tsunade and the others, he only needed to delay the speed of dispatching troops a bit. And then Tsunade and the others would definitely not even receive the title of Sannin before being completely eliminated. Qianyue and the others definitely couldn't go around and notify. Otherwise, they would just happen to enter the enemy's encirclement. They could only rely on the summoning beast to notify. Fortunately, the toads from Mount Myaboku and the snakes from a dragon cave were both skilled at doing this, having already moved far from the enemy's reconnaissance range. Qianyue instructed Rope Tree to quickly inform Orochimaru. What's wrong? Seeing Rope Tree's frustrated expression, looking at him as if he were constipated, Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. Are you waiting for me to summon? If you dare to say yes, I will dare to hammer you to death. Do you believe it? Perhaps the summoning beast wasn't ideal. Watergate, as a fellow human, explained. Nonsense. The Rope Tree jumped up high like a cat that had its tail stepped on. How could you, Lord Rope Tree, be troubled by such matters? I'm just afraid that the summoned creature won't listen. You two are just laughing at each other. How interesting is that? Both of you are equally matched. Especially you, Watergate. Why do you have to laugh at Rope Tree? At least Rope Tree has more chakra and can summon a bigger snake. What about your toad? It's too small to even roast. Hurry up. What kind of summoning beast is this that has a bad temper? Annoyed, Qianyue kicked Rope Tree, realizing that this guy always likes to be mischievous unless he gets a slap on the wrist. No wonder Tsunade always beats him. No wonder Tsunade likes to hit her little brother. If Qianyue had such a brother, she would definitely hit him 3 times a day. Fine. You don't believe me, and if something goes wrong, I'll 1T take responsibility. Rope Tree felt underestimated, gritted his teeth, bit his finger, and began to form seals, deciding to give Qianyue and Watergate a scare. As for whether the summoned snake would listen, that would be discussed later. Boom! Quickly forming the seals, Rope Tree pressed his palm to the ground, and the summoning beast's exclusive formation spread out. With a muffled sound, a cloud of mist appeared on the ground. Rope Tree felt as if he had been drained, accidentally using too much chakra. He was almost out of energy. Roar! With a roar, a massive purple body raised its upper half, and a huge head looked down at Qianyue and the others, filled with disdain and anger. Little brat, is it you who used the summoning technique? You carry the scent of Orochimaru. The tongue of the 1,000 snakes, thicker than a thigh, stretched out to sniff the air, angrily saying, Little brat, have you prepared the sacrifice? If not, Lord 1,000 Snakes will eat you. To be honest, 1,000 Snakes is really big. In the original work, this guy even fought against 2 at once, taking on Winta and the big snotty bug. If it weren't for Tsunade pinning 1,000 snakes to the ground with Winta's sword, when it would have been skinned alive, showing how powerful Thousand Snakes is. Ordinary high-ranking ninjas are no match for Thousand Snakes. Yet Rope Tree managed to summon this guy. You're really something. Watergate silently gave Rope Tree a thumbs up. You've won. I won't argue with you. You should think about how to deal with this guy first. He is not easy to handle. Being Jiraiya's disciple, Watergate knows the notorious reputation of Thousand Snakes. After all, the snakes from a dragon cave and the toads from Mayaboka Mountain are mortal enemies. Thousand Snakes is not easy to get along with, let alone others. Even if Orochimaru summons it to fight, Thousand Snakes demand a sacrifice to stop. Otherwise, it will eat the summoner. Such things are common for the snakes from the dragon cave. Qianyue, this guy is left to you. You should negotiate with it. I can't handle this. Rope Tree decisively ran away, and Watergate was stunned for a moment before he also left, leaving Qianyue and Thousand Snakes staring at each other. Damn, you two ungrateful guys just ran away like that? Little brat, without a sacrifice, prepare to die. Watching Rope Tree and Watergate run away, Qianyue was left alone, and Thousand Snakes felt tricked, roaring as it lunged at Qianyue. Just as Qianyue was about to negotiate with Thousand Snakes using the Sharingan, Xiaobai suddenly dashed out. Get lost, you stinky snake. How dare you threaten my master? What the heck? Thousand Snakes saw a white figure rushing towards it like lightning. However, it didn't care as this thing was too small, not even the size of one of its scales. Thousand Snakes only wanted to eat these three little brats who were playing tricks on it. Let us start with you. As Thousand Snakes got closer to Qianyue, its huge vertical pupils revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty light. At that moment, a giant white claw descended from the sky, pressing down on Thousand Snake's neck and forcefully pinning it to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, the surface cracked, and deep ravines formed as Thousand Snake's upper body was pressed into the dirt. Roar! Chapter 85. Thousand Snakes. It's not that I'm weak. It's just that this mother fox is too fierce. The angry Xiaobai displayed the aura and massive form that a tailed beast should have for the first time. The terrifying chakra left Thousand Snakes, who was pinned to the ground, dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Gulp. Witnessing Xiaobai transform into a terrifying beast the size of a small mountain, pinning Thousand Snakes to the ground with one claw. Rope Tree and Watergate swallowed hard in shock. They felt chills down their necks, as if Xiaobai was pinning not Thousand Snakes, but them. I don't think I ever offended Xiaobai, did I? Rope Tree was on the verge of tears. He recalled how he had been teasing Xiaobai earlier, trying to claim it for himself. Several times, it was Qianyue who intervened just in time to prevent Xiaobai from making a move. Otherwise, even if there were 100 Rope Trees, they would all be dead. Watergate's face twitched a few times, replying, I remember you teasing it and then getting hit by it. I hope it doesn't hold a grudge, otherwise. You won't even be enough to fill its teeth. Although Qianyue had said that Xiaobai was very strong and terrifying, Xiaobai had never shown it before. It always appeared in a mini-cute style, coupled with its super strong perception, which led Watergate and Rope Tree to believe that Qianyue was lying to them. To prevent them from teasing Xiaobai, wanting to take Xiaobai away. Time and again, they convinced themselves of this guess. But today, Xiaobai directly refreshed their worldview. The terrifying Thousand Snakes, in the eyes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, was being pinned to the ground by Xiaobai, unable to move. Is it too late to apologize now? Rope Tree was about to cry, without tears. I think you're doomed. Not knowing if Xiaobai heard their conversation, it glanced back at the two and twitched its mouth. This made Rope Tree's heart feel cold, thinking he was done for. Why bother? Looking at Thousand Snakes being domineeringly pressed under Xiaobai's foot, Qianyue shook her head speechlessly. Can we just talk it out? Why resort to violence? Roar. Who dares to attack Lord Thousand Snakes? Thousand Snakes struggled to break free from Xiaobai's claws. Xiaobai lowered its head, and a tailed beast ball began to gather in its mouth. The moment the tailed beast ball began to gather, Thousand Snakes' massive body froze. It could sense the terror and fear within the tailed beast ball. If this firework were to drop, it would be hard for Thousand Snakes not to die. Some powerful summoning beasts have the strength to contend with tailed beasts. For example, one it can go back and forth with the half-sealed Shikaku. As for the Nine Tails, don't even mention it during the Nine Tails night, when it couldn't even get close to the Nine Tails. The Nine-Tails whipped Wenta so hard that he doubted his frog life. In terms of strength comparison, Thousand Snakes should be able to contend with Shikaku in Tangle for a while, but it is definitely not Shikaku's opponent. This can be inferred from Wenta. However, the power gap between Shikaku and the Nine-Tails is significant, and Qianyue felt it was quite large. But Xiao Bai, who had grown to the second stage, had strength comparable to the Nine-Tails. Thousand Snakes facing Xiao Bai was clearly asking for trouble. All right, seeing that Thousand Snakes was about to wet itself, not daring to move, Qianyue raised her hand to signal Xiao Bai that it was enough. Scaring it is good, but don't actually launch a firework and accidentally blow Thousand Snakes up. We'll go and inform. Upon receiving the command, the chakra in Xiao Bai's mouth began to dissipate, and as the fireworks dissipated above its head, Thousand Snakes let out a heavy sigh of relief. Releasing the paw pressing on Thousand Snakes, Xiao Bai stood by, watching it closely. As long as it made any improper move, Xiao Bai would immediately attack. Shaking its dizzy head, Thousand Snakes stood up. Qianyue suddenly had a mischievous idea and said to Wan Shi, "Wan Shi, are you interested in signing a summoning contract? How about ditching Orochimaru and following me instead?" What? As soon as Wan Shi heard this, the anger that had just been extinguished flared up again. The dark red chakra on Xiao Bai surged, and Wan Shi immediately became timid, lowering its enormous head obediently. "Ahem, compared to Orochimaru, I think you are more suitable to be my battle partner. However, there's the matter of sacrifices." Before the words sacrifices could leave its mouth, a tail wrapped in dark red chakra came crashing down, smashing Wan Shi into the ground with a mournful cry. "No sacrifices. No sacrifices. From now on, I will obey you." Wan Shi, who spoke out of turn, got hit again. Xiao Bai's tail was more powerful than a whip, making Wan Shi cry out in pain. "Daring to refer to yourself as this lord in front of the master? Do you want to die?" A dangerous signal flickered in Xiao Bai's enormous eyes, causing Wan Shi's heart to race with fear, and it hurriedly shouted, "No sacrifices. From now on, Wan Shi will obediently listen to you and be your battle partner." Bang! Wan Shi's head, which had just been lifted, was once again slammed to the ground by Xiao Bai, creating a massive pit. "Woe is me. This is too much bullying for a snake. I've already compromised. Why are you still hitting me? Call me master." Xiao Bai narrowed its eyes, its nine tails floating up high. If Wan Shi dared to utter a single no, it would know in an instant how terrifying a furious female fox could be. "This is impossible. I, the snake sage, will never agree." Qianyue stepped back a bit, signaling Xiao Bai not to hold back. He realized that Wan Shi was just a troublesome creature, and dealing with such a character required force. Reasoning with it wouldn't work. "I will never agree. No way." Agreeing to become a summoning beast and abandoning Orochimaru was already quite good. What more could it want? "Call me master? Impossible." Qianyue kindly reminded Wan Shi, "Don't even think about running away, or you'll be forcibly bound by the contract and summoned to fight." "Wan Shi, I truly appreciate your reminder. I really will thank you." With Qianyue's warning, Xiao Bai became even harsher. Shunshu and Minato were already dumbfounded. "Master, master, master, I submit. Please stop hitting me, I submit." In the end, this not particularly tough, just a bad-tempered softy, still submitted. Qianyue didn't hold back and directly signed contract. After all, Wan Shi didn't listen to Shunshu, so borrowing it was no big deal. Orochimaru hardly summoned Wan Shi anyway, since Wan Shi always required sacrifices. Outside of wartime, where could he find so many living people to serve as sacrifices? Since that was the case, Qianyue taking it for his use shouldn't be a problem. Letting Xiao Bai handle everything was too much of a demotion. For ordinary matters, just letting Wan Shi out would be enough. The contract was signed, and it was still a one-sided agreement from Qianyue, just like the forced contract signed between Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails, where refusal to summon was not an option. If he wanted it to come out, it had to come out. Wan Shi, covered in injuries, shed tears of regret, wondering why it had come out just to seek a little sacrifice. Now it was worse off than a soul body. Very well. Now go inform Orochimaru that there's unusual activity in the Rain Ninja Village, and a large force is surrounding the Konoha position. Tell them to be careful. Go on. Wan Shi wanted to sneak away. It wanted to find a place to hide and cry. This time it was summoned, Not only did it fail to gain any sacrifices, but it was also enslaved, a total loss. Did you forget something? Xiaobai blocked Wanqi's path, causing its massive body to stiffen. It turned back, squinting its eyes in a flattering manner, and obediently called out, Master. Good, go to your job. Get the message to them immediately, or you can forget about being a snake and become snake soup instead. Chapter 86. Orochimaru. Who is Wanqi's master? Can I summon it again? Yes. Wanqi trembled in fear and hurried back to the dragon cave. With everything settled, Xiaobai returned to its mini form, landing on Qianyue's shoulder, happily rubbing its face against him. Curling up like a white fur ball. Your teacher's summoning beast seems to have been taken by me. Qianyue shrugged at Shunshu. This has nothing to do with me. Cautiously glancing at Xiaobai, Shunshu forced a smile that looked worse than crying. This has nothing to do with me. Wanqi is not my summoning beast. He wondered if the green snake in the dragon cave had grown up. That guy would be quite suitable for Shunshu. By the timeline, the current green snake was probably just a pitiful little creature. Shunshu should be able to subdue it. He would ask Wanqi about it another day. As for Minato, Qianyue didn't need to worry, as long as the chakra was sufficient, and as long as he gained Wanta's approval. Minato could summon Wanta to fight for him at any time. Wanta wouldn't impose any ridiculous conditions. By the way, why don't you sign a contract with a slug? Isn't that a family heirloom of your Senju clan? It's quite strange that Tsunade didn't let Shunshu sign a contract with a slug. Even Sakura could sign a contract. It made no sense for Shunshu to be unable to. It's so ugly, all slimy. Besides, I'm not a medical ninja. What do I need that for? Shunshu expressed his disdain for the slug. Fortunately, the slug couldn't hear him. Otherwise, it would be furious. It couldn't believe it was being rejected for this reason. You're strong. If you say that in front of your sister, then Minato and I will submit to you. Let us go back to the camp. We can't help much. We can only inform them. The rest is up to Orochimaru. In the concealed cave at Konoha's position, Orochimaru was studying a map when suddenly, a small snake slid down from his pant leg, raised its head, and called out to him. Jiraiya, who was sitting nearby drinking water, spat it out far away and complained. Orochimaru, can't you keep your snakes in check? It's scary when they suddenly drop out from your pants. Orochimaru shot him a cold glance and ignored him. Tsunade, speechless, punched him. Shut up, you filthy-minded guy. What do you mean a snake fell out of your pants? What a strange description. I can't stand you. Is it Wanqi? After communicating briefly with the small snake, Orochimaru left the cave and went to the open space outside, biting his finger and quickly forming hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang! White smoke erupted and Wanqi's massive body appeared, but at that moment, Wanqi was not in good shape, looking battered and covered in wounds, with many scales shattered. Xiaobai's 9 tails were no decoration. When used as whips, they hurt like hell, and Wanqi was struggling to endure it, crying out in pain. Does Wanqi have something to discuss with Orochimaru? It wouldn't be asking for more sacrifices, would it? As Orochimaru's teammate, Tsunade and Jiraiya knew how troublesome Wanqi could be. Orochimaru didn't expect Wanqi to come looking for him, only to emerge covered in injuries. Orochimaru, I'm currently recovering. I don't have time for you. My master asked me to inform you that there is unusual activity in the Rain Ninja Village, and a large number of ninjas are gathering to surround the Konoha position. Be prepared. That is all. From now on, I'll follow my master. So don't summon me again, and I won't pay you any mind. After speaking, Wanqi directly returned to the Dragon Cave, leaving Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya looking somewhat dazed. They had thought Wanqi had come to demand sacrifices, but instead, it turned out that it no longer wanted anything to do with Orochimaru. It had come to sever ties, and also to inform him about the unusual activity in the Rain Ninja Village and to prepare for it. Nothing else. Just like that. It said it wouldn't pay any mind and left. Who sent Wanqi to inform me? Who is Wanqi's master? As Wanqi's contract partner, Orochimaru was well aware of Wanqi's bad temper, not to mention calling it master. Even getting it to treat its contract partner well was impossible. Has this guy changed? The injuries all over his body were left from battles or caused by other reasons. Various questions flashed through Orochimaru's mind. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru summoned a small snake again, instructing it to return to the dragon cave to inquire for clarity. The vague words from Manda left him puzzled. He needed to ask for clarification first. Orochimaru, has your summoning beast betrayed you? Jiraiya said with schadenfreude. I told you long ago that the snakes from the Dragon Cave are unreliable. They're not as good as the toads from Iaboka Mountain. The toad from Iaboka Mountain are food for snakes. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and replied, well, Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Soon, he regained his composure and shouted angrily. Nonsense. The toads from Iaboka Mountain also eat the snakes from the Dragon Cave. Ha! Orochimaru chuckled playfully, ignoring Jiraiya and turning to walk into the cave. You can't leave. Jiraiya was anxious. Tsunade, with a headache, stopped him. That's enough. This is not the time for nonsense. We need to confirm the authenticity of the information and make arrangements quickly. Do you want to be surrounded by the enemy? News soon returned from the Dragon Cave. Manda's response was that he didn't know who his master was. Fortunately, the existence of S.H. Sewer made Orochimaru deduce Chiyo's identity. The information was accurate. There was unusual movement in the Rain Village, with a large number of ninjas gathering and advancing towards Konoha's position to surround it. It seemed that the Rain Village wanted to engage Konoha in a decisive battle, and Hanzo couldn't hold them back any longer. Orochimaru's vertical pupils flashed. He knew the Rain Village would eventually become anxious. He didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Hanzo was going to engage Konoha in a decisive battle. If he won, he would find ways to expand the gains, even plundering into the Land of Fire, using war to sustain war. If he lost, he would negotiate with Konoha, believing they wouldn't refuse. At this moment, Konoha was fighting on both fronts, which was the most critical time. As long as the Rain Village was willing to negotiate, Konoha would definitely not refuse, even agreeing to negotiations, even if it meant conceding a bit. Konoha urgently needed to withdraw the ninja army from the Rain battlefield to prepare for the war in the Land of Rivers. Compared to the Rain Village, the Sand Village was the main event. Chiyo was Manda's master. How'd he tame Manda? Tsunade and Jiraiya were puzzled, but Orochimaru smiled faintly, as he had already guessed that Chiyo's summoning beast had acted because of the injuries on Manda, so Orochimaru was sure of this. Indeed, it was not some adorable pet, but a terrifying beast. Chapter 87. Is this a form of protection or a deliberate diversion? Fortunately, the Nine Tails were sealed well within Kushina. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have suspected that S.H. Sewer had transformed into a differently colored Nine Tails. With S.H. Sewer's intervention and Chiyo's own strength, subduing Manda shouldn't be a problem. Orochimaru didn't want to cause a fuss, mainly because he had limited occasions to borrow Manda's power. Each time required a sacrifice, and such sacrifices were hard to find. Moreover, there were plenty of snakes in the Dragon Cave stronger than Manda. There was no need to hang on to Manda. Manda ignored him. He could easily recontract with other snakes to serve him. Other snakes were much easier to handle than Manda. It's time to start preparing. The decisive battle is approaching. Send a message to the camp requesting support. The troops at the position were not many. To win against the Rain Village, support was needed. The most challenging aspect of winning this war was how to defeat Hanzo. As long as Hanzo appeared on the battlefield, he could almost single-handedly turn the tide. Wherever he went, there would be deaths, completely blurring the lines between enemy and ally. The toxicity of the salamander could sometimes bypass even gas masks. As long as they could block Hanzo, Konoha would have a great chance of victory. Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru sighed inwardly. If only Tsukumo-senpai were here. Hatake Tsukumo's fighting style was just right to counter Hanzo. He was faster than Hanzo and drew his sword quicker. As long as they were wary of Hanzo's poison. Along with the three of them working together, defeating Hanzo was not impossible. At this time, the three of them had not yet reached their peak strength. Relying solely on their own abilities to defeat Hanzo was still insufficient. They needed some external support. Unfortunately, Hatake Tsukumo was on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, and it was impossible for him to make a long detour to help in the Land of Rain. Without Hatake Tsukumo, the difficulty of holding the line in the Land of Rivers would greatly increase. The Rain Village was on the move, and Konoha was also on the move. When Orochimaru requested support from the camp, he also made sure to credit Chiyo and the others for their contributions. Danzo approved Orochimaru's request for assistance immediately. A large number of ninjas left the camp and rushed to the front lines. At this moment, Danzo, as the overall commander, was thinking about other issues. The decisive battle between the Rain Village and Konoha was no longer his priority. It was clear to anyone with sense that the Rain Village could not hold out much longer. Konoha didn't even need to defeat the Rain Village. They just needed to hold them off, maintain their defenses, and remain undefeated, ensuring Konoha's victory. Once Hanzo chose to negotiate, the situation of the war would shift to a different outcome. Danzo did not wish for the war to end so ambiguously. He wanted to play an important role in it so that he could reap enough benefits. For example, during negotiations, he wanted to secure more interest for Konoha. Danzo-sama, Chiyo's team has returned. Let them in. The notification from the root ninjas interrupted Danzo's train of thought. Chiyo and the others entered the command center, and once again, it was the diplomat Minato who took charge. Danzo-sama, when we arrived at the task point, we found that the Sand Village's camp had already relocated. This mission has failed. We shouldn't be punished, right? That shouldn't be the case. We discovered the gathering of the Rain Village's ninja army, which is a significant achievement. Minato was worried about this, fearing that Danzo would be displeased and directly mark them down for mission failure, which would be uncomfortable. Success in the mission would earn contributions and military merits, but failure could result in deductions. The surprise attack on the enemy's supply camp ended with the camp relocating, even if the intelligence department had to take the blame. If the higher-ups were to seriously consider it, just stepping through the door could become an excuse to punish them. However, Minato was overthinking it. Danzo wouldn't care about such matters. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to focus on trifles. He was concerned about how to enhance his reputation and gain more merits. That was the most important thing. Without sufficient reputation and merits, how could he aspire to become Hokage? It was impossible. Danzo's expression remained emotionless as he glanced at the three of them and said, "This mission's failure will be regarded as an error by the intelligence department for not being able to grasp the latest intelligence, leading to your unnecessary trip. This failure will not be recorded. Moreover, you obtained the latest intelligence about the Rain Village, which is a significant contribution to the village and the camp. I will make sure this is noted and recognized when we return to the village. Right now, it was a time for utilizing people. Many personnel from the camp had gone to the front lines for support, so I need you to carry out another mission." "Another mission? Don't we need to support the front lines?" Minato and SH Sewer were surprised. Even Chiyo was puzzled by Danzo's arrangement. At this time in the camp, there were no shinobi-level existences, and even special jonin and elite chunin had led teams to the front lines for support. Yet they were to carry out other missions. Was this a form of indirect protection, or was it to divert them? Danzo had no reason to specifically protect them. There was no need to divert them either, as the impact of the three in the war was minimal, unless Chiyo threw SH Sewer out to unleash the Nine Tails as a distraction. But Danzo was temporarily unaware of this trump card. "I thought we could follow the support troops to the front lines." Shunshu sighed, his tone full of regret. He didn't want to carry out some messy tasks at this critical moment. He wanted to go to the front lines and fight alongside Orochimaru and his sister Tsunade. "Come on, if you go to the front lines, will your sister fight or take care of you? Just obediently follow the arrangements." He slapped Shunshu on the back, almost making him gasp for air. Qianyue walked towards the tent where the three were resting. The mission was to start tomorrow, so the team could rest for a day today. Cough, cough. You might as well just slap me to death. Shunshu rolled his eyes several times, glaring at Qianyue's back, and raised his hand to make a few throat-cutting gestures. Suddenly, a small white head looked over, startling Shunshu, who quickly put his hand down and smiled foolishly at the little white creature. "Idiot." Little White gave Shunshu a stupid evaluation and turned away. It sensed that someone was emitting malice towards Qianyue, and upon looking back, it saw Shunshu, this fool, trying to outsmart his master's back. "Ha-ha." Minato laughed so hard his stomach hurt, nearly unable to straighten up. Shunshu had clearly forgotten the pain after healing. Just a short while ago, he kept saying he would never provoke Little White again, and now he had forgotten. Isn't this the typical case of asking for a beating that Qianyue often talks about? In the new camp of Sunagakure, the Umbu placed the latest collected intelligence scroll on the table and respectfully said, "Lady Chiyo, this is the latest intelligence collected by the Umbu. It seems that Mangekyō and Konoha are making big moves, and both sides appear to have intentions for a decisive battle. Konoha. Mentioning these two words made Chiyo explode like a cat with its tail stepped on, her entire demeanor darkening, her eyes turning red as if she had seen a sworn enemy. The Umbu members were too scared to move. News from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers indicated that Lady Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had infiltrated the Land of Fire with a team to cut off Konoha's supply routes. They were then active on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, only to be killed by the man known as White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. This was almost enough to take half of Chiyo's life. Her son and daughter-in-law had died in the Land of Fire, killed by Tsukumo Hatake. They couldn't even bring back their bodies. At that moment, Chiyo was like an enraged lioness, wishing she could flay Tsukumo Hatake alive, consume his flesh and blood, and chew on his bones to quell her hatred. However, as the commander of the battlefield in the Land of Rain, she couldn't abandon her army to rush back. She could only control her hatred and lead the ninjas of Mangekyō to fight in the Land of Rain. Hatred reaches the innocent. Because Tsukumo Hatake killed her son and daughter-in-law, Chiyo also came to hate Konoha. Furthermore, the mission given to her by the third Kazekage was to hold back Konoha's pace, stir the waters of the Land of Rain, and prevent Konoha from escaping. This was a perfect opportunity. Hans could no longer hold back. Chiyo quickly guessed the reason why Mangekyō was eager for a decisive battle with Konoha. If Mangekyō wanted a decisive battle, Konoha could only passively retaliate. A flame of hatred flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "Send my orders, gather the army, and after Konoha and Mangekyō start fighting, launch a surprise attack on Konoha's camp. You Konoha have moved most of your troops to the front lines, right? Then I'll come to steal your home." Yes. The Umbu members hurriedly left to relay Chiyo's orders, and soon the ninjas of Mangekyō were preparing. They would wait for the battle between Konoha and Mangekyō to erupt before launching a surprise attack on Konoha's camp. Chiyo's goal was to eliminate Konoha's camp in the Land of Rain and cause as many casualties and chaos as possible for Konoha. The movements of Mangekyō and Konoha did not escape the notice of Iwagakure. The intelligence was quickly delivered to Noki. After reviewing the intelligence, Noki hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to hold his ground. Damn it, the Cloud Village, under the leadership of the Third Raikage, was eyeing the border and could invade the Land of Earth at any moment. At such a time, Noki had no leisure to concern himself with the situation between Konoha and Mangekyō, even though it was a chance to gain benefits. But one must first protect their home before seeking benefits. Otherwise, if he gained a little on the front lines only to be raided by the Cloud Village from behind, that would be ridiculous. The Cloud Village and Iwagakure had been at odds since the founding of their villages, with both villages having conflicts back and forth. This time, Iwagakure's involvement in the battlefield of the Land of Rain gave the Third Raikage a chance to see an opportunity to invade the Land of Earth. So he was somewhat restless. The actions of the Cloud Village made Noki dare not act recklessly. He could only let Konoha and Mangekyō fight out. The war between Konoha and Mangekyō had completely evolved into a ninja world war. Among the 5 major ninja villages, aside from Kirigakure, which remained closed off and rarely interacted with the outside world, the other 4 major ninja villages had all become involved in this war. Mangekyō wanted to take a piece of flesh from the Land of Fire. Konoha wanted to warn Mangekyō, letting Hans understand the status between himself and Mangekyō, not to attempt to provoke the 5 major ninja villages. Iwagakure wanted to take advantage of the situation, but before they could, they were instead targeted by the Cloud Village. The entire situation in the ninja world could be described as chaotic. The chaos in the ninja world had nothing to do with Qianyue's team. After resting for a day and replenishing supplies, the team left the camp. The 3 became bodyguards, wall-sitting bodyguards. As Kusa Village, an ally of Konoha, was being harassed by Iwagakure ninjas, they sent a messenger to request assistance. Danzo could not sit idly by, so he dispatched Qianyue and the others to escort the messenger to Kusa Village and clear the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas. Why do we Konoha have to help with Kusa Village's matters? Shunshu looked gloomy. Minato silently looked at him. Can you keep your voice down? The ninjas from Kusa Village are right in front. It would be embarrassing if someone heard that, because Kusa Village is our ally in Konoha. Qianyue smiled and said, speaking of the earliest conflicts of the war, it was actually started by Kusa Village. It seems that Mangekyō showed signs of waging war against Kusa country, which led to this war with us in Konoha. Shunshu had heard the discussions among Orochimaru and the others regarding this information. It gave the impression that Konoha was an inexplicable victim. The Second Ninja World War would eventually break out. The only difference was the timing, and Kusa Village was merely a small excuse. Even without Kusa Village, the war would still erupt. Qianyue remembered that in the original work, after the war between Konoha and Mangekyō ended, Mangekyō obtained Konoha's support through negotiations, dragging Sunigekyo along, ultimately causing Chiyo to retreat with the ninjas of Sunigekyo from the Land of Rain. However, for some reason, Hans unexpectedly went on a detour to attack the neutral country of the Land of Iron. The Land of Rain was tens of thousands of miles away from the Land of Iron. They could either go through a series of small countries or cross through the Land of Fire. Qianyue could never understand what Hans was thinking to attack a neutral country. Why take such a long detour to attack? Was it because the neutral country had no backing? How could such a bizarre operation come about? Qianyue couldn't comprehend. If you want to attack, at least attack something closer. Why attack the Land of Iron? Are the samurai of the Land of Iron easier to bully? Or does Mangekyō desperately lack minerals and need to go to the Land of Iron to mine some? But the problem is, how would you transport back? This move was simply a mysterious operation. Unless your brain is stuffed with a few pounds of poison, you wouldn't do something like this. The Land of Grass and the Land of Rain are neighboring countries. The small team of 3, along with an envoy, took only half a day to reach the Grass Ninja Village. What frustrated Rope Tree and Watergate was that as reinforcements, they arrived to find not a single person to greet them. At the very least, someone could have been sent to exchange pleasantries. How poor. This was the first impression Thousand Moon had of the Grass Ninja Village. Everywhere were dilapidated houses, and the people walking in the streets all had strange expressions, clearly long affected by negative circumstances. Although small countries sandwiched between great powers have it tough, it was unimaginable that the Grass Ninja Village had fallen to such a state. After all, the Land of Grass does not have the same desert as the Land of Wind, nor the barren mountains of the Land of Earth, and certainly not the continuous heavy rains of the Land of Rain. If they made full use of their land, they could absolutely become the second Land of Rice. However, the Land of Grass was burdened with an outrageous daimyo and an equally outrageous ninja village, making it exceedingly difficult to become prosperous. I feel unwelcome, Watergate said after entering the Grass Ninja Village and observing the surroundings. It seemed the villagers were not too pleased with their arrival, and this village is too poor. Rope Tree couldn't help but complain. A selfish daimyo hoarding wealth, a village leader who wavers, a village and country that are all about pinching pennies. How can they ever become prosperous? Thousand Moon sat casually on a rock under the shade of a tree, casually crossing her legs and chewing on a blade of grass. It's better if they don't welcome us. Who has the time to think about fighting the Rock Ninja Village? All the Grass Ninja Village wants is a stance from their village, not a rescue team. Chapter 89. Encountering the Whirlpool Clan in the Land of Grass. Besides, others see us as 3 kids, easy to bully. If that's the case, why bother with them? Watergate, go hunt. Rope Tree, go gather firewood and start cooking. The less we interact, the better. Let's treat this as a vacation. Thousand Moon didn't even want to spare a glance at the indecisive villagers of the Grass Ninja Village. You're the captain, you call the shots. Watergate and Rope Tree immediately split up, one going to hunt and the other to gather firewood. Since we're not welcome, let's just stay outside the village. It's just like touring the mountains and rivers. The environment and weather in the Land of Grass were quite nice. Unlike the Land of Rain, which was shrouded in a demonic atmosphere with endless heavy rain. Konoha was not going to lose the war, so there was nothing to worry about, and they didn't need to be concerned either. Just eat well and have fun. As for the ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village, they could just stroll around a bit. After all, the Rock Ninja Village wouldn't waste time attacking a poor little village like the Grass Ninja Village. With the assurance of Danzo, the people of the Grass Ninja Village felt at ease, and Thousand Moon's team was simply ignored. Sir, one this caused discontent in Konoha? Discontent? The leader of the Grass Ninja Village, Shitosei, angrily replied, Konoha has already promised to continue protecting our Grass Ninja Village, but their actions are disheartening. They only sent 3 kids over. What can 3 kids do? Enjoy the scenery. Don't worry about them. With Konoha's guarantee, the Rock Ninja Village 1T do anything to us. Let these 3 kids go wherever they please. Yes. Once the leaders spoke, the others had to follow suit and chose to ignore them. Whatever Thousand Moon's team wanted to do, they could do as they pleased, as long as they didn't cause trouble in a Rain Ninja Village. Once again, Thousand Moon's team was underestimated. This was exactly what Thousand Moon wanted. You think we're too weak and don't want to deal with us? That's great. I'm also not fond of the people from your village. Let us ignore each other and do our own things. The surface mission can be just a gesture. As long as the ninjas from the Rock Ninja Village don't breach the Grass Ninja Village, our mission 1T be considered a failure. By the time the Grass Ninja Village is breached, it'll mean the Rock Ninja Village's army has arrived. At that point, does it even matter if the mission failed? Unexpectedly, the day before, they had been in the relentless downpour of the rain country, in a harsh environment, and now, just a day later, they were sitting on the grass of a land of grass, eating barbecued meat while gazing at the stars, not knowing what was wrong with him. Rope Tree, while eating the barbecue, couldn't help but express his feelings. With nothing to do all day long, you just end up chatting a lot. Thousand Moon was too lazy to respond, taking big bites of meat. Suddenly, she turned to look at the tall grass nearby. Come out yourself. Or do I have to ask you to? Someone, Little White didn't give a warning, indicating that the person approaching was just an ordinary person and bore no hostility. Someone is coming. Watergate and Rope Tree were slightly startled, as everyone had been focused on the starry sky and barbecue and hadn't noticed someone approaching. We can't let this happen again. We need to stay vigilant at all times and not rely solely on Thousand Moon. Otherwise, we might develop a dependency, and it could lead to significant trouble later. Watergate and Rope Tree wiped the sweat from their foreheads, secretly reminding themselves. The tall grass rustled a few times, and it seemed the person inside was startled. After a while, a child, probably around the same age as Nagato, stepped out. This child had hair the same color as Nagato's. Is this a member of the Whirlpool clan? Thousand Moon suddenly recalled that some members of the Whirlpool clan had indeed fled to the land of grass, but unfortunately, they had been used as mobile medical packs by the Grass Ninja Village and were severely mistreated. Even a future Conan had many scars. Did she have a connection with the Whirlpool clan? Lately, she kept running into people from that family. It was still a little girl. She wondered if there would be any relation to the future Conan. Seeing the other party fearfully step out, standing far away and not daring to come closer. Her small body was trembling. Rope Tree wondered, why do I keep encountering red-haired people lately? Because most of the red-haired people are your relatives. Thousand Moon shot him a glare. Puffed. Watergate spat out the meat in his mouth, staring at the two in astonishment. Relatives? Does Rope Tree have that many relatives? It seems like it's just the two of them left in their family. However, counting the Daimyo's mansion, there are indeed quite a few, but very few people from the Daimyo's mansion have red hair. In Konoha, there aren't too many either. The most common one is probably Kushina, right? Watergate suddenly realized something. This child might be a member of the Whirlpool clan, but didn't the Whirlpool clan get exterminated? How did a child end up in the Land of Grass? The Land of Grass is almost across the entire Fire Country from the Land of Whirlpool. How did you get here? Are you saying? Rope Tree also reacted. Thousand Moon's expression turned serious as she nodded and said, after the extermination of the Whirlpool clan, except for Kushina, who was brought back to Konoha, the others fled and hid in various places in the ninja world. Are you hungry? Come over and eat something. Thousand Moon picked up the barbecue and shook it. The little girl from the Whirlpool clan, standing far away, was very hungry, but she was afraid of being hurt. Her family had all been bitten to death and used as medical packs, so she was scared and hid away, starving and coming out to look for food. She caught a whiff of the barbecue's aroma and couldn't help but come closer, only to be discovered by Thousand Moon. Thousand Moon held out the barbecue, but the girl didn't dare to step forward, and the two were stuck in a standoff. After a long time, perhaps sensing that Thousand Moon bore no hostility, the little girl from the Whirlpool clan cautiously stepped forward and took the barbecue, eating it voraciously. Cough, cough. Perhaps she was eating too quickly or hadn't eaten in a long time. She choked. Thousand Moon handed her a water bottle. The little girl from the Whirlpool clan hurriedly drank some water to swallow the meat in her mouth. When she looked up, Thousand Moon could see her dirty little face clearly. Noticing that she had raised her head, the little girl from the Whirlpool clan was frightened and quickly lowered her head, continuing to eat the barbecue. The rope tree felt compassion in his heart and handed over his own barbecue. Watergate thought for a moment, glanced at the empty stick in his hand, and suddenly felt a bit awkward. Eat slowly. If you don't have enough, there's more here. My companion hunted a wild deer, and there's plenty of meat. Qianyue comforted the Whirlpool girl and used Qianyue to cut more deer meat for roasting. I can't say much else, but there's plenty of grilled meat. After being hungry for too long, suddenly eating enough makes people feel very tired. After finishing the grilled meat, the Whirlpool girl sat softly on the ground, unable to move. Don't move. You haven't eaten for too long. Your body hasn't recovered yet. If you struggle, your body will have problems. Qianyue raised his hand to stop her. Chapter 90. What is more chilling than watching someone die without helping is to add insult to injury. The Whirlpool girl trembled slightly and obediently sat still looking down and not speaking. You are from the Whirlpool clan, right? As soon as this was said, the Whirlpool girl looked up at him in surprise. On her dirty little face, there was shock and disbelief. She didn't expect her identity to be guessed because of her hair. So, do you want to bite me too? If you can, please be gentle. I'm very afraid of pain. Images of her parents being bitten to death flashed in her mind, and her small body trembled continuously. But she still slowly raised her hand, pulled up her sleeve, and exposed her pale wrist, which was just a layer of skin. At that moment, Qianyue felt like his heart had been struck hard by a hammer. The rope tree and Watergate were no better off. Watergate lowered his head and clenched his fists. The rope tree couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and shouted, "Why don't you escape to the land of fire? Escape to Konoha." I don't know. The Whirlpool girl seemed frightened and answered timidly. Because Konoha doesn't need people like them at all. Konoha only needs the legacy of the Whirlpool clan and the most suitable host for the tailed beast, Kushina. Qianyue grabbed the rope tree's clothes and shouted, "So do you see clearly now? The village you want to protect is controlled by a bunch of what kind of people? They refuse to help their allies, allowing the Whirlpool clan to be exterminated, and even shamelessly took over the legacy of the Whirlpool clan, incorporating it into Konoha." Watergate looked up in astonishment. The host for the tailed beast, Kushina? It seemed he had stumbled upon a significant secret. The extermination of the Whirlpool clan. Konoha even fanned the flames from behind. Because some people didn't want other villages to get suitable hosts for the tailed beasts. They hoped that other villages would always be troubled by the tailed beasts. Unlike Konoha, which had hosts who could suppress them. The more Qianyue spoke, the more the Whirlpool girl trembled. So the people of the Whirlpool clan didn't dare to flee to the land of fire, nor did they dare to flee to Konoha, because their ally, Konoha, betrayed them, even stabbing them in the back. And all of this was done by those big shots you respect. Now are you awake? Some things are not as bright as they seem on the surface. On the contrary, they are filled with various darkness and filth. The rope tree's face turned pale. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but found it hard to speak. In the end, he could only angrily pound the ground a few times and obediently sit down without speaking. Meanwhile, Watergate, after realizing that Kushina was the host, found his mind blank and hadn't come to his senses until now. After calming the neurotic rope tree, Qianyue gently said to the Whirlpool girl, "What's your name? Can you tell me? By the way, my name is Yagami Qianyue. I'm from Konoha, but I'm not a bad person. Do you want to trust me?" "My name is Uzumaki Namikaze," the Whirlpool girl replied. "You gave me grilled meat, didn't bite me, and didn't scold me. So I'm willing to trust you." Under Qianyue's words and smile, Uzumaki Namikaze gradually lowered her guard and revealed her name, expressing her willingness to trust Qianyue. "What about your family? They're all dead. Many people bit them." Uzumaki Namikaze's eyes were filled with fear, as if she could see that terrifying scene again. "It's okay, it's all in the past." Qianyue patted Uzumaki Namikaze's head, trying to divert her attention and pull her out of her fearful memories. "So do you want to leave with me? I'll take you to Konoha, where you can live well, no one will bite you there, and no one will bully you." At that moment, Qianyue made a decision. He wanted to take Uzumaki Namikaze back to Konoha. As for how to resolve Uzumaki Namikaze's identity issue, it was very simple. Let Tsunade handle it. having a clan member accompany him. Qianyue believed that Kushina would also be very happy. However, after learning about Uzumaki Namikaze's experiences, would she hate the higher-ups? That Qianyue didn't know. Tsunade hated Danzo. She wouldn't bother with Nara Shikaku or Mito Minion. Aside from the pile of dirty things he did, it was more because of the Whirlpool Clan's matters. If it weren't for the third Hokage being her teacher, Tsunade probably wouldn't want to bother with him at all. But can I really do it? Uzumaki Namikaze was a bit anxious. She didn't really want to go to Konoha, but she was willing to trust Qianyue, believing that he wouldn't deceive her or harm her. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I promise. Qianyue made his guarantee. I can guarantee it too. The rope tree gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Me too. Watergate raised his hand as well. It was no surprise that the rope tree agreed to Qianyue, but Watergate, although a bit off, still wanted to believe in the third Hokage deep down. But now it seemed that his pure heart and innocence had been tainted. Tainted by the darkness of the third Hokage and others. Once certain things are known, they can change a person's life. This is no joke, but a fact. Watergate's worldview had undoubtedly been refreshed again. Knowing the darkness of these matters, Watergate also recognized the true nature of the third Hokage, Danzo, and others. He finally understood why Qianyue didn't like to interact with the village as higher-ups. It turned out that in places he couldn't see, there was such darkness and filth. Thank you. Thank you all. Uzumaki Namikaze was overwhelmed with joy that Qianyue and the others were willing to help her. And she began to cry. In the deep night, Uzumaki Namikaze, who had changed into clean clothes and bathed, fell asleep on the grass not far away. Qianyue and the others sat by the campfire, all of them feeling wide awake. The impact of Uzumaki Namikaze's appearance was quite significant. Qianyue was fine, but the rope tree and Watergate needed some time to accept and digest everything. Qianyue, why does the village do this? The rope tree still couldn't understand why the village would watch the Whirlpool Clan die without helping. Weren't Konoha and the Whirlpool Clan allies? Why would they stand by and watch? What is more chilling than watching someone die without helping is to add insult to injury. No wonder the remaining people of the Whirlpool Clan were fleeing everywhere, unwilling to go to the land of fire or Konoha. Do you want to hear the children's version or the realistic version? Qianyue turned to look at him. The rope tree's breath hitched. Was there even a children's version of this? What the hell is a children's version? Watergate was also at a loss, thinking that Qianyue was joking with the rope tree, and quickly said, Qianyue, seriously, I also want to know the secret. I'm serious. I'm not joking with you. Qianyue expressed his innocence. What are you in a hurry for? Let me speak first. The children's version is that Konoha is afraid that sending troops to rescue the Whirlpool Clan will lead to war. Because there are quite a few people targeting the Whirlpool Clan, at least there are the two major ninja villages of the Cloud Village and the Mist Village. Whether other villages are involved is still unknown. Patting the shoulders of Watergate and Rope Tree, Qianyue said, the reason it's called the children's version is that even if you ask the third Hokage, Danzo, or the elders, they will all bring up the concerns of war, telling you how difficult it is from the perspective of Konoha. Once war breaks out, it will lead to countless deaths and many people being involved in the conflict. Yet they actively initiated the war of the Rain Country. Rope Tree clenched his fists, his expression gritting his teeth, because he remembered how sad his grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, was at that time. Tsunade had also complained, saying that the village was unwilling to send people to rescue because they were afraid of provoking a war. They were afraid that rescuing allies would trigger a war. Yet they turned around and actively initiated a war in the Rain Country. Are they messing with me? Don't say Rope Tree, even someone like Watergate, who has a proper mindset and faces the sun, would want to curse. This brings us to the real world. Do you still want to hear it? Qianyue smiled meaningfully and asked. Chapter 91. Initiating war is just to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys listen. Watergate and Rope Tree gritted their teeth and nodded. Since they already knew so much, why not know a little more? As for how Qianyue knew these secrets, does it matter? What matters is how many dark things the village's higher-ups have done. TSK. Be mentally prepared. Qianyue inexplicably felt a bit of sympathy for Rope Tree. The real version is, the Uzumaki clan has always been just allies of the Senju clan, not of Konoha. Today's Konoha. The Senju clan has long become a thing of the past. It is the Sarutobi clan that is in control, the Nara clan that is rising, and the Uchiha and Mito clans that hold significant power. Why should we, the allies of the Senju clan, harm our own interests to provide rescue? Why not wait for others to act while we secretly take over everything and seize the property of the Uzumaki clan? Just think about it. How many precious ninjutsu and sealing techniques the Uzumaki clan has treasured, all of which Konoha urgently needs. Coincidentally, Konoha needed a new Jinchuriki, which is why Kushina came to Konoha. Otherwise, even Kushina would not have been left. The temperature was not low, but at that moment, Watergate and Rope Tree felt a chill in their hearts. So they actively initiated the war, which also belongs to the real version, because these people are the ones in charge of Konoha. The Rain Village has grown stronger and become disobedient, posing a threat to them, so it needs to be eliminated. At least the strength of the Rain Village must be crushed, so that no other small villages would dare to try to overthrow the rule of the 5 great ninja villages. It's that simple. As for the Rain Village wanting to start a war, that is true. Not only the Rain Village, but the Sand Village, Rock Village, Cloud Village, and even Konoha have such thoughts. Lying on the ground, leaning against the grass, Qianyue looked at the bright moon and the countless stars in the sky. Sighed. It has been too long since the first ninja war, and the strength of each village has recovered. Some hawkish high-ranking officials can no longer hold back and want to obtain everything the village needs through war. Thus war will break out. The Sand Village is the best proof, taking advantage of Konoha's war with the Rain Village. They eagerly sent people to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Fire for plunder. Don't foolishly think that the Rain Village under Hanzo's leadership can truly threaten the 5 great ninja villages. The only thing they can threaten is the interests and face of certain people. Hanzo is not stupid and would not foolishly attack the 5 great ninja villages. Watergate looked at Qianyue and asked, "So you've been reluctant to contact the higher-ups because of all this?" Otherwise, they would have sent people to monitor me, of course. You too, because we were too close to Kushina, and Kushina is Konoha's Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Qianyue explained the concepts of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to Watergate, who broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing it. Damn, does it have to be this messed up? Being close to a Jinchuriki could lead to being cleaned up. What kind of robber logic is this? Shouldn't Jinchuriki be isolated and not contact outsiders? If there were any bad moves at that time, would they be captured by the Umbu? And the tailed beasts, such terrifying things are actually sealed within Kushina's body. Strangely, Watergate felt that the level of Kushina's fear was continuously rising. Alright, let us end today's topic here. Let us rest. Tomorrow, contact Tsunade and resolve this matter as soon as possible, so we can also put our minds at ease. In the end, neither Watergate nor Rope Tree could sleep, so Qianyue had no choice but to let them stay, while he took a stroll around the surrounding area. The people of the Grass Village did not speak. Indeed, there were rock ninjas appearing within the borders of the Land of Grass, but the other side had no intention of attacking the Grass Village, and there were not many rock ninjas entering the Land of Grass. Qianyue speculated that these people should have come to execute some sort of task. As for the Grass Village, to be honest, the Rock Village did not take them seriously. The next day, Qianyue took Rope Tree to a remote location and summoned Manda. One must admit that the creatures of the Third Holy Land are impressive. Look at Manda, who was previously beaten up by Bai, and now his injuries have mostly healed. Summoned, Manda cautiously and obsequiously approached Qianyue, who raised his hand and said, "All right, don't come too close. I called you here to tell you to deliver this scroll to Orochimaru. Before the war between the Rain Village and Konoha ends, if Orochimaru summons you, help him out." "Got it, master." Manda did not dare to show any arrogance, obediently swallowed the scroll, and nodded his large head. Pushing Rope Tree a bit, Qianyue said to Manda, "My friend here wants to sign a summoning contract with the snakes of your dragon cave. Do you have any suitable candidates that are currently growing? By the way, is there a green snake in the dragon cave?" Qianyue briefly explained the information about the green snake. The green snake at this time should still be young, just right for Rope Tree. Plus the green snake has good talent, and its future strength will not be inferior to Manda's. Manda's level is basically something Rope Tree can't hope for. Watergate could consider the Toad Winter, but Rope Tree cannot. This is because the snakes of the Dragon Cave are ruthless. Either you must be strong enough to subdue them, or you sign a contract from a young age and grow together. A green snake? There are too many snakes in the Dragon Cave. Manda can't remember them all. Moreover, the place it resides is deep in the Dragon Cave, and with its bad temper, ordinary snakes do not dare to easily come to its territory. Master, I need to go back to investigate. All right, go ahead. If you can't find it, just choose a suitable snake to sign a contract with. You just need to find the target. No need to worry about the rest. Waving his hand, Qianyue indicated that Manda could leave. Be good and deliver the information scroll. And look for the green snake. Bowing its massive head respectfully, Manda dispelled the summoning technique and returned to the Dragon Cave. Let the little snake notify Orochimaru and conveniently deliver the scroll to him. After hesitating for a moment, Manda still instructed the little snake that was going to notify Orochimaru to convey Qianyue's meaning. During the war in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru could summon it to help in battle. One by one, gray-brown snakes emerged from the ground, biting 2 Rain Village ninjas and snapping their necks. Orochimaru sat on the ground without any image, gasping for air. Beside him, Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in much better shape. Tsunade was just a bit tired, while Jiraiya had been injured due to carelessness, which made Orochimaru want to abandon him. If it weren't for Tsunade stopping him, Orochimaru would have guaranteed to leave Jiraiya behind. What are you looking at me for? If it weren't for you not being able to summon Manda, I would have been injured just now, so it's all your fault. Jiraiya covered his wound and started shifting the blame, while Orochimaru's face turned ashen. Clenching his fists, wanting to punch him to death. You are incompetent yourself, yet you blame me for not being able to summon a spirit beast. What kind of bizarre reasoning is this? How can you even blame me for this? It's clear that Orochimaru is restraining himself, while Jiraiya, after some banter, decisively shuts up. Talking big for a moment is fine, but if it goes on, it might lead to a funeral home. Don't test Orochimaru's ruthlessness. If you do, you'll find that, apart from himself, everyone else is expendable, especially Jiraiya. If it comes down to it, Orochimaru would unhesitatingly abandon Jiraiya. Chapter 92. Breaking out of the encirclement. Unusual actions of the Rain Ninja Village. The intensity of the attack from the Rain Ninja Village surpassed Orochimaru's expectations. Even with prior intelligence and preparations, they could only endure painfully. Without prior preparation, the 3 of them would have already been on the run by now. At this moment, a small snake slithered out from Orochimaru's clothing, hissing at him twice and spitting out a ninja scroll before leaving. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow slightly. He picked up the scroll from the ground, opened it, and handed it to Tsunade. What's this? Qianyue, Sehu, and Minato were dispatched by Danzo to the Grass Ninja Village for a mission. Near the Grass Ninja Village, they encountered a little girl from the Uzumaki clan and planned to bring her back to Konoha, so they need your help. Oh, Tsunade didn't react much. She wasn't in the mood to focus on this now, just solving one person's identity issue, a small matter. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the enemy's attack. Glancing at the gradually encroaching enemies, Tsunade felt a bit of a headache. She looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Can you still move?" He wanted to firmly tell Tsunade that he could, but the situation didn't allow it. Jiraiya could only weakly reply, "It seems I can't." "Great. Things are getting more troublesome. Where are the reinforcements?" Tsunade sighed. This won't do. Their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The number of Konoha ninjas dying in the field was increasing, but at this time, Tsunade and the others could only look after themselves, unable to care for others. "We can break through, fire a signal flare, and let everyone gather to follow us out." Orochimaru suddenly stood up. "Have you lost your mind? Our troops are depleted. Everyone is either injured or has exhausted their chakra. What do we have to break through with?" Jiraiya wanted to curse Orochimaru out. How could he still be joking at a time like this? Was that little snake earlier the Great Snake? Tsunade's eyes lit up. If they could summon the Great Snake now, they could indeed break through. The Great Snake is much stronger in direct combat than the Slug and the Toad. Biting his finger, Orochimaru quickly formed seals, slamming his palm on the ground, while Tsunade hurriedly fired a signal flare. Boom! A white smoke exploded from the ground, and the massive body of the Great Snake appeared on the battlefield. Seeing the signal flare, the Konoha ninjas immediately rushed over. Get on the back of the great snake. Prepare to break through. Orochimaru, don't get greedy. In the past, the great snake would have cursed at him long ago. But now it lowered its massive head and said displeasedly, "If it weren't for my master asking me to help you, I definitely wouldn't respond to your summoning. If you don't help us, Qianyue will definitely not let you go." The three of them weren't easily intimidated. Tsunade's words struck at the great snake's weak spot. The fierce face of the great snake suddenly looked dazed. Remembering the scene of the little white-haired girl getting angry, the great snake shivered, coughed, and grumbled, "I get it. You people are really troublesome. Hurry up. The great snake is saving you, and I still have to go back and help pick suitable snakes. Such a hassle." Though it complained, the great snake actively used its long tail to wrap up the injured ninjas and toss them onto its back, turning and swiftly swimming toward the Konoha camp. Rumbling. As the great snake moved, it was like a super tank with powerful horsepower, rumbling along the way. Everything in its path was crushed. Stones, trees, nothing could escape. As for the traps set by the enemies, they were nothing more than a tickle to the great snake. The great snake charged through with Konoha's people, crashing out. This is insane. Watching the great snake quickly leave, the Rain Ninja Village's ninjas were a bit dazed. They tried to intercept, but the great snake was too fast, and the Konoha ninjas standing on its back kept unleashing ninjutsu to attack them, hindering their pursuit. As a result, they could only watch helplessly as the great snake left. Some ninjutsu hit the great snake without any effect. It didn't even grunt and just ran off. Lord Hanzo, the remaining Konoha ninjas have broken through. They ran. Hanzo was stunned. At this point, the remaining Konoha ninjas could still escape? How did they manage to get out? Reinforcements or some other reason? It was the great snake. Orochimaru hadn't summoned his spirit beast until just now, when the defenses were at their weakest, and then the great snake was summoned out, allowing the remaining people to escape. The great snake, huh? Hanzo recalled that huge, ill-tempered snake. Having such a summoning beast appear on the battlefield is indeed not something ordinary people can stop, unless Hanzo himself takes action. Since they have already escaped, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect his plans. This battle, Konoha still has to continue fighting against the Rain Ninja Village until there is a clear winner. The Sand Ninja Village seems to be making some moves. Hanzo didn't know what the Sand Ninja Village was planning, but it didn't seem like they were targeting the Rain Ninja Village right now. Perhaps they were still targeting Konoha. Most of the ninjas in the Konoha camp had been dispatched, so Chiyo must be planning to attack the camp. The Sand Ninja Village does not want to clash head-on with the Rain Ninja Village. They entered the battlefield of the Land of Rain to stir up trouble and, by the way, hold back Konoha, preventing them from ending the war here, continuously dispersing Konoha's available forces. It seems that the Rain Ninja Village can find a temporary ally and perhaps ask for some resources. Consider it compensation for the destruction caused by your entry into the Land of Rain, ordering his subordinates to hold off for a bit. Hanzo left the camp with part of his forces. The Rain Ninja Village's ninjas didn't understand why Hanzo ordered them to pause the attack, but since the command was given, they could only obediently comply. After breaking out of the encirclement, many injured ninjas were overjoyed and wept. Tsunade began to help treat the injured, listening to their grateful words. Tsunade shook her head slightly. She had heard too much of such praise and had become numb to it. Jiraiya was lying there like a salted fish among the other injured, while Orochimaru left to gather useful intelligence. That night, a group of people hid in a concealed cave, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Orochimaru entered the cave, sitting by the fire to dry his wet clothes from the rain. Tsunade rubbed her eyes, yawned, and asked, "What's the situation?" "It's a bit quiet." There was an indescribable strangeness. At this time, the Rain Ninja Village surprisingly did not press their advantage, but instead stabilized their position, which was not Hanzo's style. The Rain Ninja Village shouldn't have stopped at this time. They were eager to have a decisive battle with Konoha, and they should have been pressing forward, quickly expanding their gains. Otherwise, once Konoha recovered, the Rain Ninja Village's advantage would be gradually eroded, ultimately leading to defeat in the war. At a time when the enemy was unlikely to pause, the Rain Ninja army had slowed down, which was unusual. The Rain Ninja Village has stopped. There might be a problem. Chapter 93. Hanzo approaches Chiyo, extortion and blackmail. I suggest we leave this place as soon as possible to meet up with the reinforcements and prevent the Rain Ninja village from surrounding us again. If the Rain Ninjas pressed forward step by step, Orochimaru could still rest assured to stay. But the current situation was too strange for him not to think more. Leave as soon as possible and regroup with the reinforcements before making further plans. All right. Tsunade also felt something was off. In that case, let's actively meet up with the reinforcements to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Just when the Rain Ninja village was acting extremely strangely, Hanzo approached Chiyo with his men. To think that the demigod would come to my Sand Ninja village's camp. Does he intend to battle us? After having clashed before, Chiyo found she had no way to deal with Hanzo. Besides poison, Hanzo had swift body flicker technique and taijutsu that specifically countered her puppetry. Puppet masters fear the most encountering fast and powerful ninjas. In this regard, Tsunade had the most say. She was not afraid of deadly poison, her speed was not slow, and her strength was terrifying. Any puppet in front of her would be turned to scrap with a single punch. Though she couldn't win, she still had to talk back, at least not weakening the morale of the Sand Ninja village. After all, it was one of the 5 great ninja villages, and Chiyo would definitely not bow to Hanzo. Otherwise, the entire Sand Ninja village would become a laughingstock. Hanzo looked at Chiyo with a gaze, as if she were insane, regarding the encircled Sand Ninja village ninjas as nothing. Since he dared to come, he naturally had his own confidence. Hanzo was least afraid of being surrounded by enemy troops. As long as the poison spread, at least half of the Sand Ninja village ninjas here would die. Chiyo surely understood this reasoning and wouldn't be foolish enough to try to keep Hanzo here. Old woman, don't you think your thoughts are very naive? What do you mean? Chiyo frowned and coldly stared at Hanzo. However, Hanzo paid no mind to the almost murderous glare from Chiyo and slowly said, I know you want to take the opportunity to attack the Konoha camp. And I also know that the war between Konoha and Rain Ninja Village was instigated by your Sand Ninja Village. Today, I came to find you for one thing. I can overlook the matter of instigating the war, but the Sand Ninja Village must provide the Rain Ninja Village with certain economic compensation. I know the conflict was started by you, and I know you want to ambush Konoha's camp, so I came here to demand compensation. Your Sand Ninja Village must give me compensation. It seemed that they had been discovered. Chiyo frowned. Initially, the Sand Ninja Village was not acting honorably, but to instigate the war and weaken Konoha's living forces. They had to do this. Even if it was later found out, so what? The war had already broken out. Would they still want to blame others? However, Chiyo did not expect that the Sand Ninja Village's intention to ambush Konoha's camp had been detected by Hanzo, and he had come to threaten them for material compensation. Do you think that's possible? The Sand Ninja Village is also short on supplies. Where we find resources for you? Chiyo sneered. This is impossible. If the demigod came here for this matter, then you can go back. My Sand Ninja Village has no surplus supplies to support your Rain Ninja Village. Is that so? Hanzo, also annoyed, said unhurriedly, in that case, your Sand Ninja Village's plan is doomed to fail. So what if it fails? Chiyo remained unyielding. Anyway, your Rain Ninja Village will inevitably have a life and death fight with Konoha. You, Hanzo, have no way out. You can't avoid fighting. After all, your Rain Ninja Village is about to collapse. My Sand Ninja Village is not in a hurry. Our task is to stir the waters, dragging Konoha's living forces into the Rain Ninja Village. If we can ambush Konoha's camp, that would be great. If not, we will continue to drag it out. Fighting on 2 fronts, only Konoha will be anxious. Even though the Sand Ninja Village was also not doing well, the cost they paid was far less than Konoha's. Chiyo still showed no sign of yielding, and Hanzo waved his hand, preparing to leave. In that case, I can only choose to negotiate a truce with Konoha. I believe Konoha is willing to compensate my Rain Ninja Village for some things. I'm just afraid that by then, your Sand Ninja Village won't be able to accept it. Hanzo's move was precisely hitting Chiyo's soft spot. What did the Sand Ninja Village fear the most? Wasn't it the sudden end of the war? If the Rain Ninja Village and Konoha reached a peace agreement, even if it cost some price, Konoha would not refuse. Because Konoha's greatest enemy was the Sand Ninja Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, not the Rain Ninja Village, which had exhausted its resources and would not recover for at least 20 years. The Rain Ninja Village's foundation had already been shattered. In the future, It would face a drought in resources, and anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Only Hanzo was still holding his breath. Once that breath was released, the Rain Ninja Village would essentially be finished. If the Rain Ninja Village and Konoha reached a peace agreement, all of the Sand Ninja Village's efforts would be in vain. Could Chiyo remain calm? Wait. Just as Hanzo was about to leave, the surrounding ninjas made way, and without Chiyo's orders, they dared not stop him. Few were willing to intercept Hanzo, as those who attempted to stop him usually met a gruesome end. Hanzo stopped and turned back. What? Change your mind? How much do you want? Could Chiyo change her mind? She could only compromise, trying to give the Rain Ninja Village a bit of resources to let Hanzo continue fighting with Konoha. Once the war ended, and Konoha's army withdrew and was redeployed to the land of River's battlefield, the Sand Ninja Village would face great trouble. In comparison, a little bit of resources was nothing, even though the Sand Ninja Village was also lacking supplies. We need food, ninja tools, explosive tags. My Rain Ninja Village needs all of those. Turning to walk outside the camp, Hanzo's voice echoed within the camp. If I don't see the supplies within 3 days, the Rain Ninja Village will negotiate peace with Konoha, and I will also inform Konoha about the cause of the war. Damn it. Chiyo couldn't help but curse inwardly. If she could, she would rather kill Hanzo right there. Unfortunately, she couldn't, nor did she dare to act. Otherwise, it would be uncertain how many people in the camp would survive. Lady Chiyo, should we? An upper ninja made a gesture of cutting his throat, and Chiyo coldly shook her head. No need. Hanzo is not that easy to kill. Even if we could kill him, we would pay a huge price. Prepare the supplies to send to them. The situation on the battlefield of the Land of Rain had fluctuated due to a bit of greed from the Rain Ninja Village. Qianyue and her group were now facing some small troubles. The number of rock-hidden ninjas around the Grass Ninja Village had increased, according to Shiro's observation. There were at least 3 upper ninja teams and several middle ninja teams moving about, seemingly searching for something. Or the Rock Ninja Village people looking for. SHU was somewhat puzzled about their intentions. They were not attacking the Grass Ninja Village and had no offensive intentions, just searching everywhere. Some even infiltrated the Grass Ninja Village, searching around. They might be looking for her. Qianyue glanced back at Naruto Uzumaki, who was hiding in the grass. In the past few days, Naruto had been with them, and there was a response from Tsunade. Once the war ended, she would be responsible for settling Naruto. I'll go ask. Qianyue approached Naruto Uzumaki and inquired. Have you encountered any Rock Ninja Village ninjas recently? No. Naruto Uzumaki obediently replied. But there are still members of the Uzumaki clan in the Grass Ninja Village. I don't know where they are hidden. Confirmed. They were definitely here for the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Inoki was not like the third Hokage or the short-sighted Danzo. Although he was stubborn, his vision was long-term. Chapter 94. Minato sabotages Danzo and the Grass Ninja Village. Therefore, the people from the Rock Ninja Village appeared here solely to search for the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Inoki hoped to bring the Uzumaki clan members back to the Rock Ninja Village and cultivate them, whether it was various sealing techniques or the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. These were highly valued by the Rock Ninja Village. Like other villages, the Rock Ninja Village had also worried a lot about the Jinchuriki issue. With the appearance of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline in the Grass Ninja Village, Inoki sent people to search. However, the people of the Grass Ninja Village were not foolish and had hidden the members away. The actions of the Rock Ninja Village were becoming increasingly bold. Shoshu was a bit worried that Naruto Uzumaki would be discovered by them. Qianyue, Shuemen, should we leave or stay? The people of IWA Shinobi Village were not here to attack Kusa Shinobi Village, and even if they did attack, we wouldn't be their match. Shuemen said, looking at Qianyue. What are you looking at me for? If you want to leave, just say it directly. Everyone is staring at me. Let's go. Since we already have the intention to retreat, what are we still doing here? IWA Shinobi Village would at most just search Kusa Shinobi Village. They wouldn't be foolish enough to attack, as it wouldn't benefit IWA Shinobi Village at all. Besides, it would anger Konoha without gaining any advantages. Inoki is not someone who likes to make losing deals. The team took Naruto Uzumaki and went on a spontaneous trip, crossing the Land of Grass and heading to the Land of Rain. Inside the Land of Rain, due to the delayed attack from Mangekyō, things had calmed down. Konoha's reinforcements had arrived at the front lines, with Orochimaru left in command while Tsunade returned to the camp with the injured Jiraiya and other wounded. Shueman, you go handle the command center. Just say there are too many people from IWA Shinobi Village. We are not their match and can only retreat. Also, it seems IWA Shinobi Village is looking for something in Kusa Shinobi Village and has no intention of attacking. At this moment, take the opportunity to sow some discord between Danzo and the people of Kusa Shinobi Village. Leave it to me. Shueman gestured with his hand and walked towards the command center. Qianyue and Shungshu took Naruto Uzumaki to the medical department. Ouch, be gentle, it hurts. Even before entering, they could hear Jiraiya's loud voice. Is it that lively? Letting Shungshu, who was a bit scared, stay back, Qianyue lifted the curtain and took a look. Jiraiya was lying on a hospital bed, and Tsunade was directing several medical ninjas to help him treat his injuries. Jiraiya's injuries were serious. He had been pierced by a kunai in the ribs, and there was a potent poison on the kunai. If it weren't for Tsunade helping him, he would have likely died on the way. At this time, some rotten flesh needed to be removed, and Jiraiya, suffering through the treatment, cried out in pain. The scariest part was that Tsunade was not stepping in and was letting the other medical ninjas handle it. Watching Tsunade gloat, Qianyue was sure that Jiraiya had angered her, and Tsunade was getting back at him. Such a minor operation could have been easily handled by Tsunade. Unfortunately, she wouldn't step in and let others do it while pointing and directing from the side. The medical ninjas who came to help were so nervous that if their hands shook, Jiraiya would scream for a long time. What a miserable Jiraiya! Qianyue wiped the non-existent sweat off her forehead. Tsunade crossed her arms and casually said, "He said he's dying and needs me to give him a farewell kiss. I think this is caused by the poison entering his body and disrupting his nerves, so I specially arranged a special surgery without anesthesia for him, which can stimulate the nerves and help with recovery and detoxification." Qianyue, this is simply suicidal. No, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Jiraiya cried out, not sure if he was scared or genuinely regretting it. Ignoring him, Tsunade nodded to the two hesitant medical ninjas, signaling them to start the surgery. They breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade could play around, but they dared not. If anything happened to Jiraiya, they would be in big trouble. Is it her? The two came out together, and Tsunade glanced at the timid Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, he is from the Uzumaki clan. Rest for 2 days, and when Jiraiya's injuries have improved, I will take you and her back to the village. I just happen to have some matters to discuss with the old man. Recently, Mangekyō's actions have become increasingly strange. After discussing with Orochimaru, Tsunade concluded that Mangekyō was about to collapse. At this time, they could sacrifice some interest for negotiations. However, there was a problem when discussing with Danzo. Danzo disagreed with negotiating at this time. He believed that as long as the war had not reached a conclusion and no victor had emerged, negotiations were a